once hailed as the strongest superhuman in the world of pirates, possessing the most powerful Tremor fruit, has now become a despised and worthless fruit in this era. Even if it were thrown on the street, no one would spare it a second glance, because in this world, when people reach 18 years old, they all awaken their own devil fruit powers. Some awaken angel fruit powers, with the ability to purify all evils in the world with a single thought, while others awaken basketball fruit powers, leading millions of basketballs to conquer the court. Yet I, who clearly awakened the strongest Tremor fruit, am mocked by my classmates as a weakling, simply because there was a master who developed abilities in a creepy direction like high-frequency vibrations, conquering many rich women and widows, leading people to associate the Tremor fruit with creepiness. However, as a seasoned pirate fan, I am well aware of the power of the Tremor fruit, capable of causing tremors in the sky, land, and sea at will, even causing the ground to shatter, and splitting the seas. Despite everyone's mockery, I sneer at them, because I will make them understand what Edward Newgate is truly capable of. Yet my current situation is somewhat awkward. The junior schoolmate who used to like me and buy me breakfast now finds me disgusting. Even the brothers in the dormitory, the way they speak has changed. However, as a second-generation person, I don't care about these things. Just before crossing over, in that world, at 24 years old, I was about to succeed with the 2 golden bricks I was close to, but unexpectedly, crossing over brought about love and turmoil, making it hard to calm down. Who among my family really understands? Who knows the true value of a 30-year-old fair-skinned, beautiful wealthy woman? But that's all in the past. The current issue is that no one is willing to team up with him to enter the mystical realm of tomorrow. This makes him very uncomfortable. The mystical realm of tomorrow is an extremely unique place. Only devil fruit ability users can enter, and it's only right after awakening the devil fruit ability that one can enter. Moreover, each user can only enter once in their lifetime. Missing this chance means there will be no other opportunity in this lifetime. I want to enter this realm because there is a type of water called the mystical spring inside, which can improve a person's physique. Although the degree of improvement is average, the important thing is that this spring water can increase a person's stamina limit, which is crucial for every devil fruit user. It is extremely important for all of them. Being an orphan, his physique has always been his biggest weakness. Therefore, compared to others, his stamina is much lower. That's why he really doesn't want to miss out on this opportunity to become stronger. But the crucial point is, at least 2 or more people are needed to enter this realm, and currently, no one is willing to team up with him. The most important reason being, of course, it's because he is too weak. In the past 3 days, he has asked everyone he could find. If he still can't find anyone willing to team up with him tomorrow, it's like they say, casting a wide net in love is effective, but it doesn't work here. Now, even those friends who used to skip classes and play games together, not a single one is willing to take him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Yi Chen was still looking for a team. I turned around and saw my classmate Zhang Qian, with a girl following behind him. Are you looking for your cousin, Xueqin? Sorry, I just accepted his invitation and joined his team. I'm really sorry, but our team is already full with 5 people. He may apologize verbally, but his face is full of mockery. Xueqi's face slightly reddened, feeling a bit embarrassed, but quickly returned to calm. Although he is the team captain, he must also consider his own safety and the safety of his teammates who trust him. Bringing along a drag is definitely not an option, even if this person is his destined one. Almost everyone around looked over. I could only sigh inwardly at this and didn't want to say anything. Immediately, Zhang Qian sneered and said, "What are you struggling for? Do you have to enter the secret realm? You're just causing harm to people. Don't you understand? I advise you, it's more practical to go find a rich woman directly. This way, you'll skip 30 years of struggle and head straight to the peak of life. With your abilities, finding a rich woman will definitely be a piece of cake. After all, those rich women love someone like you who can impress them." That's my take on it. I wasn't provoked by him, because I knew my strength was insufficient. Getting angry would be pointless. I feared it would only be more embarrassing. I just glanced at that so-called cousin, then turned and left. I returned to the dormitory, where several roommates learned about the team hall incident and expressed their discontent. Zhang Qian is really going too far. Just because he likes that junior sister, do you like her too? I never liked him before. He just awakened an ordinary dog-like power, and Sister E is still in dog form. He's being so arrogant. I'll have to teach him a lesson another day. If Yi-Chen really can't enter the secret realm, he might as well not enter. Honestly, this secret realm is quite dangerous. That's right, the Lingxi spring water is good, but one must also act within their limits. Then, I responded with a remark, I'll give you guys a little credit for having some conscience. Luckily, these roommates didn't isolate him because of the fruit of Tremor. Time to sleep, I'm exhausted after a long day. I just want to rest now. As for tomorrow, we'll talk about it then. No one wants to carry him as a burden. He understands that. He doesn't hold grudges against anyone for that. After all, putting oneself in another's shoes, he wouldn't want such a waste in his own team either. Nevertheless, he must fight for himself. Who knows, there might be a skilled and kind-hearted person willing to help him. Anything is possible. It's not like he can just give up without trying. Giving up seems like the only option now, but this opportunity seems non-existent. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Ding. System successfully loaded. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 1 yuan flash sale system. I leaped joyfully from the bed in an instant. I knew it. How could a time traveler not have a system? The 1 yuan instant kill system refreshes its products weekly. Remember, each time you can only kill one item for just 1 yuan. Ding. The newbie gift pack has been credited. Would you like to open it? I quickly responded to open it, because I knew that my life was about to turn around from now on. A row of random items appeared in front of me. 1 Navy Standard Revolver, price 1 yuan, 2 Navy Battleship, price 1 yuan, 3 Sanji's Just Cooked Fried Rice, price 1 yuan. 4 Red-Haired Emperor's Haki. Instantly, my breath stopped. The Emperor's Haki of the Red-Haired Emperor, I never expected such a thing to exist. You see, there is no concept of Haki in this world. So, what would happen if I possessed Haki? Invincible, truly invincible. Only I know that I will disrupt the balance of this world. In this devil fruit era without Haki, I possess Haki, and it's the red-haired Shanks Emperor's Haki. Invincible, truly invincible. Those who have watched One Piece know the position of the red-haired Shanks in the pirate world. His Haki, following Pirate King Roger, stands at the pinnacle of the pirate world. Such Haki, just a glance, seems absurd and unbelievable. Without any hesitation, I didn't even look. I directly killed the next 2 items. The first kill was successful, and the killed items have been stored in the system space for the host to use at any time. Suppressing the excitement in my heart, I quickly got out of bed and went to the bathroom. Then, I moved a red light ball with my mind, revealing the Hashiko Haki of the red hair. But how do I use it? Just swallow it directly. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again, asking if I wanted to merge with the Hashiko Haki of the red hair. Yi-chan directly responded to the system with his mind, and then the red light ball in his hand slowly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped his entire body. At the same time, Xueqi, who had just returned home, was called over by his father. Immediately, Xueqi, feeling impatient, said, "We're entering the secret realm tomorrow. I need to rest early. If you have something to say it quickly." Xueba looked at Yi-chen and said, "No matter what, he is your cousin. I am very disappointed in your performance today." Obviously, he already knew about what happened in the team hall this afternoon. Xueqi furrowed his brows and said, "He is my cousin, so I have to invite him to join my team. The trial in the secret realm involves the spirit rhinoceros spring water, which is a matter of life and death. Even if he were my real brother, I can't give him the last spot. I haven't done anything wrong." Xueba looked deeply at his daughter, disappointment evident in his eyes, especially towards Yi-chen. "He is weak. There is no problem with you not letting him join your team. I completely agree. In fact, Yi-chen has never approached you on his own. I even think he may not have had that idea." Xueqi immediately looked puzzled and asked, "Since you also agree, why do you still say you are somewhat disappointed in me?" "What disappoints me is not this, but the way that person you invited today treated Yi-chen, treated your cousin in front of so many people, and you just stood by watching coldly." The top student finished speaking and went straight back to the room to close the door. The rest can only be reflected upon by the daughter herself. Saying more will only further stimulate his counter-reversal psychology. However, at this moment, he fell silent. The next morning, I woke up slowly, then stretched lazily as usual, but the just integrated domineering aura unexpectedly emanated involuntarily from my body. In an instant, there was only a light sound of a bang, and his roommate who was folding the sheets behind him collapsed. Even the roommate who was brushing his teeth in the direction of the bathroom almost collapsed together. Holy cow, I instantly realized what I had done. He immediately went to the balcony and looked towards the school square. Those junior and senior high school students who should have been in puppy love, at this moment all collapsed, all fainted, including those teachers as well. Altogether thousands of students from the first and second year, almost none were spared. Only a few teachers were not stunned by the domineering aura and fainted, but at this moment, their faces were filled with fear. Immediately, my heart sank. After a moment of hesitation, he knew that the people who had collapsed were absolutely not allowed on the playground. Perhaps there were hardly any people left in the entire school who could remain conscious, because this was the red-haired domineering aura. Fortunately, he restrained it in time, and the aura did not spread beyond the school, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Nevertheless, today's events are bound to cause a huge stir. What should I do? In my anxious state, a thought suddenly occurred to me. In that case, I could only pretend to be unconscious. Then I returned to bed and continued lying down. Soon, the school alarm sounded, and shortly after, several fighter jets flew into the sky. Controlled by those with abilities, military and police forces swarmed in. In less than 10 minutes, the school was completely surrounded, both on the ground and in the sky. In midair, there were several prominent and powerful figures. Xueqi, who had just arrived at the school gate, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. What's going on? The entire military force from the base, along with numerous individuals with abilities, including several S-class powerhouses, had completely surrounded the school. What were they planning to do? 2 hours later, all the students and teachers who had fainted had fully regained consciousness. None of them had suffered any substantial injuries. It was as if they had just taken a nap. After the investigation team searched for 2 hours with no results, the news of the school and military lockdown spread. All the students and teachers were cautioned, but everyone knew that this matter was unlikely to be resolved. Immediately, someone sighed about the top 10 unsolved mysteries of Blue Star, fearing that another one had been added. The investigation team continued their investigation, shifting from the surface to the shadows. The military would also continue to guard the school for a while. Those top-tier powerhouses also stayed at the school's main gate. Under normal circumstances, this matter would not have ended like this. However, today was different because the Spirit Link secret realm was about to open. I followed a few people from the dormitory to the entrance of the secret realm. Along the way, everyone kept discussing non-stop. It's terrifying just thinking about it. In an instant, almost all the teachers and students in the school fell down. Is this really something humans can do? Maybe it wasn't done by a human at all. It could be some kind of killer that has never appeared before, or maybe even aliens. Little did they know that the instigator was right beside them. After discussing this strange event, they turned their attention to Yi Chen again. Are you really not going to give up? They really don't want to see Yi Chen, this photographer, die in the secret realm, so they want to advise him again. I smirked and joked. What if we really encounter a noble person? Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm in the back mountains of the school. I saw Xueqi and the person behind him, Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian showed a playful smile and walked over, blocking my way. He said, Yi Chen, what are you doing here? Have you found someone to team up with? I immediately spoke up, saying I was about to go find someone, but this good dog was blocking the way. I had to focus on these few people who couldn't form a team. Zhang Qian was instantly furious. He didn't expect Yi Chen to talk to him like that, poking at his pain in front of so many people, not giving him any face. He was about to lose his temper. I looked over coldly. I coldly told him to roll over. It should have made him even angrier, but he felt an inexplicable fear, causing Zhang Qian to involuntarily step back. Immediately, everyone showed shock and confusion, especially those who knew about the grudge between Zhang Qian and Yi Chen. They thought Zhang Qian was deliberately causing trouble for Yi Chen, but unexpectedly, Yi Chen just said a word, and Zhang Qian actually left. Zhang Qian, an animal major. Why would you still be afraid of Yi Chen, this Zhang Zhang? Just as Xueqi was about to step forward to stop Zhang Qian, he frowned. He felt that Yi Chen seemed different overnight, but he couldn't pinpoint what had changed. At this moment, as the secret passage was about to open, the teacher began to direct, and those forming teams quickly gathered together. Only then did Zhang Qian come to his senses and quickly rolled towards Xueqi. Xueqi, however, raised his hand to stop him. Zhang Qian, go find another team. Zhang Qian exclaimed in astonishment, why? I know why you and Yi Chen don't get along, so when you humiliated him in front of everyone yesterday, I didn't say much. But today, you're still like this. Have you forgotten my warning so soon? Have you forgotten the relationship between me and him? With that, Xueqi led the other 3 team members directly into the secret passage. At this moment, I walked up to a few individuals who were still alone and asked, have you not formed a team yet? Is there anyone willing to team up with me? Immediately, those individuals looked at each other and shook their heads. They had come here hoping to try their luck. Just as I was about to demonstrate my skills to those rookies in the corner, I heard a voice saying, can I team up with you? Immediately, everyone exclaimed, how is this possible? It's all because of this, the voice of the aloof school beauty by Chanchan. Apart from the strange incident that just happened today, the awakening of the gate fruit involves only by Chanchan. Even before awakening the fruit, he was a swordsmanship genius, consistently topping the grade. He is extremely aloof, with classmates rarely daring to speak to him. Such a person, at this moment, uttered these words, "Can I team up with you?" It was a tone of request, and even more unbelievable, the target was actually Yi Chen, the waste. Bai Qianqian's original team couldn't believe it. Because, Bai Qianqian wasn't inviting Yi Chen to join her team, but requesting to join Yi Chen. It was like Li Pu's mother, opening the door for Li Pu. Li Pu has arrived. Even the teachers present found it hard to believe. At this moment, everyone focused their gaze on Yi Chen, wanting to know if he would react favorably, be incredulous, or have a scalp-tingling shock. However, they didn't see any of these emotions on him. I just hesitated for a moment, then calmly smiled and said, "Sure." Zhang Qian, especially beautiful, started to doubt life. Why him, Yi Chen? Is it just because he's good-looking? Watching Bai Qianqian walk over to me, I said sincerely, although I don't know why, but thank you, Bai Qianqian. She knows who she is, and everyone in the school, even in the entire base, knows her. Yi Chen is unclear why Bai Qianqian is helping him, but since someone is willing to gamble with him, he naturally can't refuse. Then Bai Qianqian nodded, with a smile on her face, didn't say much, and the two of them walked towards the teleportation array chatting and laughing. Then, I suggested, why don't we go meet up with your teammates? No, they already have 4 people, so adding you and me would make it 1 more. Then, is it okay for just the 2 of us? It should be fine. If we really encounter danger, can we hide in the door's space? Not far away, a young man wearing glasses, watching Bai Qianqian and Yi Chen disappear together, with a gloomy face, said, "Help me investigate this Yi Chen." Yes. The middle-aged man beside him responded respectfully. In his heart, he sighed, feeling that this young man named Yi Chen was in for a rough time. Yi Chen was unaware that by agreeing to the school beauty's teaming request, he had already offended a certain young master from a prestigious family. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, after a bout of dizziness with Bai Qianqian, they found themselves in a lush green forest. "Yi Chen, come in." Bai Qianqian immediately opened an air door. "Okay." Yi Chen quickly stepped inside. The air door closed behind him. Only then did the two start to assess their surroundings. I have to say, the ability of the door fruit is really handy. It gives a sense of security, especially in such a secret realm. Yi Chen exclaimed. It was his first time entering the door space and looking out into the world from it. It was a novel experience. I also love my ability. Speaking of the door fruit ability, Bai Qianqian's face lit up with satisfaction. After a moment, seeing no immediate danger around them, the two emerged from the door space. The air here is so refreshing. Looking at the beautiful forest scenery around them, Bai Qianqian was in a cheerful mood, saying, "Truly a special secret realm that one can only enter once in a lifetime. To be able to adventure in a place like this, even if we don't end up getting the Spirit Creek spring water in the end, it's worth it." "That won't do. I'm counting on you to get the Spirit Creek spring water." Yi Chen joked as he took out a map. "Don't have too much faith in me. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment." Bai Qianqian shook her head. Yi Chen smiled and said nothing. He continued to study the map in his hand. After a while, he said, "Judging by the terrain around here, our teleportation point should be the 127th landing spot. In the Spirit Creek secret realm, each group that entered through the teleportation array would randomly land in certain places in the secret realm as a group. These places were called landing spots. And this secret realm had nearly 1,000 landing spots. Based on the surrounding terrain, Yi Chen deduced that their current location should belong to landing spot 127. Of course, this was just a preliminary assessment. That seems right. The good news is, this is an isolated island. There aren't any particularly powerful beasts around. Bai Qianqian nodded in agreement, her judgment matching Yi Chen's. The bad news is, Yi Chen interjected at this point, this isolated island is quite far from the surrounding islands or land in the sea. If we want to find the Spirit Creek spring water, we'll have to cross this vast ocean. Bai Qianqian was about to praise Yi Chen for his good research. Suddenly, there was a commotion around them. Both of them looked up. It was an ant-like creature even larger than a human. Green ant beast? Bai Qianqian's eyes lit up. Drawing her sword, she exclaimed, "This is an extremely rare species." She immediately opened an air door beside her. "Yi Chen, you go in first. I'm about to start my adventurous life." After saying that, without waiting for Yi Chen's response, she charged forward. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. This school beauty, is this her first time entering a trial in a secret realm? Or does she just love this adventurous life so much? If that's the case, then the door fruit ability is truly suited for her. She can adventure wherever she wants in the future. It's like it was tailor-made for her. Speaking of which, the awakening of the devil fruit is subtly related to human desires and cravings. Bai Qianqian enjoys experiencing various adventures in different places, so she awakened the door fruit. Then, if I awaken the quake fruit, does it mean that deep down, I also crave it? Boom! Boom boom! As Yi Chen was lost in his thoughts, Bai Qianqian had already engaged in a battle with the green ant. The green ant was larger in size compared to Bai Qianqian, but it was no match for her. However, Bai Qianqian did not immediately kill it. She seemed to be studying the green ant's attacking techniques. Truly deserving of being the perennial top-ranked sword genius in the grade, her swordsmanship might have already surpassed that of the sword teacher. Watching Bai Qianqian display her fierce swordsmanship, Yi Chen couldn't help but admire her. The school's sword teacher was no ordinary instructor. Bai Qianqian, at just 18 years old, had already reached such a level. Her sword talent was undeniable. After a moment, when the green ant could no longer muster anything new, Bai Qianqian finally struck it down. Turning around, she noticed that Yi Chen had not entered the spatial gate. "Oh, are you not afraid of death?" She sheathed her sword while teasingly asking. "I am afraid of death." Yi Chen pointed to his right hand with his left, saying seriously, "That's why my hand has been placed on the air gate, ready to escape if there's danger." "Is that so? But what if a fast beast attacks you and you can't escape in time?" Bai Qianqian showed a playful smile. Actually, I do have some strength. It's probably not as weak as you think," Yi Chen said. Bai Qianqian's lips curved slightly, revealing a subtle smile. "I'm a bit curious. If I hadn't stepped forward to team up with you just now, what would you have done?" "In that case," Yi Chen half-jokingly said, "I would have had to show my true strength. By demonstrating enough strength, there would surely be teams willing to invite him. Even if not, if those few individuals who were alone dared to team up with him to explore the secret realm, that would be fine too. And if none of that happened, then so be it. It's just a slight increase in stamina limit. With the system in place, he didn't really value that much." "Oh, so, you do have some strength? You can't tell, huh?" Bai Qianqian looked Yi Chen up and down, teasingly. She thought Yi Chen was joking with her. Because as far as she knew, Yi Chen had no background, his physique was average, his physical skills were mediocre in class, and he seemed to know nothing about swordsmanship. Awakening now. Where did this strength come from? There are many things you can't see, you'll gradually understand in the future. Yi Chen immediately put on a mysterious look. As they chatted, they walked into the forest. "But since we're on the subject, I'm really curious, how come you, the school's beauty, decided to team up with me? We don't seem to know each other, right?" Yi Chen asked. "Don't know each other? You really don't remember?" Bai Qianqian felt a bit disappointed inside, but smiled and asked, "What do you think?" "What do I think? I think it's because you're beautiful and kind-hearted, willing to help others." Yi Chen had no idea why, but that didn't stop him from flattering her. Looking at Yi Chen's incredibly handsome face, she remembered when she was only 7 years old, stranded in the outskirts, separated from her family, almost starving to death. It was his bowl of rice that saved her life. Bai Qianqian thought to herself, "You are the one who was beautiful, kind-hearted, and helpful." Though she thought this way, what she said was, "You have a sweet tongue. Do you usually charm girls like this?" Yi Chen was about to say something when suddenly a beast's roar echoed from ahead. Roar! The roar shook the earth and sky. The two of them instantly lost interest in playing around. Bai Qianqian, as before, opened a door for Yi Chen first before drawing her sword to meet him. Yi Chen clenched his fist, wanting to test his shockwave fruit ability, only to find that he couldn't even concentrate the shockwave power in his hands. Despite trying many times from yesterday until now, he had failed every time. The shockwave fruit was indeed not that easy. He could now only trigger vibrations in small objects or make them vibrate rapidly. This left him speechless. No wonder the shockwave fruit had developed into what it was now, even being despised by others. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Bai Qianqian was having a great time. Every time she encountered a fierce beast, she would exchange a few moves with it. She didn't miss any beautiful scenery either. She even brought her camera. When they came across a cave, she would take a look inside. Until now, she still maintained that initial excitement. She seemed to really enjoy this adventurous life. At this moment, the two of them were in a cave on the island. A bonfire burned nearby, they roasted beast meat, and with the mountain spring water, it was delicious. "I plan to stay on this island for a few more days," Bai Qianqian said. "As long as you're happy, I don't mind," Yi Chen replied. Of course, he had no objections. This secret realm would last for many days, and unless they obtained the Spirit Creek spring water in advance, they could only leave after the secret realm closed. So he didn't mind. Besides, he also enjoyed this adventurous life today. although the dangers they encountered were all solved by Bai Qianqian. Don't worry, starting tomorrow, if we encounter weak or fierce beasts, I'll let you handle them, Bai Qianqian said as she cut and ate the meat. I can't just watch you all the time, I need to let you practice too, and I'll be there to protect you. Okay, Yi Chen nodded. It was the first time a girl had said she would protect him. Nanyuan Base City. How did it go? Did you find anything? Young master, we didn't find any connection between Yi Chen and Miss Bai Qianqian. Here are all the files on Yi Chen, take a look. Ling Yuxuan pushed his glasses and looked at Yi Chen's files. Young master, I think Miss Bai Qianqian must have helped Yi Chen out of kindness. Alright, I understand, you can go now. Ling Yuxuan smiled. As soon as his subordinates left, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Yi Chen. Even if she's kind-hearted, why did she help Yi Chen, who failed to team up with so many others, and only helped the shockwave person who everyone despises? Bang! Something seemed to upset him. He slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. The 127th landing point, an unnamed island. After a few days of adventure, Bai Qianqian had had her fill of fun. At this moment, the two of them were by the sea, just finishing two small wooden boats. One was for leaving the island, and the other was loaded with a spatial ring for emergencies. In this world, without sea tower stones, the sea couldn't drain the stamina of fruit abilities. The same applied in the secret realm. However, the sea remained extremely dangerous. The number and size of sea beasts were incomparable to those on land. We have two options now. One is the 1024th island, which is closer to us. The other is the faraway Sky Rift Island. Both islands have Spirit Creek spring water. Yi Chen, where do you want to go? Bai Qianqian looked at Yi Chen. Not every island had a name. Most of the named ones were named by their discoverers. However, only a few of them had names. The vast majority were referred to by numbers or letters. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised that Bai Qianqian would let him decide which island to go to. He thought Bai Qianqian had already made up her mind. How about we go straight to the sky-splitting island? Looking at the map, Yi Chen said, that is the farthest place we humans have explored in this sea area. Beyond that is uncharted territory. I think you must want to venture into such places. I didn't expect you to know me so well. Bai Qianqian looked at him with a smile. After all, after spending a few days with you on this island, I still have some understanding. And these few days, your face almost screams, I love adventure, how could I not see that? Yi Chen chuckled, so, for someone like you who loves adventure, you probably have little interest in areas that have already been explored or places with confirmed danger levels. Only those unexplored areas, those places with unknown dangers, can make you excited. It seems I'm not the only one interested in those places. You are also someone who loves adventure, loves excitement. Bai Qianqian looked at Yi Chen with amusement. Going to the sky-splitting island is definitely more dangerous than going to Island 1024. Since she handed the decision-making power to Yi Chen, she wanted to see how he would choose. Now, Yi Chen not only chose the sky-splitting island but also showed interest in the deeper sea areas beyond it, which surprised her. Although, with Yi Chen's current strength, it doesn't match this interest. But Bai Qianqian was confident that she could protect Yi Chen while exploring unknown areas. Because these days, she had been diligently mastering the abilities of the door fruit and had made significant progress. The two didn't say much more. They boarded the small boat and set sail directly. The sea was rough. Just under half an hour after setting sail, they encountered sea beasts one after another. Bai Qianqian drew her sword, swung it, and then killed the enemies. A set of movements flowed effortlessly. Yi Chen sat on the boat without moving. He had not stopped practicing the Quake Fruit ability these days, but after days of hard practice, there was still no progress, so he had given up. He knew he wasn't cut out for it. With the system now, why bother with that suffering? So beautiful. Watching Bai Qianqian's graceful swordsmanship, those perfect lines, smooth movements, Yi Chen couldn't help but admire. Bai Qianqian frowned when she turned back. Wow, I'm killing enemies in front, and you're admiring my figure from behind? I mean the scenery. Yi Chen's face turned embarrassed, and he quickly said, the scenery on the sea is very nice. Is it beautiful? Bai Qianqian asked. It's beautiful. Yi Chen subconsciously replied, then hurriedly added, the scenery of the sea is beautiful. Bai Qianqian seemed amused by Yi Chen's awkwardness. Another sea beast suddenly leaped towards them. Without even looking back, she slashed with her sword, cutting the sea beast in half. Even if it's beautiful, you can't stare recklessly, she raised an eyebrow. This somewhat warning statement did not make Yi Chen feel any sense of warning. He just found Bai Qianqian at this moment somewhat cute. I wasn't staring recklessly, he responded seriously. So you were staring quite seriously, huh? Bai Qianqian suddenly didn't feel like talking to him. She sat down directly to regain her strength. But the sea was not calm. Not long after, they encountered a group of sea beasts again. It seems the blood of those fierce beasts we just killed attracted them. Yi-Chen thought for a moment and suggested, how about we hide in the door space first? No need. Bai Qianqian shook her head and said, we are not only here to fetch the Spirit Creek spring water but also to experience growth. So until the last moment, I won't hide in the door space. With that said, she drew her sword and stood up. You take care of yourself then. Yi-Chen hid in the door space to relieve her worries. After some time, Bai Qianqian entered, her clothes drenched in blood, all from the fierce beasts outside. These sea beasts are quite persistent. Despite so many casualties, they still won't retreat, Bai Qianqian grimaced. Not only that, they seem to be gathering more, Yi-Chen observed outside. Shall we leave directly? Not so fast, Bai Qianqian shook her head, let me regain some strength first, then we'll go out and fight them again. She wasn't satisfied with the previous battle and didn't want to retreat just yet. Alright, as you wish. However, those were just low-level sea beasts. If we wait longer, the ones coming might not be so easy to deal with. Yi-Chen warned her against complacency. I see, no problem. Bai Qianqian nodded in understanding. By the way, you haven't told me why you helped me, why you joined forces with me. Yi-Chen took the opportunity to voice his doubts. Bai Qianqian had been quite occupied these days with adventures and battles, leaving no chance to ask before. Why so many questions? Have you heard of the saying when you see injustice, draw your sword to help? I saw you being bullied, and I felt compelled to lend a hand. Bai Qianqian shrugged playfully. Didn't you say I'm beautiful and kind? Yi-Chen felt it wasn't that simple, but couldn't find a reason to argue. Don't believe me? Then tell me, why did you do it? You don't think it's because I like you, do you? Bai Qianqian chuckled. Well, you never know. Yi-Chen knew it was impossible and joked. Bai Qianqian's face darkened immediately. Where do you get such confidence from? Don't dwell on this matter, Bai Qianqian said, standing up after a formal explanation, ready to go out and fight again. She couldn't bear to see Yi-Chen in trouble and also remembered a past favor, prompting her to help. However, she was aware of the attention on her and knew she could only help Yi-Chen up to a certain point. Any further involvement would be detrimental to him. Therefore, she had already decided that after leaving the secret realm, they should not have any further interaction. Fortunately, based on her observations of Yi-Chen in recent days, she believed they would likely not cross paths in the future. Watching Bai Qianqian stepping out of the door space to battle the sea beasts outside, Yi-Chen chuckled softly. Indeed, there's no need to dwell on this matter anymore. But, not needing my gratitude. That's not necessarily true. The sea water churned on the surface, unnoticed by Bai Qianqian engrossed in battle. Even if she noticed, she would probably attribute it to the sea beasts. However, Yi-Chen in the door space saw it clearly. The abnormal churning indicated a large sea beast approaching. As it turned out, Yi-Chen's guess was correct. With a loud crash, a giant sea pillar rose, revealing the head of a massive fierce beast in an instant. This sudden movement captivated both humans and beasts present. Sea King class? Bai Qianqian was stunned. What kind of luck was it to encounter a Sea King in the vast ocean? The beasts that had just been fighting with Bai Qianqian fled in an instant. Without hesitation, Bai Qianqian was about to open the air door to hide inside. She didn't even have time to bring the wooden boat under her protection. Escaping so decisively was because she had a clear understanding of her own strength. The Sea King was not something she could handle at the moment. However, what surprised her even more was that just as she was about to jump into the door space, Yi-Chen jumped out from inside. She was dumbfounded. Didn't you see that huge Sea King? How dare you jump out like that? She was stunned for a moment. In that moment, the Sea King's fierce jaws were about to swallow them in the boat hole. Are you crazy? She reached out to grab Yi-Chen. With the door fruit in her possession, she was not afraid of being swallowed by the ferocious beast because she could open the door and escape at any time. So as long as she held on to Yi-Chen, they could escape by opening another door later. However, at that moment, she found that she couldn't move Yi-Chen at all. Not only that, Yi-Chen even held her in his arms. Yi-Chen jumped out of the door space, casually embraced by Qianqian, and landed on the wooden boat. Then he glanced at the Sea King and said indifferently, "Go away." Bai Qianqian was dumbfounded. "Big brother, that's a Sea King. How can you just say go away to it?" Suddenly, Bai Qianqian was astonished to see that the fierce jaws had retreated. Did it urgently retract its huge mouth? "What's going on?" she exclaimed. "There are only 2 boats on this ship. We still have a long way to go. How can we let it be destroyed?" Yi-Chen replied calmly. Of course, Bai Qianqian was not asking Yi-Chen. She was just too surprised for a moment and blurted it out. But Yi-Chen's words were clearly in response to her. She also clearly heard this sentence. What does this mean? So, are you saying that you came out to stop this Sea King because you didn't want this broken wooden boat under your feet to be destroyed by it? What's going on here? Bai Qianqian's mind was almost unable to keep up for a moment. What shocked her even more was the calm and matter-of-fact tone of Yi Chen's words. Faced with the Sea King, he showed no fear at all. Of course. What shocked her even more and made her unable to understand was that this Sea Overlord, this Sea King that made her run at first sight, seemed to have really been driven away by Yi Chen's command. Unbelievable. This was truly unbelievable. Swallowing hard, Bai Qianqian looked warily at the giant beast. Then she instantly recognized it as a deep seahorse. Its upper body was covered with yellow patterns, reaching about 10 meters above the water surface. Its back fins, sharp as bone spurs, faintly appeared on the water surface, extremely sharp. Despite its size, this was the first time she had seen a Sea King up close. Before, she had only seen them in books or online. Only when you experience it up close like this do you realize how strong that oppressive force really is. Even she couldn't help but feel her legs go weak. She quickly turned to look at Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen remained so calm. No, he was not just calm. Bai Qianqian could even sense at this moment that Yi Chen exuded a feeling of disdain. As if this sea overlord was nothing in his eyes, just ants. How is that possible? She immediately cut off this absurd thought in her mind. Then she continued to look at the giant beast that had retreated. However, to her surprise, she was shocked once again. Hiss, is it? Afraid? At that moment, Bai Qianqian felt her scalp tingle. What did she see? She saw the Tyra-level sea beast, with a look of fear in its eyes. It fears Yi Chen. The majestic Sea King, feeling deep fear because of a human youth's gaze? This is truly outrageous, too unbelievable. That's a Sea King beast. Even a powerhouse like her father, even a terrifying figure like the Grand Marshal, couldn't possibly evoke fear in a Sea King, right? And Yi Chen did it? The ruler of the sea has its dignity. How could it be intimidated by a person? How did Yi Chen do it? Bai Qianqian finally confirmed that the Sea King beast was indeed scared off by Yi Chen's shout earlier. Just as she was about to turn around and ask Yi Chen, his voice rang out again, "Go away, I don't want to kill you." Whoosh! Upon hearing these words, the giant beast, resembling a mountain, seemed to come alive again and fled at lightning speed as if escaping for its life. Bai Qianqian stood frozen on the spot. Just one sentence? Go away, I don't want to kill you? Did this Sea King beast seem to be relieved to have its life spared, fleeing without looking back? What kind of terrifying power does it take to achieve this? And moments later, she snapped out of it. A blush immediately rose to her cheeks, and she quickly broke free from Yi Chen's embrace. Growing up, Yi Chen was the first man, other than her father, to hug her. At that moment, Bai Qianqian felt her cheeks burning. She was once again at a loss, not hating Yi Chen before, nor liking him. They hadn't even interacted before. But just now, her heart rate actually increased. A feeling she had never experienced before, inexplicable. How did you do that? Bai Qianqian's curiosity was evident on her blushing face. Maybe it was in a hurry to get back home for dinner. I don't believe you. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You saw it just now, what do I need to explain? Fine, forget it. Bai Qianqian was a sensible person. If others wanted to keep their secrets, she couldn't force them. And besides, the atmosphere just now was too. She just casually brought up a topic to chat and ease the tension. Now her blushing face had finally returned to normal. So the two of them returned to the space between doors and continued on towards the split sky island. As Bai Qianqian sat down, the scene from earlier immediately flashed in her mind. She was still in a state of excitement. This was the first time in her life she had seen a Sea King. She had fantasized countless times about facing a Sea King beast, each fantasy different. But she never expected this moment to come so soon. And to be held by a man. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Bai Qianqian's cheeks once again blushed like the evening glow, stealing a glance at Yi Chen. But it was only for a moment, quickly averting her gaze, as if afraid of being seen by him. Moments later, she recalled the scene once again. The more she thought about it, the more shocked and excited she became. Her emotions couldn't calm down for a long time. But just then, a noise interrupted her thoughts. Bai Qianqian turned her head, only to find Yi Chen sleeping soundly amidst a group of ferocious beasts at sea. And he was snoring, as if the earlier events hadn't happened to him at all, without a care in the world. Bai Qianqian felt absurd. Wow, he's sleeping so comfortably in my space between doors? The boat continued to sail on the sea, but there were no more sea creatures disturbing them. Perhaps the recent appearance of the Sea King's fierce beast had driven away the sea creatures in the surrounding waters. The journey was very calm, eerily calm. This is too boring. Can't we have some sea creatures to play with? After the recent rest, Bai Qianqian's strength had almost recovered. Bang! Suddenly, the waves became turbulent, crashing against the wooden boat. The sea surface began to stir. What the heck? Bai Qianqian's face showed a hint of excitement. Finally, they're here, I can't wait. Bang! Bang! The waves hit the boat several times, making a loud noise. Yi Chen was awakened by the noise. The two of them left the cabin space together. Whoosh! A giant sea pillar rose again. Seeing this scene, Bai Qianqian was a bit stunned. Sea King class? Another Sea King class? What kind of luck was this? Encountering two Sea King classes consecutively at sea. This probability was probably even lower than getting hit by bird droppings when leaving the house. Moreover, from the appearance, it was almost identical to the previous Sea King class beast, except this one was obviously much larger, with a part stretching nearly 20 meters above the sea surface. Bai Qianqian quickly stepped back, moving to the side of the air door, and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a step forward. Borrow the sword, he said calmly, his eyes full of killing intent. Bai Qianqian quickly handed him the sword. There's no such coincidence in the world. The truth was, the deep sea horse that had just been scared off by Yi Chen returned at high speed, and told its good brother, the giant creature in front of them, about the bullying incident. The latter was outraged. How could the Sea King family endure such humiliation? Its good brother was immediately furious. Revenge. Revenge must be taken. And that's how the current situation came to be. Bai Qianqian was actually a bit worried after handing the sword to Yi Chen. She could clearly feel that this deep sea horse was at least much stronger than the previous one. But she couldn't fully grasp Yi Chen's strength, so she didn't intervene. Yi Chen tightly gripped the sword, his mind moved Overlord's aura. In an instant, a strange energy enveloped the sword, black lightning danced on the blade, sizzling. At that moment, Bai Qianqian's heart trembled. What kind of eerie power is this? Such terrifying energy. Even standing behind Yi Chen, the constantly surging terrifying energy made her feel intense palpitations. Because of her father's influence when she was young, she had witnessed many battles between strong individuals, and her first impression of this energy was that it was even stronger than the strong individual she had seen in the southern Abyss Base City. Yi Chen's whole demeanor had completely changed, his powerful aura seemed to overwhelm all obstacles. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. This power actually came from Yi Chen's hands. Roar! The deep sea horse roared in anger. In an instant, huge waves surged. Such terrifying intimidation. For Bai Qianqian, it was indeed so. She knew very well that if she were hit by the Sea King class beast in front of her, her body would probably be torn apart. So, she was extremely cautious at this moment. One foot had already stepped into the cabin space, but she still stuck her head out to observe everything happening on the battlefield. At the bow of the boat, Yi Chen stood tall, expressionless, gazing ahead. Death. He simply uttered a word and raised the sword in his hand. Overlord's aura enveloped. The sword swung from top to bottom towards the giant creature. A powerful energy gushed out instantly, accompanied by a bright light. In an instant, the sea surged, even the sky changed color. Boom! A loud noise. Bai Qianqian looked up at the sky in disbelief. Even a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Is this the end of the world? Too terrifying. In just a moment, the sky seemed to turn blood red. The 20-meter-tall giant creature collapsed with a thunderous roar. The back half of the deep sea horse's body exploded. For a moment, flesh and blood scattered like fine debris in the air. The smell of blood filled the air. One sword kill? Isn't this too exaggerated? Bai Qianqian struggled to swallow the saliva in her mouth. You should know, this Sea King is obviously much stronger than the previous one. Even among many Sea Kings and fierce beasts, it is definitely a top existence. However, such an existence was actually killed in one sword strike by Yi Chen? This is simply unbelievable. Looking at Yi Chen again, he was so calm and casual. It was as if he had just done something as ordinary as eating and drinking. Bai Qianqian realized that this was definitely not Yi Chen's full strength. But how is this possible? How old is he? He's just the same age as herself, yet he's already so strong, so abnormal? Also, what was that lightning just now? What kind of mysterious ability killed this terrifying Sea King? Is this mysterious ability the same as the ability Yi Chen used to drive away the Sea King earlier? What kind of terrifying power has he mastered? Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Bai Qianqian felt a bit dreamy. Is this the person everyone despises as being arrogant and conceited? Bai Qianqian fell into contemplation, even starting to lose confidence. She was one of the outstanding young people in the southern Abyss Base City, even a focus of national attention. In front of Yi Chen. Sigh. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings, excited and sad. Yi Chen showed a disdainful expression and didn't say much, then turned and left. If the world had a soul, then the deep seahorse would definitely be cursing. Damn it! Having such a brother is really unlucky. Brother touched mold, but ended up falling on himself, who can he reason with? And this guy even ran away by himself? Truly a surface-level brother. In the distant sea area, the sea water churned. A deep seahorse disappeared in a flash. It was scared to death witnessing everything from afar and quickly fled for its life. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Killing the deep seahorse, obtained, 1 S-rank item refresh card. Yi Chen was overjoyed. This was truly an unexpected gain. He didn't expect that killing a fierce beast would actually drop an item. And it was an S-rank item refresh card. This meant that after using it, an S-rank item would definitely appear. The preciousness of this item was self-evident. Yi Chen thought to himself, it seems I'll have to take more action in the future. Yi Chen. Bai Qianqian came out of the spatial gate and walked towards Yi Chen. You're too amazing. That was a Sea King fierce beast, and you actually killed it with 1 sword. How did you do it? Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly. Just like this, and then like that. Yi Chen trusted Bai Qianqian, but he didn't want to reveal too much, as their interaction was currently limited to the Lingxi secret realm. Moreover, explaining it is really troublesome. Although devil fruits exist in this world, it is only a small part limited to the One Piece manga. Even if explained, it wouldn't be understood, so there's no need to waste words. The beauty remained silent, but that wasn't Bai Qianqian's main concern, so she continued to ask, when did you learn this sword technique? What is it called? How come I've never seen it before? It's so powerful. For a sword technique enthusiast, this was her main concern. Yi Chen paused for a moment. Well, Bai Qianqian was all ears, very curious about what the answer would be. It's passed down through generations. Bai Qianqian was disappointed. TSK. Who would believe you? She wasn't foolish, she knew he was evading her question. Oh, so you're an orphan, huh? However, when she thought about it, she began to doubt Yi Chen's true identity. To have such strength at this age, it must not be simple. As for the specifics, she had no way of knowing. The most she could guess was that there must be a master behind Yi Chen. Who exactly it was, Bai Qianqian couldn't figure out for a moment. Of course, even if she racked her brains, she wouldn't be able to figure it out, because she couldn't imagine that Yi Chen was a time traveler with a cheat system. After a brief chat, Yi Chen entered the door space alone. Meanwhile, sea beasts flocked to the strong scent of blood. Bai Qianqian became excited, even forgetting what had just happened, focusing on her growth. Inside the door space, Yi Chen sat cross-legged. The screen with a futuristic feel of the system appeared before him. Obtained 1 S-level item refresh card. Yi Chen suppressed his excitement and went to the system's store interface. Reminder, 60s until the next item refresh. Do you want to use the S-level item refresh card? Reminder, 59s until the next item refresh. Do you want to use the S-level item refresh card? The items in the system store would refresh weekly, and using the S-level item refresh card would guarantee an S-level item this time. It was quite a coincidence that Yi Chen obtained the S-level item refresh card just as the system store was about to refresh. Yi Chen immediately thought, use it. Luckily, he had enough time, otherwise, even if he used the S-level item refresh card after the refresh time passed, he would have to wait until next week. Yi Chen couldn't wait a moment for such good things. He eagerly refreshed as soon as he could use it. Ding, S-level item refresh card used successfully. Ding, S-level item refresh card used successfully. S-level item refresh card guarantees at least 1 S-level item upon use. Reminder, 2s until the next item refresh. Reminder, 1s until the next item refresh. System store items have been refreshed. At this moment, one item after another appeared on the silver screen before his eyes. The first item, 1. Zoro's nameless white sword. Price, 1 yuan. This sword must also be a high-quality weapon in this world. Although it was Zoro's first sword when he was young, Yi Chen knew for sure that it wouldn't be an S-level item. So, he mentally operated to continue looking, one item after another, until he saw the 6th item, 6. Nami's used stockings. Price, 1 yuan. Omega, what in the world? Is this for real? Truly a time traveler's cheat system. It has everything? Yi Chen recalled Nami in the manga, that figure. Absolutely incredible. It's still in its original state. Truly the system is remarkable. Here you can find anything you can think of, there's nothing you can't buy. Next, a few more useless items appeared. Not to mention S-class items, there wasn't even something slightly decent like a standard-issue Navy revolver. Until Yi Chen saw a white energy orb on the screen again. 10. Whitebird's Peak Tremor power. Price, 1 yuan. At this moment, Yi Chen held his breath, ecstatic in his heart. Although he used an S-Class item refresh card, there was still a chance to refresh something of a higher level than S-Class. At worst, it had to be an S-Class item. You should know that this is the peak Tremor power of the strongest man in the pirate world. During the Summit War, the warlord himself admitted that this was a power capable of destroying the world. So undoubtedly, Whiteboard's peak Tremor power is definitely an SSS class item. With this thing, who would dare to claim they are the Tremor person? The Tremor fruit shatters everything, splits the sea. How far can he go? This luck is too good. No need to think twice. Buy it. It must be taken down immediately. What else is there to say? Any extra thought is disrespectful to the system. The system is already so incredible. Can I still disrespect it? With a thought, instant kill. Ding, instant kill successful. Instant kill item has been stored in the system space. The host can access it at any time with a thought. Yi Chen couldn't wait any longer. With a thought, he opened the system space and took out the only item inside. A white orb appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Do you want to merge with Whitebird's peak Tremor power? Hint, merging with Whitebird's Tremor power can awaken the power of Whitebird's peak period Tremor fruit. Merge! Yi Chen directly replied to the system with his thoughts. The energy of the orb directly merged into Yi Chen's body bit by bit from his hand, as if it was trying to connect the governing vessel in Yi Chen's body. Then the entire white orb rapidly expanded, enveloping Yi Chen entirely. In an instant, Yi Chen felt as if he had been enlightened, comprehending many details of the Tremor power. After a moment, the orb disappeared. Yi Chen's cheeks were covered in sweat, as if he had just experienced a great battle. His physique had also changed significantly, with the muscle lines on his arms becoming more defined. The whole person's temperament had undergone a tremendous change. However, after merging with Whitebird's peak Tremor power, Yi Chen felt exhausted. He leaned back and fell asleep directly. After a while, Yi Chen felt someone continuously patting his body. Slowly opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was the beautiful face of Bai Qianshan, as lovely as a fairy. Yi Chen suddenly felt a sense of happiness. If he could wake up to such a beautiful and charming face every day, it would be a great blessing in life. However, this beautiful and charming face seemed a bit tired. Hey! Wake up! I'm so tired. Just after cleaning up the beast's body, Bai Qianshan came in and saw Yi Chen already fast asleep. Bai Qianshan estimated that the sword just now had exhausted Yi Chen. She didn't want to disturb him, but unexpectedly, he had been sleeping for a whole day and still couldn't be woken up no matter how she called him. So she had to take action. Yi Chen gradually woke up, feeling a stinging sensation on his cheeks at the same time. What the heck? Is the recoil so strong after merging with Whitebird's peak Tremor power? Watching Yi Chen's continuously tender cheeks, Bai Qianshan suppressed a smile. However, Yi Chen was puzzled, looking completely clueless. You're really good at being lazy, sleeping for a whole day and night. Bai Qianshan pouted, very dissatisfied. After dealing with the sea beasts at sea, she returned to the men space and found that Yi Chen had already fallen asleep. Thinking that the previous battle had consumed a lot of his energy, she decided he needed a good rest. Little did she expect, that nap turned into a full day and night. Fortunately, Bai Qianshan had brought plenty of energy replenishing potions, or they wouldn't have lasted until now. Only Yi Chen could receive such treatment. If it were someone else, they would have been kicked out of the team long ago. Seeing the dark circles under the beautiful face of this big beauty, Yi Chen felt a twinge of guilt. He immediately let Bai Qianshan rest first. Moments later, Yi Chen stood alone at the bow of the ship. He stared at his palm, a slight smile playing on his lips. Whitebeard, peak Tremor power. Ha, I can't wait any longer. The power to destroy heaven and earth. I can't believe it's in my hands. Truly worthy of being the system dad, so awesome. Yi Chen's face lit up with a smile. He had witnessed how terrifying Whitebird's Tremor power could be in the pirate anime. However, he was very curious to know what it would feel like to use it in reality, and he was eager for it. But not now. They were still at sea, and he was afraid of accidentally shaking the ship apart, which would be foolish, right? After a long time, the two finally ended their drifting at sea. They had finally reached their destination, one of the sources of Lingxi spring water, the Split Sky Island. After disembarking, they still chose to hide in the men space. Only after ensuring the area was safe did they emerge from the air door. Looking around, a towering mountain peak pierced the sky in the distance, giving a sense of awe-inspiring craftsmanship. The island was named Split Sky Island because of this. Yi Chen then opened the map, took a look, and observed the surrounding environment. He drew a circle on the map with a pen. We should be here. Bai Qianshan nodded. She wasn't very proficient in maps. She could understand them but not as quickly as Yi Chen in pinpointing their location. They began searching for the location of Lingxi spring water around their position. Soon, Yi Chen had a plan of action ready. Truly deserving of being the farthest explored by humans, the Lingxi spring water here is much more abundant than in other places. Bai Qianqian looked at the densely packed arrows on the map, very satisfied. When Bai Qianqian had just woken up, she felt listless, but as soon as she set foot on this island, she felt energized again. She truly loved adventures. Following the direction indicated by the map, the two set off towards Lingxi spring water. This was a very large island, teeming with ferocious beasts, more than any other island. Moreover, because few people came to this place, the grass on the paths was much taller than on other islands. In some places, the original paths were barely visible. Yi Chen, why are you going over there? Yi Chen looked closely and turned back, saying, come here, there's a cave here. What's going on? Going into a cave as soon as we arrive. Bai Qianqian's bright eyes dimmed instantly. Well, what else? Let's make some food first. We've been eating dry rations on the ship for a while, and I want some meat. But, hey! Before Bai Qianqian could finish, Yi Chen had already entered the cave. She sighed deeply, pouting. Bai Qianqian realized she was losing her say more and more. Before she could finish speaking, he had disappeared. It seemed that Yi Chen wasn't seeking her opinion but informing her. What could she do but follow him? Yi Chen cautiously entered the cave with a torch, which wasn't very deep, and soon reached the end. Bai Qianqian followed closely behind. Yi Chen took out a few wooden sticks from his spatial backpack for illumination, lit them, and stuck them on the stone wall. After confirming it was safe, he turned and walked to the entrance of the cave. He casually found some rocks to set up a stove at the entrance, placed a large pot on it, and started a fire. Bai Qianqian, bring out the meat of that Sea King-class ferocious beast, Yi Chen said as he busied himself with the tasks at hand. This was the meat of a Sea King-class ferocious beast. How many people in this world could actually eat this? As some ingredients were added to the pot, a fragrant aroma began to spread. Now, they just had to wait for the delicious meat to stew. First task completed, now on to the second one, Yi Chen said as he covered the pot and walked outside. Bai Qianqian looked puzzled as she asked, hey, where are you going now? Yi Chen smiled and replied, inspecting the goods. Inspecting the goods? Bai Qianqian was still confused by this answer, not understanding what he meant. She could only watch Yi Chen attentively, wondering what he was going to do next. Yi Chen walked up to a large tree ahead, raised his right hand, and said expectantly, Whitebeard's tremor power. Ha ha, what terrifying existence will it be? With these words, Yi Chen's right fist gently clenched, enveloping the entire fist in white energy. He then swung his fist forcefully towards the towering tree in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the air on both sides of Yi Chen's right fist cracked open. The intense and piercing tearing sound was like glass shattering on the ground. A gap appeared directly in front of his fist, and countless cracks spread from it. In a blink of an eye, these cracks began to move towards the large tree. At that moment, Bai Qianqian's face showed astonishment as she covered her open mouth with her delicate hand. What's happening? The air is splitting open? What kind of move is this? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. She watched intently, even forgetting to breathe. She was so curious because no one in this world had ever developed the Tremor fruit power to such an extent. Unprecedented. She was certain that Yi Chen was the first. Suddenly, rumble. With a loud noise, the towering tree with a 1-meter diameter in front of them fell down. Bang! After falling to the ground, the entire trunk of the tree shattered into wood chips. Yi Chen! The sky is splitting open. Bai Qianqian pointed excitedly at the sky. In the moment she saw the tree trunk shatter, she observed that the distant sky seemed to split open as if by Panga's blade, revealing a huge crack. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Was this the power of the Tremor fruit? But what was he up to? From entering the secret realm until now, she had never seen him actively kill a ferocious beast. And now, after cooking something here, he just went and brought down a tree? Yi Chen's actions were truly unpredictable to her. What she didn't know was that Yi Chen just wanted to test the power of Whitebeard's Tremor power a little. It's just that the power was too terrifying. Bai Qianqian was inexplicably shocked. At this moment, even Yi Chen's satisfied smile contained a hint of surprise. Truly the power of the system. When he first entered, he couldn't even condense the Tremor power in his fist, but with the system's help, he now possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. With just a light test, the sky split open directly. If he went all out, this island would probably split apart. However, Yi Chen still had self-awareness. With his current physical condition, he probably couldn't go that far. If you forcefully upgrade, even if you can split the entire island, I'm afraid your body will also be torn apart by such terrifying vibrations, right? So, must take it step by step and not rush for success. After being satisfied with the power of the quake of the white beard he possessed, Yi Chen licked his lips and returned to the cave. Yi Chen, the power that shattered space just now, enough to destroy the world, comes from your devil fruit ability? Yi Chen nodded. How is that possible? I've read quite a bit, don't try to deceive me. Yi Chen still nodded confidently, that's right. At this moment, Bai Qianshan was stunned, her pupils trembling. It's not a useless devil fruit, right? It's hard to believe. I never thought the quake fruit could be developed in this direction. Bai Qianshan took a deep breath, trying to calm her excitement. Phew, too powerful. You're simply a genius. No one in this world can develop the quake fruit to this extent. Even if I say it, no one would believe it, right? Yi Chen laughed heartily. This is just the beginning, there's even stronger to come. When his physique is strong enough, destroying the world is just a piece of cake. It can be said to be effortless. However, he only thought about it in his mind and wouldn't actually say it out loud. What are you laughing at? Isn't it true? You're right, but please don't spread it around like a loudspeaker. Loudspeaker? Just don't spread it everywhere. I don't want to be assassinated by spies from other countries. Don't worry, I'll keep it confidential. Bai Qianshan was well aware that if Yi Chen, such a rare genius, were to be exposed, strong opponents from hostile countries like Eagle Sauce Country, Sakura Country, and others might come to assassinate him. Such incidents have occurred before. Since that incident, the country has placed special emphasis on protecting key strategic resource abilities. Geniuses like Bai Qianshan are naturally on the list. Even the Lingxi secret realm, when entering, strictly controls personnel and absolutely does not allow foreign personnel to infiltrate. Outside, even stronger individuals from the Flying Dragon Special Forces base are dispatched to protect covertly. Meanwhile, in another corner of the split sky island, Xueqi Jie. Look at this. Beside Xueqi, a man of similar height to her, pointed to the sky after a loud noise, saying incredulously. The four members of the team all looked up at the sky, murmuring in discussion. What is this phenomenon in the sky? It seems like the sky is splitting. What? The sky is splitting? What on earth is happening? Could it be a sign of some treasure descending? Xueqi Jie. The strange sound just now seemed to come from over there. It feels not far from us. Should we go and check it out? Xueqi's expression turns serious. Let's go. Split Sky Island, outside the cave. Xueqi and her team of 4 arrived near Yi Chen's cave. Yi Chen opened the lid, and a fragrant smell filled the air instantly. Xueqi took a closer look, and 2 familiar figures caught her eye, showing surprise in her gaze. Cousin? How did he get in? And who is the person next to him? Bai Qianshan? How are they together? In a team? And why are there only the 2 of them? What's going on? She's the famously aloof Bai Qianshan. People are lining up at the school gate to pursue her. How could she possibly team up alone with her cousin? When they entered the secret realm, her cousin Yi Chen was still the center of attention that everyone abandoned. It was already unbelievable enough to see my cousin Yi Chen in the Lingxi secret realm, but to encounter him in a place like the Split Sky Island was beyond comprehension. And the most incredible part was that his teammate turned out to be Bai Qianshan? Is this some kind of joke? This scene was simply unimaginable. But the fact unfolded right before his eyes, and what was even more absurd was that Bai Qianshan actually smiled, and she smiled so sweetly? The entire school, even the principal, had never seen Bai Qianshan smile. She actually smiled at my cousin? Am I dreaming? Everything felt so surreal. Could it be that something significant happened after we entered? Xueqi was completely puzzled, but upon reflection, it was somewhat comforting to her guilty heart. Xueqi's teammate Songshur whispered in astonishment, Sister Xueqi. Sister Xueqi. Look. She followed Songshur's pointing finger and was then filled with surprise. A thick tree, broken in half at the waist, with wood debris scattered around, a mess. Did she do this to the tree? But what about that tree stump? Xueqi's initial reaction would have been Bai Qianshan, because she knew Bai Qianshan's swordsmanship was formidable, unmatched by anyone except her, let alone my cousin Yi Chen. But upon closer observation, the uneven cuts on the tree stump clearly indicated it was not done with a sharp weapon. It looked more like it was broken directly. In other words, the tree had suffered a tremendous impact. But who could possess such great strength? Bai Qianshan? Xueqi shook her head. It couldn't be. Although Bai Qianshan was exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship, ranking at the top among her peers, she was a paramecia user, not like those Zou and Devil Fruit users with stronger physical abilities. Then who could it be? Could it be My cousin? Xueqi found it extremely hard to believe. But besides him, no one else was present here, especially since Bai Qianshan had been ruled out. That left only Yi Chen. But he was the one with the tremor fruit that everyone despised. How could he possess such terrifying power? Xueqi was utterly bewildered. Squeak! A crisp sound came from the jungle. Who? Show yourself! Yi Chen shouted loudly. Bai Qianshan also looked alertly in that direction. The gate of space was ready to open at any moment. After all, this was within the Lingxi secret realm, and there were more than just students from the Nanyuan-based city high school inside. 4 figures leaped out of the bushes. However, it wasn't Xueqi and her group who emerged. It was 4 unfamiliar men. Yi Chen glanced over them. None of the faces were familiar. They were probably not from their school. One of the men stepped forward, teasingly saying, "Oh, isn't this the kid from Nanyuan-based city high school who awakened the top-grade tremor fruit so quickly? Have you already hooked up with the school flower Bai? The tremor fruit truly lives up to its title of easy life fruit. We're envious. Let me see, let me see. What a dish. It smells so good, I could sense it from afar." At this moment, Bai Qianshan's expression darkened. "I remember your team also had a member with the dog fruit, canine form. Why don't you let him sniff around and tell you?" She was referring to none other than the man who spoke up. Long Xiang, the only son of the Long family in Nanyuan-based city, studying at Nanyuan-based City's second high school. Being from prestigious families, Bai Qianshan naturally knew him, and there was even some animosity between their families. "You!" Long Xiang, hit where it hurt, turned red with anger. But it was only for a moment, as he quickly adopted a smug look. He, are you two a team now? Being alone together for so many days. I bet you've made good use of your servant's tremor abilities, right? Upon hearing this, she naturally understood what Long Xiang meant, and Bai Qianshan's face turned angry. Yi Chen just slightly raised the corner of his mouth, showing a disdainful expression, took a step forward, and stood in front of her. A terrifying momentum quietly emanated. His sharp eyes were full of killing intent, staring firmly at Long Xiang. Get lost. In an instant, almost all 4 members of Long Xiang's team felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, or more accurately, a threat of death. It made their eyes dull and hearts filled with fear. Go! Run! Almost simultaneously, the 4 of them bolted. In just a few breaths, they had already run hundreds of meters away. In another thicket, Xueqi was shocked. Such a terrifying deterrent. I couldn't even look at him directly. It made me feel palpitations. Is this really my cousin? So unfamiliar. He is so different. This is completely not the same person I remember. His whole demeanor has completely changed. Should I go and greet my cousin? Xueqi was extremely conflicted. After a moment of thought, she ultimately chose not to show herself and quietly left. Seeing the 4 people leave, Yi Chen returned to normal. Bai Qianshan gritted her teeth, her anger not completely subsided. Why didn't you let me teach them a lesson? She questioned. In this world, not only fighting can relieve anger, there are other ways, Yi Chen said with a slight smile. In fact, if he were alone, he would have definitely left them in this Lingxi secret realm forever without hesitation. But now he was in a team with Bai Qianshan, and he didn't want to do something that might affect her. Oh, what way? Bai Qianshan asked curiously. Yi Chen leaned close to Bai Qianshan's ear and whispered, "First, then, and finally." After a moment, Bai Qianshan unexpectedly jumped up excitedly, and Yi Chen could clearly see the headlights flicker ahead. She smiled satisfactorily. Good. This method is great. It's the most satisfying. The two looked at each other, sharing a knowing smile. But isn't this too harsh? Bai Qianshan laughed. What's wrong? Weren't you just saying you wanted to teach them a lesson? Of course, I absolutely support it. Bai Qianshan raised her hands in agreement. After Bai Qianshan and Yi Chen had their fill, they didn't rest. They immediately got to work, collecting Lingxi spring water. In a corner of the split sky island, a fierce black bear was fighting against 4 people. This fierce beast was the guardian of the Lingxi spring water, and the 4 people were none other than the members of Long Xiang's team. They were engaged in a fierce battle with the black bear, finding it somewhat difficult to kill it. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, a faint laughter could be heard. Shall we go? Let's go, Yi Chen replied. Bai Qianshan had a thought, opened the door space, and both of them entered it simultaneously. When they opened it again, they could already hear the gushing sound of water. They opened the air door and stepped out of the door space. Is this the Lingxi spring water? Bai Qianshan looked at the spring water continuously gushing out between the rocks, occasionally emitting white gas. She could even feel the constant flow of energy within it. Exactly. Yi Chen looked towards the direction where Xueqi and the others were fighting, resembling a thief. Quick! Take out the storage bottle. Bai Qianqian immediately took out a seemingly ordinary bottle from her storage ring. After unscrewing the cap, she aimed the bottle at the Lingxi spring water. The spring water was automatically sucked into the storage bottle. This bottle looked ordinary on the outside, but it was the only item that could collect Lingxi spring water. Because it could maintain the activity of the spring water in the bottle, even after leaving its source, it could still exert its original 100% effectiveness. Otherwise, even if the Lingxi spring water is taken out, just an hour later, it would be no different from drinking water. Bai Qianqian operated the storage bottle while glancing in the direction of their fight, saying with a wry smile, "Are we acting a bit like thieves?" Yi Chen immediately interrupted her. "What are you talking about? We are helping them. They must be exhausted from the fight, and then they have to spend energy to come and collect the spring water. Look at us, we're so good, we just skipped this step for them." *****. Bai Qianqian was speechless with a mix of laughter and tears. Yes, you are indeed helping them now. You are such a kind person. Let me award you a helping hand card. However, Bai Qianqian grew up in a strict family, and she had never done such a thing before. She had to admit that this feeling made her extremely comfortable. In just a few breaths, the entire Lingxi spring water completely dried up. The output of a Lingxi spring eye was just enough to fill a storage bottle. "Don?" Yi Chen asked. Let's go." The two of them left through the air gate, laughing and joking. About 10 minutes later, after a fierce battle, the four of them were exhausted, finally managing to knock down the black bear, rendering it immobile. Long Xiang and his group arrived at the Lingxi spring water almost all smiles. But these smiles only lasted temporarily on their faces. Their smiles disappeared when they saw the scene in front of them. This made them burst out in curses. "Damn it! It's Lao Lu! Who is it? This is disgusting! This is too despicable, stealing someone else's hard work. Al Yor!" On the island of Lai Tian, curses filled the air. In a corner of Lai Tian Island. "Wow! You are truly amazing, coming up with such a cunning plan." Bai Qianqian praised with a smile. "Are you praising me or scolding me?" Yi Chen smiled bitterly, feeling that Bai Qianqian's words had a hidden meaning. "Guess." She raised her lips slightly. "Then I'll take it as a praise." "Well, if you say so." Yi Chen watched Bai Qianqian enter the air gate, completely ignoring their previous conversation, opened the map, and speculated on where Long Xiang and the others would go next. After a moment of thought, he pointed on the map. "It should be here." "Hey, are you coming or not?" Bai Qianqian showed half of her body from the air gate, in a rather charming pose. Yi Chen quickly cast aside his thoughts and entered the space of the gate. On the other side, Long Xiang and the others were almost having a heart attack from anger. "Captain! Who did this? Who else could it be?" Bai Qianqian and those two. Bai Qianqian's gate fruit, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Who else could it be? Long Xiang knew very well in his heart, and since entering the Lingxi secret realm, he had only clashed with Bai Qianqian. Although they were furious, the mission to find the Lingxi spring water had to continue. After a short rest, they continued to the next location. And behind them, a barely noticeable crack appeared in the air. Two eyes, one above the other, peeked out from the crack, not belonging to the same person. But the crack only opened for a moment before closing again, following Long Xiang and the others all the way, completely unnoticed. Next, without a doubt, they once again took away the Lingxi spring water that Long Xiang and the others wanted to collect. Yi Chen opened the map again, marking across on all the places they had just taken the Lingxi spring water from. "Let's go to the next location, this time we'll beat them to it," Yi Chen said to Bai Qianqian. She nodded in agreement. He understood Yi Chen's intention. Long Xiang couldn't be so foolish as to be taken advantage of by Yi Chen and himself 3 or 4 times in a row, grabbing the Lingxi spring water ahead of them during their battles with the savage beasts. So this time, he changed his tactics. He directly took all the Lingxi spring water in advance. With the innate advantage of his own gate fruit, he could collect the spring water very quickly. Before Long Xiang and the others could react, Yi Chen and he probably had already emptied the nearby Lingxi spring water. Just as mentioned above, it played out as if scripted in the following days. Even if they were discovered by the savage beasts when moving through the gate space to the Lingxi spring water, Yi Chen was domineering, scaring the fierce beasts senseless and then killing them directly. Of course, being discovered by the savage beasts was only a few times, so Yi Chen's stamina was not an issue at all. As for Bai Qianqian, despite frequently using the gate space, she had more than enough stamina potions in her storage ring, so it was no problem for her. However, the others were not as happy. Almost everyone on Split Sky Island was dumbfounded. Was this still the Split Sky Island with the most Lingxi spring water? Wherever there was Lingxi spring water, the savage beasts were still there. But by the time they killed the beasts, the spring water was already gone. For teams with relatively weaker strength, it was a fatal blow. Their morale collapsed. At this point, there was little time left for the Lingxi secret realm to remain open. They almost all gave up. Complaints started to arise. Damn it, coming to Split Sky Island was clearly a wrong choice. Is this really Split Sky Island? Damn, is this a place to live? Boom! With a long sound, the world inside the Lingxi secret realm disappeared, and everyone was transported back to the teleportation point of their respective schools. In an instant, the campus was bustling with voices and continuous discussions. Some were boasting about how many savage beasts they had killed in the secret realm. Some were bragging about their team obtaining several bottles of Lingxi spring water, at least one for each person. Some parents shed tears of regret as their children tragically died in the Lingxi secret realm. This was the starting point of their respective lives, where some soared directly while others plummeted to the bottom of the valley. But this was the reality that every devil fruit ability user had to face. Just 10 minutes later, the rankings of the entire South Yuan-based city's Lingxi Secret Realm trial appeared on the big screens of major universities. First place, by Chanshan, Yichan, South Yuan-based city First High School, score, 56 bottles of Lingxi spring water. Second place, Wang Zhongtu, Xielinger, South Yuan-based city Second High School, score, 6 bottles. 17th place, Xueqi, Songshi, South Yuan-based city First High School, score, 2 bottles. 18th place, Longxiang, South Yuan-based city First High School, score, 1 bottle. This result was within Yi Chan's expectations. There was nothing worth celebrating. However, the only regret he felt was that even after killing multiple savage beasts later on, none of them dropped an S-level refresh card. Indeed, such good items were not easy to come by. The last one was obtained only after killing an extremely fierce Sea King-class savage beast, which made him wonder, did one have to kill Sea King-class beasts to get it? Damn it, where are so many Sea Kings in this world? Although they encountered 2 in a row this time, it was a very low probability event. It seemed they could only hope for better items to appear during the weekly refresh. Without an S-level refresh card, their hopes could only rely on their own luck. Inside the first high school campus, at the moment the results were announced, everyone was shocked. Thunderous discussions immediately erupted. Wow! First place is leading by a landslide. They're a whole 50 bottles ahead of the second place. 56 bottles. That's like drinking mineral water for over a week, right? They've practically secured the freedom of Lingxi spring water. We're awesome. We're in first place. Is this the advantage of the door-to-door fruit? Isn't this too exaggerated? There's still a team of 2. Wait, how come she's teamed up with Yichen? And just the 2 of them? It's hard to imagine, a man and a woman alone. Spending so many days in the Lingxi secret realm, I'm afraid. To be able to be with the campus belle for such a long time, even if I awaken the Tremor fruit, I'd be willing. Yi Chen and Bai Chanshan walked together on their way to the academic building. The mocking voices towards Yi Chen continued. Yi Chen is just riding on someone's coattails, who can't do that. I could do it too. Exactly. I don't know what stroke of luck he had, to be able to team up with Bai Chanshan, the beautiful and aloof campus belle. Tremor users are disgusting, this time it really disgusts me. I heard Bai Chanshan was the one who invited Yi Chen to team up. Really? No way? That's the aloof campus belle, inviting Yi Chen? It's unbelievable. It's true, I was there at the time. Bai Chanshan looks so aloof, it's really incomprehensible. How could she invite Yi Chen to team up? Sigh. My heart aches. I never thought, my goddess. You actually like Yi Chen. I never expected it. Bai Chanshan is so beautiful, yet she also likes Tremor users like those rich ladies. It's simply unbelievable. Please tell me this isn't true. Bai Chanshan isn't all that great either. Yi Chen and Bai Chanshan walked together, hearing the gossip about themselves, but he paid no attention. Until he heard someone pointing and mocking Bai Chanshan in a very vulgar way. Anger flared up within him. He could take it, but not when it came to Bai Chanshan. With a glance, his imposing aura instantly suppressed the person. The individual broke out in a cold sweat, legs turning weak, and knelt down directly. He felt a suffocating sensation like never before. At the same time, Bai Chanshan's icy gaze and Yi Chen's gaze almost simultaneously fell on the person. To others, it seemed like Bai Chanshan glanced at the person, and they knelt before her. But apart from Bai Chanshan, no one knew it was Yi Chen who did it. At that moment, the surrounding people were shocked. What kind of oppressive feeling was this? Kneeling down with just a glance? Did Bai Chanshan's gaze really inspire such fear? Who would dare speak ill of her now? Shut up. I'll shut up right away. In an instant, everything fell silent. So quiet that even their own breathing could be heard. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yi Chen and Bai Chanshan, some even nervously swallowing saliva. And so, Yi Chen and Bai Qianqian left under the scrutiny of the crowd. Then, the murmurs and whispers started again. I'm sorry for causing trouble for you. Because of himself, he caused trouble for Bai Qianqian. Letting her be mocked by everyone like that. Yi Chen felt somewhat guilty. It was my choice, so no need to feel guilty. Bai Qianqian shook her head, unconcerned. Yi Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. For some reason, he felt that Bai Qianqian had changed after coming out of the secret realm, like she was a different person from the one in the Lingxi secret realm. Or perhaps, this was the real her now? The aloof campus belle? Shanshan. Just then, a gentle voice came from beside them. Yi Chen turned his head and saw a polite young man walking towards him, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with a fair face and a smile on his face. Xian Shen, you are amazing, actually taking the lead in winning first place. He quickly walked towards Bai Qianqian, completely ignoring Yi Chen beside her. This young man was none other than Master Ling Yuxian from the Nanyuan base city, Ling family. A user of the ancient species Tyrannosaurus fruit ability in the animal department, his strength was outstanding. He was 2 years older than Bai Qianqian and Yi Chen. However, due to his excellent grades at the time and his pursuit of Bai Qianqian, he chose to stay at school as a teaching assistant. Bai Qianqian frowned slightly and replied coldly. It seemed that she didn't like being called Qian Shen by this person. Or maybe it was because this person completely ignored Yi Chen beside her? Let me introduce, this is Yi Chen. Bai Qianqian raised her hand to introduce. However, Ling Yuxian interrupted her directly. Shen Xian, I know him. I also know that you have a kind heart, and since no one wanted to team up with him, you did. But, you should stay away from this kind of person in the future, it's not good for you. Bai Qianqian's face darkened directly. This kind of person? What kind of person was he talking about? Senior, you should call me by my full name. I don't think we are that familiar yet. Bai Qianqian's gaze turned cold, speaking in a chilly tone. If it weren't for Ling Yuxian being the young master of the Ling family, she wouldn't even bother with him due to their family relations. At this moment, Ling Yuxian was somewhat stunned. He never expected Bai Qianqian to speak to him like this. Was it because of Yi Chen? Just because I mentioned Yi Chen, she couldn't stand it and wanted to turn against me directly? Xian Xian, I'm doing this for your own good. Before he could finish his explanation, Bai Qianqian interrupted. Ling Yuxian, who I choose to be friends with, who I get close to, even my parents can't control, you. What are you to me? What do you think you are? This statement was extremely harsh, completely shattering all the beautiful fantasies in Ling Yuxian's heart. Ling Yuxian was dumbfounded, frozen on the spot. He couldn't understand, he was really doing this for Bai Qianqian's good. If she doesn't stay away from Yi Chen, the gossip about her will only get worse. Even if you, Bai Qianqian, don't accept my affection, there's no need to say such harsh words to me, right? Bai Qianqian originally wanted to give Ling Yuxian some face, but thinking about how he had just spoken about Yi Chen, she couldn't help but say those words. She was even surprised at herself. What was wrong with her? Why couldn't she stand others speaking about Yi Chen like that? But it's also good this way. She didn't want to deal with this guy anymore. Now she had just shattered Ling Yuxian's fantasies, avoiding further entanglement in the future. Yi Chen, I'm a bit thirsty, can we get some water? Sure. Bai Qianqian didn't look at him again, casually said to Yi Chen, and the two of them left. Yi Chen. Ling Yuxian stared at the backs of the two with a malicious gaze. Bai Qianqian's words were like a slap in the face, hitting him hard. His anger could no longer be contained. But he couldn't, and didn't dare to direct his anger towards Bai Qianqian, because he couldn't afford to offend the Bai family, and even less so Bai Qianqian. So this anger could only be borne by Yi Chen. If it weren't for Yi Chen, how could Bai Qianqian treat him like this? How could he and Bai Qianqian have come to this point? Xian Ji, what's wrong with you? At some point, a young man appeared beside Ling Yuxian. Liang Pon, what are you doing here? Ling Yuxuan's face was full of smiles, with no trace of the gloominess from before. Isn't that Sister Qianqian? Who is she with? Following Ling Yuxuan's gaze from earlier, the young man named Liang Peng immediately saw the backs of Bai Qianqian and Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Ling Yuxuan smiled helplessly and responded. Yi Chen? How come he's still following Sister Qianqian? Did he attach himself to her? Xian Ji, why don't you advise Sister Qianqian? You don't know how harsh the things people at school say. Liang Peng frowned. What Qianqian wants to do is her freedom, I'm just nosy. Ling Yuxuan shook his head helplessly, chuckled self-deprecatingly, then changed the subject directly, saying, Alright, let's not talk about this. How was your cultivation today? As they chatted, the two walked towards the school's martial arts arena. Liang Peng occasionally furrowed his brows and had already made up his mind. Yi Chen and Bai Qianqian walked to the bottom of the academic affairs building. Who was that just now? Yi Chen asked. Bai Qianqian looked puzzled. Don't you know? He's the teaching assistant at our school, Ling Yuxuan, the young master of the Ling family. I don't know. Yi Chen had just crossed over to this world not long ago, so he didn't know many people. He had never come into contact with such a teaching assistant, so naturally, he didn't recognize him. And, the young master of the Ling family? Yi Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. If you confront him like that, will he do anything to you? Dare he? He's just a Zoan ancient species user with the ability of a Tyrannosaurus fruit. I'm not afraid of him. Yi Chen smiled, indeed. Bai Qianqian's strength and background made her unafraid of him. But Yi Chen felt that Ling Yuxuan was not simple. Although he looked refined, Ling Yuxuan gave him a feeling of being two-faced, with a hint of cunning hidden beneath his smile. Definitely not an easy guy to deal with. After a few words, Yi Chen parted ways with Bai Qianqian. Yi Chen walked alone on the way back to the dormitory. Yi Chen. When he reached a deserted corner, a sudden voice came from behind Yi Chen. Although he didn't see who it was, he could guess that it was probably his roommates. However, when he turned around to look around, he didn't see his roommates. Instead, he saw a strange man striding towards him aggressively. What is he up to? Yi Chen quickly searched his memory for this face but found no recollection of him. Who is this person? Do I know him? He wondered in his heart, feeling a sense of unease. Yi Chen, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you. The man spoke loudly with a very arrogant look on his face. Yi Chen's face showed no expression as he asked, do we know each other? Whether we know each other is not important. What's important is that I know you. I heard you got first place in the Lingxi secret realm. With so many Lingxi spring waters, can you lend me some? The man speaking in front of him was Liang Pang. When he followed Ling Yuxuan towards the martial arts arena earlier, he had already made up his mind to personally cause trouble for Yi Chen to show his loyalty to Ling Yuxuan. So he casually made an excuse to leave and headed straight for Yi Chen. Yi Chen chuckled and ignored him. For such a clown, it was best to ignore him. It was a waste of breath to say another word. So Yi Chen turned to leave. Liang Peng, seeing that she was ignoring him, became anxious. With a big step forward, he reached out to stop Yi Chen, loudly reprimanding, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you know what it means to respect your seniors? How did your teachers teach you?" Yi Chen stopped, looking at the outstretched arm blocking his way, feeling annoyed. If this were in the secret realm, that hand would have already fallen to the ground. Get lost, Yi Chen replied calmly with just one word. Liang Pang laughed heartily. You, a nobody, dare to be so arrogant? And what else? I advise you to stay away from Bai Qianqian. Don't think you can have swan meat, you toad. Wei Lin. Liang Pang suddenly realized he was about to say the wrong thing and immediately stopped. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Lin? So that's it. Oh, no wonder someone would come looking for trouble out of the blue. Well, it's not my fault then. Lin what? Go on, let's see what else nonsense you can spout. Yi Chen still didn't take him seriously. None of your business, stop talking nonsense and hand over the Lingxi spring water. Or else. Or else what? Or else you beg me, call me daddy, and I'll reward you with a bottle. If you ask nicely, like a good grandson, maybe I'll give you 2 bottles. Yi Chen wasn't a bad person, nor was he the kind to be bullied. In this world of the survival of the fittest, there's no need for reasoning. A strong fist is the truth. But he wouldn't strike first, to avoid complications later. Hearing Yi Chen humiliating him, Liang Peng's face showed a mix of anger and a hint of delight. You scoundrel, I'm here to get that Lingxi spring water from you, that's me showing you respect. Don't be ignorant, or else. The consequences are not something you can handle. What consequences? I'd love to know. At that moment, Liang Peng couldn't hold back anymore. He immediately used his devil fruit ability. In an instant, Liang Peng transformed into a dog. White-faced, black-headed, ears perked up, body in black and white, a streak of black running between his eyes. Yi Chen chuckled, dog fruit, ordinary type husky form? Yi Chen was very familiar with the appearance of a husky, he couldn't possibly be mistaken. Yi Chen remained calm, teasing, oh, another dog fruit, dog form. Come on, give a couple of barks. Yi Chen's unusual behavior left Liang Peng puzzled. He had already revealed his hand, why wasn't he afraid? And he acted as if nothing was wrong, very composed. Isn't he a devil fruit ability user? How can this waste not fear me? It was inconceivable. Liang Peng couldn't understand what Yi Chen was thinking. No time for that. Once the arrow is shot, it won't turn back. Even though he was Yi Chen's senior, even if he was just an ordinary dog fruit user, he couldn't possibly lose to a waste with a devil fruit ability younger than him, right? He refused to believe such a thing could happen. And he even mocked him. Liang Peng couldn't stand it. Roar! With a roar, Liang Peng dashed towards Yi Chen on all fours, leaping up, revealing sharp dog claws. In an instant, Yi Chen just smiled, effortlessly raising his right hand. Then the next moment, bang! After a loud bang, Liang Peng froze in place, as if caught like a chick, easily held by Yi Chen by the neck, unable to move. At that moment, Liang Peng's pupils widened in shock, his eyes round with fear. How was this possible? He had personally investigated Yi Chen's background. He had been an orphan since childhood, weak in constitution, impossible to even taste the meat of a fierce beast, let alone obtain any physique-enhancing elixirs. And now he had awakened a devil fruit ability like a waste. But why could his strength be so terrifying, to the point of being able to restrain him with just one hand? And he even blocked his full-strength blow. How is this possible? What is going on? In that instant, his understanding of Yi Chen was completely overturned. His eyes were filled with panic, endless fear engulfing his body. He even felt numb all over, without any sensation of pain. Please, spare. Asterisk crack. Asterisk a crisp sound. Liang Peng could no longer make a sound. Because his entire throat was completely crushed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk another loud noise. Liang Peng was slammed heavily to the ground by Yi Chen. Instantly, a large pit appeared. Countless bones in his body might have broken. At the same time, the powerful impact caused him to pass out. Yi Chen stood aside, a disdainful smile on his face. What a pitiful guy, following Ling Yuxuan, you're unlucky. He didn't even consider what state Liang Peng would end up in, nor did he bother asking why he had come to cause trouble. Because Yi Chen already had a rough idea in his mind, now he needed to set an example. The goal was to show Ling Yuxuan who's in charge. After severely injuring Liang Peng, Yi Chen turned and left. But just as he took 2 steps, he turned back. You're unlucky today, as I suddenly recalled something. For someone so wicked, I can't let you off the hook today. With a thought, a powerful force gathered in his right fist, a hint of a smile on his lips. Asterisk bang. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk 4 consecutive crisp sounds. 4 punches. All landed on Liang Peng's elbows and knees. Bones shattered instantly, flesh and blood blurred. The fall earlier might have just caused some fractures, but these 4 punches directly crushed his bones extensively. As Yi Chen turned to leave, memories of his past bullying and mistreatment of the weak, even desecrating vulnerable women, flashed through his mind. Since he had this opportunity, he had to make him taste the bitterness of being bullied. It was a weight event for those he had bullied. After the 4 punches, he left. Hey, what's that? A body. Murder. Ah! A young couple happened to stroll by, never expecting to come across a mutilated body. My goodness! This scared them to no end. 10 minutes later, the school doctor arrived at the scene. Even he was shocked. Oh my! This was too brutal. All the crucial joints, bones completely shattered. This person is probably done for. In the doctor's shocked tone, there was a hint of satisfaction. Though his face was covered in blood, he could still recognize who this person was. Despite appearing as a well-behaved student, he had done many wrong deeds behind the scenes. The number of people he had sent to the school clinic due to injuries was so high that even the doctor himself couldn't remember. But when asked who had injured them, not a single person was willing to speak the truth, driven by genuine fear. Even if they didn't speak, did the doctor not know? With his experience, he could roughly guess who did it based on the depth and style of the wounds, but he chose not to reveal it. Since the injured students refused to disclose the truth, there must be concerns in their hearts. He was just a school doctor, unable to interfere much. Seeing this person in such a state now, he felt secretly pleased. If there weren't so many people around, he might have even applauded. But he had a duty to fulfill. Otherwise, he would have loved to go over and kick him a couple more times to relieve his anger. However, that was just wishful thinking. He still took Liang Peng to the emergency room and coordinated with various departments for his treatment. Nanyuan-based City First High School. The sunlight streamed into the room as Ling Yuxuan leisurely sat in front of the coffee table, sipping tea, dressed in a suit with a smile on his face. From his appearance, it was easy to see that he was a refined and elegant man. Someone hurriedly knocked on the door and whispered something in his ear. All right, I got it. Ling Yuxuan waved his hand, leaving him alone in the room once again. Suddenly, the sunlight faded, taking his radiant smile with it. His lips curled slightly, and wickedness filled his entire face. Ha! Yi Chen actually dared to beat Liang Peng like this. My chance has come. Ling Yuxuan's face seemed naturally sinister. However, he presented a different facade to outsiders, while his true intentions remained hidden. He never cared why Yi Chen could beat Liang Peng like that, he was indifferent and unconcerned. In his eyes, Liang Peng was just a pawn for him to manipulate, a dispensable underling. Ling Yuxuan had not ordered Liang Peng to pick a fight with Yi Chen, he had just been a bit cunning. At that moment, he was extremely excited because his opportunity to cripple Yi Chen had arrived. Moreover, this time he could crush him under the guise of righteousness. Justice would become his blade. With such a legitimate reason, even if Yi Chen had Bai Qianxian backing him, it would be useless. He would stand on the moral high ground and firmly control Yi Chen. In the emergency room, Liang Peng lay on the stretcher. Outside the emergency room were Liang Peng's family, homeroom teacher, and others. What's going on? How did my son end up like this? Liang Peng's father, Liang Tianqing, glared coldly at the homeroom teacher, while a woman sitting at the emergency room door had already cried her eyes out. This woman was Liang Peng's mother, Jiang Xia. Lao Liang, I've been telling you to discipline our son. You never listened. Our son is in this state because of you. Liang Tianqing clenched his fist and slammed it against the wall. What's the use of talking about this now? The most important thing is to find the person who harmed our son. He must be torn to pieces. Liang Tianqing immediately turned to a man and demanded, who is responsible for what happened to our son Penger? This man was Liang Peng's follower, Liang Kuei. At that moment, facing Liang Tianqing's questioning, Liang Kuei was at a loss. I don't know. He was terrified, fearing that Liang Tianqing would vent all his anger on him. You don't know? You've always been following my son, haven't you? And now you're telling me you don't know? Liang Tianqing's anger grew, and he wanted to punch Liang Kuei. Liang Kuei was on the verge of wetting himself. I think I remember now. Liang Kuei then told Liang Tianqing everything he knew. Yi Chen? Who is this person? Trembling, Liang Kuei said, a junior brother who just awakened the Tremor fruit ability. Liang Tianqing was immediately puzzled. Tremor fruit ability? Wasn't that a useless ability? How could it have caused his son, who possessed a demon fruit ability related to animals, to end up like this? But, according to Liang Kuei's description, that day, he only had contact with Yi Chen, and after that, there was no news. Who else could it be? Currently, Yi Chen was the prime suspect, and Liang Tianqing was consumed with rage. Yi Chen? Damn! I'll kill you! How dare you cripple my son! Liang Tianqing cursed loudly. Upon hearing this name, he quickly searched his memory. He was certain that this Yi Chen had no significant family background. Liang Tianqing was about to storm out, but he was stopped by a group of people from the school. Dad Liang, calm down. We don't have absolute evidence pointing to Yi Chen right now. You can't be so impulsive, please wait for us to investigate thoroughly, okay? Liang Peng's homeroom teacher urged anxiously. He was also saddened by what had happened, but after listening to the conversation between Mr. and Mrs. Liang, he was puzzled. In his eyes, Liang Peng had always been a well-behaved student. But from his parents' words, it seemed like they rarely disciplined Liang Peng. He had always thought that Liang Peng received strict discipline at home. Could it be that Liang Peng was secretly up to no good? The homeroom teacher couldn't be sure. Everything had to wait until the investigation was clear before making a decision. Just as Liang Peng's father was arguing with the school staff, a voice rang out. Liang Tianqing, your son is still inside lying down. Liang Peng's mother, Jiang Xia, scolded loudly. It was this angry shout that finally woke up the furious Liang Tianqing. But he was still very unwilling. Turning around, he fiercely pounded his fist on the ground. Nanyuan Bay City First High School Dormitory. Yi Chen, you little rascal, secretly contacting the school beauty without telling us. Exactly, we advised you so much, not to go to the Lingxi secret realm, but you didn't listen. Turns out you secretly teamed up with the school beauty, not wanting to bring us along. Exactly, such a good thing, and you didn't share it with your good brothers. How did you, little guy, get in touch with the school beauty? It's said that she's known as the iceberg beauty. In our school, the number of people who can talk to her is probably very few, right? To be honest, what did you do with the school beauty in the secret realm, alone together? Just back in the dormitory, Yi Chen faced a barrage of questions from his roommates. The news of him and Bai Qianxian taking the first place in the Lingxi secret realm had already spread throughout the campus. Naturally, his roommates also knew about this news. Yi Chen didn't know how to explain for a moment. He just said lightly, it wasn't me, she wanted to team up with me. But this straightforward answer was met with ridicule from all his roommates. Yi Chen, can you stop bragging? The school beauty didn't team up with you voluntarily. Exactly, how dare you say such big words with just a little achievement? I don't believe it. The whole dormitory entered a bombardment mode, but at that moment, the footsteps of a group of people were quietly approaching. The dormitory was noisy, with footsteps slowly getting closer. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door outside Yi Chen's dormitory. "Who is it?" one of the roommates sitting near the door asked loudly. Then the door opened, and in that instant, almost all the smiles in the dormitory disappeared. Confusion, surprise, bewilderment. It was clear to see several people standing outside the door with serious expressions: the headmaster, Liang Peng's homeroom teacher, Liang Tianqing, and even the vice principal in charge of security. Almost everyone in the dormitory was inexplicably surprised, except for Yi Chun, who remained calm. The minds of his roommates were racing, trying to figure out what mischief they had recently done. Could it be the teacher found out about me skipping class? I've been well behaved recently, haven't done anything wrong. Did the school teacher come to personally commend Yi Chen? Did my cheating on a classmate alarm the school? In any case, when the headmaster and vice principal came to the dormitory in person, it was definitely not for a good reason. "Who is Yi Chen?" the headmaster asked sternly. At that moment, all the roommates' anxious hearts were put at ease. It wasn't trouble for themselves, nothing could be more relieving. And Yi Chen was not intimidated by the headmaster. He could guess that someone might come looking for him, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly and with such a grand show of force. As soon as the headmaster finished speaking, Yi Chen raised his hand. "Me." The headmaster and his entourage turned to look at Yi Chen, their eyes filled with curiosity. He was surprisingly calm, a calmness that was different from the ordinary. The headmaster cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Yi Chen, come with us for a moment, we need to talk to you about something." Yi Chen nodded. He didn't try to escape, nor could he. After Yi Chen was taken away, all the dormitory residents gathered on the balcony, whispering to each other. What did Yi Chen do to warrant such a big commotion at school? Yeah, and did you notice, Vice Principal Tan even came? It must be something serious. Probably an accident. I think I remember something. I heard that just half an hour ago, a senior student was beaten to a pulp on campus. What? At that moment, all the roommates were shocked. A senior student, beaten to a pulp? Did Yi Chen do that? In their impression, Yi Chen was not a violent person, he had an excellent character. How could he do such a thing? Another reason they found it unbelievable was that they never expected Vice Principal Tan to show up. How big of a deal did Yi Chen get himself into? But what they didn't know was that Vice Principal Tan only came under pressure from Ling Yuxuan's family to handle the situation. If it weren't for Ling Yuxuan's pressure, he would never bother with such a minor issue. After a long silence, do you think it was really Yi Chen who did it? Not sure. They came directly to the dormitory to take him. There must be evidence, right? Oh my god. Could a student with superpowers really do something like this? Everyone in the dormitory was astonished. In the office of the disciplinary department, the crowd surrounded Yi Chen, giving off a sense of demanding answers. Speak up. Did you hurt my son? Liang Tianqing, despite being very restrained, couldn't help but shout when he saw Yi Chen. The homeroom teacher immediately restrained Liang Tianqing, afraid he might do something extreme, but he also dared not. After all, this was a school. Everyone's gaze fell on Yi Chen. He wanted to take my Lingxi spring water. Yi Chen remained calm, showing little emotion. It was as if injuring Liang Peng was justified, as if it was a matter of course. The headmaster immediately scolded. Even if that's the case, you could have just ignored him. Why did you have to injure him so severely? He struck first, Yi Chen said. With just these two sentences, Liang Tianqing could basically confirm that his son was the one injured by Yi Chen. Unable to hold back any longer, he exclaimed, "Nonsense! My son has always been kind and never causes trouble. How could he possibly want to take your Lingxi spring water and harm you?" Yi Chen chuckled. This was being kind and not causing trouble? Wanting to harm me even to the point of my neck, and that's not causing trouble? Ridiculous. But before Yi Chen could speak, another voice rang out. That's right. As Liang Peng's homeroom teacher, I know this child too well, he wouldn't do such a thing. You claim he threatened you, demanded your Lingxi spring water, do you have any evidence? This voice came from Liang Peng's homeroom teacher, Wen Dayun. From his tone, Yi Chen could tell that Wen Dayun was very agitated. In class, Liang Peng indeed behaved well, but that was only on the surface. In reality, Liang Peng did things behind the scenes that Wen Dayun had no knowledge of. But compared to Yi Chen's insistence, he preferred to believe what he had seen with his own eyes. And most importantly, he received money from the Ling family. Yi Chen's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. So if I say I'm usually a gentle person, how could I do such a thing? You ask me for evidence, but where is your evidence? Faced with Yi Chen's questioning, it felt like a slap in the face, the sound echoing. Perhaps Yi Chen had hit a nerve. At this moment, his emotions were even more stirred up than Liang Tianqing. You want evidence, right? I have it. There is a note on Liang Peng that says Yi Chen's dad was here, beating Liang Peng. Can you say this wasn't left by you? With these words, even Liang Tianqing was dumbfounded. Wasn't his son's homeroom teacher stopping me at the hospital saying he needed evidence? How come now it seems like he's changed, making up evidence even when there's none? But he didn't say much more because he knew that the homeroom teacher, Wen Daiyun, was now on his side, which was the best outcome for him. Hearing this, Yi Chen burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. So if I break your son's leg and leave a note, Dad has violent tendencies, breaking my son's leg. Are you the culprit? Faced with Yi Chen's question, Wen Daiyun couldn't say a word. Moreover, he seemed to detect a hint of threat in Yi Chen's words. Did he really want to break his son's leg? Thinking about it, he might actually do it. After all, Liang Pang lying in the emergency room was the best example. Just as the two sides were at an impasse, at that moment, there were suddenly hurried footsteps outside the door. Everyone turned their puzzled gazes to the office door. After a moment, a group of people rushed into the office. Yi Chen looked surprised. It's actually the homeroom teacher and other subject teachers? Why are they here? Before this, Yi Chen had never thought anyone would step forward to help him. But he never expected that the homeroom teacher and teachers who usually ignored him would all show up. And judging by their posture, they were definitely here to support him. A warmth rose in Yi Chen's heart. The leading woman was Yi Chen's homeroom teacher, Lin Shui. As soon as the group entered, they stood in front of Yi Chen. Lin Shui gasped for breath and asked Yi Chen, tell me, what's going on? Yi Chen recounted the whole incident to Lin Shui. She was furious. How dare you pin the blame on my student? My student Yi Chen is usually a very polite child. He would never lay a hand on Liang Ping first. Lin Shui directly fought back, fighting fire with fire. And Mr. Wen, you said there's evidence? But is what you said evidence? Please study well, don't just think about violence all day long. Wen Daiyun was left speechless by Lin Shui's words, each one hitting home. Seeing the situation escalating beyond control, the head of discipline said, I suggest we wait for Liang Ping to wake up and hear his testimony before making a decision. With that said, no one from either side spoke. Ahem, ahem. Vice Principal Tan pretended to cough, giving both sides a reminder. Although he was on Liang Peng's side, continuing like this was indeed pointless. Both sides agreed, and the matter came to a close. Of course, they were not afraid that Yi Chen would run away, because if he did, it would be like admitting guilt and fleeing. And Yi Chen, he was more afraid that Liang Tianqing would come looking for trouble privately. If he dared to come, Yi Chen absolutely believed he had the ability to make the father and son share a hospital room. After a few people left, Yi Chen walked on the road thinking of explaining the situation to the homeroom teacher Lin Shui again, but she refused. Her reason was that she absolutely believed he wouldn't be the troublemaker. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel touched, never expecting that the homeroom teacher Lin Shui would trust him like this. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Shui was actually Bai Qianqian's cousin. Back in the dormitory, Yi Chen found the entrance surrounded. This matter had almost spread throughout the entire campus, and the people standing at the door were mostly classmates who had been bullied by Liang Peng. At this moment, they looked at Yi Chen with great admiration, as if he was their hero. Perplexed, Yi Chen walked into the dormitory and asked after closing the door, why are they here? Excitedly, his dorm mates replied, Fan Ji, the whole school knows about that incident, you're famous now. Yeah, didn't expect you to come out unscathed, truly admirable. Yes, they've never seen such a powerful display before, so they came to watch. One of his roommates approached Yi Chen and said, Fan Ji, do you know? I was really worried just now, afraid you'd be taken to the darkroom to operate the sewing machine. He was Wu Hao, Yi Chen's best roommate in the dormitory. Yi Chen smiled wryly, appreciating his good roommate who even thought of this step. Don't worry, without concrete evidence, I'll be fine. And, a clear conscience fears no accusation. The others nodded. They naturally believed in Yi Chen. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. This time, everyone's gaze was fixed on the door. Fan Ge, can't be so soon, right? Go away. You jinx. Impossible. The door opened, revealing the dormitory auntie, which relieved everyone. But why was the auntie here? Was she here to join the fun too? Just as everyone was puzzled, the auntie spoke. Who is Yi Chen? There's someone named Bai Qianqian looking for you. This sentence was like a bombshell, instantly causing a commotion in the crowd. The school flower was looking for him again? Couldn't leave Yi Chen alone, huh? Wu Hao joked, Fan Ge, did you do something bad inside and now she's looking for you? Yi Chen playfully slapped Wu Hao on the back, the crisp sound echoing in the dormitory. Wu Hao, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll pluck your nose hairs. Of course, Yi Chen was just joking. Wu Hao immediately covered his nose, teasing, bro, I was wrong, spare my nose hairs, it hurts. Later, Yi Chen went downstairs, with everyone's eyes still on him, eager to see what would happen next. When he reached the dormitory entrance, there were already many onlookers gathered. "What's the matter?" Yi Chen asked. Bai Qianqian glanced around, then with a thought, opened the air door, and they both went in together, leaving the crowd in awe. Inside the space between doors, a hint of guilt appeared on Bai Qianqian's snowy white face. "I'm sorry." "Why say that? I know Liang Peng's relationship with Ling Yuxuan is not ordinary, so." Yi Chen smiled. "So what does that have to do with you? I was the one who hit him, so I naturally have to face everything now. But, isn't all this because of me?" Bai Qianqian felt Yi Chen was still protecting her at this moment, which warmed her heart, but she felt even more embarrassed. She knew Ling Yuxuan well. How many people had tried to pursue her before, only to disappear without a trace, some even from this world? If it was one or two, it could be explained, but every single one like this? At first, Bai Qianqian never imagined that it would be Ling Yuxuan's masterpiece, but gradually, she discovered that among all the pursuers, only Ling Yuxuan remained unscathed. However, he didn't seem like a ruthless villain at all. Until one day, Bai Qianqian witnessed what Liang Peng had done with her own eyes. She couldn't help but think about their relationship, and suddenly everything became clear to her. But due to his family background, Bai Qianqian couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, these things were not done by him personally. It was only then that Bai Qianqian realized the depth of this person's scheming. That's why she now appeared so aloof and unapproachable. When she invited Yi Chen to team up in the beginning, she had thought about it for a long time and came up with a thorough plan before resorting to this. Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly as he looked into Bai Qianqian's eyes and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you didn't want to help me, didn't want to team up with me, none of these things would have happened. Can I blame you for not lending me a hand?" Bai Qianqian also looked at Yi Chen, smiled at each other, and didn't say much. After many days of exploring the Lingxi secret realm, even if they hadn't experienced life and death, they had at least shared hardships. And the sword facing the Sea King's fierce beast on the sea was unforgettable for Bai Qianqian. The two looked at each other for a long time, and Bai Qianqian finally came back to her senses. Her face instantly turned pink. "So, why did you go so hard on Liang Peng?" Bai Qianqian asked in confusion. "I know he was sent by Ling Yuxuan, just a warning to him," Yi Chen replied. Bai Qianqian felt slightly shocked. He actually knew that Liang Peng was working with Ling Yuxuan? Unbelievable judgment. Yi Chen smiled and said, "What? Didn't expect me to be like this? I am like this. I may not repay kindness, but I will avenge enmity, and I don't like to procrastinate. No, I just wanted to say that if something like this happens in the future, you can call me, so we can seamlessly handle it together." Bai Qianqian chuckled. Yi Chen's smile contained a hint of surprise. "You are quite considerate. To do such things and call her in the future?" Yi Chen never expected Bai Qianqian to say such words. It was a complete support for him, or a direct bias towards him. And she was right. With Bai Qianqian's ability to bear fruit, it would indeed be more convenient to handle such matters. Time passed day by day. Liang Peng still hadn't woken up, and Yi Chen could only stay at school, unable to go anywhere. One day, as night fell and the roommates turned off the lights, Yi Chen lay on his bed, ready to rest. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding, reminder, 3 seconds until the next item refresh, reminder, 2 seconds until the next item refresh, reminder, 1 second until the next item refresh, system store items have been refreshed. Yi Chen was feeling a bit drowsy, but upon hearing the system's notification sound, he instantly woke up. The third system refresh was here? With a thought, he immediately opened the system interface, entered the store. Brand new items appeared on the screen filled with a sense of technology. The first item, Monkey D. Luffy's hat from One Piece. It should look good when worn, but it's not really useful, just a representation of a sentiment. Yi Chen continued to scroll down. 6. Roronoa Zoro's 3 earrings. Price, 1 yuan. This time the system store refresh is a decoration special? It's really out of line. Yi Chen continued to scroll down, unsurprisingly. There was nothing he had been hoping for among those items. For example, Fujitora's observation haki, Kaido's armament haki, Hawkeye's swordsmanship, Marine's rokushiki, and so on, none of them. Not a single one was seen. Indeed, after losing the S-level refresh card, there really isn't anything good left. I used to rely on my own luck. What kind of luck is that? It doesn't exist at all. I must have come from African refugees. This is too unfair. However, even if none of these things are what I wanted, I can't waste this opportunity. After some consideration, Yi Chen set his eyes on an item. A black weapon, but it didn't emit light like the previous S-level items. 9. A baseball bat with sea tower stone, Price, 1 yuan, Yechen took a sharp breath. Sea Tower Stone? Without a doubt, in the absence of S-level items, this is a treasure. In the world of pirates, Sea Tower Stone is a rare mineral found only in a specific sea area. It's also very difficult to process. Its hardness is considerable, said to be as hard as a diamond. Most importantly, when in contact with a devil fruit user, it can temporarily nullify their abilities. And Yechen can be sure that there is no Sea Tower Stone in this world, and no users who can comprehend Haki. Natural ability users are almost invincible, but with this iron rod containing Sea Tower Stone, Yechen can definitely be the nemesis of natural ability users. Even scenes of battles appeared in his mind. This made Yechen extremely excited. Why think too much about it? Buy it. Just take it right away. With a thought, Yechen made the purchase instantly. Ding, instant purchase successful. Instant purchase item stored in the system space. Although excited, Yechen silently went outside to the balcony. He opened the system space and took out the only item inside. After a moment, a black baseball bat appeared in Yechen's hand. The bat's body was mostly black, made of Q275 steel. The front half of the bat was made of a mix of Sea Tower Stone and steel. The handle was connected to a red piece of wood. This type of steel is almost the hardest material. Combined with the Sea Tower Stone, it's nearly indestructible. Yechen kept swinging the baseball bat in his hand. Although it wasn't an S-level item, at this crucial moment, it was almost S-level. After a few more days, at the first hospital of Nanyuan Base City, in Liang Peng's ward, his mother Jiang Xia had been by his side almost constantly, afraid to miss the moment her son woke up, and even more afraid of missing his last moments if anything went wrong. Cough, cough, cough. A sound echoed in the quiet ward. Jiang Xia, who had her eyes closed, immediately opened them. She looked straight at her son Liang Peng. The scene before her made her scream instantly. Ah, ah, ah. The commotion also alerted the nurses, who hurried over and asked, Auntie, what's wrong? This is a hospital, please don't make loud noises. Nurse, my son is awake. Jiang Xia pointed excitedly at her son Liang Peng. The hospital then immediately convened a consultation to continue analyzing Liang Peng's condition. The final result was that although Liang Peng had woken up and his vital signs were basically back to normal, his bones were shattered at the highest level and couldn't recover so quickly. His throat was completely damaged, and he couldn't speak at the moment. As for whether he could recover later, that would depend on his ability to recover. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Xia's eyes almost welled up with tears. But for her, the fact that her son could wake up was already a stroke of luck in misfortune. Just 2 hours later, both class teachers and Yichen had arrived at the hospital. The moment Yichen entered the ward, Liang Peng saw him for the first time. His eyes immediately showed a look of fear. When Liang Peng saw Yichen's face, it was as if he had encountered the king of hell himself, and the image of being captured by him single-handedly involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The boundless sense of fear from back then struck him once again. Lying on the hospital bed, he instinctively curled back, only to find himself unable to move at all. His face, which had some color before, instantly turned pale. Seeing this, Liang Tianqing immediately stepped forward to embrace his son, saying, Son, don't be afraid. Look, the teachers are here to uphold justice for you. Upon hearing this, Yichen smiled. Uphold justice? Does this look like upholding justice? They are trying to fabricate evidence. I bet they wish for my death. Liang Peng's class teacher, Wen Dayun, also spoke up. Rest assured, Liang Peng, you are safe here. No one dares to harm you again. We have a few questions for you. Please answer truthfully. Are you still clear about what happened on the day you were injured? If you are, please nod. Everyone's gaze focused on Liang Peng lying on the bed. Liang Peng then nodded. When Dayun continued, was it this person who injured you that day? As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Yi Chen. Liang Peng pondered for a moment and did not immediately give an answer. After a breath, Liang Peng made eye contact with his father, Liang Tianqing, before nodding. At that moment, the suppressed anger in Liang Tianqing's heart erupted. His veins bulged as he shouted excitedly, Look, you still deny it? The evidence is here. What other excuses do you have? Faced with Liang Tianqing's anger, Yi Chen remained calm, with a hint of mockery on his lips. Is this your evidence? My son said it was you who injured him, isn't that enough? When Dayun chimed in, exactly. My student has already said so, do you still want to argue? Yi Chen turned to Wen Dayun and stared, Teacher? Do you want me to give another example about your son? Wen Dayun was rendered speechless by Yi Chen's words, a blatant threat to him. He glanced at Liang Peng still lying on the bed and dared not speak further. I thought who it might be, turns out it's Yi Chen. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from outside the door. Soon after, the door was pushed open, and two people walked in. Yi Chen shifted his gaze to the door and let out a cold laugh. The person was none other than Ling Yuxuan. He walked in, followed by Vice Principal Tan. Yi Chen was surprised. He didn't expect Vice Principal Tan to be on his side. No wonder he personally came to the dormitory. At that time, Yi Chen had doubts, but now everything made sense. However, upon entering, he remained silent and didn't want to say much. Yi Chen smiled. "Senior, what brings you here?" He was not surprised by Ling Yuxuan's arrival. If he hadn't come, that would have been unusual. Liang Peng was his pawn, and now was a perfect opportunity to suppress Yi Chen. How could he let it slip by? Ling Yuxuan adjusted his glasses, looking righteous, and said, "Liang Peng is my good friend. If he was injured for no reason, I would definitely." Before Ling Yuxuan could finish, Yi Chen interrupted, "Spare me the nonsense. You only had Liang Peng come bother me because you saw the school flower standing with me, right?" Looking at Ling Yuxuan's beastly appearance, he was too lazy to continue watching his performance and directly said, "If you want to mess with me, why bother with all this trouble? I'll give you a chance now. Tomorrow, just tomorrow, we'll meet directly at the arena." Yi Chen's words made everyone present understand the whole story. It woke everyone up. After hearing this, Liang Tianqing stared angrily at Ling Yuxuan. He knew well the power of the Ling family in Nanyuan Base City, so he didn't dare to do anything. He coldly said, I didn't expect this. So, it turns out young Master Ling is such a person. No wonder my son was inexplicably beaten like this. You are the culprit." Jiang Xia burst into tears and cried out, "It's you. You harmed my son." Except for the vice principal and Liang Peng's homeroom teacher Wen Dayun, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. They started discussing it. Hearing the discussions, Ling Yuxuan blushed and agreed, "Fine. I'll grant your ridiculous request." For Ling Yuxuan, this was the direction he wanted things to go, and it suited him perfectly. As for what others said about him, Ling Yuxuan didn't care. Yi Chen smiled and said, "So, you admit that you instructed Liang Ping to bother me?" Ling Yuxuan naturally wouldn't admit it, as it wasn't true. "I didn't do anything. I just mentioned that you were getting close to Bai Qianqian. As for what happened later, ask Liang Peng." Then he turned to Liang Peng and said, "Right?" Despite being beaten like this, Liang Peng's loyalty to Ling Xiao was not shattered. Indeed, as Ling Yuxuan said, it was his own idea, unrelated to Ling Xiao. So he nodded firmly. "Let me take care of all the follow-ups with Liang Peng. Let's leave it at that for today, okay?" Ling Yuxuan said with a smile to everyone. He had come today to make things difficult for Yi Chen, but he didn't expect him to directly challenge him to a fight. This was the most satisfactory outcome for him. Since he had the opportunity to personally defeat Yi Chen, there was no need for other means. That's why he said such words. Jiang Xia was somewhat reluctant, but, before she could finish, her husband Liang Tianqing interrupted her, smiling, "It's okay, I have no problem with it." Then he glanced at Jiang Xia. Yi Chen smiled. With Ling Yuxuan's involvement, more financial resources could be invested, and his son would surely recover faster, making Ling Yuxuan owe their family a favor. What a clever plan. Since the Liang family, as well as Ling Yuxuan, were fine with it, naturally, everyone else had no problem. However, homeroom teacher Lin Shui quietly approached Yi Chen and frowned. "Are you crazy? He's Ling Yuxuan. Can you beat him? Isn't this going to your death? Although I don't know what happened in the secret realm, I probably know that you are clinging to Bai Qianqian. Don't think that just because you got first place, your confidence can swell." Lin Shui was not very old, probably in her early 20s, and quite attractive. As for Lin Shui's concern, Yi Chen just smiled and said, "Sister Shui, you have to believe me." Lin Shui glanced at Yi Chen and smiled bitterly, "I don't care about you. I've reminded you anyway. How to choose is up to you." Then she turned and left. This matter also came to an end. Inside the first middle school campus, Bai Qianqian walked on the school road, preparing to go to the martial arts arena to study her swordsmanship. "Hey, have you heard? Yi Chen is going to fight assistant instructor Ling Yuxuan." "Really? Isn't Yi Chen the ability user who shook the fruit of tremors?" "Yes, it's unbelievable, right? I think he's really overconfident. You know, Ling Yuxuan is a user of the ancient Tyrannosaurus fruit ability in the animal department. Isn't this bullying? Ancient species? That's too strong. Yi Chen is definitely doomed. It is said that it was Yi Chen who took the initiative. Do you think he's out of his mind? Is it true? Yi Chen took the initiative? How arrogant. Let's wait for the show tomorrow." Bai Qianqian walked by, constantly hearing people discussing Yi Chen and Ling Yuxuan's showdown tomorrow, but she didn't feel surprised. She had witnessed Yi Chen's strength with her own eyes. What ancient Tyrannosaurus fruit ability in the animal department, it's nothing in front of Yi Chen. But what really surprised Bai Qianqian was that Yi Chen actually took the initiative to challenge Ling Yuxuan. Could it be for me to stop Ling Yuxuan from harassing me? Bai Qianqian thought, feeling secretly delighted. Even her cheeks unknowingly blushed. The next day, at 11:30 in the afternoon, South Vast Base City Arena. There was half an hour left before the showdown officially began. The venue was shaped like a football field, surrounded by more than 20 rows of tiered seats. The entire arena could probably accommodate 10,000 people. A banner was hung overhead, promoting today's showdown. In fact, all of this was arranged by Ling Yuxuan, who even spent money on external promotion. So, what was originally a low-key showdown was now packed with spectators. He wanted to showcase his strength in front of everyone, especially in front of Bai Qianqian, by crushing Yi Chen. In the preparation room, Ling Yuxuan paced back and forth, looking very excited, feeling impatient. On the contrary, Yi Chen sat quietly on the sofa with his eyes closed, feeling no nervousness. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Yi Chen opened his eyes. Who could it be at this time? Come in. The door was pushed open, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of slender and snow-white legs. Bai Qianqian? What are you doing here? Bai Qianqian was dressed exceptionally sexy today, in black denim shorts, a white silk crop top revealing her midriff, and black long hair naturally falling on her shoulders. She closed the door, sat next to Yi Chen, pouted, and said, "You, Yi Chen, didn't even bother to tell me about such a big thing. I had to hear about it from someone else." From Bai Qianqian's tone, it was easy to hear her grievances. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. He never thought they would have any contact after coming out of the Spirit Creek's secret realm. Therefore, he never thought about telling Bai Qianqian. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Sorry, I forgot. I'll make sure to next time." Bai Qianqian glanced at him locally. Forget and next time? This answer did not satisfy her at all. Knock. The door was knocked again. "Come in," Yi Chen said. The door was pushed open, and a staff member walked in. Upon entering, seeing Bai Qianqian there too, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. The staff here were just students working part-time, coincidentally from the same school. So, of course, they knew Bai Qianqian. Although they had heard about Yi Chen and Bai Qianqian's experience in the Spirit Creek secret realm, seeing it with their own eyes was still somewhat unbelievable. The staff handed over 3 pieces of paper and an ink pad. Yi Chen took a look. A life and death challenge? Playing it this big? I just wanted to teach Ling Yuxuan a lesson, not to take his life directly. But he went ahead and issued a life and death challenge. It seems he really wants my life. Then I won't be polite. Even if he doesn't die, I'll leave him half crippled. Yi Chen didn't hesitate. He signed his name directly and stamped his handprint. Exactly 12 noon. The audience's emotions in the stands had reached their peak. Amid thunderous screams, Yi Chen and Ling Yuxuan entered. The two stood opposite each other on the dueling platform, with a large screen on one side broadcasting their real-time images. In the VIP area of the audience stands, Ling family's head, Bai Qianqian, and others were seated. After exchanging polite glances, they smiled. A magnetic voice resounded in the venue. "Welcome to the South Abyss Base City Arena. Today's protagonists are the owner of the ancient species Tyrannosaurus fruit, Ling Yuxuan, and also the owner of the Quake fruit, Yi Chen. Now, I announce, the duel officially begins." As the host finished speaking, a deafening cheer erupted in the venue. Ling Yuxuan stood in the arena, a slight smile on his lips, revealing a proud expression. Without hesitation, he transformed into a beast. Ling Yuxuan's hands and feet turned into claws, a tail emerged, sharp spines grew on his back. His body enlarged significantly, muscles becoming well-defined and prominent. Is this the ancient species Tyrannosaurus fruit? So powerful. The momentum is overwhelming. Truly worthy of being an ancient species. The strength is terrifying. This Yi Chen is in for a tough time. Roar! A furious roar. Its might shook the heavens, echoing through the sky. In contrast, Yi Chen remained calm, his expression serene and composed. Ling Yuxuan asked, "Where is your sword?" Yi Chen just slightly raised the corner of his mouth. "Heh, do you think you're worthy?" Ling Yuxuan laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, no strength, yet trying to act cool like others?" Yi Chen took out a black staff from his spatial backpack. It was the baseball bat with Hylu stone he had obtained just a few days ago. In the audience stands, Ling family's head, Ling Ocean, smiled smugly. In the center of the arena, Ling Yuxuan made a move, exerting force with his feet, launching towards Yi Chen. Ling Yuxuan wouldn't show mercy to someone showing off like this, going all out from the start. The speed drew gasps from the audience. Such speed, it's incredible. Almost like a phantom. Facing Ling Yuxuan's full force attack, Yi Chen remained calm without a hint of panic. Yi Chen's expressionless face gently lifted his right hand, pointing the baseball bat towards Ling Yuxuan. At the moment of impact between the two, the calls in the arena reached a new peak. And then, the next moment, the entire venue fell silent. Almost everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Even Ling family's head, Ling Yuxuan, was the same. Moments later, the thunderous cheers throughout the venue were deafening, as if about to break through the sky. One-hit knockout. Can you believe it? Ending the battle with one strike? Who is Yi Chen? I've never heard of him before. This Yi Chen is too strong. Knocking out Ling Yuxuan, the owner of the ancient species Tyrannosaurus fruit, with just one hit? Is this staged? It's too unbelievable. There were even a group of fangirls who were deeply attracted by Yi Chen's handsome face and unfathomable strength. In the audience stands, they loudly cheered for Yi Chen, rooting for him. On the other hand, in the VIP area, even Ling Yuxuan, who had seen much of the world, had an expression of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? My son is the powerful ancient species Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, he couldn't say another word. His earlier confidence had completely vanished. No matter what, it's impossible for one's own son to be killed in one blow, right? This is just too outrageous. In the center of the arena, Yi Chen held a black stick against Ling Yuxuan's chest. Ling Yuxuan had already collapsed completely, losing all ability to resist. But Ling Yuxuan was still full of anger and refused to accept it. Damn it! Why do I have no strength at all? What have you done to me? A breeze passed by, and Yi Chen just smiled faintly, saying, apologize to me now and surrender, and I will tell you. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I can spare your life. Faced with Yi Chen's words, Ling Yuxuan fell silent. Unwilling. He was so unwilling. A senior student older than him, and a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus ability user at that. To be humiliated like this. It was a disgrace to Ling Yuxuan. Seeing Ling Yuxuan remain silent for a long time, Yi Chen swung the baseball bat at his chest, his expression indifferent, saying, speak. Without the devil fruit ability, Ling Yuxuan's defense greatly decreased, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Chen could easily knock him off the arena, but he insisted on making Ling Yuxuan say those words. Speak. Yi Chen struck Ling Yuxuan's chest again. Another mouthful of black blood sprayed out. His face had lost its color, turning pale. At this moment, any sense of face and dignity had been completely thrown aside by Ling Yuxuan. Survival was paramount. I'll speak. I'm sorry, Ayak. Before he could finish, Yi Chen struck Ling Yuxuan's mouth again with the bat, knocking out several teeth, distorting his face. Massacre. It was an absolute one-sided massacre. This scene was being broadcast in real time on a large screen on one side of the arena. Everyone was shocked. Ling Yuxuan is being beaten so badly, he's lost his teeth. Yi Chen doesn't intend to let him off. They supposedly signed a life and death agreement. Looks like they don't plan on letting each other live. It seems Yi Chen didn't even use his devil fruit ability, just pure domination? What weapon is he holding? How is it so powerful? Exactly, defeating a prehistoric species without any resistance. This shouldn't be an ordinary weapon. Yi Chen's cold gaze fell on Ling Yuxuan. Heh, now begging for mercy? When those classmates you bullied begged for mercy, did you ever think of forgiving them? For someone as heinous as you, it's probably a waste of air to keep you in this world. I, Yi Chen, am not a despicable villain, nor am I a good person. Today, I will let you experience what it means to wish for death. At the same time, in the VIP area of the audience stands, Ling Yuxuan looked at Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian sighed helplessly, Uncle Ling, I don't really know Yi Chen, so my words won't have any effect. She was well aware that Yi Chen was asserting his authority at this moment. Even though she had some acquaintance with him, it wasn't to the extent where she could stop him with just a word. Moreover, she didn't like this father and son pair to begin with. Even if she could intervene, she wouldn't bother. Ling Yuxuan showed a helpless expression. Although there were rules in the arena, non-participants were not allowed to enter. But seeing Yi Chen repeatedly striking down, now his son's life was in imminent danger, he couldn't care less about those so-called rules. He could deal with the consequences later. In the moment Yi Chen raised the baseball bat, a figure flew by, and a middle-aged man appeared in the center of the arena. A voice sounded from behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen, please spare him. This person is none other than Ling Yuxuan. At this moment, Ling Yuxuan was already close to passing out, and Yi Chen was not in a hurry to deal with him at this moment. Who are you? Yi Chen asked in confusion. He had never seen Ling Yuxuan before. Naturally, he didn't recognize him. I am Ling Yuxuan, the father of Ling Yuxuan. Ling Yuxuan's inherent arrogance still hung on his face, showing no sign of seeking help. Ling Yuxuan? Why is he here now? To save his son? Ha ha, the rules of the arena are clearly ineffective for such a person. Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smile at this moment and he quipped, "If the father fails to teach, the son will be unruly. Today, I am here to properly educate this useless thing on behalf of the Ling family head. By the way, you should be thanking me." With that, he raised the baseball bat and struck Ling Yuxuan in an instant. Already close to passing out, Ling Yuxuan lost consciousness completely. Yi Chen raised his weapon again, and in an instant, Ling Ocean almost teleported in front of Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen swung the bat towards Ling Ocean. However, he dodged it. Yi Chen chuckled, "Ha, like father, like son. Today, I will teach both you and your old father a lesson." Yi Chen's words clearly angered him. However, Ling Ocean sneered, "Ha, arrogant brat. Today, I will show you what a true ancient species is." As he spoke, Ling Ocean had already transformed into a beast. At that moment, everyone stared at the big screen in shock and exclaimed, "What the heck? What's going on? Why is even Ling Ocean joining the fight? Isn't it supposed to be Ling Yuxuan against Yi Chen? Can't win, so the old man has to step in to help? Yi Chen is up for a 2-on-1 fight. Battling father and son, what an interesting day. Such a terrifying momentum. Truly worthy of being the head of the Ling family, Yi Chen is in for trouble. Why isn't anyone stopping the outsider from interfering?" In the VIP area, Bai Qianxian's face showed a hint of worry. Although she had witnessed Yi Chen's terrifying strength in the Lingxi secret realm, this was the head of the Ling family in the southern abyss base city, Ling Ocean. She didn't know if Yi Chen had the strength to defeat Ling Ocean, but seeing Yi Chen remain calm, some of the inexplicable worry in her heart dissipated. In the center of the arena, Yi Chen wore a disdainful smile and said, "Are you trying to scare a child? Do you think I would be afraid of you?" Ling Ocean didn't regard Yi Chen highly. "Kid, young in age but big in words, I never hit children, but today I'll make an exception." Although he didn't fear Yi Chen, Ling Ocean was somewhat surprised by Yi Chen's calm demeanor at this moment. Ling Ocean, the head of the Ling family in the southern abyss base city, couldn't believe that this young brat showed no fear. This clearly wasn't the mindset expected at this age. But he couldn't think much about it now. If he didn't act soon, his son would truly be lost. They had signed a life and death agreement. If his son died, technically Yi Chen bore no responsibility. If Ling Ocean sought revenge later, even if he believed he could easily defeat Yi Chen, he wouldn't have any excuses left. Stopping Yi Chen was Ling Ocean's current thought. In an instant, Ling Ocean transformed directly. Yi Chen was surprised. He had actually transformed into an ancient species, a Tyrannosaurus rex, just like Ling Yuxuan. No wonder both Ling Ocean and Ling Yuxuan were not good people. Truly a chip off the old block. Ling Ocean didn't waste any words and charged straight at Yi Chen. Everyone present had their hearts in their throats. One by one, they began to pray for Yi Chen, hoping that his life would not be ended by Ling Ocean here. No one believed that Yi Chen could escape this disaster. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned. They saw Ling Ocean, in his beastly form, charging towards Yi Chen at an incredible speed, aiming to knock the weapon out of Yi Chen's hand with a single claw. However, as soon as Ling Ocean touched the weapon, he felt all his strength being drained away, losing all his power. Then, Yi Chen directly sent Ling Ocean flying with a single strike. His massive body rolled down to the stage below. Moments later, the whole place erupted in a deafening gasp. This. Ling Ocean was actually knocked away by a kid with a stick. Can I even believe my own eyes? Please tell me this isn't real? This is too exaggerated. He is the head of the Ling family, Ling Ocean, the top combat power in the southern abyss base city. Who on earth is Yi Chen? Yi Chen sneered, "It's over." He swung the baseball bat in his hand with all his might. Like killing a dog, he struck Ling Yuxuan heavily on the head. After a dull thud, the whole place fell into silence. From the moment he saw the life and death situation, he never thought of sparing him today. It didn't matter who came. Even the Buddha couldn't save him. Yi Chen, said so. Then, he kicked Ling Yuxuan's body off the stage like kicking a dog, right next to Ling Ocean. The latter quickly cradled his son, whose head was completely deformed, unable to feel his heartbeat anymore. It stopped. There was no sign of life left. "My son!" Ling Ocean shouted hoarsely, "My good son! You! How dare you kill my son? So what?" Yi Chen didn't care, a disdainful expression on his face. This sentence left Ling Ocean speechless. A life and death situation. Damn life and death situation. And he also understood that the weapon in Yi Chen's hand was no ordinary one. It had the ability to restrain devil fruit users. He was shocked. He had never heard of such a weapon in this world before. He didn't know if Yi Chen was hiding his background, otherwise how could he dare to kill his son so brazenly in front of him? This guy was definitely not simple. Compared to Ling Yuxuan, Ling Ocean's brain was much more functional. He knew that as long as Yi Chen had that weapon, he would never be able to defeat him. He could only hold Ling Yuxuan on the ground, seething with rage. In the VIP area, Bai Qianqian sat elegantly, her face calm, with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Having seen Yi Chen kill a sea king-like beast with a single blow in the Lingxi secret realm, she knew how monstrous Yi Chen's strength was. So, when she saw Ling Ocean stepping onto the stage, she had already foreseen what was about to happen. Yi Chen then left gracefully. Bai Qianqian, sitting in the audience, also felt no need to stay any longer. She too left the audience area. Almost all the audience members were still in a state of confusion. And the people from Yizhong finally understood that what Bai Qianqian had said was true. Her achievement of first place in the Lingxi secret realm with Yi Chen was not a coincidence. And Yi Chen did not rely on others. They even began to suspect if Bai Qianqian had relied on Yi Chen. They also understood why Bai Qianqian had teamed up with Yi Chen, who possessed the Tremor fruit. It turned out that Yi Chen was not a joke. Their own ignorance was the real joke. The person in the car was indeed Bai Qianqian. Yi Chen naturally had no reservations. He opened the car door directly and sat in the passenger seat. The vehicle then sped away. Inside the car, sorry, Bai Qianqian pursed her lips. What's this sorry for? It's all because of me that the Ling family father and son bothered you. It doesn't matter, consider it doing justice. You saw it yourself, dealing with them was not troublesome. Bai Qianqian smiled faintly. Indeed. Even Sea King-level fierce beasts could be killed in seconds. Dealing with this father and son was indeed effortless. After a long silence, Bai Qianqian spoke, I might. In a few days. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't continue. Why should I tell him? Yi Chen asked puzzled. What are you going to do in a few days? Nothing, Bai Qianqian said lightly. Seeing she didn't want to talk, Yi Chen didn't need to ask further. The vehicle sped through the city and soon arrived at the school. After Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, there was no one inside. All his roommates had gone to the arena. Because Yi Chen left first and then took Bai Qianqian's car, he returned early. Just as Yi Chen was about to lie down and rest, a voice sounded in his mind. Reminder, 59s until the next item refresh reminder, 58s until the next item refresh. System store items have refreshed. Yi Chen was overjoyed. A week had passed so quickly, and it was time for the 1 yuan flash sale again. Even though he had experienced it 3 times already, he was still very excited. With a thought, the system interface appeared in his mind. It was still the familiar large screen. When he saw the first item, Yi Chen was shocked. 1. Navy 6 styles. Price, 1 yuan. Strange. It was too strange. Was this still the him from the African Black Ball? To start with the Navy 6 styles here, which could be considered the strongest martial arts in this world. Yi Chen had learned that there were no martial arts as powerful as the Navy 6 styles in this world. If he could learn techniques like moonstep or finger gun, it would probably shock the world. However, among the 6 styles, one must never be learned. That is iron block. Because it was one of the Navy 6 styles, it looked impressive, but when the user used it, they died naturally. So if people from his previous life knew that he was practicing and using iron block in this world, they would probably die laughing, right? In any case, he would only practice the other 5 styles. Moreover, this item emitted a faint light. It could be confirmed that it was one of the S-class items. Should he buy it directly? Yi Chen immediately had this idea. But he had a strong premonition that if the first item was so rare, there might be bigger fish to catch later. It wouldn't hurt to wait a few more minutes. So Yi Chen continued to flip through. However, the next 5 or 6 items were not rare at all. They were some decorative items or mediocre weapons. It wasn't until Yi Chen flipped to the last one. In the product column, there was a black energy sphere, resembling an endless black hole. 1-0. Kaido's Armed Color Conqueror's Haki. Price, 1 yuan. At that moment, Yi Chen took a sharp breath, instantly shocked. Another Yonko. That was Kaido. Although his Yonko title was eventually taken over by Luffy. But there was no doubt that his armed color was top-notch in the entire pirate world. Even after being captured multiple times and facing the guillotine, he could directly shatter the executioner's blade with his armed color. Source text, he even used armament Haki, and he was unscathed even after falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Yi Chen looked at the black light cluster on the system screen and was directly dumbfounded. Sure enough, his feeling just now was not wrong. There really were good things behind, and they were top-notch. What's going on with the luck today? It's simply unbelievable. Just now, when he saw the first demonstration of the Navy's 6 styles based on the previous nature of the system, Yi Chen felt that things were not that simple. Sure enough, 2 S-class items were held tightly, one in front and one behind. But which of these 2 S-class items should he choose? Perhaps there was no need to think too much about it. Although the Navy's 6 styles were also a very powerful existence in this world. But that was Kaido's armament Haki. Yi Chen didn't even bother to think, he directly killed it. Ding! Kill successful. He couldn't wait for a moment. He directly opened the system space. With a thought, a black energy appeared in his hand. Do you want to merge with Kaido's armament Haki? The system's voice rang out again. Yi Chen directly replied with his thoughts, merge. Then, the black light cluster rapidly expanded, and Yi Chen at this moment was like being sucked into an endless black hole. Fan GE. Wake up. Hey Fan GE? What's wrong with you? You said Fan GE, nothing happened to him, right? Did he just eat some big black pill? Is the side effect coming up now? I told Fan GE to do less of that, see, he's weak now. Yi Chen's roommates surrounded him, looking worried. Just now, because he merged with Kaido's armament Haki, he fell asleep exhausted. When the roommates came back, they were very excited, but found him sleeping soundly in bed, and started to worry and discuss. But, coincidentally, at this moment, Yi Chen just woke up. Fan GE, you finally woke up. Yeah, we were so worried just now. I almost called the school doctor. The roommates said. Yi Chen smiled bitterly, really? Just now, I vaguely heard someone talking behind my back. At this moment, Yi Chen's gaze swept over his roommates. In just a moment, he locked onto that person. Hey, Wu Juanhao, it's you, right? Yi Chen's mouth curved into a smile. He chuckled, bro, how could it be me, good old Fan GE? Then why were you avoiding eye contact when I asked just now? Bro, there was a mosquito in the dorm just now, I was trying to kill it. Wu Juanhao earnestly made up a story. Yi Chen smiled. Wu Juanhao was not a bad person, but he often spoke without thinking, so Yi Chen didn't intend to blame him. Fan GE. You're really awesome. You were so cool in the arena just now. Amazing. Yeah, I've always disliked that Ling Yuxuan. Seeing him being beaten up in front of so many people was so satisfying. That Ling Yuxuan is a beast. I have a friend who offended him, and then got beaten up all over, but didn't dare to report him. At moments like this, all the roommates were naturally present, and they were all thoroughly enjoying it. There was even an impulse to go up and give him a couple of punches, but considering their own strength, that impulse was suppressed. The praises from the roommates just didn't stop. In a middle school's political education building, principal's office, 3 people were sitting in front of the coffee table drinking tea. After a round of operations, the principal handed 2 cups of tea to the 2 men in black and said, "Welcome, 2 mentors, to our school." Translated text, he even used armament Haki, and he was unscathed even after falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Yi Chen looked at the black light cluster on the system screen and was directly dumbfounded. Sure enough, his feeling just now was not wrong. There really were good things behind, and they were top-notch. What's going on with the luck today? It's simply unbelievable. Just now, when he saw the first demonstration of the Navy's 6 styles based on the previous nature of the system, Yi Chen felt that things were not that simple. Sure enough, 2 S-class items were held tightly, one in front and one behind. But which of these 2 S-class items should he choose? Perhaps there was no need to think too much about it. Although the Navy's 6 styles were also a very powerful existence in this world. But that was Kaido's armament Haki. Yi Chen didn't even bother to think, he directly killed it. Ding! Kill successful. He couldn't wait for a moment. He directly opened the system space. With a thought, a black energy appeared in his hand. Do you want to merge with Kaido's armament Haki? The system's voice rang out again. Yi Chen directly replied with his thoughts, merge. Then, the black light cluster rapidly expanded, and Yi Chen at this moment was like being sucked into an endless black hole. Fan GE. Wake up. Hey Fan GE? What's wrong with you? You said Fan GE, nothing happened to him, right? Did he just eat some big black pill? Is the side effect coming up now? I told Fan GE to do less of that, see, he's weak now. Yi Chen's roommates surrounded him, looking worried. Just now, because he merged with Kaido's armament Haki, he fell asleep exhausted. When the roommates came back, they were very excited, but found him sleeping soundly in bed, and started to worry and discuss. But, coincidentally, at this moment, Yi Chen just woke up. Fan GE, you finally woke up. Yeah, we were so worried just now. I almost called the school doctor. The roommates said. Yi Chen smiled bitterly, really? Just now, I vaguely heard someone talking behind my back. At this moment, Yi Chen's gaze swept over his roommates. In just a moment, he locked onto that person. Hey, Wu Juanhao, it's you, right? Yi Chen's mouth curved into a smile. He chuckled, bro, how could it be me, good old Fan GE? Then why were you avoiding eye contact when I asked just now? Bro, there was a mosquito in the dorm just now, I was trying to kill it. Wu Juanhao earnestly made up a story. Yi Chen smiled. Wu Juanhao was not a bad person, but he often spoke without thinking, so Yi Chen didn't intend to blame him. Fan Ge, you're really awesome. You were so cool in the arena just now. Amazing. Yeah, I've always disliked that Ling Yuxuan. Seeing him being beaten up in front of so many people was so satisfying. That Ling Yuxuan is a beast. I have a friend who offended him, and then got beaten up all over, but didn't dare to report him. At moments like this, all the roommates were naturally present, and they were all thoroughly enjoying it. There was even an impulse to go up and give him a couple of punches, but considering their own strength, that impulse was suppressed. The praises from the roommates just didn't stop. In a middle school's political education building, principal's office, 3 people were sitting in front of the coffee table drinking tea. After a round of operations, the principal handed 2 cups of tea to the 2 men in black and said, "Welcome, 2 mentors, to our school." One of the men humbly said, "Principal AI, you're too kind. I'm sure you must know the purpose of our visit." After speaking, he took a sip of tea. Of course, of course. Principal Edward's face beamed with a smile, looking very pleased. Bai Qianqian has just recently completed her training in the Lingxi secret realm and is fully prepared. Moreover, she achieved the first place in the trial of the Southern Abyss Base City. The 2 men in black before them were mentors sent by the Falcon Special Training Camp to recruit 2 students from the school. Bai Qianqian was naturally one of them. The Falcon Special Training Camp was considered top tier in the entire Huaxia country. The students trained there could almost all become officials in the Ministry of National Defense, bearing the mission of protecting the country. Those who could enter were among the best devil fruit ability users, even prodigies. Just as Principal Edward finished speaking, he also raised a cup of tea and drank it all. Clang, clang. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Please come in," Edward said, looking towards the door. The door opened, and a man and a woman entered. The woman was Bai Qianqian, and the other man was Bai Qianqian's senior, Lin Zhu, a natural ability user. The Falcon Special Training Camp only recruited students in their final year of high school, but Bai Qianqian, due to her outstanding performance and powerful family background, was an exception. Seeing the 2 enter, Edward's smile grew even brighter, tinged with a hint of pride. "Come, Qianqian, Lin Zhu, let me introduce you. These 2 are the mentors sent by the Falcon Special Training Camp." He then pointed to Bai Qianqian and Lin Zhu, saying, "This is Bai Qianqian, and this is Lin Zhu." The 2 mentors turned their heads, their gazes scanning the 2 students. After a moment, they nodded. One of the mentors, Zhou Yuqing, smiled slightly and affirmed, "The aura emanating from both of you is good. I believe we have not mistaken you." The other mentor, Zhang Chenfeng, maintained his serious expression and remained silent, but his gaze never left Bai Qianqian. Edward, though delighted inside, kept a calm expression. "Indeed, my 2 students are very outstanding," he replied politely. Mentor Zhang Chenfeng sneered, "It's their good fortune to enter our Falcon Special Training Camp." His words brought a chill to the atmosphere. Bai Qianqian's face gradually turned cold, and the smile on Principal Edward's face faded. "I heard your school also has a student named Jichen, right?" Mentor Zhou Yucheng awkwardly smiled and asked. He was used to such situations, as his partner was known for being cold within the Falcon Special Training Camp, sometimes even considered unreasonable. But he had to cover for him since they were assigned together for important missions. Edward was overjoyed. Although he didn't understand why the mentor suddenly mentioned Yichen, having him mentioned must be a good sign. Yes, we have a student named Yichen, in the same grade as Bai Qianqian." Edward's smile returned as he spoke. Zhou Yuqing simply nodded without saying anything. But after a moment, he spoke again. "I happened to see his arena battle scene by chance, and I think he's talented. Perhaps our Falcon Special Training Camp can." Before Zhou Yuqing could finish, Zhang Chenfeng, who had been quiet, interjected. "I don't think so. I was also present at the time, but based on my current understanding of the situation, I think his abilities are average." After the incident, Zhang Chenfeng personally sought out Ling Ashen and revealed his identity. Ling Ashen disclosed the secret of the weapon in Yi Chen's hand to him. In other words, it was with the weapon in his hand that Yi Chen was able to defeat Ling Yuxuan. As for the head of the Ling family, he was just careless and got hit by him. It was just luck. From Zhang Chenfeng's words, it was easy for everyone to see that he looked down on Yi Chen. The 4 words "it was just luck" were a denial of Yi Chen's strength. And that wasn't all. After a moment, he spoke again. "I have also learned about this person. He is extremely narrow-minded and holds grudges. I even heard he threatened a teacher. How can someone with such conduct fit into our Falcon Special Training Camp?" Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian furrowed her brows, hiding her anger behind a calm face, and said, "I'm sorry, 2 mentors, I think I can't go to the Falcon Special Training Camp with you. At this moment, Edward was completely bewildered. Everything was fine just now, why suddenly refuse to go to the Falcon Special Training Camp? Moreover, although Bai Qianqian was usually a bit aloof, she wouldn't even reject a place like the Falcon Special Training Camp, right? This was just too unusual. Could it be because of what the mentor just said about Yi Chen? And the two mentors were also surprised at this moment. This won't do. Bai Qianqian was personally designated by the higher-ups to be brought back. How could they explain this when they returned? This was no joke, the situation was very serious. Zhou Yuqing still had that smile on his face and asked, "Huh? What's wrong?" Suddenly deciding not to come to our Falcon Special Training Camp, we are the top organization in the country. Even Zhang Chenfeng, who had a stern face just now, was somewhat startled, and even a smile appeared on his face. We need to discuss something. Seeing their reactions, Bai Qianqian instantly understood something. She didn't expect that her recent action had actually revealed her importance in their current mission. However, she didn't say anything. Zhou Yuqing gestured to Zhang Chenfeng with his eyes. Then the two mentors stood up and walked to the door. What should we do? It seems like the little princess is angry? Zhou Yuqing said somewhat angrily to Zhang Chenfeng. Why would she suddenly be angry? Isn't it because of you, talking nonsense for no reason? Talking nonsense? Zhang Chenfeng was puzzled. Don't you know that Yi Chen and Bai Qianqian entered the Lingxi secret realm together? Zhou Yuqing said with a stern face. At that moment, the two of them seemed to suddenly realize. They understood why Bai Qianqian had suddenly changed her mind. They immediately reported everything that was happening to their superiors. After a while, the two of them returned to the principal's office and sat down. After discussing outside for a long time, the two mentors finally reached a consensus. Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, "Sorry, we shouldn't have spoken about Yi Chen like that just now. To show our apology, we can invite Yi Chen to join our Falcon Special Training Camp. However, we may need to test Yi Chen. If he is talented enough, we can naturally bring him into the Falcon Special Training Camp." In fact, calling it a test was just a formality. They had already been scolded severely when they reported the situation earlier. Their main goal now was to calm Bai Qianqian down. Bai Qianqian was their cash cow. And they didn't need Yi Chen to be a genius, just not too bad. Principal Edward was overjoyed. Never did he expect that with just one sentence from Bai Qianqian, the matter of the Falcon Special Training Camp would also involve Yi Chen. This was unimaginable under normal circumstances. White Qianqian still maintained her usual cold expression and said, "I accept your apology." Zhou Yuqing tentatively asked, "What about you then? Fulfill your promise first before we talk." Seeing White Qianqian relent, the two mentors finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. After leaving the principal's office, they learned from Yi Chen's homeroom teacher that he was currently in the dormitory. The two mentors immediately set off. However, just as they were leaving, Zhou Yuqing received a notification for an impromptu video conference, so only Zhang Chenfeng went. Zhang Chenfeng arrived in front of the dormitory. He called Yi Chen down through homeroom teacher Lin Shui. "You are Yi Chen? Come with me." Upon seeing Yi Chen, he frowned, his unhappy emotions fully displayed on his face. Yi Chen sneered. "Who the hell are you? You come up without introducing yourself and just tell me to follow you? Do I know you? Asshole." He immediately blurted out a curse, then walked towards the dormitory gate. Zhang Chenfeng was left dumbfounded in place. What's going on? Asshole? Is he cursing himself? Zhang Chenfeng was utterly bewildered. When had he ever encountered such a situation? Yi Chen was definitely the first person in the entire Huaxia to dare to call him an asshole to his face. None of the talented students under his command, with strong backgrounds and exceptional talents, dared to show him any disrespect, let alone insult him like this. His instinct was to be furious and wanted to slap this rude brat to death. But at the thought of White Qianqian, he forcibly held back. "I am a mentor at the Falcon Special Training Camp. Now you have a chance to enter the Falcon Special Training Camp. Are you sure you don't want to listen?" Zhang Chenfeng said in a deep voice. He believed that no one in this world could remain indifferent after hearing the words Falcon Training Camp, so Yi Chen would definitely turn around. He also crossed his arms and sneered, waiting for Yi Chen to turn around and then apologize to him. In fact, Yi Chen did stop after hearing those few words. Zhang Chenfeng sneered inwardly even more. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. "Oh, so you're from the Falcon Special Training Camp." Yi Chen turned around, looked at Zhang Chenfeng, and sneered, coming up and saying, "Follow me, I thought it was some idiot." "But, the Falcon Special Training Camp, right? Sorry, not interested." With that, he walked away without looking back. "Testing? Still testing? Just coming up with a stern face as if I owed you money. Falcon Special Training Camp? Sorry, it might be tempting for others, but I'm Yi Chen. I already have the labor system. Why would I need to go to some special training camp? Who's training who? Acting all arrogant and sending such a stupid thing to disgust me. This special training camp is beyond help. Not interested? Zheng Chenfeng looked puzzled. He even doubted if he was in a dream right now. Otherwise, how could someone treat him like this? Treat the Falcon special training camp like this? What's wrong with the young people in this school? One white Qianqian said she didn't want to go and that was it. Now there's this Yi Chen. It's really out of line. Not interested? You think you can't get into the training camp, so you can only say you're not interested, right? Zhang Chenfeng should have been angry, but in order to complete the mission, he had to stabilize Yi Chen first. Don't worry, for you, we only need to do a simple test. You don't need to meet the requirements to enter the training camp at all. He hurriedly caught up and said. Yi Chen seemed as if he hadn't heard, walking away on his own. Ha, are you afraid to even take a simple test? Zhang Chenfeng provoked. In his view, with Yi Chen's proud temperament, he was sure to fall for his provocation tactics. However, the outcome did not unfold as he had expected. Yi Chen's voice, tinged with a hint of a cold smile, came through. Yes, you're right about everything, so please don't bother me, okay? At that moment, Zhang Chenfeng's face instantly darkened. Bother you? Ha! If it weren't for Bai Qianqian rejecting the special training camp because of you, do you think I would condescend to come find you? Who do you think you are? Ha! Yi Chen's steps faltered. Bai Qianqian? Because I rejected the special training camp? Why did she reject it for me? What's going on? At that moment, Yi Chen was full of doubts. So he quickened his pace towards the martial arts arena. He needed to personally ask Bai Qianqian about it. As for the guy behind him, he simply didn't want to deal with him anymore. Zhang Chenfeng saw Yi Chen's steps falter for a moment, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. But the next moment, Yi Chen directly quickened his pace and left. Zhang Chenfeng had never felt such frustration. A little brat was actually ignoring him. Damn it, forget it. If it doesn't work out, let Zhou Yuqing handle this guy. On the other side, Zhou Yuqing had just finished a meeting and was walking towards the boys' dormitory when his phone rang. Well, I understand. You can go back first, I'll handle this matter. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuqing shook his head helplessly. In the end, he was the one who had to deal with Zhang Chenfeng's mess. Yi Chen navigated through the campus to the martial arts arena. In the center of the arena, he saw Bai Qianqian. Because of me, you didn't go to the Falcon special training camp? Without beating around the bush, he asked directly. Tell me, what's going on? A slightly unhappy expression appeared on her face, but she still recounted the whole incident to Yi Chen. After listening, he realized that his tone had been too harsh just now, so he apologized. I'm sorry, I was a bit. Yi Chen stopped himself before finishing his sentence. He hadn't expected Bai Qianqian to stand up for him in front of the instructors at the Falcon special training camp. Her actions might cost her this precious opportunity. So, you wouldn't want to go, right? Bai Qianqian asked in return. Yi Chen nodded. Although he knew this would be the outcome, Bai Qianqian still felt a strange sense of loss. When she heard that they would have recruited Yi Chen into the Falcon special training camp, she didn't know why. Even though she knew Yi Chen wouldn't go, there was still a hint of expectation in her heart. Selfishly, she hoped Yi Chen would go to the Falcon special training camp with her. Seeing Bai Qianqian's unhappiness, Yi Chen explained, I don't like to grow up in such a restrictive environment. But you must not give up this precious opportunity, as it is a place everyone dreams of going to. Don't you like swordsmanship? It can help you elevate your skills there. Bai Qianqian was stunned. Yi Chen's words made her feel a bit sad. Will we still meet in the future? Bai Qianqian pursed her lips. She felt reluctant and sad. This was the first time she had felt this way for a boy, a feeling like being bitten by 10,000 ants, itchy and numb. There was even an indescribable feeling. Strange. This was a side of herself she had never seen before. Yi Chen smiled. There is no feast that doesn't end, but if we are destined, we will meet again. He felt grateful towards Bai Qianqian. However, the road is long and the mountains are high, there will always be goodbyes. Hearing these words, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He wanted to say something but found himself at a loss for words. He then turned and walked away. Walking down the aisle, Bai Qianqian lowered her head, her hand over her chest, feeling her heartbeat. She couldn't help but ask herself, is this the feeling of disappointment? But why should I be disappointed? Could it be? No, it's impossible. How could I fall for him? Then, scenes from the Lingxi secret realm flashed in her mind. He scared away the sea king-like fierce beasts with a shout. He killed a stronger sea king-like fierce beast with a single strike. He embraced her with one hand. He split the sky with a punch. At that moment, her heart wavered. Could it be true? Bai Qianqian shook her head, trying to shake off those thoughts. No, I only love swordsmanship. I only love endless training. Just then, a man approached her, and a voice sounded, Bai Qianqian, have you seen Yi Chen? Bai Qianqian looked up. The speaker was Zhou Yuqing, the instructor of the Falcon Special Training Camp. She didn't answer, her expression filled with disappointment. Zhou Yuqing asked in confusion, what's wrong? Seeing the instructor, Bai Qianqian became even more determined about her previous thoughts. Yes, I only love swordsmanship. The Falcon Special Training Camp is the best place for me. Then Bai Qianqian's face returned to its usual coldness. Instructor Zhou, I apologize, I agree to go to the Falcon Special Training Camp with you. As for Yi Chen, he doesn't want to come along. Zhou Yuqing felt a hint of surprise. It was understandable that Bai Qianqian refused. She indeed had the qualifications. But Yi Chen also refused? It was simply unbelievable. Before coming to the martial arts arena, Zhou Yuqing had learned a bit about Yi Chen's background. Unlike Bai Qianqian, he didn't come from a wealthy family, so maybe the Falcon Special Training Camp didn't matter to him. But he was an orphan. Where did he find the courage? Zhou Yuqing was puzzled. Normally, someone with such a background would see such an opportunity and not let go. But Yi Chen, he ruthlessly refused. Was he still a normal person? Did he have a better place to go? However, Yi Chen was indeed a talent he highly valued. Naturally, he didn't want to give up. Did you just see him? Zhou Yuqing asked in confusion. Bai Qianqian didn't speak, just nodded. Where is he now? Bai Qianqian turned around, inside the martial arts arena. Alright, you go back and wait for news, I'll go talk to him. Then, Zhou Yuqing left. Bai Qianqian watched the instructor's back, feeling a glimmer of hope for a moment. Zhou Yuqing arrived at the martial arts arena and scanned the area, finding only one man sitting in a corner chair. He approached, and Yi Chen naturally noticed. Are you Yi Chen? Zhou Yuqing asked with a smile. Yi Chen nodded, not sensing any malice from the middle-aged man in front of him. I didn't expect the Yi Chen she mentioned to look like this. Who are you? The one she mentioned? Yi Chen asked in confusion. Although he didn't feel any malice from the other party, he felt puzzled. How did this man know him? This middle-aged man was definitely not any teacher from the school. Then who was he? I am Zhou Yuqing, the instructor of the Falcon Special Training Camp. Falcon Special Training Camp? Instructor? Then who was that just now? Oh, you mean the person you just met? He's my partner. Partner? Yi Chen was speechless for a moment. If these two were really partners, their personalities were like night and day. The person in front of him was so humble and approachable. The one he just met was just ridiculous, trying to act all cool. No one would ever guess they were partners, right? From Yi Chen's expression, Zhou Yuqing could easily imagine the scene earlier. He smiled wryly. Sorry about him, that's just how he is, don't mind him. I genuinely want you to join our Falcon Special Training Camp. I've seen your combat skills in the arena, and I admire you a lot. Yi Chen smiled and said, sorry, I really don't like the environment of special training camps. I prefer to be free. Although the Falcon Special Training Camp was a great place for others, Yi Chen knew it wasn't suitable for him. So even if the King of Hell came to persuade him, it wouldn't work. Zhou Yuqing seemed to realize this too, so he just smiled faintly. Alright, I respect your choice, but if you ever regret it, we'll welcome you anytime. Yi Chen politely nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhou Yuqing didn't insist, as the core of this mission was to recruit Bai Qianqian back to the Falcon Special Training Camp. He then turned and left. A few days later, mechanical sounds rang in Yi Chen's mind again. Hint, 59 seconds left until the next system store refresh. Hint, 58 seconds left until the next system store refresh. System store has refreshed. Yi Chen was as excited as ever and opened the system store. However, maybe because he had used up all his luck last time, he couldn't find anything decent after searching for a while. After a long time of deliberation, it seemed like everything was useless. After a moment of decision, ding, successful purchase. Yi Chen opened the system space and took out something that looked like a snail. It was a Den Den Mushi, the only communication tool in the world of One Piece, and it could even make video calls. Although it didn't enhance his strength, it seemed to have some usefulness. Shortly after, Yi Chen arrived at Bai Qianqian's residence. Although it was at school, she actually lived in a small villa. Ring after psyching himself up, Yi Chen pressed the doorbell. A moment later, the door opened. Yi Chen? Bai Qianqian was completely surprised that he had come to see her. What are you doing here? Yi Chen smiled slightly. I'm here to give you something. Bai Qianqian was puzzled. Give her something? Then Yi Chen took out 2 Den Den Mushies from the system space. Bai Qianqian looked confused. Snails? Yi Chen nodded. These are not ordinary snails. Bai Qianqian took them, looked around, but didn't see anything special. If there was something special, it was that they looked a bit like Yi-Chen. What's so special about them? They look pretty ordinary in every way? Bai Qianqian was still very puzzled. Yi-Chen pressed the button on the Den Den Mushi and connected the call. After a moment, Bora Baru Baru, the Den Den Mushi in Bai Qianqian's hand made a sound. Yi-Chen then connected her Den Den Mushi. The video image appeared on the wall. Bai Qianqian's face showed surprise. This? I can see a video feed? Although this world had communication devices similar to phones, they couldn't make video calls. So when Bai Qianqian could see Yi-Chen on the wall's video, she was truly shocked. So, this way I can see Yi-Chen from time to time? Bai Qianqian's originally cold face instantly lit up with a smile. Then how do I operate to connect with you? Yi-Chen just played around with the phone bug in his hand and then said, press 10086 here, and you'll find me. After ending the call, Bai Qianqian followed Yi-Chen's instructions and indeed, their call connected. With this phone bug, Bai Qianqian no longer hesitated about whether Yi-Chen would accompany her to the Falcon training camp. The next day, Bai Qianqian and Lin Zhu signed an exclusive confidentiality agreement for the Falcon training camp. After bidding farewell to their parents on site, Bai Qianqian and Lin Zhu followed two mentors to the headquarters base, Kyoto Base City. In the car, Bai Qianqian looked around but didn't spot that familiar figure. Later, the vehicle slowly drove out of the campus on the grandly decorated school road. The administrative building. Knock, knock. There was a knocking sound outside the office door of the homeroom teacher Lin Shui. Come in, Lin Shui said gently. Yi-Chen walked in from outside. Sister Shui. Speak. At this moment, homeroom teacher Lin Shui was busy organizing materials and didn't lift her head. She could tell from the voice that the person looking for her was Yi-Chen. Sister Shui, I want to go out for some experience. Yi-Chen thought that the school's teaching resources were limited and no longer sufficient for him. Continuing to stay here would only be a waste of time. So after careful consideration, he decided to apply to the school. Sure, Lin Shui didn't pay much attention. For outstanding students like Yi-Chen, any request would be met as much as possible by the homeroom teacher. But after a moment, she came back to her senses. What? You want to go out for some experience? Lin Shui was not opposed, just a bit surprised. She was very certain of Yi-Chen's strength. However, the decision-making power in this regard was not in her hands. I have no objections, but if you want to get the qualification to go out for experience, you must get the principal's signature, Lin Shui said. Yi-Chen's lips slightly curved up. Thank you, Sister Shui. I'll go find the principal right away. He left the office in a hurry, heading to the political education building, the principal's office. Yi-Chen knocked on the door and entered. The principal was having tea. What? You want to go out for some experience? The principal also didn't feel very surprised. Yi-Chen nodded, his eyes showing determination. Where do you plan to go? Edward asked. Salt Iron City. Salt Iron City? The principal's eyes showed surprise. In the principal's impression, Salt Iron City was an extremely dangerous small city where many fugitives and vicious people gathered. Moreover, there was a secret realm inside called the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, said to open once every 100 years, and this year was the time for it to open. Inside were numerous rare treasures, including the dragon blood fruit, which could greatly enhance one's physique. It was truly a boon for fruit ability users. However, at the same time, the danger level inside the secret realm was unpredictable. Even the principal himself couldn't guarantee coming out unscathed, because there were many experts, ferocious beasts, and even the possibility of a beast king inside. There might even be a terrifying beast tide. It was so terrifying. The principal was now in a dilemma. However, in Yi-Chen's view, he chose this coastal Salt Iron City because many entrances to ancient ruins were in this city or nearby cities, and the danger level of these ancient ruins was not considered high for him. He also knew that due to its unique geographical location, various fugitives and pirates from different countries would sometimes appear here, either hiding or resupplying and recuperating. This was a good way for him to make money. His idea was to lead an adventurous life exploring ancient ruins while making a living as a bounty hunter to sustain himself. However, Principal Edward thought for a moment. Although Sultan Iron City was indeed somewhat dangerous, keeping Yi-Chen at school now would only be a waste of his time for growth. After some consideration, alright, I have no problem, bring me the documents for leaving, and I'll sign them. Yi-Chen smiled and handed a white paper from behind. Edward glanced at the content, found no issues, signed his name at the bottom right corner, and handed it back to Yi-Chen, saying, alright, just get your homeroom teacher to sign it, and you can go out tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Principal. Yi-Chen took the signed paper and left. Later, he found Lin Shui to sign the paper again before returning to the dormitory. Fan, are you really planning to go to Salt and Iron City alone? Wu Juanhao raised his eyebrows and asked. Yi Chen gave a bitter smile. What? Are you suggesting I should take you with me? Wu Juanhao immediately brightened up and nodded vigorously. Yi Chen patted his shoulder. You still haven't figured out the martial arts arena, and you want to go with me? I don't want to see you lying dead on the street one day. What? Is it that dangerous? Wu Juanhao was scared as soon as he heard that it might cost lives. Scared, huh? I think I should take you with me. Yi Chen teased on purpose. Wu Juanhao quickly refused. Bro, you're my brother, I better not go, I might cause you trouble. Laughter filled the dormitory upon hearing this. Everything was ready, and Yi Chen was prepared to set off at any moment. What he didn't know was that in an unknown corner, a group of people had already set their sights on his weapon with the sea tower stone. The long night was about to pass, and the sky was already getting light. Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes while lying in bed. Carefully getting up, dressing, and taking his belongings, he walked out the door. Although he hadn't been in this world for long and hadn't spent much time with this group of roommates, he was still somewhat happy, not knowing when they would meet again. He didn't like scenes of parting. After opening the door, he disappeared into the campus. Yi Chen got on a car and arrived at the train station. Boarding the train to Salt and Iron City, the transportation in this world was not as advanced as in his previous life, with steam-powered locomotives running on the tracks making a chug-chug sound. After a day and night of travel, Yi Chen finally reached his destination. As he got off the train with the crowd, a breath of fresh air hit him. Ah, fresh air smells so good, Yi Chen exclaimed. There were all kinds of people on the train, and as the journey was long, some people took off their shoes to sleep at night. The smell was unbearable. Various strange odors mixed together, a nightmare for those with cleanliness obsession. But along with the fresh air came a wave of heat. This place was at the southernmost part of Huaxia country, with a hot climate all year round. After leaving the station following the inspection, he stood by the roadside. Is this Salt and Iron City? Looking at the somewhat old and industrial-style buildings, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel curious. Just as he was still curious, a warm voice suddenly sounded. Young man, need a ride? Yi Chen turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged man wearing a straw hat and a white or not-so-white black t-shirt was smiling at him. After their eyes met, the experienced middle-aged man approached. Young man, where are you headed? It turned out he was soliciting customers by the roadside. Yi Chen shook his head in refusal. Joking aside, he had seen this scenario many times before. Most people soliciting here were likely to overcharge or even scam. In such an unfamiliar place, how could he possibly take a black cab? Moreover, he truly didn't know where to go, being unfamiliar with this place for the first time. Seeing Yi Chen's confusion, the middle-aged man, though rejected, still had a cheerful expression on his face. Young man, tell me, I promise not to rip you off. I'll even give you a discount, how about it? Yi Chen furrowed his brows, considering his pile of luggage and still not knowing where to go. Sir, are there any good places around here? The middle-aged man smirked. Judging by your appearance, you must have just come of age, didn't expect you to be so. Yi Chen frowned, chuckling bitterly. Just come of age? What was he implying? This man must have misunderstood. Sir, I mean, where are the better places with more rental options? Look at all my luggage. Yi Chen gestured to the side where his luggage was. The man chuckled, using his smile to cover his embarrassment. Ha, my bad, I misunderstood. Let me tell you, young man, you've asked the right person. I happen to have a relative renting out a house. How about I take you to have a look? Yi Chen nodded. Sure, how much to get there? 30, just 30. If you rent the house, I'll give you a discount. 15, how about that? The place is quite far from here, it'll take over 10 minutes to get there. I'm losing money on this deal. Yi Chen thought about it. It did seem like a good deal. Where's your car? The man pointed to a corner, just around that corner. He then led Yi Chen over, warmly helping her with a lot of luggage. But when they reached the corner, Yi Chen was stunned. This is your car? He pointed to the only vehicle parked in the corner. The man patted the dust off the electric bike seat, with a simple smile on his face. Yes, it's a 72V, very fast. Yi Chen had expected a small car at least, maybe even a tricycle. But it turned out to be an electric bike that was at least 50% damaged. $30 for over 10 minutes ride seemed a bit expensive, right? And he said he was losing money on this deal. But since they were already here, and he could introduce him to a house, fine. 30 it is. After getting on the electric bike, the man swiftly maneuvered through the small town. 15 minutes later, they arrived on time. Following the man's lead, Yi Chen arrived at the spacious single room the man had mentioned. After looking around, the environment was nice, the room had no strange odors, the kitchen was well equipped, and there was even a living room. A proper one-bedroom apartment. How about this house? The man smiled. He was quite confident in such a quality property. Indeed, Yi-chin had to admit that he quite liked the house. He just didn't know the price. So he asked, "Sir, how much is the rent for this house?" Upon hearing this, the man felt closer to success. 1,500 a month. 2 months deposit, 1 month rent, no bargaining. 1,500? Yi-chen, a student, didn't have that much money. He furrowed his brows, not giving a direct answer. The man could tell that Yi-chen found the price a bit steep, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the house wasn't his. Just as the man was about to say something, voices outside the door started chatting and gradually approached. Then, a man and a woman entered, and all four of them showed expressions of confusion simultaneously. The man was probably in his early 20s, while the woman was about the same age as Yi-chen. As the girl stepped into the room, she was dressed in a white dress, with twin ponytails, an exquisitely delicate face, and a high-nose bridge. She was no less beautiful than Bai Chanqian. Her appearance even gave people a sense of tranquility and joy. She could be considered the sweet type. This girl's name was Tian Sini, the school flower of Nanyuan-based City No. 2 High School. After entering the room, she began to look around. Is she here to rent a room too? Yi-chen wondered. When the girl's gaze fell on Yi-chen, she frowned slightly, admiration flashing in her eyes for a moment before disappearing. Are you also looking to rent a place? Tian Sini asked. Ha? Yi-chen was a bit puzzled. Do we know each other well? Is she asking this right off the bat? But he didn't think much of it and just nodded. What a coincidence, I am too, Tian Sini said with a charming smile. You didn't set your eyes on this place, did you? I've been looking online for a long time, really liked it here, but didn't expect you to beat me to it, such a pity. This place is indeed nice, Yi-chen smiled inwardly. He didn't say much. He had seen through the girl's flirty tactics, she was just trying to make him voluntarily back off. Yi-chen wasn't falling for that. The two fell into silence. Tian Sini gazed out the window, lips pursed, seemingly lost in thought, looking very conflicted. The man was about to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere when Tian Sini blurted out, "How about we share the rent?" Everyone was surprised. The man approached Yi-chen and asked in a low voice, "Do you two know each other?" Yi-chen shook his head. Then the man's mouth curved into a smile that said more than words could express, "You don't know her, and she still wants to share the rent with you?" Indeed, being young and handsome had its perks. Renting a place could even lead to a beautiful stranger asking to share it. He quickly pulled another man out and even closed the door behind him. "Bro, if this works out, you owe me a discount on the agency fee later." Inside the room, hearing the sound of the man closing the door, Tian Sini became more relaxed, her shy expression disappearing completely. "So, what do you say? Just agree for the sake of being fellow townsmen. Look, if you live alone in such a big house, it would be so lonely." Yi-chen was puzzled. Fellow townsmen? Did she also come from Nanyuan-based city to gain experience here? And how was this house big? It only had one room. He smirked slightly, showing a mischievous smile. "With a beauty like you sharing with me, aren't you afraid that one day I might not be able to control myself and—" Yi-chen wondered what expression the girl would have on her face when he said those words. Coquettish, bewildered, or even angry. But he never expected her to laugh. And it was a charming smile. I do have some confidence in my abilities." Tian Sini looked at Yi-chen and teased, "Besides, you're so handsome, even if you can't control yourself one day, I won't lose out." Ha! Yi-chen chuckled, even starting to doubt if she was the same age as him. They say women are like tigers at 30, and this young and beautiful girl was already so fierce? But faced with the teasing of this young girl, Yi-chen didn't feel shy at all. He had been through this kind of situation countless times in his past life. There was no way around it. In this life as in the past, he was just too damn good looking. And since she had said that, what reason did he have to refuse her? Besides, he was a bit tight on money right now, so sharing expenses with someone wasn't a bad idea. Looking at her, she didn't seem like a bad person, and even if she was, with his current strength, he had nothing to fear. "You're not afraid, so what do I have to fear? Let's just share the rent. It just so happens that I have a bit of extra cash lately." Yi-chen smiled. "No problem, I'll cover the deposit for you." Tian Sini instantly beamed with joy, without hesitation. Although Tian Sini's family background was not as good as Bai Chanqian's, it was definitely not as poor as Yi-chen's. After all, Yi-chen was an orphan who had relied entirely on the state's welfare policies to get to where he was today. Tian Sini was clearly aware of this, so she agreed without a second thought. In the end, the two reached a verbal agreement. Soon after, the door was pushed open. Upon hearing the door open, the uncle's face lit up instantly, saying, "Young man, all set?" Yi-chen nodded, but then realized, "What do you mean, all set? We were discussing sharing the rent, and now we've decided to rent it. Alright, come on. Get the rental contract for them, the uncle said to the agent. The agent then took out the contract from his backpack. They carefully checked it, signed the contract, and paid the deposit, rent, and agent fees. Before leaving, the uncle reminded, "Young man, stay safe." The door closed with a bang. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. "Uncle, you're a good person." Now, only Yi Chen and Tianxini were left in the room. Silence lingered for a while. Tianxini was conflicted internally but couldn't contain her curiosity and spoke up. "Yi Chen, can you show me that black weapon of yours?" At that moment, Yi Chen was stunned. What did she mean by that black weapon? Was this girl's speech so violent and direct? And how did she know my name is Yi Chen? And that I have that baseball bat with the sea-floor stone on it? Maybe she was also present at the arena during the battle between the gladiator and the Ling family's son? After thinking it over, that seemed the most likely scenario. As a Fruit of Tremor user, even if he was known as the Tremor Man, it shouldn't have spread so far. And he had only revealed his abilities in public that one time. Seeing Yi Chen not responding and seemingly lost in thought, Tianxini awkwardly continued, "I suspect you're deliberately playing dumb." Yi Chen smiled slightly. "How could I be playing dumb? You're the one who's got it all wrong and trying to blame me." "Humph," she denied with a smile. Alright, you're right about everything you said. I heard you could defeat Ling Yuxuan because of that black bat? Who told you that? Who told me doesn't matter. What matters is, that's how the head of the Ling family explains it to outsiders. Tianxini said matter-of-factly, but in the next moment, she started acting cute. "Oh, can you please show it to me? I'm really curious." Yi Chen didn't react. That's how the head of the Ling family explains it to outsiders? He thought carefully. Indeed, with the combat experience of a master like Ling Ashen, he could probably figure it out after just 2 encounters. Yi Chen smiled and didn't take out the black baseball bat she mentioned, just teasingly said, "Are you deliberately running into me because you're curious about this?" Tianxini stood with her hands on her hips, feeling a bit guilty but immediately denied. "How could that be? Don't be so self-absorbed, we really did just happen to meet." "Oh, come on, are you going to show it to me or not? You haven't introduced yourself yet, roommate." Yi Chen smiled, still not revealing the baseball bat. She reached out her hand and said, "I'm Tianxini, a student from Nanyuan-based city 2nd High School, 18 this year." So she was a student from 2nd High School. Tianxini? This name seems somewhat familiar. Yi Chen searched his mind for this name and after a moment, he found a faint memory about her. Tianxini, 2nd High School school flower, with the ability of floating fruit. However, Yi Chen found it strange that he had very few memories about other people. Yet the memories of such beauties existed in his mind. After a moment, he suddenly realized, oh, no wonder the predecessor of this world awakened the shocking fruit. His mind was filled with ease. "Oh, nice to meet you." Yi Chen just smiled slightly, showing courtesy. He reached out his hand and held Tianxini's delicate and snow-white hand. Her fingers were long, slender, soft, and smooth, with a silky touch. In that moment of holding hands, he felt as if an electric current ran through his whole body. Then he let go of her hand and naturally began to focus on his own matters, as if he completely ignored Tianxini. Not far away, a few people were secretly monitoring Yi Chen. How did the school flower of 2nd High end up with this guy? What should we do? Don't rush. They can't be together all the time. Let's wait for Yi Chen to be alone, then we'll make our move. Remember, when the time comes, we must strike him with all our might at the first opportunity, not letting him have a chance to take out that baseball bat, or else things might change. Don't worry. With me here, he won't be able to turn the tables. Inside the rental house, Tianxini did not give up on the idea of getting Yi Chen to bring out that weapon. When Yi Chen was resting on the living room sofa, she ran over to ask a question. When he was taking out the trash, she followed and asked a question. Even when Yi Chen was in the toilet, she came to knock on the door and ask a question. In the end, Yi Chen couldn't take it anymore. Oh my god. He had never seen someone so persistent. So Yi Chen took out the baseball bat. Is this the big black stick that defeated Ling Yuxuan? Tianxini carefully examined the baseball bat in Yi Chen's hand. From the appearance, it looked like a very ordinary baseball bat. She didn't see anything special. Is this thing so powerful? It looks pretty ordinary. Tianxini asked in confusion. Yi Chen held the baseball bat and waved it a few times. Seen enough? Should I put it away? Wait. Don't rush. Let me try it? How to try? Tianxini pouted slightly, her eyes rolling. How about, you hit me to try? Yi Chen smiled bitterly. He had never seen a beauty make such a request. It's outrageous. Let me hit her? This is no joke. What? Is it inconvenient? Tianxini turned her head to look at Yi Chen, puzzled. Inconvenient. Very convenient. Since she's so persistent, I'll grant her wish. Come on, stand straight. Yi-Chen raised the baseball bat and looked at Tian-Sini. Why did she close her eyes? Is she scared? Or is she enjoying it? Seeing Tian-Sini looking expectant, he originally intended to use a bit of force, but he softened. He lifted the baseball bat forward and gently tapped Tian-Sini's stomach. The moment it touched her, Tian-Sini suddenly felt weak all over and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Tian-Sini was shocked. Trying it led to passing out? What's going on? Why did she suddenly feel like fainting, unable to even use her fruit ability? It took more than 10 seconds for her lying on the ground to slowly regain her strength. It's hard to imagine this thing, combined with his fruit ability. Alright, now that you've tried it too, can you stop bothering me? Yi-Chen put away the baseball bat and sat on the sofa. Tian-Sini stood up, walked to Yi-Chen's side, and directly hugged his arm. In an instant, Yi-Chen felt like he had arrived in a gentle town, feeling his softness on his arm. Her body's fragrance also wafted over. Yi-Chen, where did you buy this weapon, and do you have more? Tian-Sini stared at him with watery eyes, her behavior very unusual, even her voice had changed, becoming somewhat coquettish. No, this is the only one in the world, Yi-Chen said calmly even though he was facing internal and external troubles. TCH. Tian-Sini let go of his hands, leaned back, and said, what a waste of my expression. There's only one of this thing in the whole world, she thought, such a good thing. Yi-Chen wouldn't just sell it to her like that. After a long silence, you just arrived in Salt and Iron City, right? Aren't you? Me too. So, what are your plans next? Yi-Chen patted his empty pocket and chuckled. First, make money. Tian-Sini, lying on the sofa, sat up with a mischievous smile. What else? Yi-Chen sweated profusely. Why is this woman always teasing him? He couldn't take it anymore. Rolling his eyes, he said, That's great. Let's do it together. Tian-Sini giggled. Then she saw Yi-Chen looking at her chest with a dangerous gaze. She quickly added, make money. I meant make money, let's make money together. Yi-Chen chuckled inwardly, this girl, can't I ever tame this female rogue? Is that okay? Tian-Sini pursed her lips, eagerly asking. Of course, Yi-Chen affirmed. If it's about making money together, that's fine. Tian-Sini had personal strength, and her devil fruit ability was impressive. He knew how powerful she was. Moreover, they were fellow villagers, so working together shouldn't be a problem. And most importantly, she had money. Do you have any plans? Tian-Sini asked. Yes. What plans? Register as a bounty hunter. In fact, this was what Bai Qianqian had told him. Before coming to Salt and Iron City, Bai Qianqian knew Yi-Chen's family was poor and that he must be short of money coming to such a distant small town alone. So she wanted to give him some money, 100,000. This amount was not much for Bai Qianqian, but for Yi-Chen, it was a significant sum. He couldn't accept such a large sum of money for no reason. Helpless, Bai Qianqian told Yi-Chen about a way to make money, bounty hunting. To outsiders, this was a relatively high-risk profession, but Bai Qianqian was very confident in his abilities. Bounty hunter? Tian-Sini's eyes lit up. Bounty hunting is great. It's a chance for experience, mental sharpening, and earning money. When she heard the words bounty hunter, she was very excited. After a brief discussion, they decided to register as bounty hunters. Time flew by, and night fell gradually. How should we arrange with just one room? Tian-Sini smiled at Yi-Chen. Just arrange it however you want. Oh, then I'll take the room. Yi-Chen nodded, having no objections. After all, she had paid the deposit, so taking the room was normal. The night passed uneventfully. The morning sun shone on the earth once again. Yi-Chen, who had fallen asleep on the sofa last night, vaguely heard the sound of someone getting ready early in the morning. His morning wood hadn't completely subsided yet, and when he opened his eyes, Yi-Chen was dumbfounded. This is free to look at? Tian-Sini was wearing a white chiffon nightgown, standing by the sink in the bathroom brushing her teeth. A ray of sunlight shone perfectly on that spot, at that moment. White chiffon equals white attire. Her entire figure was clearly visible, with all its curves. Yi-Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cleared his throat. What followed was even more explosive. She turned directly towards him, and was she actually smiling at herself? This couldn't possibly be a dream, right? Awake? Tian-Sini asked naturally. Yi-Chen nodded, subtly gesturing with his body turned slightly to the side. Your nightgown, it looks nice. Tian-Sini had no idea what Yi-Chen was talking about, even teasing him. Really? If it looks good, then look more. Yi-Chen helplessly closed his eyes, only slightly opening them. It wasn't until she turned to look at herself in the mirror, illuminated by the sunlight. At that moment, she realized what Yi-Chen had just said. But she didn't panic, she even wiped her face before returning to the room. As the door closed, Tian Cinny inside awkwardly jumped up. Although she enjoyed teasing Yi Chen, she had never really engaged in such a situation. In the sunlight, this outfit was practically invisible. Even with her thick skin, she felt embarrassed. After a moment, Yi Chen finished washing up and Tian Cinny changed clothes. The two appeared together in the living room. There was no trace of embarrassment on Tian Cinny's face, as if the previous incident had never happened, radiating a warm smile. After going downstairs, they planned to take a taxi. However, after waiting for half an hour, there were still no taxis passing by. Finally, they managed to hail a dilapidated tricycle. Without hesitation, they flagged it down to their destination, the Bounty Tower. The tricycle took almost half an hour to reach their destination. Yi Chen's legs were almost numb from Tian Cinny sitting on them. After getting off the tricycle, a building came into view. The words Bounty Tower were clearly written on it. This was the headquarters of the Bounty League in the Salt and Iron City. The two walked in together through the gate. Guided by the staff, they entered a room. It was very spacious, with a black machine-like object placed in the center. "Hello, please place your palms on the black machine in the middle, and it will extract your information," the staff instructed. After following his instructions, the machine spat out 2 cards next to it. As the staff explained, these were their identity cards. With this, they were officially registered as bounty hunters. From now on, they would use this identity card to accept and complete tasks here. The threshold for registering as a bounty hunter in the league was not high. As long as you possessed devil fruit abilities, you could register. After all, if a bounty hunter died unexpectedly during a mission, they were not held responsible. So, the more hunters, the better. If you didn't have devil fruit abilities, you needed to apply for offline ability assessment. Tian Cinny picked up the card, puzzled. "Are we bounty hunters now?" Yi Chen nodded, "Yes, but we are only junior hunters for now." Here, the league assigned levels to hunters based on the coins earned from completed tasks, ranging from Gold Hunter, Special Hunter, Advanced Hunter, Intermediate Hunter, to Junior Hunter. Those who became Advanced Hunters in this world were few, most were still juniors. Not to mention becoming a Gold Hunter, they were almost the top combat power in the entire Huaxia country, extremely rare. Of course, Tian Cinny and Yi Chen were well aware of all this. After completing the registration, the two of them arrived at the task collection hall. The hall was very spacious, with neatly arranged wooden cabins providing hunters with their tasks to protect their privacy. There weren't many people in the hall. Yi Chen and Tian Cinny casually entered a cabin together and he habitually locked the door. Inside the cabin, the furnishings were very simple, with only a machine that had a screen and a card slot below it. Yi Chen knew this was used to read personal information, so he inserted his card. Subsequently, tasks appeared on the screen one by one. The bounty contents were not as expected, mostly tasks like helping XXX catch a cheater, walk a dog for XXX, clean the sewer for XXX, and even matchmaking. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. No wonder this bounty alliance could be so big, they undertook all kinds of businesses. However, he didn't give up and continued scrolling down, until he came across a task with a star. Yi Chen's heart trembled, unable to contain his excitement. He immediately clicked on it. Advanced Bounty Task, Kill S-Class Fugitive, Jia Jingue, Task Requirement, Kill him and bring back his head. Bounty Amount, 1 million, Jia Jingue, Weapon Fruit Ability User, Leader of a Free Organization, Ruthless Killer. Seriously, the task details were few, but just from these words and the bounty amount, it was clear that Jia Jingue was a fierce character. However, Yi Chen didn't hesitate and directly accepted the task. This was 1 million. Even if split, it would still be 50,000 for one person. After completion, it would be enough for him to spend 1 or 2 years. The two of them left the bounty building. It was already noon, and as they walked on the road under the scorching sun, a piece of canvas floated above their heads, following their movements. This was Tian Cinny's fruit ability, which could make all objects float as long as the ability was sufficient. In this vast sea of people, where do we find this Jia Jingue? Tian Cinny looked up at the sun behind the canvas, feeling discouraged. "No need to search everywhere," Yi Chen said with a faint smile. "How? Do you know where he is?" Tian Cinny asked in confusion. "I don't know, but someone does, however. It might require your help." When Bai Chanxian told him about the Bounty Alliance as a money-making channel, she naturally also revealed some tricks to Yi Chen. "Me?" Tian Cinny pointed at herself in bewilderment. "Help? Need my help? I'm new here, don't know many people, how can I help?" Tian Cinny looked at Yi Chen in puzzlement. He rubbed his fingers. "Just need to borrow some money." "Borrow money?" Yi Chen nodded. "There's a person here who knows a lot of information, maybe we can try finding him. Just need money." In this era, trading information was highly valued. Those sellers only sold information they knew and were accurate. After all, if they were found out selling false information to cheat money, they probably wouldn't live long, because those who went to buy information from them were ruthless killers. So, people in this line of work dared not deceive. No problem, Tian Sini readily agreed. Money was not a big deal for her. The two of them hailed a car on the roadside and headed to their destination. After getting off the car, they entered an alley. Yi Chen, how did you find such a place? I'm getting dizzy. Tian Sini followed behind Yi Chen, turning left and right. At first, she could vaguely remember some of the way, but later on, she was completely lost. Do you have a map? Yi Chen smiled slightly and handed a crumpled piece of paper to Tian Sini. She took it and looked carefully at it. Then, she gave a bitter smile. Is this what you call a map? Tian Sini pointed to the messy arrows on the paper and looked up at Yi Chen. She thought a map should at least have some buildings or landmarks marked on it, but there were only arrows on it. She couldn't understand how Yi Chen managed not to get lost. Yes. Quick, turn left up ahead. Hey, wait for me. Tian Sini jogged to catch up. After turning left, the two arrived at the end of an alley. The nearby houses were quite run down and dusty. Only one house had a clean door and a bunch of lanterns hanging outside. Obviously, only this small building was inhabited. Yi Chen approached and knocked on the door. The door opened automatically. He walked in, calmly surveying the surroundings. In the living room sat a middle-aged man in black clothes and sunglasses. As soon as the two entered, he spoke. What brings you here? Are you the jack of all trades, Yi Bilan? The man nodded. Yes, that's me. May I ask why you're here? Yi Chen didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. I'm looking for someone. This person's name is Jia Jingue. Yi Bilan looked up, as if pondering something. Then he spoke, 50,000. What? 50,000 for just this piece of information? Tian Sini looked at Yi Bilan in shock. That's 50,000 yuan. Completing this bounty mission only rewards 1 million, and they're asking for 50,000 just for this information? She was very surprised, never expecting this line of work to be so profitable. Yi Bilan took off his sunglasses, looking at them emphatically, 50,000 yuan. No bargaining. If the information is inaccurate, full refund. Yi Chen shook Tian Sini's arm. Just trust me, I'm confident. Tian Sini nodded skeptically, not saying much. She then paid the 50,000 and received a piece of paper. The two walked out of the door. Jia Jingue, 35 years old, currently residing on Chicken Head Island, with his own personal influence, dominating the island? Yi Chen read the information from the paper. This cost me 50,000 yuan? Don't worry, I'll definitely repay you with the reward money. Oh, with you, I'm at a loss. You better treat me well tonight. Tian Sini blinked. Yi Chen smirked. Oh? How do you want me to treat you? With my vibrant fruit ability? Oh, so you came for that. No wonder you've been teasing me in the car all along. You're talking nonsense. I meant treating me to supper. Where did you think of? Ha ha, laughter echoed in the alleyway. Nearby, a few people were monitoring Yi Chen. Damn, how come these two are always together? Didn't they just meet? The leader was very frustrated. How could Yi Chen attract beautiful women like this? Besides Bai Chanxian, this was the second campus belle. Could it be that he had some special physique? Or a special scent on him? Especially attractive to campus belles? They started living together on the first day. It's unbelievable. It's probably hard to believe even if they brag about it. Boss, should we call more people over? Just take him out directly. Another man in black clothes exclaimed excitedly. The leader shook his head, deep in thought. Don't rush, let's observe a bit more. The crowd nodded. Upon returning to their residence, they started packing their luggage again. This time, with Tian Sini around, they no longer had to carry their luggage themselves. Because she had the ability to store things in her space, which was very spacious. Yi Chen vowed that once this job was done, he would definitely spend money to buy one. After packing up their luggage, he kept his promise and treated Tian Sini to a late-night snack. The next day, the two of them arrived at the port and bought tickets to Chicken Head Island. Several people behind them followed suit and purchased the same tickets. Hee, it's great to go out to sea, the leader said. He was from Gone Left Base City next to Nanyuan Base City. His name was Jiang Jiawan. He had recently passed by Nanyuan Base City and happened to hear news about the weapons in Yi Chen's hands. This sparked malicious intent in his heart. He deliberately found a swordsman without fruit abilities to assist him. This swordsman was named Jun Nanju, with a long scar on his face, looking very fierce. When he saw Yi Chen and Tian Sini heading out to sea, he was overjoyed. After killing someone, the body was thrown directly into the sea, and no one would know who did it. Boss, are we going to make a move now? Jun Nanju asked in confusion. Hee, not yet, let's wait a bit longer, Zhang Zhawan said with a sinister smile. Wait longer? What else do we need to wait for? Isn't this a great opportunity at sea? I need to wait for one more person. Jun Nanju was very puzzled. Who else did they need to wait for? He didn't dare to ask further. Were there more helpers? Exactly at 12 o'clock. The ship set sail on time. Because the distance was quite far, it would take nearly 10 days of sailing at sea to reach Chicken Head Island. Yi Chen and Tian Xinyi settled into the bottom cabin of the ship, which was the cheapest room available. Even so, this room of only about 10 square meters cost over 3,000 yuan. Hey, I'm making you spend money again, Yi Chen smiled slightly. It's okay, this lady is loaded, Tian Xinyi pouted playfully. Can I borrow some more money? Why? For food, you know, food is essential, missing a meal makes you really hungry. Alright, I'll lend you another 5,000, Tian Xinyi said as she reached into her pocket. Shua, just as she said that, the power suddenly went out on the lower deck of the ship. This was the bottom deck, with no windows, pitch black. Tian Xinyi was most afraid of the dark, letting out a hoarse scream. Don't be afraid, Yi Chen sat opposite her, reaching out to comfort the frightened Tian Xinyi. But his hand felt something soft in his palm. Hey, where are you touching? She instinctively pushed away Yi Chen's hand, but at that moment, the power came back on, referring to 220 V AC power. The lights came on. Yi Chen's hands were placed in front of his chest. You really are touching. Tian Xinyi drove naturally, without a hint of shyness on her face. Yi Chen awkwardly put down his hands, not knowing where to place them. Sorry, it was a mistake. A mistake? Either apologize or I'll touch back. Tian Xinyi suddenly became serious. Yi Chen smiled wryly. Is this really the school's beauty from Second High? Which school's beauty is this open-minded? Damn, did I get the wrong person? But sorry, Yi Chen, never apologize. Come on, let the storm come even stronger. He didn't say a word, just raised his chest proudly. Seeing this, Tian Xinyi smiled in her heart. Come on, I'm coming. She reached out her hands for real. Hey, are you really coming? I was just kidding. In the small room, joy filled the air. The boat sailed for several days without anything special happening. Zhang Zhawan still hadn't made a move because the person he was waiting for wasn't on the boat at the moment. It was an ordinary noon when Yi Chen was lying in the cabin, suddenly hearing a familiar voice in his mind, which woke him up immediately. Hint, 59 seconds left until the next system store refresh. Hint, 58 seconds left until the next system store refresh. System store has refreshed. Without making a sound of surprise, Tian Xinyi was also sleeping at that time. Yi Chen excitedly opened the system store, but the first item he saw was a decoration, giving him a bad feeling. He scrolled down and, as expected, his face didn't light up until he locked onto the 7th item. 7. Navy revolver with 7 bullets. Price, 1 yuan. With no other choice as everything else was junk, he directly bought it for 1 yuan. Ding! Purchase successful. Yi Chen opened the system space and took out the pistol, sighing as he wiped the smooth metal surface with his hand. After waiting for a week, this is what I get. It's simply trash. Indeed, his luck was only temporary, perhaps because he had used all his good fortune to exchange for Kaido's armament Haki. This might have caused both system refreshes to offer such junk items. He really hoped to find the fugitive soon, as the information he bought mentioned that the fugitive had established his own power there. With such a huge force, he must have many underlings. When the time comes to take down Jia Jingue and wipe out all his underlings, he wondered if he could drop an advanced item refresh card. Even if it's not S rank, high grade would do. This request isn't too high, right? Bang! Suddenly, a few loud noises in succession, and the boat shook violently. Yi Chen was startled. Could it be this unlucky? Did they encounter a Sea King-class beast? The violent shaking of the boat made Yi Chen not think of anything else. What's going on? At that moment, Tian Xinyi also woke up. Looking confused, she turned on the light and asked Yi Chen. I don't know either, let's go check it out. The two got up and went to the deck. Looking around, there didn't seem to be any major issues. It was just that the strong winds and waves were causing the boat to sway erratically. Fortunately, it was just rough weather. If they had really encountered a Sea King-class beast, Yi Chen might not have been as decisive as he was in the Lingxi secret realm. Because there were too many people on this boat, revealing their strength like that might not be appropriate. The two returned to the cabin. Several more days passed, and they finally arrived at their destination. As the name suggests, Chicken Head Island resembled the shape of a chicken's head. It was quite large, covering nearly 100 square kilometers, with a tall peak at the tip of the island. After disembarking, they immediately entered the bustling market. After almost 10 days on the boat, the food was expensive and unappetizing. They were tired of dry rations. Now, they just wanted to eat a warm meal and make further plans. This area on the island was one of the more densely populated places, so there was plenty of food available. Although the prices were similar to those on the boat, the food was much tastier. The two went to a restaurant and ordered several dishes. Soon, Yi-chan was full, but Tian-Sini was still eating slowly. Men always ate faster. So, he took out the piece of paper with the purchased information and started studying it again. Where is the highest point on the island? At that moment, the boss happened to pass by. Hey, boss. The boss stopped, looking puzzled. What's wrong? Is the food not good? Yi-chan smiled faintly and waved his hand. No, I just wanted to ask, where is the highest mountain on this island? The highest mountain? The boss pondered for a moment. Come, follow me. Yi-chan followed the boss outside. Here, it's this one. He pointed to the mountain peak behind the house. Are you planning to go up there? Yi-chan nodded. The boss's face darkened. Young man, I advise you not to go up there. There's a ruthless group up there. Everyone here is afraid of them. Every time they come here to eat, they don't pay, and we dare not resist. It is said that the last person who resisted already has grass growing a meter high on their family's grave. Yi-chan smiled bitterly upon hearing this. The boss was indeed interesting. It was a sad story, yet he made it sound almost amusing. Thank you, but we won't go up. After saying that, Yi-chan returned to the dining table. Not long after sitting down, Tian-Sini had finished eating as well. The two left. Following the direction the boss had pointed, Yi-chan led Tian-Sini to the foot of the mountain. By the time they arrived, it was getting dark. Is this what you call the hideout of that S-rank wanted criminal? Up on the mountain top? She looked at the straight mountain peak in front of her with great doubt. Yi-chan nodded. This guy chose the location really well. You see, this mountain peak backs onto the sea. If anything happens, they can just jump off the cliff towards the vast sea, and it would be hard to find them. Tian-Sini praised. I didn't expect you to analyze it so well. Yi-chan teased. This compliment was indeed sincere. She had analyzed the terrain of Jia Jingui's chosen hideout very reasonably. No wonder he was a wanted fugitive, his mind was indeed sharp. Shall we fly up to the sky while it's dark, then quietly land on the mountaintop? Who would be able to find us then? Yi-chan continued. I was thinking the same. Tian-Sini squinted. Come on, call me sister and experience the feeling of flying with me. But just then, a familiar voice rang in Yi-chan's mind. Reminder, 59 seconds left until the next system mall refresh. Reminder, 58 seconds left until the next system mall refresh. System mall has refreshed. Yi-chan was overjoyed. He immediately opened the system mall, quickly browsed through it, and finally settled on the fifth item. 5. Loki's Moon Step. Price, 1 yuan. He bought it instantly. He took it out of the system space and merged with it. After a moment. Hey, speak up. Why are you daydreaming? Tian-Sini asked in confusion. At this moment, Yi-chan had just finished merging. He smiled. How about you call me brother and I'll take you flying? Tian-Sini, without hesitation, said, sure. Brother. The way she said brother was so sweet. In any case, she couldn't believe that Yi-chan could really make her fly. After all, she was the one with the ability of the floating fruit. That was her expertise. As for Yi-chan's shock fruit, he definitely wouldn't have such a skill. Seeing Yi-chan silent for a long time, she teased, hey, brother, I did call you, you should take me F. Before Tian-Sini could finish her sentence, Yi-chan directly hugged her slender waist. And then, moon step. Yi-chan's mind commanded. Tian-Sini only heard a few bang sounds in the air, and then felt a strong sense of acceleration. Then she was lifted into the air by Yi-chan, continuously ascending. Tian-Sini was instantly shocked. What is happening? Is he really making me fly? How is this possible? In his understanding of this world, only those with special fruit abilities can fly. Just like her floating fruit ability, which allows people to fly. And as long as it is powerful enough, it can make any object float. There are also some animal-type fruit ability users who can fly. Even some special natural fruit abilities can achieve flight. Besides that, there is no other way. And he has never heard of any treasure related to flying. Not only in the southern abyss-based city. Even in a city like Kyoto, where experts gather, there is no mention of such a treasure. But he is clearly a Tremor fruit ability user. How is he able to do this? It completely shattered her worldview. Moreover, he is directly stepping on the air to ascend. This is simply outrageous. It's beyond belief. This made her start to have wild thoughts. Could he possess two devil fruit abilities? No. This is absolutely impossible. There has never been such a precedent in the world. But then why? She just couldn't understand. Just watching him holding her, flying higher and higher step by step. Until under the moonlight, she saw the mountaintop, and they slowly descended. Yi Chen released his hold on Tian Sunny's waist. By now, they were already in Jia Jingui's stronghold. How did you do that? Tian Sunny landed and immediately looked at Yi Chen with a puzzled expression in her eyes. Yi Chen completely ignored her, scanning the surroundings with alert eyes. After confirming no one was around, he whispered to Tian Sunny, "Let's go." Yi Chen took a few steps forward, only to find her standing still in place. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just a little surprised by my moonwalk? Is that why she's stunned? No choice. So he turned back, took her delicate and snow-white hand, and led her away. Throughout, she kept asking, "How did you do that just now?" Seeing Tian Sunny's dazed and shocked eyes, he felt helpless. Damn it! My good sister, what's going on in your head? We're at the fugitives' hideout, and you're still asking questions? Do you think we're in a rental house? I'll explain later, let's find Jia Jingui first. Yi Chen's words seemed to awaken Tian Sunny, and the dazed look in her eyes disappeared. She felt a hint of apology in her heart and nodded. Seeing Tian Sunny back to normal, Yi Chen's walking posture became much calmer. It's been a while since they reached the top, and unexpectedly, there was a whole new world up there, no less than the streets when they entered the city. Sigh. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. If he had observation Haki now, it would be so much better. He wouldn't have to go through the trouble of finding him, just a thought and he would know his location. But at that moment, a voice came from not far ahead. Ah! Yi Chen listened carefully. It was a woman's heart-wrenching scream. They looked at each other and instantly understood. They swiftly moved forward. The scream grew louder and louder, and Yi Chen was certain that it was a scream that struck the heart, full of despair. Arriving next to the house, they faintly saw everything happening inside through the window. Is this man Jia Jingui? Yi Chen couldn't see his face clearly. But there was no time to worry about that anymore. Bang! The sound of a wooden board cracking echoed. The door collapsed with a bang. The scene before Tian Sunny made her turn away directly. And after Yi Chen saw the man's face, he was certain it was Jia Jingui. Suddenly, he understood some details that had puzzled him just now. Such a large organization, there couldn't be no one patrolling at night, not even guarding his door. They must be planning to do something inside the house. Bold. Do you want to die? Jia Jingui initially thought it was one of his men, but upon closer inspection, he was sure that the man and woman before him were not his subordinates. Who are you? Jia Jingui released the woman under him, quickly dressed up, while the woman choked back tears, covering herself with the remaining clothes, rolling off the bed, curling up in a corner, trembling. Yi Chen just stared coldly at Jia Jingui, not answering him. After a moment, Tian Sunny turned around, her eyes equally cold, gritting her teeth, looking very angry. You beast! She cursed, charging towards him. She couldn't stand someone who would assault a woman like this. The two instantly started fighting, making it hard to tell who had the upper hand. Things on the ground were shattered. After a dozen rounds, there was still no clear winner. The two separated momentarily to catch their breath. But at that moment, Tian Sunny saw Yi Chen standing at the door, hands on his hips, watching the show, which infuriated her. Jia Jingui was slightly surprised to find himself at a disadvantage against this woman. His attention shifted to Yi Chen, who was watching from behind. He turned around, his arm turning into a blade, swiftly shooting towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's face remained incredibly calm, standing still without moving. Just as Jia Jingui was about to get close, Yi Chen's arm suddenly turned black. With a gentle lift of his hand, he grabbed Jia Jingui's arm. Bang! A violent collision occurred in an instant. Bang! Followed by another loud noise. Jia Jingui was sent flying by Yi Chen's punch, dozens of meters away. A long mark was left on the ground. At the end of the mark, the fugitive knelt on one knee, a look of shock on his face. How is this possible? As a wielder of a devil fruit power, his arm transformed into a blade that was harder and sharper than most weapons in the world. How could this situation have occurred? And it seemed that he was just a teenager. How could he possess such formidable strength? Close combat was his specialty. Yet he had just been easily subdued by the man before him. How terrifying was this person? In that moment, he panicked. He could no longer hide his strength. He had to bring out his trump card. And behind him, Tian Sunny was witnessing Yi Chen in combat for the first time. Despite hearing about his impressive battles in the arena against the Ling family, she had thought that the key to his victory lay in the weapons he wielded. But today's scene left her astonished. Her eyes showed an expression of disbelief. In an instant, she felt her mind unable to keep up. Just a moment ago, she was fighting Jia Jingui and knew well that he was not weak. This was an S-class fugitive, yet he was easily subdued by him with just one hand? And, if she hadn't seen it wrong, he actually caught the blade with one hand? How terrifying must his physical constitution be to achieve such a feat? She swallowed hard, her eyes wide open, staring at Yi Chen as if forming a whole new understanding of him. Jia Jingui stood up from the ground, twisted his neck and wrists, and said, there have been plenty of bounty hunters who died on this island, and today you are the 20th. He naturally could guess the purpose of Yi Chen and the others coming here. Before this, there were also many bounty hunters who came for the reward, but all of them died on the island. Because so many bounty hunters died because of Jia Jingui, the reward for this mission gradually increased, eventually reaching a staggering 1 million. Then, a confident smile appeared on his lips, the sharp blade on his arm transformed back, but in the next moment, it turned into a heavy cannon. He was so confident because this was his strongest move, a heavy cannon that could be fired continuously. Tremendous power. Anyone formidable in front of him before was turned to dust by him. So, he believed this time would be no exception. Tian Xinyi saw that Jia Jingui had switched the form of his weapon, a hint of shock in her eyes. Yi Chen, get out of the way. She immediately shouted loudly to Yi Chen. In an instant, more than 10 cannonballs were rapidly fired towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained calm, his mind moved. Armament Haki covering. His whole body was completely enveloped in a black energy. He directly withstood the rapidly incoming cannonballs. Tian Xinyi screamed loudly. Bang! Several consecutive loud noises. The roof was directly blown off. It was also thanks to Tian Xinyi's floating fruit ability that it did not fall and hit anyone. Due to the explosion of the cannonballs, smoke billowed. Yi Chen was in the midst of it, a baseball bat already in his hand. Moon step. Yi Chen silently recited in his mind. With a burst of air under his feet, his figure shot out like a bullet. In an instant, he arrived at Jia Jingui's side, raising the baseball bat. Jia Jingui saw Yi Chen's face, a boundless fear in his eyes. In the moment the bat swung down, the one being struck couldn't even react. Bang! A crisp sound echoed in the room, followed by another loud bang. He was sent flying into the wall by a bat, crashing heavily down. Lying on the ground, completely unable to move, this scene, like knocking out a dog, Jia Jingui was knocked unconscious by Yi Chen with a bat. He was almost knocked out. Tian Xinyi was dumbfounded. Yi Chen was completely unscathed? Wasn't he just hit by a cannonball? What she saw with her own eyes should be correct, right? Those were cannonballs from the devil fruit. Besides the natural type, there were also some mythical beast types. Who dares to say they can withstand it head-on? Even if the proud sky beast had transformed and possessed quite terrifying defense, when it came, wouldn't it be blasted to pieces too? Yi Chen was completely unscathed. Was this guy still a normal person? This was simply beyond belief. What's even more unbelievable was that he could knock Jia Jingui unconscious with just one bat. This guy was an S-class fugitive, how many people died at his hands? Yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yi Chen? Are they really the same age as me? The gap between us is too big. No wonder someone like Bai Chanxian, with such status, would choose to team up with him in the Lingxi secret realm and easily take first place. So that's how it is. Yi Chen stood in place, and upon hearing sobbing from the corner, he quickly turned around and walked towards the woman in the corner whose clothes were already in tatters. Taking off his own clothes, he covered her nearly naked upper body and said very gently, "Sister, don't be afraid. You are safe now." At this moment, the woman saw Yi Chen as if she had seen a ray of light in the darkness, tears welling up in her eyes, deeply grateful. Tian Xinyi, she's in your hands now. Yi Chen turned around and walked towards Jia Jingqi. Tian Xinyi was awakened by Yi Chen's shout from surprise and quickly walked to the corner. "I'll borrow your sword for a moment." Passing by Tian Xinyi, he pointed at her sword. She nodded and handed him the sword. Yi Chen took it and walked in front of Jia Jingqi. Perhaps to outsiders, knocking out the S-class fugitive Jia Jingqi with a stick might seem exaggerated. But Yi Chen knew clearly that the moment the baseball bat with Hailu stone touched him, he had completely lost his ability to resist. A person without resistance, when hit with all of Yi Chen's strength, even someone with extraordinary physique couldn't withstand it. He raised the sword in his hand, preparing to strike. "Ha!" he sneered. "I bet you've done this kind of thing to young girls a lot. Today you won't have the pleasure of an easy death. P.S. Please clench your thighs." Yi Chen put down the sword. With a thought, a powerful force gathered in his right foot. Then, he slowly raised his right foot and aimed at Jia Jingqi's groin. He kicked heavily. In that moment, only two crisp sounds like breaking eggs were heard, and Jia Jingqi was awakened by the piercing pain. Before the scream could finish, he passed out directly from the pain. Actually, Yi Chen wanted to be merciful and let him die quickly. But judging from what he had just done, who knows how many women he had violated? How many families he had shattered on this small island? Today, before he dies, Yi Chen also wants him to experience what it feels like to wish for death. Standing in the corner protecting the girl who had been forced, Tian Xinyi couldn't help but shudder when she saw this scene. Yi Chen, you're too ruthless. But it feels so good in my heart. So satisfying. It's just too relieving. The girl curled up in the corner felt like she was dreaming at that moment. She couldn't imagine what she would have been subjected to tonight without the rescue of Yi Chen and the others. At that moment, tears flowed uncontrollably, crying out loud to release the fear and grievances in her heart. After dealing with it, Yi Chen raised the sword in his hand again. A horizontal slash. Blood gushed out. At that moment, an expectant look appeared in his eyes. However, there was no system voice in his mind. The first time he killed someone, no high-level item drop card appeared. Tian Xinyi, throw the box with the head over here, Yi Chen said to Tian Xinyi in the corner. She supported the already fainted girl, took out a box from the spatial ring, and threw it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took it and stored it away. Then, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching rapidly. Are his men coming? Tian Xinyi asked. Yi Chen nodded, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In fact, Yi Chen did this on purpose. He could have killed Jia Jinqi with one blow, but he deliberately made some noise. All for this moment. Let's go. They were just a bunch of ants, and Yi Chen didn't feel panicked. When the two of them walked out of the backyard with the bullied girl, they found themselves surrounded. So many of them? That's great. I wonder if this time, with so many people, they can drop item refresh cards. Yi Chen turned to Tian Xinyi and instructed, don't worry, protect her well. Next, you just need to clear the way for me. He was really afraid of losing the head, so he specifically instructed her. And the next moment, Yi Chen, holding a baseball bat covered in armed color, rushed straight into the crowd. Just 10 minutes later, bodies were strewn all over the ground, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. He returned to Tian Xinyi's side, feeling somewhat depressed. Even after killing this group of lackeys, there was still no drop item refresh card. Tian Xinyi's face was full of astonishment. She was completely shocked by Yi Chen's strength. Just now, this group of dark ability users, even if the pride of the nation, Tianzhou of Huaxia, came, they probably couldn't leave unscathed. Yet he handled it so easily, not even letting her help. What kind of confidence in his own strength allowed him to do this? Now that the danger was completely eliminated, Tian Xinyi's tension disappeared completely. Now you can tell me how you managed to fly to this ghostly place just now, right? She was more concerned about this than what had just happened. It's an advanced body technique. Just now, Yi Chen had been using moon steps and domineering qi, which consumed quite a bit of stamina. Fortunately, with more than 20 bottles of Lingxi spring water, he slightly enhanced his physique, greatly increasing his stamina limit. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have lasted until now. Body technique? Tian Xinyi looked at Yi Chen in confusion. For the entire Huaxia nation, almost no one paid attention to body techniques. They were more focused on practicing swordsmanship. So, she wouldn't know if body techniques had the ability to fly directly. But what she did know was that just relying on body techniques to fly like this in the air, what kind of amazing body technique would that be? Do you feel a bit incredulous? Yi Chen smiled. Tian Xinyi swallowed, nodding curiously. Can you tell me about it? Yi Chen thought for a moment. It wouldn't hurt since he needed to recover his stamina now. He nodded and sat down. Actually, just as Yi Chen was about to speak, a few snowflakes drifted down from the sky. He immediately stood up. This was the southernmost region. How could snowflakes appear? The only explanation was that there might be a natural ability user nearby, and it was the snow fruit ability. Tian Xinyi also noticed this detail, her face showing a serious expression. There was even a hint of surprise in her eyes. Tread, tread, tread. Just then, a few people walked over from a distance. I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems that the information given by the Ling family was not accurate. You didn't defeat them just with that iron rod. The one speaking was the man who had been monitoring Yi Chen in Yantai City, Zhang Zhaowen. Trouble. Yi Chen had never expected that trouble would come knocking at such a time. And he didn't even know if the natural ability user around was an enemy. If he had full stamina, his armament Haki would definitely be able to fight against them. But just now, he had already consumed most of his stamina. Who are you? Yi Chen frowned. Just now you mentioned the Ling family. Are you the assassin they sent? Zhang Zhaowen laughed. Ha ha ha. Them? They're worthy of hiring me as an assassin? They're only worthy of helping me tie my shoes. They're only worthy of tying your shoes? It seems like your status is quite high, huh? Are you from the capital? Or some mysterious organization? Yi Chen's words became unusually numerous at this moment. His purpose was to buy time to recover more stamina for himself. Obviously, Zhang Zhaowen also realized this, and he shouted loudly, "Hand over the weapon in your hand. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can make your death a bit quicker." Yi Chen heard this. So, he came for the weapon with the sea tower stone that I have. That all makes sense now. Because he thought about it, the only conflict he had with anyone in this world was with the Ling family father and son. If it weren't for the assassins they sent, Yi Chen wouldn't have known what their true intentions were. But to think that he would hand over his weapon to them? That's just a dream. This is a gift bestowed upon me by System Dad. How could I just give it away? Yi Chen smiled and said, "You should have said earlier that you wanted my weapon. Why bother following me to this remote island? I could have given it to you directly in the Salt and Iron City, saving you the trouble of coming all this way. Then why don't you throw it over here? If I throw it over and it hits you, or worse, damages the weapon, what will you do? Hee, then I'll just take it from your cold body." Suddenly, a large patch of snowflakes fell to the ground, forming into a person. A tall and slender woman with snow-white skin, dressed in a sexy manner. She stood in front of Zhang Zhaowen without speaking, exuding a very cold demeanor. The aura she emanated seemed innate, a powerful presence continuously radiating from her body, causing the previously arrogant Yi Chen to shut up and stand respectfully behind the woman. Seeing this scene, Tian Seni stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Chen. At that moment, she was dumbfounded. Faced with a natural powerhouse, she had no way to resist, no matter how strong she was. Yet she stood in front of Yi Chen. When the gaze of the natural beauty in front of her fell upon her, she shuddered instantly. It was then that she realized what she had done. She had actually stood against a natural powerhouse. And all for a guy she had barely known for less than half a month. Wasn't this seeking death? Did I lose my mind? At that moment, she regretted a bit. Realizing what you've done now. Yi Chen looked at Tian Seni standing in front of him, a hint of hesitation on his face as he chuckled softly. "Yes, how could I do this for you? But since I've already stepped forward, what else can I do? I will do my best to help you escape. If we can't get away, at the last moment, I will abandon you. Thank you." Yi Chen didn't say much more. Although he still had some strength left for a fight, there was more than one opponent on the other side. He could only hope that Tian Seni could help buy him some time to recover his strength. After 2 tense breaths, the snow woman didn't make a move, just mockingly staring at the two. Her name was Chen Shueya, affiliated with the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion was the top assassin organization in Huaxia, with numerous natural powerhouses under its banner, striking fear into people's hearts. The reason Zhang Zhaowen didn't act on the ship was because he was waiting for her arrival. At that moment, Tian Seni knew that if she didn't run now, she wouldn't have a chance. Without hesitation, she grabbed Yi Chen's hand and flew directly into the sky. Let's see how far you can run." A smile appeared on Chen Shueya's face as her body turned into a snowflake and floated into the air. However, just as Tian Seni and Yi Chen flew into the sky, a look of surprise crossed their faces. The sky above was already covered with heavy snow. It seems they were prepared in advance. Tian Seni exclaimed in surprise. Seeing so much snow suddenly gathering in the sky, Tian Seni could easily guess that the other party had known in advance that she was a user of the float fruit ability and had prepared accordingly. The powerful pressure left Tian Seni at a loss, frozen in place. "Go back to the ground," Yi Chen suggested upon seeing the situation. "Okay." Tian Seni nodded, realizing that was their only way out at the moment. The two quickly passed through the jungle, descending from the mountaintop to the ground. What puzzled Yi Chen was that there was no sign of the snow woman behind them. With her abilities, she shouldn't have trouble catching up to us, right? Are we safe now? Tian Seni looked around nervously and asked, is this the first time she has encountered a strong naturalist in actual combat, which scared her to death? Yi Chen did not answer, just scanning the surroundings cautiously. After a minute, he finally spoke, "It should be fine now." However, Yi Chen felt puzzled. Why hadn't they been chased for so long? Did their team have internal conflicts? Or did something happen on the mountaintop that made it difficult for them to escape? Yi Chen pondered but couldn't be sure. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Tian Seni finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily she didn't chase us. Naturalists are indeed terrifying, she exclaimed. Now she just wanted to leave this ghostly place as soon as possible. Since the mission was completed, there was no need to waste time here. 10 minutes later, Tian Seni and Yi Chen walked along the beach towards the port. She rubbed her arms and said, "Yi Chen, do you feel it's getting colder?" Yi Chen shook his head. Men, being tough, always had slightly lower temperature perception than women. But this statement made Yi Chen more vigilant. Suddenly, a heavy snowfall surrounded them. Yi Chen was shocked. Had the snow fruit ability user developed their power to such a terrifying extent? At this moment, Tianxini also realized that she couldn't escape either. Although she had anticipated it just now, when the moment really came, she found it hard to believe. Was her life really going to end like this? At this moment, she felt unwilling. Perhaps it was human nature that made her feel angry. This time I'm really going to be killed by you, she yelled at Yi Chen in anger. Yi Chen remained silent. At this moment, tears welled up in her eyes, almost about to fall. Woo, I haven't even been in love yet, haven't experienced so much more. I don't want to die yet. At this moment, Snow Woman Chen Shueyo appeared from behind, looking at Yi Chen and Tianxini with amusement. And at this moment, Yi Chen finally understood that Chen Shueyo wasn't unable to catch up, she just wanted to play a little longer. She was teasing the two of them. Hee hee, little girl, if you don't want to die, it's actually simple. Just help me kill Yi Chen, and I'll let you go, Chen Shueyo teased. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's lips curled slightly. He understood that this wasn't about her methods but a test of human nature. He had seen too much of this kind of thing, where people spoke righteously before facing difficulties, as if they were true brothers. But when faced with a real crisis, in order to survive, they would not hesitate to abandon their so-called brothers, partners, or even betray them. However, Chen Shueyo found it exceptionally amusing when such things happened to her opponents. Alright, let's end this, Yi Chen stepped forward confidently. He felt very sorry for Tianxini and didn't want her to go through this disgusting test of human nature again. Because the test of human nature was really a very foolish thing. All things considered, she had already done well enough. Oh, how do you want to end it? Chen Shueyo frowned, with a mocking smile on her face. She didn't care about these two people at all, just treating them as her playthings at the moment. Yi Chen directly used a month step, almost instantly appearing in front of Chen Shueyo. Armed color entwined. The surface of the originally black baseball bat was coated with another layer of black substance. Heh, overestimating yourself. She smirked slightly, instantly elementalizing, letting him know why naturalists were invincible. However, the next second, bang, a crisp sound rang out. Chen Shueya fell heavily to the ground. In that instant, her face was filled with disbelief. Even though the weapon in Yi Chen's hand could prevent the use of fruit abilities upon contact with an ability user's body, her own body was completely elementalized, so logically it shouldn't have been able to touch her. Why was this happening? How could this be possible? At this moment, Chen Shueyo's heart trembled wildly. A boundless fear enveloped her entire body, a feeling she had never experienced before in her life. Even when facing superior fruit abilities, like the ice fruit ability, she had never felt such fear. Her instinct was to escape, but Yi Chen was already in front of her. A large hand grabbed her neck, lifting her up. A sense of suffocation overwhelmed her, fear evident in her eyes. Seeing this, Tianxini was completely stunned. This is a natural ability. How could he hit her when she's already elementalized? The concept that natural abilities were invincible was a common assumption. Elementalized bodies were a headache for many strong individuals. Yet, Yi Chen seemed to have struck the snow instead, but in reality, he had hit the snow woman. What kind of terrifying power was this? It shattered Tianxini's worldview. Elementalized natural abilities were considered invincible. Apart from certain fruits that could counter them, there had never been a case where someone like Yi Chen, not possessing a superior fruit ability, could directly strike a natural ability user's body with a single blow. How did he manage to do it? Yi Chen intrigued him greatly. Chen Shueyo stood up from the ground. At that moment, she realized she had underestimated her opponent. It's time to end this, Yi Chen said coldly. In an instant, all the snow around rushed towards Yi Chen. This was the snow woman's final struggle. Tianxini and the others immediately retreated hundreds of meters away. She shouted in astonishment, Yi Chen, be careful. The mountain-like pile of snow instantly enveloped Yi Chen. This was her strongest attack. Before this, no one had ever survived being buried in her thick snow. But the next moment, a violent tremor was felt on the ground. Boom! A loud noise. Snowflakes filled the sky. The snow mountain disappeared instantly. Yi Chen condensed the shockwave in his hand. His black arm struck Chen Shueyao's chest fiercely. Crack under Yi Chen's super shockwave force, the air cracked open. Along with the crack, Chen Shueyao's internal organs ruptured. A loud noise. She flew tens of meters away, blood gushing from her mouth. At that moment, Tianxini, hundreds of meters away, was shocked. A natural ability user, killed? Tianxini stood still, unable to believe it. The first time he heard of Yi Chen was when he awakened the shockwave fruit ability. At that time, he found him disgusting. There was no way he would ever have any dealings with such a person. But unexpectedly, Bai Qianqian teamed up with him, and later he heard about Yi Chen overpowering the Ling family father and son in the arena, which piqued his interest in this person, or perhaps in the baseball bat in Yi Chen's hand. It was only at this moment that she truly witnessed Yi Chen's strength. Excitement, shock, admiration. Only these three words could describe all of her current emotions. The earthquake just now? And the huge snow pile being shaken off directly? Is this the shockwave fruit ability? And the crack in the air just now? The air actually cracked open? Tian Xinyi pursed her lips, saying incredulously. This was the first time she had seen Yi Chen use his fruit ability. She had never imagined that he would develop his fruit ability to such an extent, and had even once thought that his strength was solely due to the weapon in his hand. This scene undoubtedly brought her a whole new understanding of the shaking fruit. And that martial arts just now. It's not an exaggeration to say he's a pride of the Huaxia. Is he really just an orphan? Is he not a private child of some noble family in the capital city of Nanyuan Base? Yi Chen at this moment was completely ruthless. Even though Xuanyu possessed a peerless beauty, Yi Chen showed no mercy. He didn't even spare her a second glance. For someone like Tian Xinyi who would sacrifice herself to protect, he would do everything to keep her safe. As for those who seek their own demise, he wouldn't leave a single one alive. This naturally includes the instigator, Zhang Zhaowen. Yi Chen turned slightly, his icy gaze fixed on Zhang Zhaowen and the others. Their eyes met in an instant. Fear. At this moment, Zhang Zhaowen's eyes were filled with boundless fear. Zhang Zhaowen and the others immediately went weak in the knees. Even the one among them without fruit abilities thought he could show off before coming here. But, seeing this scene, and the death threat in Yi Chen's eyes, he was terrified to the point of wetting himself. Please spare us. What do you want us to do? We'll do anything. Zhang Zhaowen was overwhelmed by endless fear, his voice trembling. He knew he couldn't escape, and the only chance to survive was to beg Yi Chen for mercy. He was willing to do anything, even what Xuanyu had just asked for, to stab his own partner without hesitation. But at this moment, a familiar voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Ding, Slayer of Shueshue Fruit ability user, drops 1 S-level item refresh card, stored in storage space. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Indeed, strong opponents must be defeated to drop items. The Sea King beast in the Lingxi's secret realm last time. And today's Xuanyu. Without a doubt, they both belonged to the strong in this world. But now was not the time to be excited about this. So, the smile on his face only lasted for a moment. Yet, in that moment, Zhang Zhaowen seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Anything you want us to do? Yi Chen asked. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with these lambs for slaughter because he still had some questions unanswered. Seeing Yi Chen's brief smile and hearing his words, Zhang Zhaowen clung to the lifeline, hastily affirming, "Why yes, anything at all. Whatever I can do, I will. Even if I can't do it, I will find a way." Yi Chen pondered for a moment. After a while, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Who is the person behind you that you mentioned?" "I only know his code name, Liang Jing. He's from the Haiyun Society." Zhang Zhaowen answered promptly, without any hesitation. From this, it could be heard that he was probably telling the truth. Haiyun Society? Yi Chen pondered. Then what about the natural system snow woman just now? She's an assassin hired by our boss, seems to be from the Wind Thunder Pavilion. I don't know much about her. Wind Thunder Pavilion? Yi Chen was puzzled. Coming from a commoner background, he wasn't too familiar with these things, only hearing that the Wind Thunder Pavilion seemed to be an assassin organization. As for the Sakura Society, he wasn't very knowledgeable. Haiyun Society? Tian Xinyi stepped forward from the side and said. Yi Chen looked at her. You know? She nodded. The Haiyun Society is a secret organization infiltrated into the country by the Sakura Nation. A hint of fierceness appeared on Yi Chen's face, his gaze turning even colder. Haiyun Society? Sakura Nation? Damn! Yi Chen swung his staff. Zhang Zhaowen's eyes showed an incomparable fear, not even having time to explain anything, he perished on the spot. Ping-pong, followed by a few crisp sounds. Several people lay in a pool of blood. After a moment, Yi Chen sat by the sea. Tian Xinyi sat beside him. After dealing with those people, she returned to the mountaintop where she had just been. Finding the woman still there, he sent her back to the city before returning. By now, she had returned to normal. There was no trace of the shock in her eyes. What are you thinking? Tian Xinyi asked Yi Chen, who was sitting by the sea lost in thought. Yi Chen did not answer, only sighed. After a moment, he spoke. Haiyun Society should not exist in Huaxia. Yi Chen clenched his fists, filled with anger. Tian Xinyi was somewhat surprised. Although the people of Sakura country in this world were somewhat annoying, it wasn't to the extent Yi Chen described. She had no idea why Yi Chen was so angry. She couldn't understand the deep sense of hatred. But Yi Chen understood. As a child of Huaxia, he could not be a traitor. At this moment, he silently vowed that when he became strong enough, he would personally drive Haiyun society out of Huaxia. The waves kept crashing, making a rustling sound. The two sat in silence on the beach for a long time. Yi Chen didn't say much, just quietly sat with her. He knew what Tian Xinyi had just been through. With just a glance, she turned to Yi Chen, their eyes meeting. Suddenly, Tian Xinyi threw herself at Yi Chen, hugging him tightly. In that moment, all the emotion she had suppressed burst out, tears streaming down her face. Woo woo, I thought I would never see the sun again tomorrow. Tian Xinyi couldn't hold back anymore. Honestly, when the snow woman caught up, she really thought she was going to die on this island today. Yi Chen understood her feelings at that moment very well. He embraced Tian Xinyi, giving her a solid shoulder to cry on. After a while, she regained her composure and returned to her usual self. Hee, your bat is quite powerful. You can't use it to tease me in the future. Yi Chen teased Tian Xinyi. Let's go. Do you believe I will take it out now and let you feel what it's like? Yi Chen joked as he actually took it out. No. Tian Xinyi laughed and ran towards the town. Back in the populated area, the two found a double room to stay in. It was late, and this was the only vacant room in the entire town. Whether they knew or not, the receptionist just smiled and told them so. Besides, it was a shared rental situation, so sharing a room was no big deal. After the sound of flowing water, the two lay on the bed. Tian Xinyi looked serious. It's true that good fortune follows a narrow escape. The life and death experience this time is probably more challenging than the hardships of the past 3 years. My trip to Yantai City was not in vain. For her, it was true, she had truly experienced life and death. Unlike Yi Chen, who had always kept some strength and dominance, he had only let Tian Xinyi delay time as a precaution. It turned out he was right. The snow woman had developed her fruit ability to a certain extent, and her physical skills were also extraordinary. If he hadn't been in the right state, and if the snow woman hadn't known about her armament Haki that could counter her, and if the snow woman, Chen Shuiyao, hadn't been careless after elementalizing, not dodging, otherwise, he wouldn't have been confident of a one-hit kill. Yi Chen remained silent. However, the atmosphere in the room did not cool down because of this. How about letting me play with your baseball bat? Tian Xinyi was very excited, not knowing what was so special about this weapon. Yi Chen smiled and took it out from under the blanket, handing it to her. Here, take it and play. Just remember to hold the handle. Tian Xinyi took it happily and waved it a few times. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it, just a regular baseball bat, right? A hint of disappointment was evident on her face. She then handed it back to Yi Chen. After chatting for a while, the two of them fell asleep. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room. After getting ready, the two prepared to return to the Salt Iron City. As soon as they descended the stairs, they heard people gossiping. Did you hear? Everyone on the top is dead. That's great. It's so satisfying. I don't know who did it, but it's ruthless, not a single one left. Whoever it is, if they stood in front of me, I'd definitely call them daddy. Yi Chen almost burst out laughing. He truly didn't know that the culprit was right in front of them. However, Yi Chen was well aware that this was not just about completing a bounty mission. They had also helped the locals get rid of a major pest. It was a good thing, but he chose not to take credit. Soon after, the two hurried to the port as the ship was about to depart. This time, they bought a VIP room. With the completion of the 1 million bounty mission, they made a huge profit. They had to enjoy it in advance. The smell on the lower deck was both mocking and foul. They spent several days in bed. Yi Chen lay there, as if anticipating something. Checking the time, it should be about now. After a moment, the familiar mechanical voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Reminder, 59 seconds left until the next system store refresh. Reminder, 58 seconds left until the next system store refresh. Would you like to use the S-level item refresh card? Without hesitation, Yi Chen silently said, use. With a call. System store has been refreshed. At this moment, Yi Chen was eager. What kind of S-level items could he get? With a thought, he opened the system store. The items appeared before his eyes. 1. Nami's used hairbow. Price, 1 yuan. Trash. Without even looking, he immediately flipped to the next item. 2. Roronoa Zoro's sword, Black Blade Yoru. Price, 1 yuan. Damn. Zoro sword. This is known as the strongest black blade in the world of pirates. According to Zoro, it is a flexible sword that can unleash powerful and long-range slashes. If placed in this world, it would definitely be a top-tier weapon. This might even be close to an S-level item, but Yi Chen didn't think it was, so he continued scrolling down. Most of them were things of little importance, until he saw a red light cluster. 8. Red-haired Shank's observation Haki. Price, 1 yuan. Observation Haki of red-haired Shanks? Instant buy for 1 yuan. He didn't bother looking at the remaining 2 items. Ding, successful purchase, item placed in system space. The reason Yi Chen was so excited and instantly bought it was not just because red-haired Shanks was one of the 4 emperors. It was also due to the fact that in the pirate manga, red-haired Shanks did not use observation Haki extensively. A bigger reason was curiosity. As one of the 4 emperors, what other powerful functions does red-haired Shanks' observation Haki possess? Yi Chen immediately ran excitedly to the bathroom in the room. With a thought, he opened the system space. After a moment, a red energy cluster appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Would you like to merge red-haired Shanks' observation Haki? Yi Chen silently thought, merge. 10 minutes later. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Chen, are you okay? Tianxini just heard some strange noises coming from the bathroom outside. She came to the bathroom door with a puzzled look, gently knocking and calling out for Yi Chen. After a moment, the door opened. Awesome! Yi Chen shouted excitedly. Just merged with the Haoshiku Haki of the red hair. About to go back to bed to rest, he decided to test what else his Haoshiku Haki could do. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Tianxini outside. Looking at himself, covered in sweat, all red, he had no hint of embarrassment on his face, even smiled at Tianxini. Ignoring her, he went straight back to bed, leaving Tianxini puzzled alone. Awesome? She thought again of Yi Chen's red face and sweating. He couldn't be. At this moment, Tianxini, also blushing, returned to her bed, covered herself with a blanket, and covered her face. Her mind involuntarily started to imagine the scene in the bathroom. Her face turned even redder. Yi Chen, lying on the bed, had a thought. Haoshiku Haki. He could immediately sense everyone and everything within tens of kilometers. He was amazed. Wow! It really is a Haoshiku Haki with a huge range. Then, he focused on Tianxini with his mind. After a moment, everything she was thinking appeared in his mind, even her voice echoed. But, what was she thinking all day long? Hey! I'm not doing anything dirty in the bathroom. Yi Chen could only smile bitterly in his heart. However, what made Yi Chen happy was that the red Haoshiku Haki could read the thoughts of the target. Meeting the future was needless to say. This Yi Chen knew clearly that the red hair possessed this ability. Just this short attempt had already consumed a lot of Yi Chen's energy, especially after using the Haoshiku Haki with a huge range. It greatly drained his energy. Now Yi Chen just wanted to sleep, and soon he fell asleep. Time flew by. The two safely arrived at the Salt and Iron City. After getting off the car, they immediately headed to the Bounty Tower. Fortunately, the box used to hold Jia Jingui's head was refrigerated, or it would have stunk long ago. Soon, the vehicle arrived at its destination. After getting off the car, the two entered the tower, submitted the items, and completed the mission. After a while, a broadcast repeated in the lobby. Congratulations to Koen Koen and 36D Girl for completing the star-level bounty mission. Yi Chen and Tianxini locked eyes. Your code name is 36D Girl? You're called Koen Koen? The two smiled at each other. Every bounty hunter would choose a code name when registering, just like an author choosing a pen name, to avoid revealing their true identity. Yi Chen had no idea that Tianxini had chosen such a name. He glanced at her chest and teased, "Are you a fraudster? You definitely don't have 36D. Yi Chen even gestured with his hand. Tianxini retorted, "How do you know? I haven't touched them? How do you know if they're there or not?" Yi Chen smirked, "Are you suggesting I find out? Get out of here. You just want to take advantage if it's cheap? Hee hee." After receiving the 1 million bounty, the two left the bounty tower laughing. There was a buzz of discussion inside the tower. Star-level bounty mission? Which star level? Which one could it be? Only Jia Jingui's bounty is star-level. Finally, someone completed this bounty mission. Wow. Really bold. They say Jia Jingui is the big shot on Chicken Head Island. This is where the enemy generals are taken from among the 10,000 troops. I heard these two individuals wiped out an entire faction. Whoosh. They are too fierce. They are ruthless individuals. Newcomers? I've never heard of these two before. Back at the rental house, Yi Chen repaid the money he had borrowed from Tianxini. Having just experienced life and death, what she wanted most now was to see her family. So she chose to fly back home immediately. With the ability to float, there was no need for her to take the train. A few days later, Yi Chen was sleeping in the house. He had spent 2 days out having fun during these days, and the rest of the time was spent sleeping. It was a hot noon. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knocking on Yi Chen's door. He woke up from his sleep. Someone was knocking? Yi Chen was very cautious. After all, not long ago, he had killed a powerful naturalist from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. So with a thought, his haki overflowed from his body. It turned out to be Tian Cinny? Had she returned so quickly? Yi Chen got up and opened the door. Hey, beauty, you're back so soon, did you miss me? Yes. I've been thinking about your current weakness these days, which is your stamina. Back in Yentai City, you were like a quick man. You couldn't even last a few minutes, how can that be? Yi Chen was speechless. They hadn't seen each other for a few days, and she was already nagging. But although he was speechless, she did have a point. What? Do you have medicine? Yi Chen chuckled. Tian Cinny walked into the house and casually closed the door. Yes, I do. Want to know about it? She sat on the sofa and pursed her lips. Oh, this was quite interesting. Yi Chen sat next to Tian Cinny. Do you know about dragon blood fruit? Dragon blood fruit? Isn't that a product from the dragon blood secret realm? Tian Cinny nodded, looking excited. It's said to open in a few days. How about we team up and go in together? Yi Chen sighed and smiled bitterly, not answering. Instead, Tian Cinny began to cling to Yi Chen's arm and coquettishly said, Oh Yi Chen, isn't the dragon blood fruit exactly what you need right now? I promise, if we get the dragon blood fruit, you take the lead, and I'll just have a sip of the soup. After witnessing Yi Chen kill a naturalist on Chicken Head Island, Tian Cinny had already considered him her supporter. Now that such a good opportunity had arisen, she was determined to hold on tight. And of course, Yi Chen was well aware of this. In fact, he had come here precisely for this secret realm. It's just that he didn't know how to bring it up. Actually, I've already invited Bai Qianshan to team up with us. One day ago, at the Falcon training camp, Instructor Zhang, Bai Qianshan found Zhang Chenfeng resting on the side of the training ground. After entering the Falcon training camp, Chenfeng had become her mentor. What's up, Bai Qianshan? Bai Qianshan's performance in the training camp had been outstanding, ranking first among her peers. So, even though there had been some unpleasant incidents at Nan Yuan No. 1 high school, within the training camp, he was a person who cared about his reputation, and she was now his face. Therefore, Zhang Chenfeng was exceptionally polite to her. I want to take a leave of absence. Leave of absence? For how long? It might be for a month. A month? Do you know that there are many of your exclusive courses coming up, as well as 2 competitions waiting for you to participate in? Upon hearing Bai Qianshan's request for leave, he clearly showed an unhappy expression. It's because Yi Chen invited you to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, right? Zhang Chenfeng guessed. Bai Qianshan nodded frankly. For such a century-old secret realm, Zhang Chenfeng naturally understood. However, he did not recommend Bai Qianshan to go there, because the main output inside was the dragon blood fruit, which could be replaced by plenty of other things in the special training camp. There was absolutely no need to let his talented students take such a risk. Bai Qianshan's face was extremely cold, even when facing Zhang Chenfeng. I'm just here to inform you, I can actually go to another special training camp. This sentence from Bai Qianshan was more like a reminder to him, or perhaps a threat to her. He had no way to deal with Bai Qianshan at all, so he could only vent all his grievances on Yi Chen. At this moment, inside the rented house in Salt and Iron City. It's okay, isn't it better with 3 people? Have you ever heard of a truth? Tian Cinny had a mischievous look on her face. What truth? Yi Chen asked in confusion. The structure of a triangle is the most stable, so with 3 people. Yi Chen forced a smile. Then have you heard of the saying, 2 women on the stage, tormenting oneself? The one suffering will be oneself. Knock, knock, knock once again. There was a knocking on the door outside. Yi Chen was surprised and looked towards the door. Could it really be that coincidental? Is the melodramatic plot going to unfold on me? With a thought. A moment later, Indeed, speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrives. At this moment, Yi Chen was at a loss. He knew that the Dragon Blood Secret Realm was a dangerous place, so he contacted Bai Qianshan as soon as possible. If Bai Qianshan's ability with the door fruit was there, combined with his absolute strength, there would be no danger to speak of. But he didn't expect that just after contacting her yesterday, Bai Qianshan would show up today. Who would have thought that the 2 campus beauties would gather together? And in his small rented house in Salt and Iron City. Who is it? I'll go open the door. Oh, I'll do it myself. Before Yi Chen could finish his sentence, Tian Cinny had already walked smilingly to the door. Squeak. Yi Chen listened to the sound of the door opening, which seemed longer than usual. The door opened, and a beauty came into view. At that moment, both of their smiles disappeared simultaneously. But after a moment, Tian Cinny reacted. She put on a practiced fake smile that she had been practicing for 2.5 years. "Hello, senior sister." Bai Qianqian recognized the woman in front of her. Tian Sini didn't reply but stepped aside to let her through the doorway. "Brother, is this the helper you found? Who is she?" Tian Sini asked knowingly. Bai Qianqian glanced at Yi Chen sitting on the sofa, confirmed she was in the right place, and walked into the room. What surprised him was that she was also in the place where Yi Chen lived. And just now, she didn't respond to being called senior sister, and now she even turned to call Yi Chen brother? What was their relationship? After entering the room, she sat directly next to Yi Chen. "Seems like you're living a good life. No wonder you haven't contacted me much in the past month. I even thought the phone bug you gave me was broken." Yi Chen forced a smile. This was truly torturous. He had never encountered such a safety accident before. And of course, he could tell that Bai Qianqian was being sarcastic, feeling a bit annoyed. "Actually, it's not like that." Yi Chen wanted to explain, but Tian Sini interrupted him. "Brother, you two talk first. I think I forgot to air my underwear, all because you kept me up so late last time." She pouted. Bai Qianqian was instantly flustered. They were living together? And that happened? Yi Chen looked at Bai Qianqian's increasingly cold eyes and hurriedly explained, "It's really not like that. Stop pretending, will you?" He couldn't help but give Tian Sini a disdainful look and said, "Just speak clearly, what's with all the vagueness? Wasn't it you who dragged me into playing games last time?" "Ha? I was talking about playing games." Tian Sini looked puzzled and innocent. "What else did you think I meant?" Goodness, she's really not an easy one to deal with. "Oh, so you were afraid Qianqian might misunderstand and think otherwise? Ha, no wonder you were in such a hurry to explain. Could it be that you like Qianqian? That's enough from you," Yi Chen said irritably. "Humph." Tian Sini walked back to her room. Seeing this lady finally returning to her room, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was more exhausting than slaying a fierce beast. These two women are indeed a handful. Absolutely ridiculous. "Actually, we're just roommates sharing a place," Yi Chen explained. "I know, you don't have to explain to me. And besides, it's none of my business anyway," Bai Qianqian replied coldly. "I'm more interested in knowing about Chicken Head Island." Initially, she did feel a hint of inexplicable anger. But compared to that, she was more curious about what Yi Chen mentioned about Chicken Head Island during their video call using the phone bug. Chicken Head Island. Yi Chen elaborated everything to Bai Qianqian except for his own secrets. During the conversation, Bai Qianqian occasionally showed a surprised expression. After a moment, "You said you defeated a natural-type powerhouse?" Bai Qianqian gasped. She naturally understood the significance of defeating a natural-type powerhouse. Although she had witnessed Yi Chen's powerful attack in the Lingxi secret realm, she never expected him to defeat a snowfruit ability user, let alone directly kill them. Such strength, even in the Falcon special training camp with numerous powerhouses, few would dare claim they could achieve it. This holds true for the entire Huaxia region as well. Yi Chen nodded. "That's why I need your doorfruit ability even more. You know, stamina has always been my weakness." Bai Qianqian didn't deny this, but she was also very surprised by Yi Chen's physical growth. He had indeed undergone quite a transformation from when she first met him, not to mention the significant changes in his physique, especially the muscles on his arms. "So, can I join your team?" Tian Sini opened the door, looking expectant. Yi Chen glanced at Tian Sini, then turned to Bai Qianqian. "It's your team, you decide," Bai Qianqian said. After a discussion, the three of them finally reached an agreement. They set off together for the Dragon Blood Secret Realm. 3 days later, the three of them traveled together to the entrance of the Dragon Blood Secret Realm. The entrance to this realm was in the mountains, and vehicles could only reach the foot of the mountain. The rest of the way had to be traveled on foot. The path to the realm was crowded with people. However, Yi Chen and the others didn't have to walk. Tian Sini flew directly with Yi Chen and Bai Qianqian. Their beauty attracted many admirers. "Who is that guy? He's so lucky, with 2 beautiful women. One sweet as honey, the other an ice beauty. It's truly a sight to behold. Where? Why didn't I see them? They're in the sky. Truly extraordinary, being able to fly in the air." The three of them flew up, clearly moving much faster. While others would take 2 hours to walk, they reached their destination in just 10 minutes. By this time, the entrance was already crowded with people. However, there was hardly anyone shouting about forming teams. Because the secret realm here is too dangerous, those who can team up to enter are all very familiar with each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to enter. So, naturally, no one would be shouting for unfamiliar people to join their team here. 3 people found a corner, and Yi Chen checked the time. It was still nearly an hour before the start time of opening the Dragon Blood Secret Realm. Yi Chen looked towards the entrance above. There was a very huge dragon skeleton placed there, looking very solemn. Indeed, it was the Dragon Blood secret realm that opened once every 100 years. The entrance was so grandly designed. 1 hour later, boom! A violent sound erupted from the entrance. The Dragon Blood secret realm was officially open. After Yi Chen and the other two bound their team relationship, they could teleport to the same location, with a limit of 4 people. Then they headed to the entrance together. In this place, teams of their age like Yi Chen and the others were not common. Their appearance surprised many middle-aged fruit ability users. As a light appeared and disappeared before them, the 3 were already transported into the Dragon Blood secret realm. It was a forest bathed in the sunset, with a yellowish hue, where the 3 found themselves. Strangely, the sun was directly overhead, yet the light was yellowish, as if always on the verge of turning into night. Yi Chen then closed his eyes, his mind moved, and his perception spread out, covering a large area. Although this consumed a lot of energy, the growth of energy was a continuous process of consumption and recovery. With Bai Qianqian's spatial support, being able to understand the safety of the surroundings was indeed a good thing. Yi Chen then opened the map. The space inside the Dragon Blood secret realm was vast, and the map only showed areas without Dragon Blood fruit but marked the danger levels of each region. Yi Chen recalled the surroundings he had sensed with his perception and pondered over the map. After a moment, he circled a spot on the huge map with a pen. "We are probably at this location now," Yi Chen said. Glancing at the division of dangerous areas, they were currently in a level 1 threat zone, which meant a mild threat or no threat at all, making it a safe area. This implied that the fierce beasts here were relatively easy to deal with, posing no significant challenge. However, there would definitely be no Dragon Blood fruit here, because the places where Dragon Blood fruit grew were often guarded by various beast kings, or even beast emperors. In the worst case, they might encounter a terrifying beast tide. "I think we should head north," Bai Qianqian pursed her lips. Both of them almost had the same idea after looking at the map, because the nearest area where Dragon Blood fruit might appear was the level 4 threat zone to the north. Moreover, passing through here would lead them through level 2 and 3 threat zones in succession. This gradual increase in difficulty was very beneficial for their training in the secret realm. While Dragon Blood fruit was important, the training in the secret realm was also indispensable at this stage. After a while, Yi Chen looked to his left. A rhinoceros with iron horns appeared in their view. Bai Qianqian stepped forward and swiftly took down the fierce beast with her silver sword in just a few moves. Although Tian Xinyi had heard about Bai Qianqian's formidable swordsmanship, she had never seen it firsthand. Seeing it for the first time, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Bai Qianqian's swordsmanship was indeed much stronger than her own, a difference that was evident at first glance. Yi Chen just smiled faintly. Indeed, the 1-month training at the Falcon training camp had greatly improved her swordsmanship. It was truly worthy of being called the top training camp in China. In this aspect, there was indeed something special. Next, Bai Qianqian's foot exerted a hidden force, propelling her high into the air, followed by several sword shadows reflecting in the sunlight piercing into her eyes. Bang! A giant eagle crashed heavily to the ground. Bai Qianqian landed, looking very satisfied, then stored some beast corpses in her spatial ring before walking towards Yi Chen Tian and Tian Xinyi. "It seems that the Falcon training camp has greatly improved your swordsmanship," Yi Chen Tian praised. Bai Qianqian nodded. "The Falcon training camp has the best resources for swordsmanship training, indeed very rewarding." This was one of the reasons why she chose to go there. Swordsmanship was undoubtedly her passion. "Brother Yi Chen Tian, Qianqian's swordsmanship shouldn't be as impressive as your black baton, right? Well, last time you hit me, my stomach still hurts here," Tian Xinyi joked, suddenly scaring Yi Chen Tian. Bai Qianqian was also taken aback. Why did she say something so suggestive? Fortunately, she knew that Yi Chen Tian had indeed used a black baseball bat in the arena. Otherwise, with someone else, it would have been. "Speak properly," Yi Chen Tian said helplessly. He realized that it was true, there was nothing wrong, but Tian Xinyi's way of speaking always skirted the edge. It would have been fine if it was just him, but with Bai Qianqian beside him. "Humph," Tian Xinyi pouted, "I'm just telling the truth, okay? Well, can we leave now?" Yi Chen Tian had no way to deal with her. The 3 of them then headed north. On the way, Tian Xinyi looked very vigilant. "Stop observing, it's safe around here," Yi Chen Tian said calmly to her. Tian Xinyi was puzzled. "How do you know?" Yi Chen Tian didn't know how to answer her. He couldn't say he used observation Haki. "We haven't reached the 2nd level threat area yet." Judging from the beasts Bai Qianqian had just slain along the way, the 1st level area posed no threat to them. The 3 of them walked along a forest path without any surprises. However, as they were about to enter the 2nd level threat area, they unexpectedly found that the road had disappeared. They were on a dead end. Ahead, an extremely wide crack appeared on the ground, estimated to be about 100 meters wide. If it were any other ordinary team, they would probably have to find another way. But Yi Chen Tian and the two school beauties, one with the floating fruit and the other with the gate fruit, could easily pass through this crack safely. Seeing this incredibly wide crack, Tian Xini was overjoyed because it was time for her to show off. "Hey, Yi Chen Tian, I can use my fruit ability to float you guys over," she said, shifting her gaze to Yi Chen Tian. With a single thought, he directly used Moonstep, and in an instant, he had reached the other side. Bai Qianqian almost saw the whole process clearly, her eyes showing surprise. How did he get over there? It seemed like the air under his feet exploded, propelling him forward. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a kind of physical technique? But what kind of physical technique could achieve this level? During their time in the Lingxi secret realm, Yi Chen Tian had not displayed this kind of physical technique. How many hidden abilities did he still have that he didn't know about? Meanwhile, Tian Xini, seeing Bai Qianqian's shocked expression, felt quite pleased. "Qianqian, have you never seen Yi Chen Tian use this move before? Let me tell you, this is an advanced physical technique." "Oh," Bai Qianqian simply replied. "Come on, let me fly you over too," Tian Xini warmly invited Bai Qianqian. "I don't need help, I can handle this myself." Bai Qianqian opened an air gate, slipped inside, and closed it behind her. In just a breath, she appeared on the other side. "Wow, the gate fruit is truly amazing," Tian Xini couldn't help but admire. She then flew over as well. But as soon as they reached the other side, Yi Chen's closed eyes snapped open. "Danger is approaching ahead," Yi Chen stated firmly. At that moment, both of them were stunned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tian Xini looked around cautiously, puzzled. Within their sight, everything seemed safe, no sign of any ferocious beasts. Yi Chen remained silent, while Bai Qianqian stayed vigilant, trusting Yi Chen completely. Even though she didn't understand why he said that, she couldn't fathom his strength. After a few breaths, Tian Xini felt a tremor under her feet, her heart skipping a beat. Could it be true? Was there really a ferocious beast approaching? Judging by the intensity of the tremor, the creature must be sizable. Bai Qianqian took a step forward, a hint of anticipation in her smile. In a breath, a cloud of dust rose not far away, a gigantic ferocious beast rapidly closing in. "It's a giant lizard dragon." Yi Chen was right? Tian Xini's face showed disbelief. Glancing at Bai Qianqian standing at the front, Yi Chen knew of her combative nature from their time in the Lingxi secret realm, so he didn't rush to intervene. Bai Qianqian swiftly moved forward, wielding her sword. In an instant, her swift sword struck the beast solidly, followed by a loud bang. The lizard dragon swung its upper body claws, sending Bai Qianqian flying. The strength of this beast probably reaches the level of a beast king. She propped herself up with her sword, a look of astonishment on her face. Judging from the power unleashed by the beast's strike, she deduced it must be a beast king. The lizard dragon bore several scratches, blood slowly seeping out. Its huge eyes revealed a hint of anger. Clearly underestimating the human's strength, it had injured itself. Despite being close to a beast king itself, it roared and charged at Bai Qianqian. Tian Xini was astonished because the beast's speed was now more than double, a force Bai Qianqian might not withstand. Seeing the imminent danger, just as Bai Qianqian was about to open the air gate, Yi Chen silently recited, "Moonstep." Bursting forth, he stood in front of Bai Qianqian, his icy gaze fixed on the lizard dragon. His whole aura expanded. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The beast abruptly halted. Fear was evident in its eyes. It realized the human's aura was a threat of death. It panicked instantly. Witnessing this, Tian Xini was dumbfounded. Why was the lizard dragon afraid? She looked at Yi Chen again. At that moment, even as a teammate, he made her heart race. Undoubtedly, it was real. Yi Chen had actually scared a ferocious beast likely at the level of a beast king? Was this a joke? Then, he coldly uttered one word, "Leave." Simultaneously, a trace of domineering aura emanated from him. In that instant, boom, boom, boom. The massive beast king turned and fled without looking back, as if it had just reclaimed its life. At this moment, Tian Xini was dumbfounded, standing still in place. Yi Chen? Just one get lost and it scared away a beast king level fierce beast? Tian Xini looked at the mysterious behavior of the beast king, completely shocked. It was simply unbelievable. Just a glance forced it back? Just one get lost scared it away? Does the beast king really have no dignity? Bai Qianqian saw the familiar scene and just smiled, saying, "Thank you. You saved me once again." Yi Chen smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Then she turned her head and looked at Tian Xini. Seeing her surprised expression, Bai Qianqian chuckled inwardly. I've seen this move in the Lingxi's secret realm before, and it was a Sea King type that you haven't seen. But this was just what she thought and didn't say out loud. She would do her best to keep Yi Chen's secrets confidential, no matter who it was. After a while, Tianxini recovered from her surprise and chased after Yi Chen, asking, "Brother Yi Chen, how did you do that just now? You made it really leave with just one word?" "Maybe it's because I'm too handsome," Yi Chen said with a slight smirk, teasingly. "Alright, I can't learn this, because I'm not handsome, just sexy." Knowing that Yi Chen was teasing her, Tianxini didn't intend to continue questioning and just ended the topic in a joking manner. She even straightened her impressive height, placing her hand on her curvy hips. That was indeed flawless and quite sexy. Later, the three of them continued on their way to their destination. However, they were more cautious. Yi Chen was very grateful that he had brought Bai Qianxian into the team, as a beast emperor appeared in the second-level threat area. What about the third level? The fourth level? Even the fifth-level threat at the center of the Dragon Blood secret realm? How terrifying must the existence be to be called fifth level? This was no joke. Perhaps he could handle the fierce beasts there. But what if multiple terrifying fierce beasts appeared in succession? Stamina would be a big issue at that time. But now, with Bai Qianxian's doorfruit, everything was solved. On the way through the second-level threat area, danger filled the skies and the ground, but fortunately, not every fierce beast was as powerful as the giant lizard dragon just now. Most of them could be dealt with by Bai Qianxian. When her stamina was nearly half depleted, Yi Chen and Tianxini took over to handle the situation. However, they would still occasionally rest inside the door space or hide in caves when they saw them. They stayed in this second-level threat area for almost 3 days. It wasn't until the evening of the third day that they reached the border between the second and third-level threat areas. "Shall we rest here for the night?" Bai Qianxian looked at the sun and the sky and suggested. "I agree," Tianxini seconded. They all knew that the fierce beasts in the third-level threat area would probably exceed their expectations in strength. And it was getting dark soon. The night was the most dangerous time. Even with the doorfruit as a backup, they couldn't enter recklessly. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. With a thought, his perception color domination once again emanated. This time, he didn't cover a large area but only extended his perception color domination to a radius of about 1 kilometer in the second-level threat area. After a moment, "Follow me," Yi Chen said. Without any hesitation, the two followed him. After twists and turns, the three arrived at a cave. Bai Qianxian and Tianxini were instantly puzzled. "How did you know there was a cave here?" "I got it. Brother Yechen is naturally good at finding caves," Tianxini praised with a smile. Yechen frowned upon hearing this. It did sound like a compliment to himself, but why did it sound so strange coming from her? He shook his head helplessly. No need to explain so much. Passing through the dense forest, they entered a cave. Having just used his observation Haki to check, the cave was safe, so he didn't inspect further. He took out his bedding from the newly bought spatial ring, found a clean spot, and laid it out. He would sleep here tonight. Just as Yechen finished setting up, Tianxini also came over and laid her bedding next to him. "Isn't there still some empty space over there? Why sleep so close to me? Isn't it a bit scary at night? Being close to you gives a sense of security. I couldn't sleep well the past few days." "I don't believe you. Look, I even have dark circles under my eyes." Tianxini pointed to the slight dark circles under her eyes, teasingly. Meanwhile, Bai Qianxian silently laid her bedding next to them. A beauty on the left, a beauty on the right? Quite stimulating? Although he said he didn't want it verbally, his heart was already delighted. However, what he didn't expect was that Bai Qianxian would also join in the fun. The night passed uneventfully. They woke up the next day. They continued towards the third threat zone. This time, the boundary between the second and third threat zones was a small river several meters wide. The three of them crossed it without much effort. As soon as they entered this area, Tianxini moved next to Yechen and quietly asked, "Yechen, where are we heading now?" Looking at Tianxini, who seemed eager to stick close, Yechen calmly said, "Let me check the map first." Taking out the map from the spatial ring, the three of them examined it for a while. "Yechen, what does this bug symbol on the map mean?" Tianxini asked curiously. Besides marking some dangerous areas and mountain ranges, the map didn't show much else. So, this symbol stood out. Yechen looked at it but didn't know what it meant. Could it be a gathering place for ferocious beasts? She guessed randomly. Apart from ferocious beasts, there were dragon blood fruits in this area. Obviously, the map wouldn't indicate the location of dragon blood fruits, so the only relevant thing would be ferocious beasts. Should we go check it out? Bai Qianxian, who had been silent all along, spoke up. She was undoubtedly the most curious among them. When she heard it was a gathering place for ferocious beasts, she even seemed a bit excited. Seeing Bai Qianshan's excitement, Yechen nodded. He knew that if they refused to go, Bai Qianshan would definitely hint at it from time to time in the coming days. It was better to make a decisive decision. Moreover, the gathering place of ferocious beasts might also be where dragon blood fruits grew. After making the decision, they set off. Along the way, they encountered numerous ferocious beasts, far more than in the second threat zone. Moreover, the size of the ferocious beasts here was almost larger by more than 30% compared to those in the second threat zone, some even doubled in size. The intense battles with these ferocious beasts not only improved Tianxin's swordsmanship, which was not yet proficient, but having Bai Qianshan by her side was like having a vivid teaching material. So, her swordsmanship improved rapidly, thanks in part to Bai Qianshan. They traveled on and off, taking several days to reach the location marked by the bug symbol on the map. Brother Yechen, is it dangerous around here? I'm a bit scared. It's best to check if there's any danger behind us. I don't want to get stabbed in the butt when we start fighting later. Tianxin was always ready for a critical hit. However, Yechen was already accustomed to her way of speaking. The reason she asked Yechen was that every time a fierce beast appeared these days, Yechen would tell them in advance. Although she didn't know why, he was always accurate, so they naturally relied on him. Yechen closed his eyes with a thought. After a few breaths, he slowly opened his eyes. Don't worry, it's temporarily safe around here. Temporarily safe? Isn't this where fierce beasts gather? Could it be that we were wrong in our speculation? Tianxin asked in confusion. If there are no fierce beasts, then what is the significance of these insect markings? Bai Qianshan also felt puzzled. They believed that whatever was marked on the map would surely have a unique purpose or pose a danger. So why were there no fierce beasts nearby now? This is the third threat zone. Previously, they would encounter a fierce beast almost every few hundred meters. But here, within 2 to 3 kilometers, there was no sign of any living creature. This was simply too strange. Even though his observation Haki did not detect any danger, Yechen still cautiously observed every blade of grass and tree around him. Tianxin naturally grabbed Yichen's right hand so that they could ascend into the air immediately if unexpected danger arose. They proceeded cautiously for a few hundred meters like this. Look! What's that? Tianxin's gaze focused on the right side, the direction she needed to pay attention to. Suddenly, she saw a black spherical object, not small in size, and she excitedly whispered. Everyone shifted their gaze to the black object. However, after looking for a long time, they still couldn't identify what it was. But one thing was certain, they hadn't seen this thing since they entered the Dragon Blood secret realm. Perhaps this was the insect-like object marked on the map. Whoosh, 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 a gust of wind swept in, rustling the leaves. What's going on? Why did the light suddenly dim? Tianxin asked nervously. Everyone looked up at the sky. This scene left everyone stunned. It's the vampire mosquitoes. Bai Qianshan exclaimed. A swarm of dark flying creatures flew over from dozens of meters above and headed straight towards Yechen and the others. He knew very well how terrifying these creatures were. Although their individual attack power was not as terrifying as the Beast Emperor's, their sheer numbers made them formidable. These creatures almost always acted in groups. When their numbers were sufficient, they could be considered as Beast Emperor-level creatures, even comparable to the Beast Emperor. Dealing with them was also troublesome. They almost always fought in a manner where killing one enemy meant losing 8 of their own. It was nearly impossible for a fruit ability user to eliminate them all and come out unscathed. Placing them in any small country could potentially lead to the country's destruction. These creatures were truly deadly. Bai Qianshan immediately opened an air gate. Quick, come in. Tianxin hurriedly took shelter inside the air gate, and Bai Qianshan was already inside. Only Yechen remained standing in place, lost in thought. Hurry up! Yechen, come in quickly! Tianxin shouted loudly, a hint of despair even appearing in her eyes. In fact, he wasn't lost in thought, he was sensing the remaining dominance stored in his body. This time, he didn't want to escape because he also wanted to know where this group of fierce beasts came from. Why didn't his observation Haki sense their presence just now? This was clearly illogical. And to deal with these small group monsters, using the Conqueror's Haki was the best attack method. However, since he had just used observation Haki not long ago, the dominance reserves were not plentiful. He just clenched his right fist, and a white energy appeared above it. Crush them, he said calmly, then aimed his fist in the direction where the vampire mosquitoes were flying towards. The power of the tremor had already gathered in his right fist. Boom! A sharp, ear-piercing tearing sound rang out, as if glass had shattered. It's as if the air has split open. Tianxin saw Yichen's devil fruit ability up close for the first time and was directly astonished. No, it's not as if. It has actually split open. The Tremor fruit can actually split the air apart. This was something she had never dared to imagine. In front of Yi Chen's fist, a fist-sized black gap appeared directly, and countless cracks spread in all directions from this gap, directly surrounding the entire swarm of vampire mosquitoes. Wherever the cracks reached, the bodies of the vampire mosquito beasts were completely crushed. In an instant, the entire sky turned blood red, with the smell of blood permeating the air. Tianxini pointed to the distant sky, her eyes showing an incredulous expression. The sky has split open? This was the first time she had seen Yi Chen use his devil fruit ability to shake the sky apart. Why is this happening? How could this be possible? What kind of terrifying power could shake the atmosphere even in the distant horizon? Tianxini couldn't believe it at all. How much power does Yi Chen still have left to show? Is this really his strongest blow? Looking at him standing calmly in place, Tianxini couldn't be sure. Bai Qianqian looked at the familiar scene and still felt a hint of shock. When that fist didn't hit a tree but hit the beasts, the scene was actually like this. All the vampire mosquitoes burst and died. The scene was truly spectacular. In the past, the Tremor fruit was despised and even scorned by people. Now she even started to envy Yi Chen for awakening the Tremor fruit. It was right for him not to go to the Falcon Special Training Camp with her. He really didn't need to learn anything there. This kind of power even surpassed her mentor Zhang Chenfeng. After the tremor power of Yi Chen's fist, he frowned, closed his eyes, as if expecting something. Only after all the vampire mosquitoes had died did he slowly open his eyes, revealing a disappointed expression. Ah, this is all there is? He sighed deeply. When Yi Chen saw the dense group of vampire mosquitoes, he wasn't afraid, he was even a bit excited. Because with so many vampire mosquitoes, even if there were no S-rank item drop cards, at least there would be a drop of a high-level item refresh card, right? But with tens of thousands of vampire mosquitoes, nothing dropped at all. The mechanical system sound he was expecting didn't even ring. This was simply outrageous. Yi Chen took a breath. This blow had consumed quite a bit of his stamina. Yi Chen, are you really only 18 years old? Tianxini curiously asked. Or what? Sister, I'm your junior. Ah, if you didn't say, I would even think you were already in your 40s or 50s. How can an 18-year-old ability user be as terrifying as you? Honestly, are you really rejuvenating? Just consider me 50 years old. Yi Chen didn't want to explain, nor did he bother to explain. Her doubts were not unfounded. After all, it was the peak tremor power of Whitebeard, who was already 48 years old when he fought against the Roger pirates for 3 days and nights. During the Summit War, he was already 72 years old. It wasn't unreasonable to say that Yi Chen was young and old. However, after the vampire mosquitoes died, Yi Chen still couldn't figure out why they had suddenly appeared. Was it because of that black spherical object? He turned around and walked towards it. The three of them approached slowly, but it remained unchanged. With each meter they got closer, their tension increased by a notch. Until there was only about 10 meters left, it suddenly erupted with a powerful suction force. Before they could react, all three of them were sucked into the black spherical object, where they saw a rainbow-like tunnel inside, completely different from the color of the spherical object. Yi Chen was puzzled. What is this thing? Behind them was darkness, with only a beam of light shining in from the front. Could this be a teleportation tunnel? And where would it lead to? Did those vampire mosquitoes really come out from here? This might be the only explanation as to why they weren't detected by Kenbunchaku Haki. Yi Chen, the devil fruit powers can't be used. Bai Qianqian's pink lips slightly parted, looking very surprised. She had wanted to see if she could use her powers to bring them back to their original position through the air door, but found that she couldn't use her devil fruit powers at all. In this rainbow-like tunnel, the powers of devil fruit users were actually restricted? Unbelievable. Then we can only move forward, and pray that once we get out, the devil fruit powers can be used again. Yi Chen analyzed calmly. Since they couldn't use their devil fruit powers, there was only one way to go. After the three of them took a deep breath, they walked forward, heading towards the light. After a dazzling white light flashed by, they returned to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm. However, the smell of blood in the air here was more than 10 times stronger than in the third area. Shanxian, try to see if the devil fruit powers can be restored. Yi Chen realized that this was an extremely dangerous place, and they needed to hide in the air door space as soon as possible, as their physical strength was not at its peak. Okay, come in quickly. After Bai Qianqian tried, she immediately opened an air door and beckoned the two inside the space. She closed the air door. Tianxini and Bai Qianqian both relaxed a bit. The air door space was definitely the safest place. Tianxini gasped for breath. This excitement is definitely not inferior to facing the natural element users. It's a good thing to have you, Qianqian. Your air door ability is truly a lifesaver. At this moment, Tianxini truly understood why Yi Chen had invited Bai Qianqian to the Dragon Blood secret realm in the first place. Life is truly precious. Having an ace up one's sleeve for survival is always a good thing. At this moment, Yi Chen also understood why there were no fierce beasts within a kilometer of that black spherical object at the time. They must have been inexplicably transported to this place with an incredibly strong smell of blood, and all died. Fierce beasts also have a certain level of intelligence. With the lessons learned, knowing how dangerous this area was, they naturally wouldn't come near. After a few hours, "You two stay here, I'll go out and take a look first," Yi Chen said to the two. After staying in the air door space for a few hours, Yi Chen's physical strength and dominance had recovered almost completely. Thinking that he could go out first and use Kanbunchaku Haki to cover the surrounding area in a small range, to determine if there were any unknown dangers nearby. Then, a door appeared in the air, and Yi Chen walked out of it. Kanbunchaku Haki poured out from his body. Just a few breaths later, Yi Chen returned to the air door space, his face showing a slight change. Bai Qianqian asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yi Chen didn't speak, but took out a map from his storage ring, used Kanbunchaku Haki to sense the terrain, and carefully searched the map based on his memory. After a moment, Yi Chen circled a central area. "We are currently in this place." Yi Chen frowned. Looking in the direction Yi Chen pointed, the two of them, after confirming repeatedly, showed expressions of astonishment on their faces. "The fifth area? We've actually been transported to the fifth threat zone?" Bai Qianqian exclaimed. "Is it really the fifth threat zone? Little black ball. I really thank you. Are you thinking my lifespan is too long? Or do you think I'm too strong?" Tianxini couldn't accept it at all. They both knew very well what the fifth threat zone meant. The Dragon Blood secret realm opens only once every 100 years. It is said that during the last opening, even the strongest beings like prodigies fell in the fifth threat zone. Even a former founding marshal tragically perished here. And what is she, Tianxini, compared to them? Just an ordinary fruit ability user, barely developed. As for Bai Qianqian, although she had the ability to protect herself, there was a high possibility of encountering a beast emperor in this place, a being comparable to the Sea King class ferocious beasts. Some were even stronger than the Sea King class beasts, with sizes starting at 40 meters, immense and colossal. With her current strength, Bai was uncertain if she could even penetrate the thick defense of a beast emperor. But fortunately, the area around us is safe for now, Yi Chen said. Hearing his words, the two finally felt somewhat relieved. After some mental preparation, Yi Chen walked out of the air gate, looking very calm, with the two following cautiously behind him. The three scanned everything around them. "Look, what's that?" Bai Qianqian spotted something unusual in the east. Yi Chen quickly focused his gaze in the direction she pointed. Blinking lights? Could it be dragon blood fruit? Yi Chen speculated. But he was puzzled because he had just used his color of observation to sense the surroundings and hadn't detected any life forms. Dragon blood fruit, a spiritual entity, undoubtedly counted as a life form. So why couldn't he see it? With doubts in his mind, he gently moved towards the target, with the two women following closely. Occasionally scanning the surroundings, even though he had confirmed there were no life forms nearby, this was the fifth threat zone, where unexpected things could happen. As they approached, the trees became unusually dense. The ground was scattered with weathered bones of ferocious beasts, and even some human bones were mixed in. This seemed to indicate that this was undoubtedly a very dangerous place. However, the group did not retreat because they had the safety net of their abilities. Upon getting closer, they found that the blinking lights were emanating from a cave. At this point, everyone's curiosity piqued. Bai Qianqian was ready to open the air gate at any moment, while Tianxini was so nervous that she kept swallowing saliva frequently. Yi Chen, you don't think a beast emperor will just come out directly from inside, right? Tianxini scrutinized the enormous cave and asked. Normally, there wouldn't be such a huge cave, and looking at the marks on the rock walls, they resembled claw marks. This further convinced her of her thoughts. Hearing this, Yi Chen closed his eyes, focused his mind, and once again used his color of observation to investigate the situation inside the cave. After a breath, Yi Chen opened his eyes, with the same result, no living beings inside. "No," Yi Chen said calmly. Hearing him say this, Bai Qianqian and Tianxini felt somewhat relieved. Perhaps it was based on his strength, or perhaps it was because his previous words had hardly been wrong. They now had 100% trust in what Yi Chen said. The three slowly moved towards the cave, feeling an eerie silence around them, with the sound of leaves rustling unusually clear. As the blinking lights grew stronger, a huge golden shield appeared in front of Yi Chen and the others. "It's the dragon blood tree," Yi Chen immediately recognized what was inside the golden mask. Within the golden mask, a towering tree with blood-red bark was growing. This was inside a cave. Without a doubt, such a large tree growing here was extraordinary. Remember, there is no sunlight inside the cave, so photosynthesis for plants is impossible. Or perhaps, it wasn't even a plant. Could it be a living being, able to grow dragon blood fruits? Seeing the huge mask, Yi Chen seemed to understand his previous doubts. He realized why his sense of sight hadn't detected it. It must be the golden mask completely isolating the creature's aura. Unusual. This dragon blood tree is so huge. Bai Qianqian was shocked by what she saw. It was 2 to 3 times taller than recorded dragon blood trees. Why can't we see any dragon blood fruits hanging on the tree? Tian Sini asked. Peering through the golden mask, she carefully observed the towering tree but found no sign of dragon blood fruits. Such a huge dragon blood tree, yet not a single fruit hanging from it. She even began to doubt if this was a fake dragon blood tree. Dragon blood fruits grow inside the tree trunk, Bai Qianqian replied. What? They grow inside the trunk? That book merchant really tricked me, selling me a fake book. Tian Sini pouted in anger, then asked, so what do we do now? Remove the mask directly? Yi Chen nodded, but seemed to realize something and smiled helplessly. With that, Bai Qianqian raised her sword and fiercely struck the golden mask. Bang! After a loud noise, the sword was repelled. The golden mask remained unscathed. Unbelievable. Bai Qianqian's strike didn't break it. Could its defense be even more terrifying than the Beast King's? Boom! Just as everyone was still puzzled, the ground began to shake violently. Tian Sini exclaimed, what's happening? Yi Chen closed his eyes, his expression turning slightly serious after a breath, and said, it's a beast tide. Both Bai Qianqian and Tian Sini wore expressions of disbelief. The continuous violent shaking of the ground indicated the terrifying number of savage beasts. The three quickly reached the cave entrance. The scene before them left them stunned. The sky is filled with savage beasts. Bai Qianqian looked fearfully at the pitch-black sky. Unbelievable. So many savage beasts in the sky, varying in size, and flying creatures were relatively rare. How many more savage beasts were on the ground? It was unimaginable. Even if it was a one-sided massacre, killing so many savage beasts was not impossible, but they would surely fall in exhaustion and be trampled to death in the beast tide. So, without hesitation, she directly opened the air gate. Why? Why did a beast tide appear right after encountering dragon blood fruits? This is just too unlucky. Luckily, we have the door fruit, otherwise, we would be doomed. Tian Sini was genuinely grateful for Bai Qianqian's presence at that moment. Initially jealous when Yi Chen invited Bai Qianqian, she even felt annoyed by Bai Qianqian's interference in their world during the dragon blood secret realm. She believed that with her experience in the Battle of Chicken Head Island and her float fruit, combined with Yi Chen's terrifying strength, they could at least protect themselves if not dominate. But she never expected. She was truly grateful that Yi Chen had brought Bai Qianqian along. Otherwise, relying solely on her float fruit for protection would have been a disaster. Yi Chen, quickly enter the door space. Bai Qianqian shouted loudly. She watched as Yi Chen stood still, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. What are you spacing out for? Tian Sini went up and grabbed Yi Chen's arm, trying to pull him towards the entrance of the gate space, but she found she couldn't move him. The dragon blood fruit is right in front of us. If we give up now, all the hardships we've endured so far will be in vain, Yi Chen said firmly. Entering the gate space would ensure their safety, but if they chose to leave, they wouldn't be able to come back, as the fierce beasts would guard the dragon blood tree fiercely. There were no fierce beasts here just now, probably because they couldn't have anticipated Yi Chen and the others being directly transported from that spatial wormhole. They only swarmed in when they sensed the golden shield being attacked. So, Yi Chen didn't want to give up just like that. He wanted to try. However, Tian Sini didn't care about the dragon blood fruit at all. She cared about Yi Chen's life. Even Bai Qianqian became extremely anxious, her gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. She came to Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, I know you're powerful, but the beast tide is no joke. It can be deadly. Hurry and come with me into the gate space. It was the first time Yi Chen had heard Bai Qianqian say so much at once, with a hint of pleading in her tone. It was so unlike her. However, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face, showing confidence. Leave it to me from now on. Upon hearing this, Tian Sini was almost in tears of anxiety. Do you even see the situation now? Leave it to you? Leave what to you? Let you go to your death? How can we just watch you go to your death? On the other side, several huge fierce beasts broke through the forest and were heading towards them. In the sky, numerous flying demonic beasts like golden poison bees, vampire mosquitoes, pterosaurs, and more were about to reach them. Bai Qianqian once again grabbed Yi Chen's hand, and the gate of air was open nearby, trying to push him in directly. But Yi Chen broke free from her grip. Moon steps. In an instant, he appeared about 10 meters ahead. His gaze sharpened. The tyrannical aura of the red-haired tyrant burst out of his body. Buzz accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, red energy emanated from Yi Chen's body one after another. In an instant, all the flying demonic beasts in the sky fell. The fierce beasts on the ground also fell like wheat being harvested, one after another. The ground tremors ceased. The sky cleared up. At that moment, it was as if the world had fallen silent, with not even a bird chirping. Only the rustling of leaves could be heard. On the ground, only the huge fierce beasts remained standing. Their eyes widened, bloodshot veins appearing in the whites of their eyes. It was as if fear had completely filled their eyeballs. It was an inexplicable fear. And it was a kind of fear they had never experienced in their lives. It was a ruthless intimidation to their lives. Their innate survival instinct made them turn around and run back as if their lives depended on it. Tian Cinny stood dumbfounded in place, her slender hands covering her mouth, utterly shocked. Is it over? So many fierce beasts, gone in an instant? In the blink of an eye. They were all gone? Who am I? What am I doing? What just happened a moment ago? How come, in the blink of an eye, almost all the fierce beasts in the sky disappeared? Was it Yi Chen's doing? This is in the 5th threat zone. So many fierce beasts almost all fell in an instant? Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Just now, the sky was filled with a massive horde of flying ferocious beasts, coming from all directions. There must have been at least 100,000 of them? Remember, even the founding marshal fell here when faced with a beast tide. The founding marshal. What level of powerhouse was he? Even he couldn't escape unscathed. And today, Yi Chen actually managed to deal with such a terrifying beast tide unscathed. She couldn't believe it. She even rubbed her eyes, and the sky, which was originally filled with ferocious beasts, now only had a few scattered ones floating there. Is this real? This can't be a dream, right? Tian Cinny pinched her thigh and let out a gasp. This is actually real. How much strength does Yi Chen still have left to show? Bai Qianqian's snow-white face looked stunned as she gazed at Yi Chen. So, the 100,000 ferocious beasts are gone just like that? She couldn't believe this could be true. She entered the spatial door, and after a breath, she appeared at the top of the cave, gazing into the distance. This is actually real? This scene is simply unimaginable. The ground was covered with the bodies of the black ferocious beasts, a sight that met her eyes. Even though she saw it with her own eyes, she still felt that this scene was incredibly unreal, because such a scene could only be seen in dreams where she was invincible. She had never imagined such a thing could happen in reality, so she entered the spatial door again. After a while, she appeared above the thick pile of ferocious beast corpses. She squatted down and touched them, confirming without a doubt that it was a real sensation. At that moment, she finally believed that all of this was actually real. What kind of monster is she? Is she a deity descended to Earth? She thought seeing him kill the Sea King-class ferocious beast with one slash in the Lingxi secret realm, and hearing about his slaughter of the natural creatures was already unbelievable enough. She never expected something this terrifying, with the absolute ability to destroy the world, to be wiped out so easily and leisurely by Yi Chen. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Yi Chen is practically an army of one. And even more than that. Bai Qianqian returned to the entrance of the cave, Tian Cinny and she couldn't calm their emotions for a long time. The scene just now once again reshaped their understanding of Yi Chen. It reshaped their understanding of this world. After a long time, Bai Qianqian approached Yi Chen with great curiosity and asked, Yi Chen, how did you do it just now? Instantly killing 100,000 ferocious beasts? Although she knew it was Yi Chen's secret, she couldn't help but ask. Right now, she just wanted to unravel the doubts in her heart, with no other thoughts in mind. Phew, they didn't die, they just fainted. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then, should we enter and get the dragon blood fruit immediately? Tian Cinny suddenly realized. She wondered if these ferocious beasts would wake up soon. And looking at Yi Chen's condition, he seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. He might not be able to cast such a big move again. Wouldn't that be a waste of previous efforts? So, the dragon blood fruit was the most important thing now. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Bai Qianqian also agreed and didn't continue to ask further. So the three of them returned to the cave. The golden barrier was still shimmering. Yi Chen stepped forward, gathering his power in his right fist. Boom! His fist struck the barrier solidly, making a huge sound. Then, a sound like glass shattering rang out. Under Yi Chen's powerful punch, the entire barrier completely shattered. The entire dragon blood tree came into clear view. It's indeed the dragon blood tree, no doubt about it. Bai Qianqian said calmly. Hearing this, Tian Xinyi's eyes showed a hint of excitement. Quick, 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 what's next? This was her first time seeing the dragon blood tree up close. The golden fine lines were evenly distributed on the main trunk, giving a strong visual impact. It looked quite impressive. Yi Chen noticed Tian Xinyi's gaze on the sword in Bai Qianqian's hand and instantly understood, so he handed her his sword. He shot out like a bullet and fiercely slashed down in midair. The next moment, Yi Chen landed, and the dragon blood tree split in two. So powerful, split with just one sword? Tian Xinyi asked curiously. Actually, the dragon blood tree is not as hard as imagined, it's just as strong as an ordinary person's body, Bai Qianqian explained. Oh, I see. After speaking, Tian Xinyi walked forward, with Bai Qianqian following closely behind. When they saw what was inside the trunk, everyone was shocked. Is this the dragon blood fruit? Tian Xinyi asked incredulously. Aren't dragon blood fruits supposed to be blood red? Is this fake? Looking closely, blood red liquid kept flowing out from the side of the trunk, resembling fresh blood. After the liquid drained, fruits appeared in front of the three. However, these fruits were not blood red but a dazzling gold color. And each fruit remained intact even after Yi Chen's sword strike. Bai Qianqian almost instantly recognized them and exclaimed, This is the dragon blood fruit. And it's top grade. Yi Chen's face showed a hint of surprise. Top grade? Ha ha! No wonder there was such a terrifying beast tied. It turned out that inside this strange dragon blood tree was top grade dragon blood fruit. Upon learning this news, Yi Chen instantly understood the reason for the beast tide. Hiss, top grade dragon blood fruit, we've hit the jackpot, Tian Xinyi said excitedly. It's worth noting that top grade dragon blood fruits take thousands of years to form inside the dragon blood tree. The dragon blood secret realm opens every 100 years, attracting countless strong individuals to enter. It's because this particular dragon blood tree grows in the center of the most dangerous fifth threat zone, a place few capable individuals can touch. Even if someone capable touches it, a beast tide erupts immediately. Who can withstand that? If you don't run, you'll die on the spot. The weathered human bones outside the cave entrance are the best evidence. It's under such conditions that it finally nurtured the top-grade gold dragon blood fruit. And it was by chance that Yi Chen, a transmigrator with an extraordinary golden finger, stumbled upon it. Unfortunately for this dragon blood tree, any other person would not have had the same outcome. But it just happened to encounter Yi Chen, the transmigrator with the heaven-defying golden finger. So, he had to take it down hard. After a moment, 9 fist-sized golden dragon blood fruits were neatly arranged on a nearby stone, shimmering continuously. Let's each take one, and the rest are all yours, Bai Qianqian suggested. I agree, I have no objections, Tian Xinyi nodded at the golden dragon blood fruits. One top-grade dragon blood fruit was already very satisfying for her. And when they entered the dragon blood secret realm, she had agreed with Yi Chen that he would take the lion's share, and she would just follow along. So, in her eyes, there was only the top-grade dragon blood fruit that belonged to her. Yi Chen pursed his lips and said to Tian Xinyi, you also contributed to finding that black wormhole, otherwise we wouldn't have come here, let alone find these top-grade dragon blood fruits. So you should have an extra one. Then he turned to Bai Qianqian and said, if you hadn't promised to come and help me, I might not have entered this secret realm. So you should have one more. And she suddenly came from the special training camp, must have given up something, maybe even annoyed the higher-ups. Yi Chen was not ungrateful, he knew clearly what these two had done for him. So he could never take away those 7 dragon blood fruits alone. He took his 5 premium dragon blood fruits and left. Knowing that Yi Chen had made up his mind, the two no longer pretended to be polite. They happily accepted the thanks. After everyone left the cave, Tian Xinyi displayed her floating fruit, following Yi Chen's guidance, swiftly leaving the area with him and Bai Qianqian, finding a relatively safe place to stop. And they happened to find another cave, and the sky was getting dark. They could only rest here tonight. After entering the cave, Bai Qianqian showed a very curious look and asked again, Yi Chen, how did you manage to instantly kill 100,000 fierce beasts? After some thought, he opened his mouth and said, I used a power called domineering. Domineering? The two felt puzzled. The words domineering were not unfamiliar to Bai Qianqian and Tian Xinyi. They frowned. The domineering I'm talking about is not what you understand literally, Yi Chen explained upon seeing their reaction. What is it then? Bai Qianqian was even more puzzled. The domineering I'm talking about is actually a special power. In simple terms, it's a kind of aura, momentum, intimidation. Aura, momentum, intimidation? Bai Qianqian and Tian Xinyi still looked puzzled at Yi Chen. They didn't know what kind of special power this was. Yes, using domineering can intimidate or even stun enemies with one's own aura. As he spoke, Yi Chen's gaze fell on them. With a firm gaze, a powerful aura emanated from his body. Both of them almost instantly showed surprise on their faces. Bai Qianqian now felt a strong palpitation, struggling to catch her breath, her heart pounding, and cold sweat forming on her palms involuntarily. This was a kind of oppression she had never felt before. Just a gaze. It already made me feel fear. How terrifying must this power be? No wonder in the Lingxi secret realm, he could scare a sea king-like fierce beast into submission. Tianxini even felt her vision darken directly, sitting on the ground, feeling her head heavy, spinning, as if shocked by a powerful force and unable to move. She furrowed her brows, widened her eyes, and opened her mouth wide, as if it could fit an egg. Breathing deeply continuously, she even had beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her hands trembling involuntarily. It was almost unbelievable. Just with a firm gaze, it seemed like she was being suppressed by an invisible and powerful force. Domineering is indeed a special power. Yi Chen helped Tianxini up from the ground and continued, this power can also be condensed on the body. Yi Chen reached out his hand, which instantly turned into a dark iron color, and said to Bai Qianqian, come, use your sword to strike me. She hesitated for a moment but still trusted Yi Chen and swung her sword with all her might. Ding! Yi Chen directly caught her incredibly sharp sword with his black hand. How is this possible? They both exclaimed in disbelief. Bai Qianqian was stunned. She knew very well the terrifying power and sharpness of the sword she swung down. Yet Yi Chen effortlessly caught her sword with his bare hand? What kind of hand was that? So abnormal? It felt like the sword just struck an incredibly hard steel body. Her hand even went numb. Tianxini was also stunned by this scene. She suddenly remembered the scene of the explosion of shells on his body on Chicken Head Island. The houses were directly flattened, but he was unharmed. So it was the use of domineering Haki back then. This terrifying defense, it's simply invincible. It can also be attached to weapons. Yi Chen released the sword he held in his hand and gave a look to Bai Qianqian. The latter handed the sharp sword to him, then turned and walked out of the cave. Bai Qianqian and Tianxini curiously followed. Yi Chen wrapped armament Haki around the weapon, waved his hand, and a large area of forest fell down in front of him. Then he turned to the side, and lightning appeared around him. Conqueror's Haki. With another swing of the sword, a nearby small mountain was directly leveled. Bai Qianqian's cherry-like mouth was slightly open, her eyes wide, and her brows furrowed. Incredulously, she looked at the mountain in the distance. Just one swing of the sword? A small mountain just disappeared like that? Even if she saw the forest fall down in front of her eyes, a small mountain was leveled just like that? This is a mountain. It must be at least 50 to 60 meters thick, right? The power he said was attached to the weapon actually had such terrifying power? No wonder the Sea King class creature died on the spot back then. Who wouldn't be confused? Tianxini was even more shocked, her jaw dropping. She covered her small face with both hands, looking at the disappearing mountaintop. This power is too terrifying, isn't it? This one sword could probably split a beast emperor in half directly. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if she took this sword herself. Probably wouldn't even leave a complete corpse. And just now, there was even lightning. This terrifying domineering Haki. It can actually summon lightning. Is the power so terrifying that it can evoke natural phenomena? Invincible. Absolutely invincible. He's even a little younger than herself. Possessing such terrifying power, it's simply defying the natural order. Yi Chen put down the sword in his hand and said lightly, this is what they call domineering Haki, a mysterious power. Both of them stared blankly. It took them a few breaths to barely recover. So, Bai Qianqian hesitated. Ask whatever you want. How can one obtain this kind of power? Bai Qianqian hit the nail on the head, and Tianxini nodded eagerly. Yi Chen thought for a moment. Domineering Haki has never appeared in this world. Therefore, he was not sure if it existed within the human body of this world. Perhaps the only way to obtain it is through his own system. However, he couldn't possibly tell anyone about having a system, including the two of them. So, this thing is like medicine, it needs a catalyst to bring it out. Yi Chen said. Hearing this, both of them showed hopeful smiles. Does that mean we can unleash this power if we have the catalyst? Bai Qianqian was even more excited. Do you still have this catalyst? Tianxini on the side was also excited, very eagerly asking. Yi Chen chuckled, this good thing only existed in his system. He didn't even know if it could appear again after being used once. But even if he appeared, he used it for himself. How could he possibly give it to the two of them? It's just to please the girls, he should know how to do that, right? So he pursed his lips, pretended to be very hesitant, and said, okay, if I really happen to get it again, I can give it to you, but, Yi Chen, you're so kind. To think you can give me even such a good thing, I really love you so much. Mua Tianxini was so excited that she couldn't contain herself, and planted a kiss on Yi Chen's cheek. Luckily, he wasn't a naive virgin. Otherwise, any other 18-year-old boy would probably have turned red in embarrassment by now. And Tianxini was no ordinary girl. She was the school flower of Erzhong. That appearance, that figure. Which young boy could resist? But Bai Qianqian was stunned on the side. She just kissed him? No. Doesn't this mean she's taking the lead? What to do? Faced with this opportunity to become stronger, Bai Qianqian definitely couldn't let it slip by. Her mind raced, and suddenly an idea popped into her head. Mua Bai Qianqian also slowly approached, planted a kiss on Yi Chen's other cheek, and then shyly said, "Thank you, brother Yi Chen." Then she sat down on the side. At that moment, Yi Chen was bewildered. This excitement came too suddenly. 2 school flowers, 1 kiss on the left, 1 on the right. What's going on? Tianxini was one thing, but Bai Qianqian joining in the fun too. She was the aloof school flower, never imagined she would take the initiative to kiss him. It's all because of Tianxini leading her astray. Yi Chen sat down on the side and took out a top-grade dragon blood fruit from his spatial ring. I wonder how much this dragon blood fruit will enhance my physique. He placed the fruit in his palm, feeling its warmth distinctly. Holding his breath, he took a bite, chewed, and swallowed the other half. After 2 breaths, he clearly felt a powerful energy circulating through his body via his blood. Ugh! Suddenly, Yi Chen felt a brutal force surging through his meridians, feeling like his whole body was about to explode. His body felt like it was thrown into a furnace, burning all over. To expel as much heat from his body as possible, all his pores opened wide, and waste products flowed out with sweat. For a moment, his veins bulged, his face flushed. As the impact of this energy grew stronger, Yi Chen passed out directly. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chen opened his eyes. 2 beautiful and moving faces came into view. "You're finally awake," Tianxini said anxiously beside him. "Do you know, you've been asleep for a whole day and night." Looking around, he was still in that cave. He sat up slowly, feeling unusually light. "I've been asleep for a whole day and night? Just because I ate a dragon blood fruit? It has such a delayed effect?" Yi Chen was astonished. "What? You said you ate a whole top-grade dragon blood fruit?" Bai Qianqian was dumbfounded. Even half of an ordinary dragon blood fruit is too much, and you dared to eat a whole top-grade one. No wonder I felt like my body was going to explode at that time. Yi Chen felt extremely lucky. "You're lucky you didn't die from it," Bai Qianqian said irritably. "It's okay, brother Yi Chen, as long as you're awake," Tianxini said. "But they say men usually have a certain reaction when they wake up. Why don't you have any response? Are you unable to?" Tianxini stared at Yi Chen. He was speechless. Bai Qianqian was worried that I wouldn't wake up, but you seem fine. Why have you been paying so much attention to Chen? Bai Qianqian blushed as soon as she heard this. "That's enough, can't you focus on something else?" Yi Chen stood up and stretched his waist. "It's just because I'm worried about your functions not working properly," Tianxini pouted. "Whether they work properly or not, you don't need to worry about it, right?" "I don't need to, but Qianqian's sister might." "Hey, don't drag me into this." The 3 chatted for a while, and Yi Chen walked out of the cave alone to test his physical condition. After stretching his muscles and lightly jumping, he unexpectedly jumped 5 or 6 meters high. Landing, he walked to the side and punched a boulder. Crack! With a crisp sound, the boulder shattered into several pieces. Is this even real? It must be the top-grade dragon blood fruit. His increased physical condition was too unbelievable, right? If he consumed the remaining 4 top-grade dragon blood fruits, he would soon be able to unleash the devastating move like white beards that could destroy the heavens and earth. However, he didn't dare to continue eating them for now, as he still felt some energy in his body that hadn't been fully absorbed. If he ate another one now, he might really end up like Bai Qianqian said, dying a sudden death. Reminder, system goods refresh in 60 seconds. Reminder, system goods refresh in 59 seconds. Suddenly, a mechanical-like system voice sounded in his mind. It's time for the system store to refresh again. Yi Chen quickly returned to the cave and sat down. Ding, system store has refreshed. Upon hearing this, he immediately opened the system store and browsed through one item after another. However, there was nothing good, just things like, used by Nami, used by Boa Hancock, used by Nico Robin. He felt a bit speechless. Today's system was quite unreliable. He wasn't someone who liked original items. But if this were in his past life, he could have bought them at a discount and sold them on an online marketplace for a good price. Seeing Yi Chen consume a dragon blood fruit, Bai Qianqian and Tianxini couldn't wait to take out their 2 fruits and each ate 1/5 of one. After a while, they were also sweating profusely. Their wet clothes clung tightly to their bodies, accentuating their figures. "Do I look good?" Tianxini asked. "You look good. We should get ready to head to the 4th threat zone." Yi Chen immediately changed the subject. "Just look, it's fine, you're in charge anyway." "What? Just looking means I'm responsible now? So do I have to be responsible for all the beauties on the street too? You're thinking too highly of yourself. I meant you should be responsible for washing my sweaty clothes." "What? Trying to take advantage of me? Me? Yi Chen? Wash your clothes? You're quite optimistic. Wash them yourself." White Xianxian quietly listened to them chatting happily on the side. She wondered how Tianxini could say such things. Why couldn't she say a word? She shook her head helplessly. Perhaps fate had opened a door for her and closed a window. After changing into fresh clothes, the three of them continued on their journey. Time flies by quickly, and in just 1 month, it has come to an end. The three of them have slain many ferocious beasts, and it was only on the last day that Yi Chen finally obtained an S-level item refresh card. Perhaps the greatest gain was the top-grade dragon blood fruit. This item is truly rare, since coming out of the 5th threat zone, they haven't encountered another dragon blood tree. The secret realm is also about to close. On the day before closing, numerous teleportation points appear within the dragon blood secret realm, allowing those with abilities to teleport outside the realm. If an ability user doesn't teleport out before the teleportation array disappears, they will have to stay in the realm for another 100 years before being able to leave. 100 years. By then, there probably won't be many peers left outside, especially in a dragon blood secret realm teeming with ferocious beasts. These people are essentially doomed. After leaving the secret realm, Yi Chen and the others found a place in Salt Iron City, had a meal, and then went their separate ways. Bai Qianqian went straight back to the Falcon training camp, while Yi Chen and Tianxini returned to their rented house. 1 day later, Bai Qianqian's dormitory. "Qianqian, Director Zhang wants you to go to the training meeting room. It seems the situation is not optimistic," Bai Qianqian's roommate said with great concern. "Okay, I got it." Bai Qianqian was not concerned about what was about to happen, especially now that she had a reasonable explanation. "I heard you went to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm with a classmate from your school this time?" "Yes. How was it? Was it extremely dangerous inside?" "I heard there were many beast emperors in there, and the mortality rate was quite high." "Aren't you afraid of any accidents happening when you went in with your boyfriend?" "And I heard he is." To save Bai Qianqian's face, the roommate didn't finish the sentence. Bai Qianqian was momentarily stunned. "Boyfriend?" Her face blushed slightly, and although she hesitated, she refuted her roommate. "Who said he's my boyfriend? I'm still single." "What? He's not your boyfriend yet? Then what are you doing it for?" The roommate was immediately dumbfounded. Hearing her own words, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but ask herself, "Yeah, what am I doing it for? Could it be true?" In the Falcon training camp, inside the training meeting room, 3 middle-aged men and Bai Qianqian's mentor sat at the table. The man in the middle, with a serious expression, was the head trainer who managed all the trainees, Xiao Yuan. Knock, knock and knock sounded at the door of the meeting room. "Come in." Bai Qianqian pushed open the door, walked in, and found the only remaining seat. Xiao Yuan asked with a stern face, "Bai Qianqian, do you know that leaving the training camp without permission is a violation of discipline? And secretly entering the Dragon Blood secret realm with a classmate? Do you know how dangerous it is in there? And even threatening the mentor?" As soon as she sat down, Xiao Yuan began to reprimand Bai Qianqian harshly. Bai Qianqian didn't argue back. She simply took out an item from her storage ring. Everyone looked closely, their eyes filled with shock. As the 4 people in the meeting room focused on the item Bai Qianqian took out, Xiao Yuan pointed at the shiny golden item in her hand, his eyes filled with astonishment, and asked, This couldn't be. The dragon blood fruit, could it? And it's a top-grade dragon blood fruit?" Looking at the golden fruit in Bai Qianqian's hand, fresh from the dragon blood secret realm, it was hard not to make that guess. The other 2 members of the training camp didn't even recognize it, but when Xiao Yuan uttered those words, they were stunned. Dragon blood fruit? A top-grade dragon blood fruit? These are not the same things at all. They are completely different. White Qianqian, is the thing in your hand really a top-grade dragon blood fruit? Zhang Qinfeng's expression showed both shock and embarrassment. This meeting was originally convened by him in the hope that the director could put White Qianqian's arrogance in check. Although she had the best performance among the students of the same year, she couldn't be so willful. How could she be disciplined in the future? But when he learned that the thing White Qianqian took out might be a top-grade dragon blood fruit, he was also shocked. Of course, he knew that a top-grade dragon blood fruit takes thousands of years to form. Even the strong at the level of founding marshals fell in the dragon blood secret realm in search of this thing. How could he not know the preciousness of this item? White Shanshan just nodded. Yes, this is indeed a top-grade dragon blood fruit. And this time, I got two. To prove that what she said was true, she directly took out another top-grade dragon blood fruit from her storage ring, which still had 1/3 left, and ate it in front of everyone. Xiao Yuan was dumbfounded. One top-grade dragon blood fruit was already precious enough, and she actually had two. And she even swallowed it in front of us. Is she treating the top-grade dragon blood fruit like a regular fruit? This is outrageous. After swallowing it, White Shanshan clearly felt that the energy impact in her body was much weaker than before. Because she had eaten it several times before, she returned to normal in just 30 minutes. The three of them stared at White Shanshan in the meeting room, afraid that something might go wrong. At that moment, the air became quiet. Xiao Yuan's serious expression disappeared from his face, and he smiled at White Shanshan, saying, "I'm sorry, White Shanshan. We must have misunderstood you. Please don't mind us." He certainly knew how awesome it was to obtain a top-grade dragon blood fruit, and he also understood White Shanshan's strength. It was impossible for her alone to get a top-grade dragon blood fruit. That could only mean there were formidable people in her team. Whoever could get him to Falcon Special Training Camp as a mentor through White Shanshan would hit the jackpot, wouldn't they? Even getting an official position would probably not be a problem. White Shanshan remained silent. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. A minute passed. She still didn't speak. Zhang Chunfeng became nervous now. If something went wrong because of him, he might receive a warning or disciplinary action. "I'm sorry, White Shanshan, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have restricted your freedom. Director, may I leave now?" White Shanshan didn't want to pay attention to him. "Yes, of course, but may I ask who you entered the Dragon Blood Secret Realm with?" Xiao Yuan asked with a smile. "Is this very important?" "It's crucial." After some thought, White Shanshan told them, Yi Chen and Tian Xinyi. After that, White Shanshan left the meeting room. Yi Chen? Why does this name sound familiar? Xiao Yuan felt puzzled. White Shanshan's classmate, who she mentioned last time she wanted to bring in, but he refused directly. Zhang Chunfeng replied respectfully. Yi Chen? He refused? Xiao Yuan fell into contemplation. Sultan Iron City, Yi Chen's rented house. As soon as he returned to the house, he lay down on his sofa and didn't move. Tian Xinyi thought he was tired, so she didn't disturb him and quietly returned to her room. But that wasn't the case. Yi Chen didn't move because he had opened the system space. Calculating the time, it was almost time for the system mall items to refresh. This time, in the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, he obtained an S-level item refresh card on the last day. Now he was looking forward to refreshing the 4 Emperors physique in the system mall. If he really refreshed one day, he would definitely kill without hesitation. With this thing, why bother cultivating anymore? Cultivate my ass. He could already declare himself invincible. Just 10 minutes later, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Reminder, 60 seconds before the system goods refresh. Do you want to use the S-grade item refresh card? Reminder, 59 seconds before the system goods refresh. Do you want to use the S-grade item refresh card? Yi Chen hesitated for no moment, silently chanting in his heart. Ding! Successful use. System goods have been refreshed. After experiencing it multiple times, Yi Chen didn't even feel nervous anymore. When he saw the first item, he immediately scrolled down without hesitation. Until he reached the 10th, there was nothing he wanted. Yi Chen wondered. Damn it, didn't I use the S-grade item refresh card? Which one is the S-grade item? He flipped through again until he stopped at the 7th item. 7. Pacifist PX1. Price, 1 yuan. Is it this one? The humanoid weapon of the Marines in the world of pirates, huge in size, capable of emitting laser beams from its hands and mouth to attack enemies, not to be underestimated. In comparison, this was the only choice. Instant kill. Pacifist PX1 has been placed in the system backpack. Should the host be set as the first command person? Yi Chen silently thought. Yes, but this thing is too big. Taking it out for no reason will only attract attention, so for the time being, he could only leave it in the system warehouse to gather dust. After closing the system interface, Yi Chen took out the 3rd dragon blood fruit that was half-eaten from the ring. Without hesitation, he ate it in one bite and took a nap. Half an hour later, Yi Chen opened his eyes. He clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his body after eating the dragon blood fruit. The feeling of that physical change is not as intense as the last time, Yi Chen murmured. This could only mean that under the effect of the top-grade dragon blood fruit, his physique had already reached a certain height, so the top-grade dragon blood fruit was starting to have diminishing returns on him. However, the 3 top-grade dragon blood fruits had already greatly improved his physique. Truly worthy of being top-grade. Although the system dad would eventually let him refresh to the Four Emperors physique for fusion, it was uncertain, with his African physique, who knew when he would refresh. Yi-Chen even had a premonition that he might not achieve it in this lifetime. But after a trip to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, it alleviated his biggest current problem, instantly feeling that this trip was worth it. What to do next? Yi-Chen had no plans, nor did he want a plan. He was not in a hurry to increase his strength now, playing games every day, watching movies, occasionally going to the beach to sunbathe, and most importantly, having a beauty like Tian Cini accompanying him. How wonderful was that? And so, 7 days passed. At noon, Yi-Chen was still lying on the sofa sleeping. The system prompt sounded, but it didn't wake Yi-Chen up. Now he didn't care much about killing goods, nor did he have ambitions to dominate the world. At this stage, he just wanted to enjoy life. He woke up at 4 o'clock, checked the system mall. As expected, there were no good things, just decorations. However, something made Yi-Chen have a sudden whimsical idea. 3. Nami's bikini. Price, 1 yuan. Yi-Chen imagined that scene. Instant kill. Then he came to Tian Cini's door and gently knocked, saying, "Tian Cini, are you awake? I have something good for you." Indoors, Tian Cini had already woken up, but she didn't disturb Yi-Chen, who was still sleeping, after opening the door. The door creaked open. She stepped out of the room. "What are you going to give me? It's not that domineering thing you mentioned, right? That wouldn't be appropriate, and I would really feel embarrassed." Then, she covered her eyes with her left hand and extended her right hand, looking expectant. After a moment, an item fell into her hand. "Really? Is this the domineering bait? Huh, why is it so smooth and cool?" Tian Cini opened her eyes, the eager look on her face instantly disappearing. "Just this? A bright red bikini? He actually gave me this? What does it mean? Should I wear it now to show him?" Yi-Chen chuckled. What did you think it was? You didn't really think it was a domineering bait, did you? Then what did you think? Who gives a bikini as a gift to a girl? Are you a pervert? I just wanted you to accompany me to the beach tonight and got you some gear. But at that moment, Yi-Chen received a phone call. He opened a phone that resembled a pager, answered. "Hello, who is this?" "This is the handsome and part-time for 2.5 years, Cohen. Yi-Chen teased. "Hello, I need part-time services here. I heard you're good at inducing lactation. Do you have availability recently?" A woman's voice came from the phone. Yes. I'm a professional at inducing lactation. The intensity and acupoint control are very precise. I guarantee your satisfaction. Okay, then tonight at 8 o'clock, Unit 1101, Building X, Golden Reach Garden, be on time. The child is starving and crying. Alright, are you doing part-time jobs? Seeing Yi-Chen's enthusiastic appearance, Tian Cini felt a bit disappointed. Yeah, it's just for fun, and I found doing part-time jobs quite interesting. But since I said we would go to the beach tonight, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Okay, as long as you're happy. This kind of life went on for a whole month. One night, Yi-Chen returned from playing outside. As soon as he entered, he saw Tian Cini sitting in his nest. "You've been resting for over a month now, aren't you going to start practicing?" she asked curiously. Although she had been with Yi-Chen for most of the past month, she still spent a few hours each day practicing. But later, she found out that Yi-Chen didn't practice at all. She really didn't know where his terrifying strength came from. "I haven't had enough fun yet," Yi-Chen said. Tian Cini rolled her eyes immediately. After playing for over a month, he still hadn't had enough fun? "I have a fun place to go now, do you want to come with me?" "Where?" Yi-Chen asked curiously. "There's an adventure team that invited me to join them in exploring a secret ancient ruin. What do you think? Will you come?" Yi-Chen thought for a moment, but didn't say anything. "Come on, I need you to protect me," Tian Cini pleaded with watery eyes. "We can go by ourselves. The leader of the adventure team is very familiar with the place. You don't need to worry about directions." "Fine. Then. Great. It's settled then. But I have to make it clear, I won't be responsible for others. As long as you're happy." 2 days later, the two set off again. This time, Yi-Chen wasn't leading the way alone but joining someone else's team. After they left, they took a taxi to the Tianmeng Secret Ancient Ruins teleportation point. Yi-Chen got out of the car and scanned the surroundings. At the bottom of the stairs leading to the teleportation point, stood several individuals ranging from their late 20s to 30s, with a middle-aged man in floral attire positioned at the forefront. Undoubtedly, this greasy middle-aged man in floral clothing was the leader of this adventure team. His surname was Qin, and his full name was Qin Shou. Upon seeing Tian Cini, his face lit up with a brilliant smile. However, when he noticed Yi-Chen following behind, his smile faded considerably. Tian Cini approached and greeted, "Hello, Captain Qin. Then she turned to Yi Chen and politely introduced, "This is a companion traveling with me, who will also be joining us on this journey." Captain Sheen then shifted his gaze to Yi Chen, a hint of disdainful smile playing on his lips. Youngster! Such a nuisance. He had never expected Tianxini to bring another person along, and if he had known earlier, he would have refused. But now that everyone was here, he couldn't say much. "Yi Chen, introduce yourself quickly." Tianxini tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve. "Hello, Captain Sheen, my surname is Yi, you can call me Xiaoye," Yi Chen replied coldly. "Xiaoye? Heh, what kind of devil fruit ability is that?" Sheen Shou's face displayed a clear contempt. Tremor fruit." Yi Chen remained unaffected by his demeanor, speaking in a calm tone. When they heard these words, everyone chuckled. Sheen Shou realized something, but it suited his plans perfectly. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. "Normally, our team doesn't accept users of the Tremor fruit ability, but for the sake of the beautiful Tian, I'll make an exception this time." After speaking, Sheen Shou led the team towards the entrance. Tianxini looked at Yi Chen, almost bursting into laughter, but she remained silent. Yi Chen thought to himself, "So, I should thank you, right? If it weren't for Tianxini wanting to explore the Tianmong's secret realm, he wouldn't have bothered joining any team. Fortunately, he refrained from saying anything unpleasant, or else, he would have a hard time." Arriving at the entrance, after registering their information, the group stood on the teleportation platform. Moments later, a flash of light enveloped them. Yi Chen and the others vanished from the teleportation platform. They had arrived at the Tianmong's secret realm. The so-called Tianmong secret realm was a semi-operational secret realm. In simpler terms, there wasn't much to gain, and the fiercest beasts had already perished. It was more suitable for novices to get started. After witnessing Yi Chen's terrifying strength in the Dragon Blood secret realm, Tianxini secretly vowed to become stronger herself. This led her to contact Captain Sheen Shou, although both harbored their own intentions. Sheen Shou was drawn to Tianxini's youthful beauty and vibrant personality. On the other hand, Tianxini wanted Yi Chen to come out and explore, preventing him from becoming decrepit at home. Thus, this team was formed. As the glaring light faded, the group found themselves in the Tianmong secret realm. The teleportation point was located beneath a dilapidated large structure. The place was still bustling with people, with nearly 10 teams gathered at the teleportation point alone. "Why are there so many people in this rundown place?" Yi Chen curiously asked. Tianxini glanced at him. "Do you think everyone possesses the extraordinary strength you have? Although this is a relic with nothing valuable, the fierce beasts here are suitable for the masses to train against. That's why there are so many people. This is the bustling human world." "Alright, I'll take that as a compliment," Yi Chen smiled faintly. Leading the way, Sheen Shou was already familiar with this place, having been here many times. He guided the team northward and stopped after walking a few hundred meters. A warm smile graced his face. "Xini, if we encounter particularly fierce beasts later, let me handle it. Don't act impulsively. If you get hurt later, I will feel heartache." Tianxini nodded in understanding. He then shifted his gaze to Yi Chen without saying a word. In his view, Tianxini and Yi Chen were here for training and to broaden their horizons. He invited Tianxini because he found her sweet appearance surprisingly alluring, sparking some crooked thoughts in him. As for Yi Chen, he had no connection with him whatsoever. His life and death had nothing to do with Sheen Shou. The group continued forward, with Yi Chen following at the rear. Just a few steps out, several giant gorillas, 3 to 4 meters tall, appeared in front of the road and swiftly approached Yi Chen's group with their agile bodies. "Captain Sheen, may I handle them?" Tianxini stepped forward and asked. Sheen Shou nodded. These beasts were not too strong, and Tianxini should have no problem dealing with them. Stepping forward, she took out her weapon and confronted the beasts. Swish! The sound of sharp weapons cutting through flesh echoed, and the beasts fell to the ground. For Tianxini, they were much weaker compared to the beasts in the Dragon Blood secret realm. Sheen Shou and the others were completely taken aback by the scene. Stronger than expected. "Interesting, seems like I've grown more fond of her," Sheen Shou muttered. In his eyes, with Tianxini's strength, it was no wonder she brought Yi Chen, a potential shock fruit bearer, into the secret realm. Compared to weak women, he preferred challenging and powerful sisters, finding them more. At this moment, although his face showed no expression, he was secretly amused. After Tianxini dealt with the beasts, the group continued forward. Encountering beasts, apart from Yi Chen and Tianxini, the others became more vigilant, ready to respond to any sudden situations. "Your skills have improved a lot," Yi Chen praised. It was rare for Tianxini to hear Yi Chen compliment her, making her ecstatic. "But brother, I feel it's not enough. I want more," Tianxini coquettishly whispered. Yi Chen was already accustomed to her sudden whims. He even joked, You better make it clear what you want, or I can't help you. What are you thinking? I meant I want to face more beasts. Well then. And if not, you think you can help? Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Yi Chen raised his hands playfully. This gesture frightened Tianxini, and she quickly ran ahead. She could talk big, but she wouldn't dare to do it. Of course, Yi Chen had already seen through her. She was just a big talker, so he took it as a playful banter. Along the way, they encountered many beasts. Most were dealt with by Qinshu, and Tianxini only occasionally seized an opportunity. In front of Tianxini, he naturally wanted to showcase his strength more and even flirted with her from time to time. As for Yi Chen, he didn't even want to move. These beasts were both few in number and lacked any challenge. In the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, so many beasts didn't even drop item refresh cards until the end. He had long since become indifferent to such things, completely going with the flow. Sometimes, not expecting anything made it easier to obtain. This only made Qinshu more convinced that Yi Chen was just an ordinary shock fruit bearer. Tianxini joked, "Brother, you hide it well, don't you? How about it? How does this adventurous life of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger feel?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Miss, you're not bad yourself. At least I honestly reported my fruit ability, while you just told them you're a swordsman? I see you're quite swordy indeed. TCH. Enough talk, I'll handle this fierce beast ahead." Tianxini hurried forward as she saw the fierce beast approaching. Yi Chen was curious. What's gotten into her? Why is she suddenly so diligently honing her sword skills? Could it be because of Bai Qianqian? Could it be that she's feeling jealous of Bai Qianqian's skills? No wonder she claims to be a swordsman. Could it be that she wants to surpass Bai Qianqian's swordsmanship through this trial in the secret realm? Feeling jealous? Although Bai Qianqian doesn't speak much in the secret realm, she's been silently using her sword skills to kill the fierce beasts. But he could clearly sense the subtle competition between the two, just by observing their gestures. As he leisurely walked at the end of the group, his gaze suddenly sharpened, glancing back diagonally. Someone's following us? Even though he couldn't see anyone behind him, Yi Chen had a strong premonition that several pairs of eyes were watching him. This kind of sixth sense belonging to men had to be on guard. He immediately used his observation Haki cautiously. After a breath, he spotted them. Just 5 people, and their strength wasn't impressive. Could they be enemies of Captain Qin? Or perhaps they were after him? However, judging from their aura, they weren't strong, unlike someone seeking revenge for his killing of the natural ice woman on Chicken Head Island. Maybe these people being Captain Qin's enemies was the best explanation. So he paid no attention, as it was their personal grudges, nothing to do with him. They continued northward until it was almost dark when they reached the seaside. "Captain Qin, why are we here?" Tianxini felt curious why, with such a vast Tianmong secret realm, they had to come to the seaside. "Sister Cini, we're heading to the most dangerous place inside the ruins, Lava Island. But now that it's dark, we might have to rest on the ship." Qinshu pointed to a large ship ahead. "Here, this is our ship. Captain Qin is amazing, to have such a big ship inside this secret realm." Tianxini looked towards the ship and politely praised. "Of course, you see who your brother is. I've been wandering in these ruins for so many years, it's no joke." Hearing Tianxini's praise, his face almost broke into a smile, his eyes fixed on her, looking somewhat lecherous. "Captain Qin, shall we board the ship now?" Seeing Qinshu's lecherous gaze, she just wanted to get out of his sight quickly. Qinshu smiled and led the way. After everyone boarded the ship, a damp smell wafted from the cabin. "Cini, sorry, it hasn't been used in a while, a bit smelly, but once we start sailing and get some wind, it'll be fine." Qinshu also noticed it, awkwardly explaining. Although Tianxini was a bit repulsed, she could only smile and nod. After all, she was a guest. Meanwhile, Yi Chen stood aside, his gaze fixed on the direction of the shore, a hint of confusion on his face. It was almost dark, and in such a remote place. "We're about to board the ship. Why haven't those 5 people made a move yet? What are they waiting for? Isn't this the best opportunity?" He couldn't quite figure it out, but what he knew was, if they dared to make a move against him and Tianxini, they would undoubtedly meet their end. There was no way he would spare them. As for Qinshu, if he couldn't win, perhaps he would kneel down and beg for mercy, then he might consider making a move to intimidate them a bit. As the roaring sound of the engine echoed, "Anchor up!" The large ship where Yi Chen was on began to move slowly, and with time, gradually accelerated, setting off towards the target, Lava Island. After the ship had been running for almost half an hour, the smell inside the cabin had lightened considerably. "Come, Cini, let me arrange a room for you," Qinshu warmly greeted Tianxini. Thank you, she replied politely, tugging at Yi Chen's sleeve. He knew that Tianxini was seeking help, so he followed along. Qinshu, seeing Yi Chen following them, had a hint of displeasure mixed in his smile. Young man, your room is over there, I'll arrange it for you later. Yi Chen naturally knew he was being dismissed, and he was about to say something. Captain Qin, where will I stay? Tian Xinyi cut in before him. You'll stay in the room next to mine. Rest assured, staying next to Big Brother, you can relax, I will take good care of you. Xinshuo's mouth was about to split from smiling, pointing to the room furthest inside. Tian Xinyi cursed inwardly. Damn it, what does he think he's up to? Hep oily man. Although she thought so, she didn't say it out loud. She walked over and glanced at the room. Captain Qin, isn't this room too small? What's small about this room? Look at that bed, it's big enough for 2 people to roll around. Why? I see there's a room with twin beds next door, how about I stay there? I'm used to his snoring, can't sleep if I don't hear it at night. No need to arrange a room for him separately, he can stay with me in one room. Xinshu was somewhat annoyed, but he couldn't show it on the spot. I'll have to find another opportunity later, or find a chance to get rid of him. With such a waste, I'm afraid I won't need to do it myself. The fierce beasts on Lava Island can handle it. Fine, you arrange it yourself, Xinshu said. For him, whatever had happened between them before, he didn't care, he just enjoyed the present moment. After the two entered the room and closed the door, should we leave their group? Tian Xinyi suggested. He hadn't expected Captain Qin to be this kind of person, perhaps it was because he had just entered society and encountered a good person like Yi Chen, so he hadn't experienced the evil of society. No need, if he dares to act up, Jia Jingui will be his fate, Yi Chen said calmly. Tian Xinyi recalled the scene on Chicken Head Island, where Jia Jingui was crushed by a foot, and felt much relieved, so the two began to take out their sleeping supplies from the storage ring. However, Yi Chen, are you a good person? This is the first time we've shared a room, and you brought this thing? What's wrong with me bringing this thing? Does that make me not a good person? Do you have any improper thoughts about me? What? Is it wrong for me to eat a cucumber before bed? Does that make me not a good person? You must be thinking too much, right? Humph. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I'm angry. Fine. Can I have one too? Do you really think I'm that stingy? If you want to eat, just say so. What's the big deal? I still have plenty in my storage ring. If it's not enough, ask me for more. Yi Chen looked very generous, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Tian Xinyi's face darkened, a slight blush rising. She remembered that Yi Chen wasn't like this before. Could it be that I influenced him? She didn't say anything more, just laid down on the bed. But after a moment, she heard the sound of Yi Chen munching on a cucumber. Would you like to share a piece with me? Tian Xinyi's hopeful gaze met Yi Chen's. The night passed. Knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door, followed by Xinshuo's voice. Xinyi, we've arrived. Lava Island was not far from their departure point, and they had already docked by 3 a.m. Yi Chen and Tian Xinyi stepped out of the cabin and looked around. The whole island was sparsely populated with plants, all gray lava rocks, and fierce beasts roamed everywhere. After disembarking, Tian Xinyi killed several fierce beasts, and then they all headed towards the depths of Lava Island. They hadn't walked far when suddenly a large dark cloud began to gather above Lava Island. Curious, everyone looked up at the sky. Suddenly, several dazzling flashes of light streaked across the sky. Boom, followed by a deafening thunder. The glaring light forced everyone present to shield their eyes. After a moment, they opened their eyes. It's the Heavenly Radiance treasure. Xinshu almost shouted hoarsely, it's the Heavenly Radiance treasure. I've finally found you. Above the densely clouded sky, a white beam of light shot straight down onto the island. Xinshu had been organizing adventure teams to come to Lava Island for years, all for this Heavenly Radiance treasure. Although Yi Chen didn't know what was inside, judging from his exaggerated expression, this treasure should be extraordinary. Let's go. Let's hurry over there. Xinshu excitedly urged as they walked. Wait. Stay close to me, Tian Xinyi said loudly. The 3 members of Xinshu's team looked at her in confusion, only to see her body floating up. At this moment, she realized that the treasure must be valuable, so she decided not to hide her devil fruit ability anymore. Using her levitate fruit ability to fly the team over was the fastest way to proceed. Although Xinshu was very surprised, it was not the time to discuss this anymore, and the 3 of them immediately approached Tian Xinyi. In just a few breaths, they arrived at the location of the treasure, a low-lying basin. However, when they arrived, another group of people had already reached there. Not more, not less, exactly 5 people. Xinshu's face turned ashen when he saw the other group. Xinshu, didn't expect to see me again. The leader of the other group, Tang Zhe, stepped forward confidently and laughed, just leave on your own. Tang Zhe, like Xinshu, was a long-term gatekeeper of this Heavenly Radiance treasure relic. What if I say no? Shinsho's gaze was firm. He had been training hard for 2 years for this moment, to avenge a past grievance. Then, you all will die. Tang Zei's arrogance was overwhelming. Every person was on edge, ready to strike, even the wind began to howl. The atmosphere was tense, like a taut bowstring, just waiting for a spark to ignite a fierce battle. But then, Yi-Chen stepped forward with a smile on his face. "This thing is mine now, if you don't want to die, you can leave now," Yi-Chen said. Tang Zei sneered. "Huh, who do you think you are? Do you even have a say? How ridiculous. Has your hair grown long enough to come out and gain experience?" At this remark, everyone on the enemy side laughed. Although Yi-Chen had a strong physique, there hadn't been much change in his appearance. He still looked like a young man. Tang Zei didn't even consider him a threat, finding him more of a joke. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Captain Sheen." He raised his sword and swiftly approached Yi-Chen, striking down in one fluid motion, only to see Yi-Chen move his feet lightly, easily dodging his attack. Seeing the sword miss, Tang Zei accelerated his sword speed once again, but Yi-Chen effortlessly dodged it, until Tang Zei reached his limit. This time, Yi-Chen didn't dodge anymore, but extended his right hand, directly using his fingers to firmly grip the sword in Tang Zei's hand. The latter tried to pull the sword out, but found it impossible to move. At that moment, everyone present showed astonishment. When did their team invite such a powerful master? What? He actually caught the blade barehanded? How freakish! What kind of terrifying defense and strength is needed to do this? Is he really just a kid? What material is his hand made of? Why is it so dark? If Tang's sword strikes, even a formidable beast would probably be cut in half with one blow, right? How is this possible? Then a crisp sound of breaking glass rang out. The power of the shock gathered in his hand, and the sword he held completely shattered. At that moment, Tang Zei was shocked. How is this possible? My sword is extremely hard, how could he crush it? This power is too terrifying. And, why is my hand numb? Why can't I feel anything? What's going on? Yi-Chen's strike shattered his confidence and extinguished his arrogance. His eyes were filled only with disbelief and fear. Shinsho behind Yi-Chen was completely dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "Him? The shockwave fruit? Isn't he just a recent graduate? How can he have such terrifying strength? What kind of monster is he? I'm glad I didn't." At that moment, he felt incredibly surprised. He never imagined that he would possess such power, even thinking he was just a plaything of Tian Sini. He had even considered dealing with him on the ship, and he was extremely grateful he didn't. Otherwise, today it might have been his ignorant self who died. Tang Zei realized that this young man was not simple. Instantly, he transformed into a beast. As an ordinary Zoan-type user of the Black Bear Fruit ability, his human beast form appeared before him, doubling his size, and his muscles bulged instantly. However, his target was not Yi-Chen, but Tian Sini behind him. He thought to himself, similar in age, just close moments ago, likely in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, or at least good friends, or they wouldn't have entered this secret relic together. By capturing her, he would have a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, with a strong force on his feet, the bearman shot out directly. But as he exerted force, he already found Yi-Chen standing in his path. He felt puzzled. How is this possible? Just a moment ago, his body wasn't even facing that young girl. How did he know in advance that I wanted to attack her? Yi-Chen's lips curled slightly, his eyes ice-cold, the intent to kill already ignited. Although Tian Sini was not the girlfriend Tang Zei imagined, she was indeed a friend. To harm his friend was to harm him. Such a person had only one outcome. That is death. In an instant, Yi-Chen raised his right fist, striking at Tang Zei with lightning speed. The latter immediately raised his arms to block this attack. But this was Yi-Chen, who had consumed 3 premium dragon blood fruits. How could an ordinary Zoan-type user withstand his fist imbued with the power of shockwaves? In front of everyone, Tang Zei was sent flying by a punch, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling over 20 meters before coming to a stop. His internal organs were shattered. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the figure lay motionless on the ground. Tang Zei is dead. Dead? One punch kill? Even Tang Zei in beast mode couldn't withstand a single punch? Is he going to kill us too? Tang Zei's teammates were all in a panic. Following their captain in the Tianmeng secret realm, they had been around for many years, bullying countless people. Their captain Tang Zei was pinned to the ground for the first time. They were at a loss. They had no idea what to do next. Resist? Run away? Or submit? Resistance was definitely out of the question. They were not warriors, knowing full well that they were facing an insurmountable obstacle. Why would they throw their faces into it? Running away probably wouldn't get them out of his grasp either. They could only await their fate. Do you want to live? Yi-Chen said coldly. Yes. They nodded repeatedly, as if they saw a glimmer of hope. Call out for your dad to hear. Yi Chen's voice was magnetic. Upon hearing this, without thinking, they called out dad several times and then ran for their lives. But how could Yi Chen let them go so easily? In almost an instant, they all perished. Xin Shou felt his heart turn cold. Would he also be targeted? After some thought, he realized that his attitude towards Yi Chen had not been very good before. Yi Chen turned around, walked up to Xin Shou, and looked at him with icy eyes, causing the latter to tremble. He had changed. Completely changed. He had never felt so terrified in his life as he did now. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Yi Chen said after seeing through his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xin Shou relaxed a bit. But he still felt like everything that had just happened was like a dream. Come and see your treasure. He walked up to the treasure and said to Tian Xinyi. She immediately understood Yi Chen's intention and happily went over, knowing that he wanted to keep this treasure for himself. Little Yi, we are a team, I can. Xin Shou hesitated. He, this belongs to me, do you have any objections? Yi Chen looked at him. That gaze made Xin Shou feel like his soul had been pierced. I have no objections. He couldn't even defeat Tang Zhe, who was knocked out with a single punch, so how could he have any objections? Just as Tian Xinyi was about to open the treasure chest, a whirlwind of sand and dust began to swirl around them. Yi Chen's thoughts moved. Observation Haki. In the blink of an eye, above the basin, a large amount of sand and dust gathered to form a figure. I didn't expect to find you here. The sandy man with his hands in his pockets smirked, exuding a sense of superiority. Looking for me? Yi Chen sneered. You must have been looking for me for a long time, right? Through observation Haki, he sensed that the aura of these people was exactly the same as those he had encountered before boarding the ship. Undoubtedly, they had been tracking him since then, not Xin Shou and the others. Yes, if it weren't for the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, our organization wouldn't have been able to enter. Otherwise, how could you have survived? Yi Chen's gaze darkened. Their organization? Unable to enter the Dragon Blood Secret Realm? The Dragon Blood Secret Realm had no age or devil fruit ability restrictions, as long as one was a Chinese national. So if they couldn't enter, it could only mean one thing. They were not Chinese nationals at all. Could it be? But this was just Yi Chen's speculation. Come out, no need to hide. Yi Chen scanned the surroundings and said, I didn't expect you to find out about this, come out. The sandy man confirmed that it was Yi Chen, so there was no need to hide anymore. After his command, one by one, black-clothed figures emerged from the surrounding rocks. Their attire was remarkably uniform, clearly indicating they belonged to the same organization. Yi Chen found their arrival rather timely, saving him the trouble of seeking them out himself. So, you're from the Haiyun Society? Impressive that you know so much. But yes, we are indeed from the Haiyun Society. Can you believe that guy couldn't handle even a little brat and had to send me personally? With me being just a little brat, you had to bring almost 50 people. Where's your pride in that? So, you really killed the snow woman with the snow fruit of the natural element? And if I did, what about it? It doesn't matter. Regardless, you're going to die today. I will personally take your black rod from your warm corpse. So, you're the Liang Jing he mentioned? A leopard can't change its spots. Qingnai Liang Jing, you'll die with clarity. Just didn't expect that guy to be so loose-lipped. In the face of death, there's no need for so much consideration. Perhaps you'll understand that soon. Let's see what you're made of. Despite being somewhat surprised by the snow woman's death, he merely considered it an accident. This did not deter him from continuing his pursuit of the baseball bat that appeared in the Nanyuan base city. He had to admit, the temptation of that item was indeed strong, and besides, the snow woman wasn't his concern. Her death meant little to him. He had been careless last time, so this time he brought more people. Moreover, upon closer inspection, there were no natural element powerhouses in Yi Chen's team, nor anyone with a superior devil fruit to counter him. In an instant, almost everyone present had transformed into beasts. Wow, they're all animal element users. There are even 2 ancient species among them. How about that? Scared yet? If you're scared, hand over that weapon, maybe. Liang Jing's lecherous gaze fell on Tian Xinyi. I can go easy on her. Get lost, Yi Chen sneered, truly living up to his islander reputation. I didn't plan on getting my hands dirty, but since you put it that way, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As he spoke, Liang Jing's right arm turned into yellow sand, and with a wave of his hand, the sand shot towards Yi Chen like a blade, reaching him in an instant. Originally, Liang Jing had brought so many people because he didn't want to personally intervene, but after witnessing his fight with that person, he had a strong premonition that Yi Chen was no ordinary opponent. He effortlessly raised his right arm and split the blade like sand grains into 2, shooting them down on either side of his body towards the rear. The sand blade happened to hit one of Qin Shou's teammates. He watched as his body rapidly withered, emitting a terribly tragic scream. Tian Xinyi was shocked to see this scene unfold before her eyes. A dried corpse? She covered her mouth, incredulously staring at the man before her. Struck by the sand blade, the person's body was drained of all its moisture, leaving behind a shriveled corpse. Such a terrifying attack method. How cruel. She immediately looked nervously at Yi Chen, finding him unscathed, standing calmly in place, which eased her mind considerably. "Brother! My brother!" Qin Shou shouted loudly. This was his teammate of many years, their friendship deeply rooted in his heart. Seeing him in such agony, he felt extremely anxious, but he was powerless to help, only able to watch him die before his eyes. On the other side, Liang Jing stood with his head tilted, somewhat surprised. Source text: how could this be? The sand blade attack is actually ineffective against him? Also, why did his arm suddenly turn black? This move, which had never failed in countless battles before, as long as it hit the enemy, almost all ability users would be affected, rapidly draining the water from the enemy's body, ultimately leading to their death. And now, Yichen just swung his arm down and cleanly cut the sand blade in half. His body was completely unharmed, let alone drained dry. He was dumbfounded. This was a situation he had never encountered before, his confident expression turning into surprise, but only for a moment. His smile vanished in an instant. What puzzled him the most was why his arm had suddenly turned black. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Chen's armament Haki had covered his arm. Could it be that his black arm can immunize himself against sand attacks? He speculated. With his rich combat experience, he quickly realized, although the black arm can defend, I'm afraid my dark arrows will be hard to defend against, right? Liang Jing smiled confidently, ready to attack. The ground was filled with sand and stones, but there was hardly any obvious trace. Yi Chen frowned. Liang Jing's mastery of the Sansan fruit was indeed extraordinary. Not everyone could think of developing the Sansan fruit in the direction of draining human body fluids. His ideas were definitely unique in this world. But ideals are always full, and reality is always stark. The result was not as Liang Jing had expected. At the moment he launched his attack, Yi Chen exerted a burst of force from his feet and moved to another location. At the same time, a sword-like sand object emerged from the ground. Fu Lao Lu. Luckily, I used observation Haki to foresee the future, otherwise you would have stolen my chrysanthemum. Yi Chen sighed. Speed. I have never lost. Yi Chen cleverly evaded Liang Jing's attacks twice, making him anxious. My strength lies not only in my devil fruit ability but also in my swordsmanship. As he spoke, a katana was already firmly gripped in his hand. He swiftly approached Yi Chen, slashing horizontally and vertically in a series of moves. His sword speed was extremely fast, to the point where the sound of the katana cutting through the air could be heard. Swish! However, Yi Chen dodged and maneuvered each time, skillfully avoiding all of Liang Jing's attacks. Disbelief filled Liang Jing's eyes. His swordsmanship was considered the strongest in the entire Haiyun society, even among the more heavy swordsmanship practitioners in the country of Sakurahana, he was considered top tier. Yet Yi Chen remained calm and effortlessly dodged a few body movements, evading all attacks without even using a weapon. His reflexes were simply unbelievable. How could this be? How could this be possible? He had never encountered such a freakish person in his life. Tian Xinyi stood by, stunned. She had recently delved deeply into swordsmanship, so she knew how terrifying it was to wield a katana to the extent of cutting through the wind. The demands on swordsmanship and physical fitness were extremely high. Even the swordsmanship she considered very impressive, like Bai Chanxian's, probably didn't reach one-third of his level. She never expected a natural-type powerhouse to train his swordsmanship to such a degree. What's more, just facing Tangzei's little caramel earlier and easily dodging attacks was one thing, but now facing this person and effortlessly evading every attack was truly eye-opening. In fact, only Yi Chen knew the true level of Liang Jing's swordsmanship. It was only because of his observation Haki that he could do it so effortlessly. If it were anyone else, they would have been struck by his swift blade. Had enough fun? It's my turn. Yi Chen pulled out a baseball bat without hesitation and rushed towards Liang Jing. Ha, do you really think you can hurt me? Liang Jing didn't take Yi Chen's attack seriously, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. Liang Jing's right arm turned into a mass of sand, attempting to wrap around the black baseball bat in Yi Chen's hand and snatch it away. In an instant, a fierce wind blew, sand and stones flying. Yi Chen's swing landed solidly on Liang Jing's arm. The latter staggered back, rubbing his numb arm. Unbelievable. Why did this happen? The intelligence from the Ling family only mentioned that when this weapon touched a devil fruit user's body, they would lose the ability to use their powers. But it was unexpected that this weapon could also affect a Logia user's body after transformation. So that's how it is. At that moment, he suddenly realized. It was widely known that in this Logia-dominant world, apart from some top-tier Paramecia users with spatial abilities and the restraining effect between Logia users, hardly anyone could threaten Logia users. That single swing almost confirmed to him that Zhang Zhaowen and Xuannu were killed by Yi Chen. It seems Xuannu was indeed killed by Yu. A shocked expression appeared on Liang Jing's face. At the same time, Yi Chen also felt a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that his Haki-infused strike only caused some numbness in Liang Jing's arm. Liang Jing's constitution was not much weaker than his own, explaining his confidence. With his speed, it would be difficult to attack him again. Moreover, there were more people present than he initially saw. Using Kenbunshiko Haki, he sensed over 100 people on the island. So many people, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Dealing with them one by one would exhaust his stamina. However, there were other ways. So many people mobilized just for this weapon on me. But it's just perfect. Since you all love Huaxia so much and came here, then stay here. A sly smile played on Yi Chen's lips, emitting a chilling aura. Ah, what a boast. You are indeed powerful. No, perhaps, the weapon in your hand is truly formidable. To be able to hit a Logia user in their transformed state. But with so many of us, how will you cope? Attack him all at once. In an instant, all the black-clothed figures on the basin swarmed towards Yi Chen. Quick, take everyone and the ship up into the sky. He instructed Tian Sini. At this moment, she had absolute faith in Yi Chen. Because she knew he must have his reasons for doing so. Follow me. With the effect of Tian Sini's float fruit, Jinshou and his teammates, along with their ship on the sea, floated up into the high sky. Seeing the approaching attackers, Yi Chen clenched his fists and extended them to the sides of his body. The power of vibration gathered in his fists. With a thought, crack, the air beside his white fist split open. Following that, the entire island shook violently. Black-clothed figures fell one after another. Liang Jing immediately wrapped himself in a sand shield. Then, a powerful shockwave hit the shield. Bang! A loud noise resounded. The sand shield shattered, and Liang Jing was knocked down heavily. How is this possible? Is this his devil fruit power? Is this the vibrant fruit? And, just now, the air split open? A quick glance caught his eye, and what he saw next widened his eyes in disbelief. What's happening in the sky? It's splitting apart. Until now, they had regarded him as nothing more than a waste with a powerful weapon when he awakened the Quake fruit. But never did they imagine that his Quake fruit would develop to this extent. This scene felt like a dream, as no one had ever developed the Quake fruit to such a terrifying level, to be able to even split the air itself, and he was still just a kid. Why is this happening? How is this even possible? The Quake fruit breaking the atmosphere? I once said that the Haiyun society should get out of Huaxia. Today, this is just the first step. You scoundrels! Sink forever to the bottom of the sea. Moon step. Suddenly, Yi Chen flew up into the sky and embraced Tian Sini. Liang Jing, puzzled, watched Yi Chen step by step ascending into the sky, utterly bewildered. Quake fruit? Having the ability to fly? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then how did he do it? And what did he mean by those words he said? Sink us all to the bottom of the sea? Liang Jing was deeply puzzled by both his words and actions. Until, whoosh, 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 a loud sound of water came from all directions, and being in the basin, they had no idea what was happening outside. They only felt the ground shaking again, growing stronger with time passing. The black-clothed figures who hadn't fallen to the ground were even more puzzled, curious. What on earth was happening outside? Just a breath later, they saw giant waves heading towards them. What's going on? We're in a basin on top of a mountain, right? Where did these sea waves come from? Am I hallucinating? This basin on the island was like a giant pit smashed out of a mountain, and they were now in the middle of it. Logically, they should not be able to see any sea level, let alone sea waves. Could it be? Liang Jing's eyes were filled with immense fear at this moment. Want to escape? It seemed too late. Judging by the height of this mountain, the sea waves they could see must be at least 100 to 200 meters high, coming from all directions. There was no running away now. Hoping for a miracle to happen was their best choice. Above the sky. At this moment, Tian Sini glanced behind Yi Chen and was shocked. Is this your doing? Tian Sini asked incredulously. Yi Chen nodded. Didn't you say you wanted to see more of my Quake fruit training? Today, I'll show you. But I know you're shocked, but don't be shocked now. Shall we fly a bit higher? At his words, Tian Sini suddenly realized. She immediately raised everyone's altitude significantly. Don't tell me that terrifying tsunami of yours is really caused by you. Tianxini confirmed once again. This was a colossal tsunami. Some were at least 100 meters high, if not more. Seeing him split the atmosphere with the quake fruit had already shocked her greatly. And now, to directly trigger a tsunami, and such a terrifying one. What else? Yi Chen smiled lightly. Tianxini was shocked beyond words. Qinshu was even more stunned, speechless, completely stunned. Wasn't the quake fruit meant for something else? Listening to their conversation, they could hardly believe that this tsunami was actually created by a quake fruit user. Simply invincible. In the basin, everyone was already terrified to the extreme. This was definitely their first real encounter with death, and the kind from which there was no escape. Just one breath later, a towering wave roared towards them. Boom boom boom. Successive 100-meter waves crashed together, and the lava island vanished in an instant into the ocean. The impact was so great that it crushed everyone's bodies. Not even the cool spring of the sand fruit could be spared. In the seawater, he couldn't elementalize his body at all. He couldn't even hear their screams, because their screams were completely drowned out by the crashing of the waves. Their bodies shattered and scattered in the vast ocean. Liang Jing, perish! Yi Chen and the others returned to the ship. It was unknown how long had passed. The sea surface gradually returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened, so calm. Yi Chen stood on the deck, looking out at the vast sea. His right fist clenched, feeling extremely refreshed. Among the many fruit ability users he had eliminated, this was the most exciting time. Although he was not a military man, and the matters of the Haiyun society did not necessarily fall under his jurisdiction, but Yi Chen knew the rise and fall of China. Every man has his duty. Wherever and whenever, as long as it was within his ability, even beyond his ability, he would not hesitate to step forward. He would crush any signs unfavorable to China at the budding stage. He would not allow them to grow unchecked. Yi Chen felt a bit tired, turned around, and prepared to return to his room to rest. But just as he reached the corner, he ran into Qin Shou. "Captain Qin, where are you going?" he casually greeted. "Duong." Qin Shou knelt down directly. Yi Chen was instantly confused. "No, bro, we haven't known each other for long. Is it inappropriate for you to do this grand gesture?" "Bro, please don't call me Captain Qin anymore. I really can't bear it. Can I call you bro?" "Shao Qin. Just call me Shao Qin." Yi Chen's performance on the island had directly elevated him to a god in Qin Shou's heart. That was a natural system user. Kill on command? He had lived for so long, and had never heard of a natural system user being killed by a tremor fruit ability. He even felt that this battle could be written into legendary deeds. So now in his eyes, Yi Chen was the god in his heart, an absolutely invincible superpower. How could he call himself Captain Qin? Impossible. And he couldn't bear it. What if he got upset and killed him? Qin Shou, who had survived in this world for so many years, would never let such a thing happen to himself. Yi Chen smiled and ignored him, returning to his room. Tianxini came up wanting to ask something, but before she could speak, Yi Chen spoke. "I'm a bit tired. I want to rest." With that, he lay down on his bed. "Okay," Tianxini replied cheerfully. Click. After the sound of the light switch, the room plunged into darkness. Yi Chen lay on the bed, recalling the scene just now. Using his tremor power to the maximum extent his body could bear only triggered a tsunami. He was far from being able to cause the earth to split and tilt. But what other options were there? The premium dragon blood fruit? No, this was definitely not the best option. Because now that he had eaten the fourth one, he clearly felt that his physical constitution had not undergone a qualitative leap like when he ate the first one. According to the recent situation, even if he ate another premium dragon blood fruit, he believed that his physical constitution would not reach the level he desired. Perhaps, now waiting for the system to refresh the four emperors' physique was the only way. However, just now, although Mingming had killed the sand fruit's Liang Jing, he did not drop an S-level item refresh card like when he killed the snow woman on Chicken Head Island. Yi Chen was almost falling asleep as he thought, but his body suddenly felt something soft as he lay down. He didn't need to guess, he knew what was going on. "Yi Chen, what are you doing?" "I'm, doing. What are you thinking?" "I'm asking what you're doing?" Cough, cough, cough. "Can you come down and talk? Is it not okay to say it like this?" "It's not that it's not okay, it's just, your huge thing is making it hard for me to breathe." "Oh." Tianxini stood up and sat on the edge of Yi Chen's bed. "Can we talk now?" Yi Chen took a deep breath. "What else can we do?" "Rest, get ready to sleep. You said on the island that those people are from the Haiyun society?" Are they the same group as the people who appeared behind Chicken Head Island? Tian Sini asked. Yes. They actually followed you here. You really have charm. No wonder beauties like Bai Qianqian are into you. Hey, don't spread rumors. We're just friends. Oh, Tian Sini replied casually. As fellow girls, how could she not know what Bai Qianqian had done? What was she thinking? For some reason, even though she was with Yi Chen now, she still envied Bai Qianqian a lot. Perhaps it was because of a woman's intuition. She lay on her own bed, lost in endless thoughts. Not long after, she heard Yi Chen snoring. Headquarters of the Huaxia Military Region, Operations Room. The room was slightly dimly lit, and a person sat on the Grandmaster chair, tall and majestic, wearing a black battle robe exuding endless dignity. General Pang, urgent message. The assistant sitting beside him reported. The person on the Grandmaster chair was General Pang Yuanlong, the Grand General of the Operations Department of the Huaxia Military Region. He put down the book in his hand and slowly raised his head. Read. Then, the assistant opened his notebook. The Huaxia Intelligence Bureau reported that our bureau recently discovered an unknown secret realm on a public sea island. 1 month later, representatives of the 5 major countries will compete to determine the final ownership and share. Among them, the first place will receive 51% usage rights and ownership, the second place 19%, the third place 15%, the fourth place 10%, and the fifth place 5%. In theory, all secret realms and public areas on Earth belong to the whole world. However, as the saying goes, a weak country has no diplomacy. In this matter, they don't even have the right to speak, let alone usage rights. Therefore, such secret realms can only be owned by the 5 major countries, including Huaxia, the Eagle Sauce Country, the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, Ula Country, and Country F. These 5 countries each send at least 2 prodigies from each country to fight, with no responsibility for life or death. They rank through a special competition mode, and finally determine ownership and the share of each country. The share refers to the proportion of people who can enter, and the country that obtains ownership rights can exercise the final management rights of the secret realm. However, there is an age limit for prodigies to fight. They must be young fruit ability users under 20 years old. As for the selection of prodigies, each country selects them on their own. General Pang Yuanlong smiled slightly. Great! It's been a long time since an unknown secret realm has appeared. This time, we, Huaxia, must take the first place no matter what. Spread the word, each special training camp, report the list of Tianjiu in 3 days. 2 spots for each special training camp. Alright, General Pang. The assistant then rushed towards the communication room. Falcon Special Training Camp. Principal's office. What? The Battle of Tianjiu? Report the list? Quick, call for a meeting. Yi Chen and others were teleported out of the secret realm. Bro, if you wanna go in next time, just let me guide you, I won't get lost. Qin Shou walked beside Yi Chen, bowing his head, looking like a servant. Yi Chen ignored him and continued walking on his own. However, people around were puzzled. Isn't that Qin Shou? Am I mistaken? It's him, no mistake. Hasn't he always been arrogant? Why is he acting like this towards a young man? It's so unlike him. Could this young man have some extraordinary background? Is he from a prestigious family? How is that possible? Have you ever seen a rich kid visit our ruins? This is a junkyard, why would they bother? But look at the woman behind him, she doesn't seem that strong, maybe she's just accompanying her. That's possible with her looks. Can you stop following? Yi Chen glanced at Qin Shou, who had been following him. Suddenly, he felt the surroundings quiet down. However, as they entered the hall, the discussions resumed. Have you heard? Something big happened recently. What big thing? It's said that an ownerless secret realm appeared in various countries' regions. What? An ownerless secret realm? And it's in public areas of various countries? Isn't that going to cause a conflict? Not necessarily. It's said that these things usually belong to the 5 major countries, and after the Tianjiu battles of each country, the ownership will be decided. Tianjiu? They say that in recent years, talents have been emerging from the Eagle Sauce Country and the Empire of the Rising Sun. Can our Huaxia have a chance to take the first place? I doubt it. Yi Chen and Tian Sini naturally heard their discussions. Ownerless secret realm? Yi Chen heard this term for the first time, and from the literal meaning, he could roughly understand what it was. But he didn't know the implications, showing a puzzled expression on his face. Tian Sini explained it to him from beginning to end, and he finally understood completely. Isn't it that whoever discovers it first owns it? Why bother with the Tianjiu battles? Yi Chen expressed his confusion about this operation. It's said to be a rule set by the Eagle Sauce Country. They have always been domineering, and many countries actually don't like them. Besides, their Tianjius have always been quite powerful, at the top level in the world. Tian Sini explained. She didn't like the Eagle Sauce country very much. They even organized some exchange meetings for students and forcibly kept our country's Tianjios in their country. At that time, Huaxia's strength was not as strong as it is now, so they had to swallow their pride and endure it. It's indeed a bandit-like behavior. Yi Chen understood from Tian Xinyi's words. The Eagle Sauce country has always been strong, a world hegemon. An ownerless secret realm should belong to whoever discovers it first, but they, with their powerful strength, directly imposed such a rule. Oh, so, if you discover an ownerless secret realm first, it's yours, and if other countries discover it first, it's still yours? What the Eagle Sauce country did is nothing but blatant robbery. If they're not bandits, then what are they? But I think if you participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Pride, our Huaxia will definitely take the first place, Tian Xinyi said with great certainty. Yi Chen just smiled and didn't say anything, then heard a strange sound and walked towards the corner. Hey, Yi Chen, am I not right? Where are you going? Wait for me. Tian Xinyi chased after him in confusion. What a strange guy. Yi Chen's steps were fast, and it was only after he stopped that Tian Xinyi caught up. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Ha? Shanxian, how come you're here? After she caught up, she saw the image of Bai Qianxian projected on the wall. This was a technology she had never seen in this world before, and seeing Shanxian, she was puzzled. She even thought that the Bai Qianxian on the wall was the real person. You know about this too? I really think if you go, you can definitely take the first place. Bai Qianxian's voice came from the phone bug. After she came out of the special training ground, she heard about this and immediately found a corner with no one around to contact Yi Chen using the phone bug. But, Shanxian thinks the same way as me. You should persuade him more. Tian Xinyi interrupted Yi Chen's words and reached out to pat Bai Qianxian. But, she found that her hand actually passed through Bai Qianxian's body, her face showing a puzzled expression. What's going on? Is she having hallucinations? Or is it just an illusion? The more she thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. She couldn't be. Ah, Yi Chen, there's a ghost. She was so scared that she jumped onto Yi Chen, immediately smelling a fragrance. Tian Xinyi even thought that the illusion was Bai Qianxian's soul, as she was most afraid of ghosts in her life. Bai Qianxian watched the intimate scene between the two, her face showing no expression, but in her heart, a sense of jealousy arose. Yi Chen explained everything to her from beginning to end, and she finally understood that such a thing existed in this world. So, what do you think of my suggestion? Bai Qianxian's voice came through the phone bug again. I can go, but... Yi Chen felt that if someone invited him, he would be willing to fight for his country, but if he had to strive for it himself, sorry, it's not necessary. And he didn't lack anything now. If he went to fight for it, he might end up offending someone and causing trouble. It's not worth it. Of course, he wasn't afraid of those people. He just found it troublesome, didn't want to bother, and he didn't go around killing people for no reason. Okay, I understand what you mean when you say that. Although Yi Chen didn't finish his sentence, Bai Qianxian almost instantly understood his meaning and hung up the phone bug. Tian Xinyi looked at Yi Chen in confusion. Understand what you mean? What do you mean? It means having a telepathic connection. Yeah, I can do that too. Try touching my heart and see if it works. She raised her proud capital and said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen chuckled and didn't make a move, leaving that opportunity to the readers. He was afraid that if both Bai Qianxian and Tian Xinyi had a telepathic connection with him, their brains might overload. Inside the Falcon special training camp. What did you say? If Yi Chen fights, Huaxia will take the first place? Bai Qianxian had just hung up the phone bug call and heard the voice of Mentor Zhou Yuqing beside her. Mentor Zhou, what are you doing here? Don't ask that now. Did you just say that if Yi Chen fights, Huaxia will take the first place? Zhou Yuqing had once thought about bringing him to the Falcon special training camp at Nanyuan No. 1 high school, but he had never imagined that his strength would reach such a level. The Battle of the Heavenly Pride. Can he definitely take the first place as long as he fights? He had only seen Yi Chen in action once in the arena, so he had no real concept of Yi Chen's strength. Just from this battle against the Ling family father and son, he couldn't directly see if he had that kind of strength. But Bai Qianxian was different. She had experienced 2 secret realms with Yi Chen. She must be the one who knew him the best. Yes, let me tell you this. Even Tian Xinyi and I combined are not as strong as him, Bai Qianxian said firmly. Zhou Yuqing, upon hearing this, looked incredulous. She and another ability user with a floating fruit were not as strong as him? What kind of concept was this? After all, in his eyes, Bai Qianxian was the strongest student of their generation. His Men fruit ability, combined with her already proficient swordsmanship, except for some natural abilities, in the eyes of all the special training camps, they were the strongest existence. Could it be because? Why? Is it because of that weapon? Zhou Yuqing asked curiously. No, it has nothing to do with that weapon. Even if he didn't have that weapon, it would be the same. Upon hearing this answer, Zhou Yuqing took a sharp breath. It wasn't because of his weapon, then what was it? Was it because of his shock fruit ability? But that couldn't be possible. Shock fruit was just a trash fruit ability. Did he have some other ability? He couldn't be sure. Are you sure? Zhou Yuqing asked in a skeptical tone. I'm sure. Bai Qianqian's gaze was firm, and she said decisively. Zhou Yuqing, looking at her, understood that she was not joking. But this only made Zhou Yuqing more curious and shocked. What ability does he have that makes him stronger than you and Tian Seni combined? Is it the shock fruit ability? I'll just say this. Anyway, if we can get him, we can definitely take the first place. Bai Qianqian naturally wouldn't reveal too much about Yi Chen's true strength. Now what he had to do was convince Zhou Yuqing. That was enough. As for how he would operate, that was his business. Alright, but the list is already finalized now, you and a senior student. Bai Qianqian was not surprised to see her name on the list. After eating 2 top-grade dragon blood fruits, combined with the good foundation she had already laid in the early stages, her physique was no longer comparable to her peers, and her swordsmanship had made great strides. How about this? Bai Qianqian murmured, Zhou Mentor, can you replace me with Yi Chen? Zhou Yuqing frowned at her words. You know, Yi Chen is not a student of our special training camp. I can only say we can try. Then I'll trouble you, Mentor Zhou. She nodded, and he left thoughtfully. Knock knock knock. There was a knocking sound outside the office of the special training director. Come in, Director Xiao Yuan said, busy with his head down. Zhou Yuqing walked to the desk. Director, this is the final list based on the recent performance of the students. Xiao Yuan took it and glanced at it. Director, I have something to report to you. What is it? Bai Qianqian said she wants to give up the spot she earned and exchange it for another person. Director Xiao Yuan felt puzzled. Give up the spot she earned? He didn't quite understand her actions. Who does she want to exchange with? Yi Chen. Yi Chen? Xiao Yuan almost instantly found this name in his mind. Bai Qianqian's teammate in the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, the one who obtained the most precious dragon blood fruit in the realm with her. Yes, but he is not a student of our special training camp. Zhou Yuqing repeated what Bai Qianqian had just said to him. Xiao Yuan was shocked to hear this. Bai Qianqian could actually make such a guarantee? And with just Bai Qianqian and Tian Seni, they were not even half as powerful as him? If it's true, what does that mean? It means that inside the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, it might not just rely on Bai Qianqian's single door fruit, but on luck to obtain the premium dragon blood fruit. There might also be this unknown X-factor called Yi Chen. After listening, Xiao Yuan seemed somewhat excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. Don't worry, I will explain this to the principal. Xiao Yuan smiled. Zhou Yuqing left. Director Xiao Yuan also tidied up his desk, took the materials, and headed to the principal's office. He knocked on the door and entered. Is the list sorted out? Principal He Yunfei sat in front of the coffee table and took a sip of tea. Come, sit down and talk. What? Changing people? And not from our special training camp? Principal He Yunfei was astonished, very puzzled by such an operation. This quota is something that even the rich kids in the special training camp can't get through connections, money, or resources, and she actually voluntarily gave it up, replacing it with someone else who is not from the Falcon special training camp. What kind of mysterious operation is this? Who is Yi Chen? Principal He Yunfei did not know the Yi Chen mentioned by Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan had been keeping quiet about Bai Qianqian's unauthorized visit to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm. It's not a trivial matter for a student to go to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm on their own. Xiao Yuan's slight smile just now was also because of this reason. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and could report directly to the principal through this opportunity. After all, the focus now is no longer on Bai Qianqian going to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm. So he told the principal everything he had just learned. What? You said Bai Qianqian went to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm? And even got the premium dragon blood fruit? Principal He Yunfei almost shouted in a shocked tone. Yes. The principal suddenly raised his voice, startling Xiao Yuan. And He Yunfei naturally knew what this matter meant. For hundreds or even thousands of years, no one has ever been able to bring out the premium dragon blood fruit. Those who went to look for it also disappeared without a trace. Some even once thought that this premium dragon blood fruit was just an ancient legend and not a real existence. Yet Bai Qianqian not only obtained the premium dragon blood fruit but also came out safely, without a scratch. And Bai Qianqian even said such things, as if she knew something, or in other words, she must know Yi Chen's true strength, so she dared to make this guarantee. Originally wanted to refuse directly, but now there was some hesitation in his heart. This matter needs further discussion. Xiaomei, send a meeting notice immediately, in half an hour. In the office, a black-clad woman sitting at a table in the corner stood up. Okay, understood, Principal. This incident quickly spread throughout the entire Falcon Special Training Camp. In the cafeteria, on the street, in the dormitory, in the training ground, almost every corner had people discussing this matter. Hey, have you heard? Bai Qianxian actually gave up the opportunity to be on the list for the Heavenly Pride battle. What's going on? Such a good opportunity, and someone actually gave it up? Is she out of her mind? Who is going to replace the person on that list? Could it be that person? I heard he has been striving for it recently, but still hasn't succeeded. With such a great opportunity, he surely won't let it slip, right? No. It's said that Bai Qianxian recommended someone from outside the special training camp, and the principal and other leaders are currently in a meeting discussing it. Not someone from our special training camp? How is that possible? Unclear. It's said that the principal called for an emergency meeting directly. It seems like they are taking this matter very seriously. Is he really that capable? Then why isn't he part of our special training camp, or any other camp for that matter? Could he be a hidden powerhouse? They were puzzled about the person recommended by Bai Qianxian. Logically, all the C-type ability holders in Huaxia should be in a few special training camps, so why isn't that person in any of them and still garnering such attention from the leaders? It's completely incomprehensible, to the point where some even suspect if he got in through the back door, and Bai Qianxian was forced to say so. After all, similar incidents had happened a long time ago. Inside the meeting room, the principal sat at the front of the circular table with a serious expression. Any objections to what I just said? When Principal He Yunfei spoke, the room fell silent instantly. After a while, still, no one raised any objections. No, then shall we decide like this? Principal, I think this matter is inappropriate. A man sitting closer to the front, in charge of recruiting for the Falcon Special Training Camp, Xie Ziliang, raised his voice. Oh, care to elaborate on what's inappropriate? Principal, he is not from our special training camp, how can this be justified? Then let me ask you, what's more important, the Tianjia battle or the reputation of the special training camp? After a long silence, he couldn't utter a word. Enough! Those in favor of replacing Bai Qianxian with Yi Chen, please raise your hands, the principal said. After a moment of hesitation, most people raised their hands. Alright, 7-2, passed. The meeting concluded. Principal Xiao Yuan planned to personally visit the military district headquarters. This news also spread inadvertently to some people. The entire special training camp was shocked. I never expected Yi Chen to actually replace Bai Qianxian. Who is he exactly, to make our Falcon special training camp pay such attention to an outsider? Ha? Don't you know? I heard he took 2 women to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm and brought back top-grade Dragon Blood fruits, one of the women being Bai Qianxian. Everyone showed expressions of disbelief upon hearing this. The Dragon Blood Secret Realm? I can't believe Bai Qianxian actually dared to go there? I heard those Dragon Blood fruits only exist in the 4th and 5th threat zones, which are extremely dangerous places. Exactly. That just shows how powerful Bai Qianxian's teammates are, and how terrifying Yi Chen's strength is. Do you think Bai Qianxian might have developed feelings for Yi Chen? I never imagined she would have friends. Anyway, since she joined the special training camp until now, I haven't exchanged a single word with her. She's just too aloof. In that case, letting her team up with him to enter the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, and even giving up her chance for the Tianjia battle selection list to Yi Chen, does seem a bit suspicious. The gossip quickly reached Bai Qianxian's ears. However, she didn't pay much attention to it, as the facts were indeed as they were, and as for her relationship with Yi Chen, it was merely speculation. At this moment, what mattered most to her was winning the Tianjia battle for the country, and if news of her and Yi Chen's relationship spread, it would deter many senior students with ulterior motives from harassing her. For her, this was also a good thing. In the evening, Principal He Yunfei personally drove to the military district headquarters. After a series of security checks and identity confirmations, the vehicle was allowed to pass. Dong dong, the door of the war room was knocked. Soon after, the assistant walked in. General Pang, the list from the Falcon Special Training Camp has been submitted. Principal He personally came over and wants to see you, the assistant said. Oh, why did he come in person for such a small matter? Let him in, General Pang replied. Alright, I'll go out and inform him. A few minutes later, He Yunfei knocked on the door and entered the war room. General Pang Yuanlong still looked very serious, gesturing towards the sofa for him to sit down. After dealing with some matters, he finally sat down next to He Yunfei. As General Pang approached, He Yunfei felt a strong sense of pressure. This pressure felt like it emanated from an innate temperament. Even though he had seen it several times before, He Yunfei still felt a bit nervous. I heard there are some issues with the list? General Peng Yuanlong asked directly. Why yes, He Yunfei took a deep breath and said, Yi Chen is not originally a student of our special training camp, but he has some unexpected connections with our camp. He then told General Peng everything he knew about what had happened before. General Peng stroked the stubble on his chin, looking serious and contemplative. This child is indeed somewhat special, but as you know, our military operates based on evidence. It seems we need to personally investigate this matter, he said. Compared to others, General Peng knew better the importance of this matter. Whether Yi Chen was a student of the special training camp was not important. What mattered was that China must present its strongest combat power. Thank you for your understanding, General Peng. I won't disturb you with this matter any further, He Yunfei said. Alright, if there are any important updates, just inform my assistant directly, General Peng replied. He Yunfei nodded, smiled, and walked out of the room. Outside the war room, he breathed a sigh of relief. Things were not as difficult as he had imagined. Inside the war room, General Peng Yuanlong revealed a smile. Yi Chen? Does he really have such strength? I'm starting to feel a bit excited. It's been a long time since I felt this way. For General Peng Yuanlong, national interests outweighed everything else, so he naturally didn't care whether Yi Chen was a student of the special training camp. As long as they could win the battle against the Tianjiao, any Chinese person would do. And as for Bai Qianqian's words, how could he not care? She had just obtained a top-grade dragon blood fruit from that extremely dangerous dragon blood secret realm. Ordinary dragon blood fruits were already hard to come by, some people even died without finding one in the secret realm, yet both he and Yi Chen not only found it but also obtained it. Logically, she should be the best candidate, but she said such words. So, even if he was just shaking the fruit, and it was a type of fruit that had never been truly developed in this world, even the high-ranking General Peng became highly interested in him. Salt and Iron City. Yi Chen's rented room. Tian Xini was packing her luggage. Are you really leaving? Yi Chen lay on the sofa, stretching lazily. Being alone in the room suddenly feels a bit strange. What's so strange about it? I just feel a bit empty. Feeling lonely and cold, right? Probably kidney deficiency. Tian Xini walked out of the room and pinched Yi Chen's foot. Let me check if your kidneys are okay. Just kidding, how could they not be okay? Come on, put some strength into it. Let me do it then. Tian Xini said as she punched his kidney reflex area. This is the kidney function. Suddenly, Yi Chen felt a sharp pain coming from the soles of his feet, but there was no expression on his face, just a nonchalant look, even with a smile. How about that? I told you, how could I not make it? Tian Xini smiled and said, looks good, now let's see if your heart is okay. As she spoke, her hand just moved slightly away from Yi Chen's foot sole, then pressed down again. Yi Chen cried out in pain. His voice echoed throughout the room, even audible outside. Looks like your heart isn't too good, Tian Xini said with a suppressed smile. Well, indeed, my heart has never been too good. You finally admit it. Admit what? Just now I didn't press on the heart reflex zone, it was the kidney function. You, Tian Xini, you have no sense of fair play. After the laughter subsided, the air quieted down. Tian Xini continued packing her luggage. Half an hour later, she left under Yi Chen's gaze. The next day, as soon as he returned to school, he was summoned to the principal's office. But to his surprise, it wasn't the principal inside, but a strange man. Student, you are Tian Xini, right? She nodded. Come, have a seat and talk. The man pointed to the sofa beside him. This man was actually sent by the military district for investigation. The reason they chose Tian Xini was that, like Bai Qianqian, she was a teammate who went to the Dragon Blood secret realm to obtain the top-grade Dragon Blood fruit. Before coming to find Tian Xini, he had also gone to Wuzhong and inquired about Yi Chen. The result was that he and Bai Qianqian achieved the first place in the Lingxi secret realm. After that, he severely injured Liang Peng, who had the animal system dog fruit ability, and then, under a life-and-death agreement, directly killed Ling Yuxuan, a senior student of the ancient animal system several years older than him, in the arena, and even easily injured the head of the Ling family. Next was the Dragon Blood secret realm. All these signs made the investigators sent by the military district feel that this Yi Chen was definitely extraordinary. So he came to Wuzhong, first to inquire about Yi Chen from Tian Xini. That was also why Tian Xini was in such a hurry to return to school. Although she didn't know the truth, she only received a notice from the school about something important. Tian Xini sat down. Who are you? I am Jiang Er, an investigator sent by the Huaxia military district. Nice to meet you. Hello, this time I mainly want to understand what exactly happened in the Dragon Blood secret realm that made you bring out so many top-grade Dragon Blood fruits. What did Yi Chen do wrong? Tian Xinyi was very cautious and did not blurt out directly. Well, he didn't do anything wrong, we just need to confirm the list for the Tianjia battle and conduct an investigation. I suppose you have also heard about the recent uproar about the unknown secret realm, right? Oh, I know. But what happened inside, I really can't say. However, I can assure you that if Yi Chen can participate, Huaxia will definitely take the first place. Tian Xinyi, like Bai Chanxian, had a firm gaze, unwavering. Investigator Jiang Er's eyes showed a hint of surprise, as she spoke with the same conviction as Bai Chanxian. Both were so certain. Are you sure? I have records here, if you lie, the consequences will be severe. Jiang Er questioned. I'm sure. Jiang Er looked at Tian Xinyi's still very determined expression, as if he had realized something. According to the feedback from the Falcon Special Training Camp, originally in his opinion, the reason why Bai Chanxian was able to obtain the top-grade Dragon Blood fruit might be because she took advantage of the convenience of the door fruit to gain an advantage. But now, it seems that it's not that simple. And it's not just Yi Chen who is not simple. One Bai Chanxian, one Tian Xinyi. The two of them cannot be unaware of the consequences of deceiving the country. That is a serious crime. It could implicate their families. Although it won't affect the whole family, the family will be affected in various aspects, such as travel, financial storage, and all work related to the country. They should not be willing to take such risks for an outsider with no blood ties. Therefore, Jiang Er has already made up his mind to further investigate Yi Chen at this moment. Okay, thank you for your cooperation, you can go back now. After sending Tian Xinyi out, Jiang Er immediately reported the current situation. The final instructions from the superiors were almost in line with his thoughts. That is to continue the investigation on Yi Chen. After 3 days of investigation, Jiang Er finally discovered some things that both the special training camp and the school were unaware of. He found out from the Bounty Alliance in Yantai City that Yi Chen had completed a star-level bounty mission, killing an S-class fugitive on Chicken Head Island. After tracing back, there were suspicions that the natural system Snowfruit was also related to Yi Chen's death on Chicken Head Island. That's the natural system. And the Snowfruit, just kill like that? He possesses the Tremor fruit, so logically, that should be impossible. But things are so coincidental. According to the rescued female resident on Chicken Head Island, after the S-class fugitive was killed by a man and a woman, Snow Woman appeared, the two fled, but shortly after, a girl returned and took her back to the town. According to the description of the female resident, the person who saved her used the floating fruit ability. That person should be Tian Xinyi, and the other person must be Yi Chen. After being chased by Snow Woman, Tian Xinyi returned to save the female resident. This is obviously illogical. Snow Woman is definitely after Yi Chen, and coincidentally, Snow Woman disappeared after that day. The only explanation is that Yi Chen most likely killed Snow Woman. Hoo. When Jiang Er thought of this, his pupils trembled. A Yi Chen, such a young person, actually able to kill a strong natural system user? And this natural system user is from the most famous assassin organization in Huaxia, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. It's simply terrifying. If this were to be revealed, probably no one would believe it. But it seems like that's the truth. At this moment, Jiang Er was completely stunned. Excited. Thrilled. Unbelievable. After adjusting for a moment, he immediately reported all the facts he had investigated to his superiors. Finally, after layers of reporting, this news reached the top military level and entered the ears of Pang Yuanlong. Huaxia Military Region Operations Room. General Pang Yuanlong sat at his desk, holding a document in his hand. First, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, then it turned into a smile, a rare smile. The assistant beside him was dumbfounded. It's simply unbelievable. That's General Pang of the military region. Few people see him smile because he represents the image of the Huaxia forces, almost always appearing with a stern image to outsiders. Even his personal assistant, who is always by Pang Yuanlong's side all year round, has rarely seen him smile. And now he smiled while reading the document. This made him curious. What kind of magical document is this? To actually make a general of a country smile? Knock, knock, came a knocking on the door. Come in. The door was then pushed open, and in walked a tall and sturdy officer. General Pang, any instructions? The speaker was a brigadier general. In the Huaxia country, the military ranks roughly go from low to high as follows: soldier, junior lieutenant, senior lieutenant, junior major, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, and then general. Brigadier general was already a high-ranking officer. General Pang Yuanlong handed him a document. There's something that needs your attention. 2 days later, Yi Chen returned to the campus from Salt and Iron City. As soon as he entered the school gate, he heard people on the school road gossiping incessantly. "Hey, did you know? It seems like a big shot visited the school today. I saw it this morning too when I was having breakfast, a military vehicle drove in. Yeah, looks like he's of high rank, even the principal didn't dare to speak loudly in front of him. Wow! Who is this big shot and why is he here at our Nanyuan First High School? Have you heard about the recent situation in the unknown secret realm? There's been a lot of movement among the 5 major countries recently. I hope our school isn't involved in anything. What could happen? Our school's strongest fighters, Bai Chanqian and the senior from the natural department, have already gone to the Falcon training camp. Why would he come to our school? I don't get it either." Yi Chen felt puzzled by the words. People from the military district? What are they doing at our school? Could it be? At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly remembered when he was talking on the phone with Bai Chanqian in Sultan Iron City. She said, "Now I understand." Could she have really set something up for him? But he didn't pay much attention to it and went straight back to the dormitory. "Fan Gu, you're finally back. I thought you died out there." Upon entering, Yi Chen heard his roommate Wu Juanhao wailing. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. "Thank you for your concern. Yeah, we haven't heard from you in so long. We all thought you might have really gotten into trouble outside." "Yeah, I heard you went to Sultan Iron City, that's on the border of Huaxia. It's dangerous. Luckily you came back safely." Other roommates also came up to express their concern. "It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay." Wu Juanhao smiled happily. "By the way, did you bring back any local specialties this time?" "What local specialties do you want?" Yi Chen asked. Wu Juanhao looked very serious. "For example, beautiful women in bikinis from Sultan Iron City. Or even if they're not in bikinis, I heard the women there are quite pretty." "Fan Gu, did you?" Wu Juanhao smirked mischievously. Yi Chen lightly patted his head and smiled faintly. "You, Wu Juanhao, is that what you call a local specialty?" "Hee, Fan Gu, beautiful women from Sultan Iron City are local specialties, right?" Wu Juanhao chuckled and looked at Yi Chen happily. "Oh, Fan Gu, the principal said to go to his office immediately after you came back." For them, Yi Chen was now their big brother, their hope for a better future, and they looked forward to Yi Chen making a name for himself and helping them out. They were eager to build a good relationship with him, so they were all about small talk when he arrived, almost forgetting the main business. Go to his office? Yi Chen was puzzled. The principal was so busy, there must be something important for him to be called to the office alone. And today, a big shot came to the school. Why wasn't he busy receiving guests and instead asked for me to go to his office? Could it be that he's really here to see me? He wasn't entirely sure. After putting down his luggage, he washed his face and then walked out of the dormitory towards the principal's office. Yi Chen knocked on the door and pushed open the door to the principal's office. 2 people were inside. One was the principal, and the other was dressed in military uniform, with a dark complexion full of wrinkles, exuding a sense of determination and decisiveness. His gaze was firm, staring at Yi Chen as he walked in. From him, Yi Chen felt a strong sense of oppression. But who was Yi Chen, really? Under the gaze of the Brigadier General, Yi Chen's eyes showed no sign of evasion, nor any fear of him. The Brigadier General felt slightly surprised, sensing something extraordinary about him. It seemed like no young person had ever faced him without fear before. His confidence was overwhelming. Moreover, most importantly, it took the Brigadier General quite a while to react. When Yi Chen's gaze fell on him, it made the Brigadier General's heart race involuntarily. That gaze was definitely not ordinary. It seemed casual, but behind that casualness was an incredibly cold demeanor. How is this possible? How could someone so young make a Brigadier General feel uneasy? It's simply unbelievable. This person is definitely not simple. The Brigadier General reflexively stood up. The Principal Edward on the side was also shocked, quickly standing up and swallowing nervously. "Brigadier Lin, this is the Yi Chen you were looking for." He felt the tense atmosphere in the air and quickly spoke to ease it. However, the 2 men remained silent, and the tension only escalated. Finally, after 2 breaths, the Brigadier General smiled and said, "Come, Yi Chen, please sit." Yi Chen didn't speak. He walked straight to the empty sofa and sat down. Edward saw the tense atmosphere dissipate and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried just now. What if the Brigadier General had resorted to violence? He was a Brigadier General from the military district. "I came here this time to ask you a few questions." "Go ahead." Seeing the Brigadier General lower his posture significantly, Yi Chen felt that he meant no harm, and his tone naturally softened. He didn't feel afraid of the fact that the other person was a Brigadier General. If he dared to make a move, Yi Chen wouldn't mind stepping on him. But since the other party meant no harm, there was no need for that. "One question that I am most concerned about, did you kill the snowfruit assassin on Chicken Head Island? The brigadier general asked very seriously. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment and did not answer. Edward beside him was instantly astonished. Generally, when a brigadier general came to ask something, it was basically already close to being confirmed, just waiting for Yi Chen to admit it himself. This meant that his student Yi Chen actually had the ability to kill a natural type user? From a normal perspective, how could someone with the ability of a vibrant fruit user possibly kill a strong natural type user? This was completely impossible. It was like a fantasy. Something that was absolutely impossible, but it was said by a brigadier general from the military. Could this be true? Edward was very puzzled and somewhat curious. Seeing this, the brigadier general deliberately added, "Don't worry, we're not here to cause trouble for you. Have you heard about the Battle of the Five Great Nations prodigies?" "I have." Yi Chen had already seen through all his thoughts. "Then can you now answer the question I just asked?" "Yes, it was me," Yi Chen calmly nodded, his heart undisturbed. But this nod shocked Edward directly. His own student had actually killed a strong natural type user? And she's also an assassin. Anyone who can be an assassin must be powerful. And her own student actually managed to kill her? Edward couldn't help but show his excitement, even feeling a bit at a loss. And now he's directly asking Yi Chen to participate in the Battle of Tenjia. Principal Edward has already imagined that starting today, Nan Yuan No. 1 middle school will become famous nationwide. To actually cultivate such a talent. Then he laughed happily. "Ha ha, it's really you, and I was right about what I thought. So, since that's the case, would you be willing to fight for the country?" The general invited solemnly, then extended his right hand. "Okay." Yi Chen nodded after some thought. He also extended his right hand and shook the general's hand. He was willing to fight for the country, and now that the country had sent a general to personally invite him, he had been given enough face. Moreover, the other party's attitude was very good, and the posture was relatively low, without any airs at all. What reason did he have to refuse? But what he didn't know was that the country had already messed up once when they invited him to join the Falcon Special Training Camp before. Knowing that Yi Chen was a young man with a temper, they specially sent a general, and there must be no heirs. Otherwise, how could a general of a country lower himself to Yi Chen like this? Next, Yi Chen left with the general's car. Many students who saw this spread the news throughout the school. "Hey, have you heard? Yi Chen was taken away by the military. What did he do? How come someone from the military came to take him away personally? What are you thinking?" It said that a military officer politely asked him to get in the car, with a smile on his face. Wow! Is it true? The military took him away? Oh my god, is something big going to happen? After Yi Chen was taken away, a meeting was held at the school, attended by the head teachers of each class, and it was demanded that there should be no more discussion or spreading of what happened to Yi Chen today. Of course, this was a national requirement conveyed by the general. Absolute secrecy about this matter. After all, there are still many spies in China. We must not let them obtain any useful information about our country's Battle of Tenjia. Otherwise, according to Edward's way of doing things, this matter would have already spread throughout the entire Nanyuan base city. It might even spread nationwide in a few days. Soon, the vehicle Yi Chen was in entered the military district headquarters. And upon entering the headquarters, the vehicle immediately drove to a large building. "Student Yi Chen, please." The general pointed to the door of the building in front of him. Yi Chen looked around and saw no issues. He followed and entered the building. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Chen felt a chill coming at him. After passing through the corridor, a huge martial arts hall appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. The scale of this space was more than 10 times larger than that of No. 1 middle school, and the facilities were quite luxurious. Truly worthy of being the martial arts hall within the Chinese military district. Truly extraordinary. Then, a person walked over from the other side of the venue. More accurately, he was also a military officer. His gaze fell directly on Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt puzzled. "General Lin, what is this about?" "Sorry, this is General Peng's idea. He wants to personally see how you fight against a natural ability user." "General Peng?" "Yes, the highest commanding officer of the entire military district headquarters, the commander of the operations department, General Peng Yuanlong. His intention is to see it with his own eyes." General Lin said, "So you mean, General Peng Yuanlong personally appointed me?" Yi Chen nodded. "All right, then come at me directly." General Lin nodded and gestured to the person opposite. Yi Chen stepped forward. In almost an instant, he was in front of the military officer. Bang! A loud noise echoed throughout the venue. Yi Chen grabbed the officer by the neck and pinned him to the ground. The officer lay there, eyes filled with shock and fear. Faced with Yi Chen, a young man, he had imagined countless ways to show off, but being pinned to the ground was not one of them. He never expected it to end so quickly. Seeing Yi Chen's face, he felt fear. The sense of security he had felt before was shattered. Now Yi Chen could grab his body directly, leaving him feeling exposed. His trump card was completely ineffective against Yi Chen, and the sudden loss of security made him fearful. General Lin, on the other side, was stunned by the scene before him. He was completely dumbfounded. Is it over? He even rubbed his eyes, thinking he might be seeing things, but it was real. He furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was a captain with the snow fruit ability, yet he was subdued by Yi Chen in one move? How could this happen? How was it possible? Why did the battle end so quickly? And how could Yi Chen grab the body of someone with the snow fruit ability? Why couldn't he use his ability to escape Yi Chen's grasp? What kind of power was used to achieve this? He was extremely curious. General Lin, is it enough? While General Lin was still puzzled, Yi Chen approached and calmly asked, "How did you do it?" General Lin's mind was still reeling from Yi Chen's swift defeat of the Nature Division officer. It was truly shocking. He had never seen anything like it in his life. If he had, it must have been in a dream. He had never believed such a situation could happen in reality. This is proof enough, right? Yi Chen repeated. Yes, this is absolutely enough. General Lin suddenly realized he had asked something he shouldn't have. Such formidable strength surely had its own secrets that should not be probed. He was just too surprised earlier and had forgotten to be rational. After the surprise wore off, he was filled with excitement. Without a doubt. What Yi Chen said was true. He had indeed slain the Snow Woman on Chicken Head Island. Being able to directly grab a Nature Division's body meant that the invincibility of the Nature Division in this world had disappeared before him. With an absolute powerhouse like Yi Chen, the Tianjiao battle would definitely be a success. Yi Chen, let's go, General Lin said excitedly. Yi Chen nodded. General Lin just wanted to quickly arrange accommodation for him and then report this uplifting news to General Peng. The vehicle arrived at a small standalone apartment. General Lin escorted Yi Chen inside, handed him a set of keys, and left. In the car. General Lin, is it appropriate to arrange a villa for him directly? Isn't that too much? What's wrong with that? The level of this accommodation is already at the level of a national leader. Do you think that the way he pinned you to the ground earlier doesn't deserve a house of that level? I guess not. Questioned by General Lin in this way, the snow fruit officer was speechless. Until now, Yi Chen's cold face still appeared in his mind, leaving a deep impression. He might even have nightmares about that face. He thought that such ability was definitely a top-level strategic resource for the country, and living in a villa like this seemed no problem. As the vehicle continued to drive, the engine's vibration seemed to sync with his heartbeat, beating faster as they approached the command room. Outside the command room of the headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. General Lin knocked on the door faster than ever before. Come in, General Peng's voice came from inside. General Lin gently pushed the door open and hurried to General Peng's side. General Peng Yuanlong just looked at the documents in his hand, not looking at General Lin. Is there something important? General Peng Yuanlong asked. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was rare for someone to come to the command room at this time to report work. General Peng, the killer of the natural snow fruit ability, it was really Yi Chen who killed him, General Lin said excitedly, out of breath. In an instant, General Peng Yuanlong put down the documents in his hand, his gaze sharpened as he looked at General Lin. It was really him? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes just now. He could restrain the body of a natural ability user. What? General Peng Yuanlong's eyes showed surprise. Although he had been through many battles, he had never seen a vibrant fruit user being restrained by a tremor fruit user. He naturally understood the significance of this. Are you sure? General Peng, I'm sure. I saw him pinning Captain Su to the ground, unable to move at all. Phew! A talent. Definitely a top-tier talent. Place him securely, do not let any rumors leak out. Understood, I have arranged him in the villa area of Zone D. Well done, such a peerless genius must be protected. At this moment, General Peng Yuanlong was somewhat excited. And he was excited for a junior. He knew that such an ability had never appeared in this world before. He was well aware that Yi Chen might even be the absolute powerhouse who could change the balance of power among the 5 great nations in the future. Such a top-level strategic resource of the country, discovered by him, how could he not be excited? General Peng, about the matter of that list. Is there even a need to ask? Directly send him, let him participate directly in the battle of the elite. Also, notify everyone who knows about this, it must be kept confidential, this national secret must not be leaked. Violators will be treated as traitors. General Pang Yuanlong said very seriously. And the pre-selection of the personnel on the list in 3 days. How does Yi Chen's strength compare? General Pang asked with a furrowed brow. Just with this slight change in expression, General Lin quickly said, General, I have the same intention. He had personally seen Yi Chen pressing down a natural ability user and rubbing him on the ground. How could he not know how terrifying his strength was? However, such matters still required General Pang Yuanlong to make the decision. Alright, go on, I have other matters to attend to. General Pang Yuanlong continued to work on the documents in his hand. Yes. General Lin walked out of the command room lightly. After stepping out of the door, he took a deep breath. General Peng's oppressive aura was no joke. Just a slight change in expression was already intimidating, let alone in actual combat. He then drove away. Inside the villa area of Zone D, Yi Chen lay on the sofa. He had just walked around the house, a standard 2-story villa covering 100 square meters. There weren't many rooms, only enough for 2 or 3 people to stay. But the facilities inside were very complete, with almost all daily necessities available. Even some clothes were prepared, all new, with no tags removed. Ding, reminder, 60 seconds until the next system store refresh. Reminder, 59 seconds until the next system store refresh. System store has refreshed. Upon hearing the system prompt, Yi Chen opened the system store. This time, there was no S-level refresh card available. So, he didn't have much confidence in his luck. A dimensional screen appeared before his eyes. He leisurely browsed through the items in the system store. The first item, a piece of clothing. 1. A regular pirate's top. Price, 1 yuan. Rubbish. He scrolled down. 2. A spatula used by Sanji for cooking. Price, 1 yuan. Useless junk. But it could come in handy when cooking for Bai Chanshan next time. 3. A machete used by an unnamed pirate. Price, 1 yuan. 4. A mouse from a marine warship. Price, 1 yuan. Anyway, Yi Chen was bored. He slowly went through each item, but they were all useless things. Until the last item. And it was an item shimmering with light. At the sight of the light, Yi Chen felt things were not as simple as they seemed. He focused and looked closely. 10. Kaido's physique. Price, 1 yuan. When he saw these words, Yi Chen's heart trembled. He abruptly stood up from the sofa. Could this be an item that could be bought without spending money? This was the physique of one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. Yi Chen let out a long breath. He never expected that this time System Store Refresh would offer an item unquestionably above the S level. Kaido's physique was as tough as diamond. He had been sentenced to death 40 times, but no matter if it was cutting with a knife, an axe, lightning strikes, fire burning, or poison, not even a scratch could harm him, and the execution equipment would be damaged during the process, earning him the title of the indestructible monster in the world of pirates. In his battle with Luffy, even after Luffy activated Gear 5th and used Conqueror's Haki, it took all that to defeat him. The rarity of this item, perhaps only Yi Chen knew in this world. Instant purchase. No need for hesitation. Ding, item, Kaido's physique, purchased for 1 yuan. Please check the item in the system space. Excitement. Thrill. With Kaido's physique, possessing the power to shake the earth, split the seas, would it not be far beyond? He opened the system space, placing the energy cluster in his palm. With a thought, the energy cluster enveloped Yi Chen, a powerful energy rampaging within his body, more intense than the feeling of consuming the best dragon blood fruit, multiplied several times. Deep roars echoed in the room. At the moment of completion of fusion, Yi Chen couldn't help but roar. However, only a bang was heard. The domineering aura within his body involuntarily burst out. In that instant, Yi Chen realized something was wrong and immediately restrained it. But followed by the sound of glass shattering, the door panel collapsed. Half a minute later, several military vehicles rushed to the villa, screeching to a halt at the entrance, and several soldiers got off the vehicles. "Hello, Mr. Yi, what happened?" The leading soldier entered nervously, scanning the surroundings. General Lin had specifically instructed the soldiers on guard duty not to disturb the important person living in this villa unless necessary. But not long after, such an incident occurred. They were all extremely nervous. If something really happened, these soldiers on guard would also find it hard to escape blame. "Sorry to bother you again, but could you make another trip? It's nothing serious." Feeling apologetic for causing trouble to others due to his own issues, Yi Chen's heart was filled with remorse. He also realized that this matter was considered significant within the military district. It was no wonder they were so tense. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Then please sign on this exception form, and we can leave." Sorry for the inconvenience. The soldiers were very polite, and once they got the signature, they considered their mission accomplished. Yi Chen took the form and signed his name on it. The soldiers then got into their vehicle and departed. Hey, this Mr. Yi doesn't look very old. Why is he living in this villa area? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Got it. I just wonder what he did inside that caused the doors and windows to be damaged like that. The whole house feels a bit shaky. The soldiers were also very curious, but they didn't dare to ask too much. They were only responsible for the security around, and this matter was not within their jurisdiction. After the soldiers left, people quickly came to replace all the doors and windows with new ones, and then cleaned up. The whole process took only 10 minutes. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel at the high efficiency of the military. Once everything was taken care of, they immediately left. The entire house was transformed, looking brand new. He then lay on the sofa, raised his hand, and felt the changes in his body. Is this Kaido's physique? It seems like there isn't much of a noticeable change. Although he had merged with Kaido's physique, there wasn't much change in his appearance. But that was fine. A normal physique wouldn't attract too much attention. Being too conspicuous would be inconvenient. Anyway, the system said this was Kaido's physique. The system wouldn't lie, right? Several days later, inside the military district's martial arts hall, on the platform, several military district leaders and 3 special training camp principals sat solemnly. In the audience seats, some officers, soldiers, and members of the special training camp were scattered around. Today was the day for the pre-selection of participants for the Battle of Tenjiao. Murmurs could be heard from the audience seats. Under the guidance of Major General Lin, Yi Chen sat in an observation room made of glass. After a while, a solemn voice echoed in the venue. Respected leaders, good morning. The pre-selection match for the Battle of Tianjiao is about to begin. Please let the participants enter. As the 6 individuals walked in from the passage and sat in the preparation area, an announcement was made. Furthermore, a notice to broadcast, only one person will be selected in this pre-selection match. The other spot has been reserved. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised. The directors of the 3 major special training camps sat together, all puzzled. Ha? A reserved spot? Are they from your special training camps? No, not from ours either. Then who the hell is the reserved spot for? None of them are from the 3 major special training camps. Who could it be? How can someone be directly reserved? Could there be some internal affairs in the military district? It shouldn't be possible, right? This is the military district. The director of the Falcon Special Training Camp smiled inwardly upon hearing this. He probably knew who it was. Since none of them were from the 3 major special training camps, it could only be that person. He silently sighed. The military district's way of doing things was reliable. While their special training camp was only thinking about changing spots, after the military district's investigation, they directly reserved a spot. However, this also confirmed Yi Chen's exceptional strength. The country's officials must have found out something significant to make such an unprecedented decision. Not only them, even the 2 principals sitting on the stage apart from the Falcon Special Training Camp were dumbfounded. But with several high-ranking officials sitting nearby, they didn't dare chat openly like the directors. They just cursed inwardly. Originally, there were only 2 spots, but now one was directly reduced. The chances of being selected have greatly diminished. It's important to note that opportunities to participate in the Battle of Tenjiao are rare, sometimes occurring only once every 100 years. And the special training camp that obtains a spot in the battle will also receive nearly double the training resources next year. This significant boost in strength for the training camp is very helpful. In the audience seats, discussions began directly. A guaranteed spot? This is the first time I've heard of it. Yes, it's unprecedented. The country is making an exception this time. It's really intriguing. What kind of strength could prompt the country to make such a controversial decision? Not sure, but I heard that a young person moved into the villa area a few days ago. Could it be him? Highly likely. No way? That's the villa area. Not just anyone can live there. What treatment? The country is really taking it seriously. Definitely a tough individual. Among the 6 in the preparation area, apart from Bai Chanxian, the others were also bewildered. But they quickly adjusted because they knew that they couldn't change the decision made by the country. The only thing they could change was themselves. Now, winning first place was the only solution. The solemn voice resounded once again. Next, please have the players from Group A come up on stage for the competition, until one side yields. The big screen displayed the grouping. Group A, Meng Jiacheng, Ling Jiacheng. Group B, Zhang Yi, Shui Zhu. Group C, Bai Chanxian, Zhang Zihao. After the announcement, Meng Jiaqing and Ling Jiaqing walked from the preparation area to the stage in the middle of the martial arts hall. The rules of the competition were as follows: falling off the stage results in a loss. Voluntarily admitting defeat results in a loss. In general, there were only these two ways to win. The two battled for nearly half an hour, with Meng Jiaqing emerging victorious. In Group B, Jiang Yi won. In Group C, Bai Qianqian cleverly used the power of the Dordor fruit to defeat Jiang Zihao with a Kolkol fruit. Next was the drawing of lots for the Bai round, and Bai Qianqian luckily drew the Bai lot. Therefore, this round of competition was between Meng Jiaqing and Jiang Yi. In the end, Jiang Yi, with the restraining effect of his fruit power, won the battle. Finally, they arrived at the decisive battle, determining the final spot. Jiang Yi approached, not even considering Bai Qianqian with her Dordor fruit power. He immediately launched a fierce attack using the burn fruit power against Bai Qianqian. Countless flames shot towards Bai Qianqian, but she simply drew a door in front of her, and all the attacks were swallowed by the Dordor space. However, Bai Qianqian's swordsmanship was ineffective against Jiang Yi, who could elementalize his body with the burn fruit power. But having consumed 2 high-grade dragon blood fruits, her physical strength was naturally much better than Jiang Yi's. In the end, Bai Qianqian emerged victorious. Many people had underestimated Bai Qianqian with her Dordor fruit power, but they didn't expect her to develop her fruit power to such a degree, rendering all attacks from the burn fruit power ineffective. Whether they were long-range attacks or flames attached to the body, all were absorbed into the Dordor space. This surprised everyone. But in fact, this was inspired by Yi Chen. Although he only mentioned it briefly, he didn't expect her to be so proficient in its use. So Jiang Yi had no complaints about Bai Qianqian defeating him. After all, it was a matter of skill. However, that so-called guaranteed spot. He really wanted to know what kind of ability would make the country directly award that person a guaranteed spot. Otherwise, with his second-place result, he could have participated in the Battle of the Heavenly Pride. He felt regretful for himself, but dared not utter a word of complaint. It was the country's decision. Even if he had complaints, he couldn't show them now, only vent them in private. After the preliminary selection, Bai Qianqian found Yi Chen. She said she found him, but in fact, Yi Chen had been waiting for her on the path she was supposed to pass through. If I'm not mistaken, that reserved spot is for you, right? Bai Qianqian smiled slightly. That's right. How are you planning to take the first place? With a punch to the eagle sauce and a kick to the sun never sets. Why do I feel like you're not serious? No way. I'm telling the truth. So, as a backup, I'll just sit back and watch the show? It's not really a backup, more like a service personnel. You just need to serve me well. Are you the one who got the reserved spot? Just then, a voice sounded behind Yi Chen. Although Jiang Yi didn't dare to question in front of everyone, it was different in private. Originally intending to have a chat with Bai Qianqian, he followed along. But he didn't expect to overhear such a conversation. Yi Chen turned his head and immediately recognized him. Isn't this Bai Qianqian's lackey? Although this statement was harsh, it was indeed a fact, and Jiang Yi didn't get angry. Answer me, are you the one who got the reserved spot? So what if I am? Why? Why were you able to get the spot? It should have been mine. Could it be that you have some rare natural elemental ability? Upon hearing the answer, Jiang Yi's head started to heat up, even becoming a bit irrational, clenching his fists. I'm not a natural ability user, but... Jiang Yi interrupted, you're not a top-tier natural user, why were you reserved? Why? Although not a natural user, I'm skilled enough to handle you. Yi Chen chuckled upon hearing this, as if he was hearing a joke. Dare to have a little competition? Jiang Yi said seriously. Sure, if you can last 3 rounds under my hands, I'll admit defeat. Yi Chen thought for a moment, feeling quite bored these days in the villa, and having a ready-made toy come to him was a good opportunity to stretch his muscles. I've never seen a non-natural user crack jokes like that in front of a natural user. It's extremely arrogant. Jiang Yi laughed directly upon hearing this. Come on. In an instant, Jiang Yi threw a fiery punch. As he approached, Yi Chen simply slapped him, solidly hitting his face. The latter spun several times, crashing hard into the wall. Then Yi Chen almost instantly appeared by his side, grabbing his neck and pressing him against the wall. At that moment, Jiang Yi was terrified. He had no idea what was happening, just being slapped against the wall and choked. His mind was completely blank. And his body couldn't even elementalize. An endless sense of fear enveloped his whole body. This was an absolute naked threat of death. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. He was extremely scared. At that moment, he didn't think of anything else, just wanted to survive. I surrender. Spare my life. Jiang Yi, being choked, could only manage to say these words with difficulty. He felt like he was about to suffocate. Yi Chen excitedly let go of his hand, not intending to go further, otherwise Zhang Yi would have been dead long ago. At that moment, he felt an endless, inexhaustible power surging through his body, a feeling he had never experienced before. He almost instantly understood everything. Kaido's physique is indeed invincible. Yi Chen turned around and left with Bai Qianqian without saying anything more. Zhang Yi was left alone, sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. It's good to be able to breathe. It took him several minutes to recover, his face still showing an expression of disbelief. His eyes were already unfocused, and he seemed soulless. That palm just now? It actually hit my face directly? Rubbing his numb face, the palm Yi Chen slapped him with just felt like his face had hit a steel plate. His hand was stiff. The speed was also extremely fast, probably more than twice as fast as himself. And he never expected that his elementalized body could still be hit by him. Unbelievable. Completely unbelievable. This is simply illogical. Such a situation, not to mention that he has never encountered it before, even the seniors have never mentioned it. How did he do it? It seems like he didn't even use his own devil fruit ability and yet effortlessly defeated himself. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. He was shocked. Such strength, whether in speed or power, completely overwhelms his existence. And most importantly, he seems to have the ability to counter natural elements. He actually made natural elements unable to be elementalized? In this world where natural elements are almost invincible, having such an ability means having the potential to stand at the pinnacle of the world. That palm completely made him acknowledge defeat. No wonder he was directly defeated. How come it hasn't been long since we last met, and your strength has increased a lot? Bai Qianqian joked. Judging from Yi Chen's speed and strength just now, his physique is completely different from before. It has increased several times. Compared to herself, it goes without saying. You found out. Yi Chen smiled and took out a golden item from his storage ring, handing it to Bai Qianqian. Here, this is for you. She took a closer look. Premium dragon blood fruit? Bai Qianqian almost recognized it at a glance, showing a surprised expression on her face. Yi Chen knew that this thing had almost no effect on his current self. When he consumed the fourth one, there was hardly any improvement. Not to mention now, he already possessed Kaido's physique. That goes without saying. Instead of wasting it on himself, it's better to give it directly to Bai Qianqian. Since Bai Qianqian had only eaten two, giving her the remaining one would definitely help her better utilize its value. That's right, it's for you. Yi Chen said. Really? When did I, Yi Chen, ever lie? Then I won't be polite. Yay, but there's a request. Yi Chen retracted his hand and pointed to his face. Bai Qianqian's face instantly blushed, then she furrowed her brows and looked around. Suddenly, she tiptoed and lightly touched Yi Chen's face, then quickly looked around again. After confirming no one was around, she reached out and took the item from Yi Chen's palm. Yi Chen smiled, feeling a sense of clandestine excitement. He was just joking, but he didn't expect Bai Qianqian to actually do it. However, Bai Qianqian naturally knew how much another premium dragon blood fruit could help her at this moment. She had recently felt a bottleneck in her swordsmanship, and who knows, this one premium dragon blood fruit might help her break through the current bottleneck. Just thinking about it made her excited. She couldn't wait to consume it right now, but it was just wishful thinking. She needed to find a quiet place without any disturbances to slowly absorb it. Laughing, they got into a special vehicle and headed towards Yi Chen's residence. This is the room you were talking about? Bai Qianqian stood in the small villa where Yi Chen lived, looking around. Is this really a room? It's a whole small standalone building. There are at least 5 or 6 rooms in the entire house, and the living conditions here are even better than her own home. Only someone like him, who is valued by the country, could live in such a house in the military district, while Bai Qianqian was only assigned to a collective apartment. Yes, it'll do. Bai Qianqian glanced at him, what a Versailles guy. She then went upstairs and downstairs to explore before returning to the living room on the first floor. Can I stay here? Bai Qianqian gathered her courage. You? Stay here? Yi Chen was puzzled. Bai Qianqian's personality demands, and her somewhat cold demeanor, made it hard to imagine her saying such words voluntarily. And, why did Bai Xiaozhe's gaze feel a bit strange today, as if he wasn't wearing clothes, staring straight at him? Could it be that the kiss just now opened up a new world for her? What's wrong? Can't I? Tian Cini can share a room with you, why can't I? Bai Qianqian pouted, her face beaming with a smile that could melt any normal man's heart. Indeed. Women look prettier when they smile. Sure. Of course. If she kisses me, will you kiss me too? Yi Chen retorted. Smack. Bai Qianqian didn't hesitate to plant another kiss on Yi Chen's face. Happiness came too suddenly, leaving Yi-chan stunned. A man and a woman alone in a room made him feel a flame burning in his heart. TCH, it's not like I haven't kissed before. Haven't kissed before? Addicted to kissing, huh? Although Bai Qianqian had a proud look on her face, her heart was already racing. Yi-chan, a man who once dominated the nightlife in another world, wouldn't miss such an opportunity, would he? He immediately pulled Bai Qianqian into his arms, and the two pressed against each other. A fresh scent filled the air. Bai Qianqian, you're playing with fire. Yi-chan smirked, his eyes fixed on her. In an instant, Bai Qianqian could feel the air around them heating up rapidly. Soon, her cheeks turned red. Including this time, it was the second time Yi-chan had embraced her delicate waist, and the second time in her life that someone other than her father had held her like this. This led to an accelerated heartbeat, almost bursting. Bai Qianqian hadn't expected Yi-chan to suddenly embrace her, leaving her stunned in place. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Bai Qianqian seemed to be startled by the sudden knocking, hastily pushing away Yi-chan's hand around her waist and finding a sofa to sit on in a fluster. Yi-chan just smiled, walked to the door, and opened it. The person at the door was General Lin. Yi-chan, I need to talk to you about something. He entered after the door was opened, but once inside, he was dumbfounded. Seeing Bai Qianqian sitting on the sofa looking a bit flustered, avoiding eye contact. Yi-chan, did I come at a bad time? General Lin awkwardly chuckled. Yi-chan closed the door, walked over to General Lin, and said, No, not at all. What can I help you with? Nothing, just wanted to ask if you need any household items? Everything is pretty much complete. Can you also arrange for her to come over, together? Yi-chan said. General Lin smiled knowingly. Should have said so earlier. Isn't this easy to handle? Sure, wait here, I'll go arrange it for you right away. He quickly walked to the main door. Oh, and stay safe. Bang. The door closed. Yi-chan couldn't help but smile bitterly. General Lin was indeed an experienced veteran. Bai Qianqian was puzzled. Stay safe? This is a military district, do we really need to be extra cautious here? This is not the safest place in the whole country, right? But she didn't think much about it and pouted, complaining, Why did you go straight to General Lin? I didn't agree to move here. Don't be so conceited. Yi-chan chuckled. Hey, miss, didn't you say you wanted to move here yourself just now? Why are you changing your mind now? Women's words can't be trusted. But, since the words have been spoken, if you want to take them back, you go find him yourself. Humph. If you want to move, then move. Will it make a difference? It won't, just afraid of gaining weight. What did you say? Nothing. Yi-chan lay on the sofa, pointing to the room in the corner of the first floor. If you want to eat the premium dragon blood fruit now, go to that room. Bai Qianqian nodded and walked in. In the following days, Yi-chan stayed at home playing games every day, not even stepping out of the door. Bai Qianqian, on the other hand, was out early and back late every day. She seemed to spend much more time practicing in the more advanced martial arts hall within the military area. Time flew by, and almost another week had passed. On this day, he was lying on the sofa as usual playing games. But just as he started a game, he heard a familiar voice in his mind. Ding, reminder, 60 seconds until the next system store refresh. Reminder, 59 seconds until the next system store refresh. System store has refreshed. The system actually refreshed at this time. Putting aside the game in his mind, he leaned back. With a thought, he opened the system store. The first item appeared before Yi-chan's eyes. 1. Prison uniform made by the Navy. Price, 1 yuan. Hey, how come the system has this too? I'm Yi-chan, not. Speechless. He scrolled down directly. 2. Chicken bone leftover by Luffy on Daughter Island. Price, 1 yuan. Ridiculous. Chicken bones? Even dogs don't eat them. He continued scrolling. 3. Clothes worn by Buggy. Price, 1 yuan. More clothes. And it's a clown suit. Even though it's worn by Buggy, it's useless. However, a sudden thought popped into Yi-chan's mind. What if he directly scrolled to the last item? Last time, Kaido's physique only appeared last, so this time it's very likely. So he directly scrolled to the last item. Sure enough, a ball of light appeared. 10. The sword of the first swordsman of the sea, Hawkeye, Black Sword Knight. Price, 1 yuan. Phew! This is Hawkeye's sword, the strongest black sword in the world of pirates. It's finally back. It appeared once in the system store before, but at that time, something even rarer than it, the red hair observation Haki, appeared. I felt very regretful at that time. Now, it has finally reappeared. This is definitely an S-class item. Just to be safe, he scrolled forward again. As expected, there were no good items. Instant kill. Decisively bought the black sword knight for 1 yuan. Ding, successfully purchased. Item stored in the system space. With a thought, Yichen opened the system space. He took out the shining black sword knight. After a moment, the black sword knight appeared in Yichen's right hand. With just a few light swings, he could hear the faint sound of the air being cut. Wow! This truly is the first swordsman's sword. Just a casual swing, and you can hear the sound of cutting through the wind. Just as Yichen was swinging the black sword, the gate was opened, and Bai Qianqian ran in with a solemn expression. Yichen was puzzled. Shouldn't she be at the martial arts hall at this time? Why did she come back? What's wrong? He asked with concern. Bai Qianqian just glanced at the dagger in his hand but didn't mention it. My father seems to have gone missing. What? Missing? Yichen's gaze sharpened. There was only about a week left before the Tianjia battle. It was extremely abnormal for such a thing to happen in Bai Qianqian's family at this time. Absolutely abnormal. We could talk normally yesterday, but today, I couldn't reach him all day. Do you think it might be from overseas? Just then, Bai Qianqian's phone beeped with a message. She opened it. Want to see your father? Come alone to XXX Lane, South Yuan Base City. Her face turned serious, and she immediately handed the phone to Yichen. He glanced at it. Undoubtedly, it was the work of foreign forces causing trouble. What should we do? Should we report the situation? It was the first time Bai Qianqian had encountered such a situation, so it was normal for her to feel a bit flustered. But Yichen was different. He had been an orphan all his life, with no attachments. He looked at the black dagger, knight, in his hand, and a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. No need. It's just right for me to let this new blade taste some fresh blood. For Bai Qianqian, this might be a bad thing, but for Yichen, it was just perfect. He had been waiting for someone to come and unseal the first swordsman, Eagle Eyes, dagger. Now, someone had delivered themselves to him. How dare they kidnap a person from Huaxia on its own territory? They were asking for trouble. Yichen had Bai Qianqian's unconditional trust. With him around, she felt completely at ease. Yichen sent a text message to General Lin, politely informing him that he was accompanying Bai Qianqian home. General Lin seemed to understand another layer of meaning from the message and readily agreed. So, the two of them got into a car and headed back to South Yuan Base City. The vehicle weaved through the city and arrived near the location given in the message. Yichen gave the driver 1,000 yuan and asked him to wander around on his own. After the military vehicle left, the two followed the given address. As they entered the alley, Yichen smiled lightly, showing no signs of panic. After several twists and turns, they reached the precise address from the message. Although it was called an alley, it was actually in the wilderness. There were some closed shops around, with gray signs and dusty floors, showing no recent footprints. Suddenly, Yichen stopped and his gaze sharpened. Come out, stop hiding. Where's my father? Bai Qianqian asked softly. He's not here, Yichen replied. In fact, he had long discovered this issue and knew where her father was. He could have directly rescued him. But since they were here, they couldn't just leave empty-handed, especially with such a person causing trouble in Huaxia. The aim was to eradicate the root of the problem. Didn't expect such a good deal. Buy one get one free. Four men in white suddenly emerged from the end of the alley. Yichen looked closely, feeling slightly puzzled. People from the Sakura country? Among the 5 great nations, there was no Sakura country, right? Why would they do such a thing, and what benefit did it bring them? However, after just a few seconds, he understood. Isn't the Sakura country always a lackey of the Eagle Sauce country? It wasn't surprising that they could do such things. And in their eyes, what could 2 young people achieve? Are you from the Haiyun Society? Yichen guessed, although he wasn't entirely sure. It doesn't matter. Both of you will die today anyway. Let me tell you how powerful the Sakura Empire of the Haiyun Society is. Yichen smirked with disdain. The Sakura Empire? Nothing in Yichen's eyes. But, since they are from the Haiyun Society, why didn't they recognize themselves? Did they lie? Yichen continued. Do you know Liang Jing? Liang Jing? He's already a corpse, why mention him? But I must thank the person who killed him. Otherwise, our department wouldn't have reached its current position, the man in front said loudly. This man's name was Yamamura Tengeying, one of the main leaders of the Haiyun Society. I see. The Haiyun Society is actually divided internally into factions with different information channels? But that's normal. Liang Jing wouldn't pass on information about such powerful weapons to someone he's in competition with. But that's good too, it's easier to uproot such weeds. Now, you can rest assured and die, Yamamura Tengeying sneered. His arms turned into a mist and approached Yichen and the others. Nature type. No wonder my dad was kidnapped, Bai Qianqian exclaimed. When the mist surrounded them, Yamamura Tengeying was already ecstatic. In such a situation, even a fruit ability user could suffocate and die. But the next moment, Yamamura Tengeying felt a sharp pain in his arm as several sword energies directly cut through the mist. The mist disappeared, and Yamamura Tengeying fell to the ground. His 3 henchmen behind him were shocked, their eyes showing disbelief and even fear, wide open. How did he do that? Didn't the boss trap them with the mist? Is he also a nature type? Did we just see sword energy? How could sword energy harm the boss's body? Did the elemental transformation fail? Oh no! He's a master. The 3 men realized belatedly and immediately transformed. One was an animal type elephant fruit ancient species, mammoth form. The other 2 were animal types bull fruit, common species, bison form. The 3 of them were strong, especially the ancient species, with powerful strength and recovery abilities, their huge bodies very resilient. Yamamura Tengeying quickly got up, unable to hide his panic in his eyes. How is this possible? Weren't they just 2 kids? How could they have such strength? And how did he injure my arm? Is it because of his weapon? Yamamura Tengeying looked at the weapon in Yi Chen's hand, very special, with a black blade. In almost an instant, Yi Chen was by his side, the sword cutting through his body. Split in 2. He was literally split in 2. The other 3 instantly understood, this was definitely an instant kill. A nature-type powerhouse was actually killed in an instant. This was a scene they didn't dare to imagine, happening right before their eyes. And it was an absolute overpowering instant kill. Fear had taken hold of their bodies, instinctively wanting to escape. But only the sound of a few black blades cutting through the air was heard, and all 3 fell into a pool of blood. Bai Qianqian's eyes showed surprise. She stared at the sword in Yi Chen's hand, mesmerized. For a sword art enthusiast, how could she not know how powerful the sword in his hand was? It was the extremely defensive elephant fruit. To be able to directly cut it down, and the sound of the blade cutting through the air just now, she could definitely hear it clearly. In her perception, this knife was unlike any other she had seen in the world. It gave off a unique feeling, but how did he obtain it? Was it a gift from the country? Then why didn't I receive one? I don't need one exactly like this, even a slightly inferior one would do. Why didn't I receive it? Bai Qianqian was puzzled. But she would never have imagined that the black knife in Yi Chen's hand was actually a gift from nature, the system. For Bai Qianqian, the allure of the knife in his hand far surpassed that of the 4 people from the Sakura country who were killed by Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what is the knife in your hand? She stared at the black knife, Night Path. Black knife Night. Yi Chen waved it a few times, wiped the blood off the blade with both hands, and flicked it onto the ground. He didn't want such dirty blood to linger on the blade. Give it a try. Yi Chen handed over the black knife in his hand. He naturally knew what Bai Qianqian was thinking, so letting her have a look wouldn't hurt, satisfying her curiosity. Bai Qianqian took it, feeling its weight, slightly heavier than she had anticipated, but manageable. Her delicate white hand caressed the intricate patterns on the blade, gliding over the edge. Then she wielded it. The sound of the air being pierced was so pleasing to her, completely immersed in the world of this knife. After a while, Yi Chen chuckled. Bai Qianqian, are you really here to save your old man? Ha! Oh, right, my dad? Bai Qianqian, reminded by Yi Chen, snapped out of her trance. Follow me. Bai Qianqian followed behind Yi Chen in a daze, after several twists and turns, finally finding her father. The boss is back. Before even pushing the door open, a man's voice came from inside the room, mistaking Yi Chen and Bai Qianqian's footsteps for those of the mountain village Tengeying and others. Yi Chen kicked the door open, sending the door panel straight towards one of the men inside. The loud crash startled the other person. As the door swung open, Bai Qianqian's father came into view. His face was covered in scars, clearly indicating he had been tortured a lot. Bai Qianqian clenched her fists, exuding a strong sense of hostility. Who are you? Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to answer. With just a glance, his domineering aura was palpable. The 2 were immediately overwhelmed and fainted. As Yi Chen took a step forward, Bai Qianqian stopped him. Her icy gaze fixed on the 2 men lying on the ground, as if her gaze could kill, they would have died countless times. Moving forward continuously, she already had a sword in her hand. Swish! The sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoed continuously, staining the surrounding walls red. Dad, it's okay now, let's go home. Bai Qianqian helped her completely weakened father up, while Yi Chen supported him on the side. Struggling to turn his head, he glanced at his daughter and then at Yi Chen. Bai Qianqian took her father home, while Yi Chen hurried back to the military headquarters overnight. General Lin, how should we handle this matter? The country took this matter very seriously, Or rather, they valued Yi Chen greatly. They specifically assigned General Lin to handle the situation. Don't worry, we have already sent someone to bring Bai Qianqian's father to the military hospital for treatment, and we will also ensure the safety of her family in the future. That's good. And, is there a spy in the military district, or perhaps in the 3 major training camps? Yi Chen pondered. Ordinary people wouldn't know that Bai Qianqian was going to participate in the Battle of Tenjiao. She hadn't even informed her father, keeping it completely confidential. The only ones who would know are the 3 major training camps and those present at the military district's martial arts hall that day. So who could it be? Yi Chen was not sure. We are already investigating this matter, rest assured, we will have results soon. I hope so, Lin Xiaojiang said. Yi Chen nodded. He then watched Lin Xiaojiang leave the room. In the following days, Yi Chen continued to enjoy life indoors, playing games every day until the day of the Tenjiao battle was about to begin. The Tenjiao battle was held in the Eagle Sauce Country. The Eagle Sauce Country was located at the other end of the Blue Star, across the vast sea. Yi Chen and Bai Qianqian followed the military personnel to fly to the Eagle Sauce Country. Upon landing, there were security personnel everywhere. They were afraid of any accidents before the battle started, which could lead to trouble. Apart from the participants from the Eagle Sauce Country, anyone could die anywhere, but not on the soil of the Eagle Sauce Country. This was no joke, as it could potentially trigger a war between 2 of the 5 major countries. They naturally did not dare to be negligent. In the end, there were no accidents with any of the personnel from various countries. Yi Chen, Bai Qianqian, and the others also arrived safely at their destination, a hotel designated for the participants, located in a jurisdiction directly managed by the military of the Eagle Sauce Country. And the city hosting the Tenjiao battle in the Eagle Sauce Country was called Shosi Shield, the 4th largest city in the Eagle Sauce Country. The next day, Yi Chen and Bai Qianqian took a half-hour drive to a huge venue. It was an open-air, massive field similar to a football stadium. There were close to 200,000 seats in the audience stands, with thousands of emergency exits alone. The surrounding traffic was also strictly controlled, with even the military patrolling outside. This highly anticipated Tenjiao battle attracted people from all over the world to come and watch, significantly boosting the local GDP. This was one of the reasons why the Eagle Sauce Country chose to host the event within its borders. At 11:30 in the morning, the seats in the audience stands gradually filled up. The Tenjiao battle was about to start in half an hour, and the venue was already buzzing with excitement. All the participants from various countries were in place. Now they just waited for the time to announce the official start. The Tianjios from each country began to eat the food prepared by their respective countries to replenish their energy. Yi Chen stood behind the glass, looking at the 20,000 people in the arena, his heart calm and undisturbed, terrifyingly calm. He gazed at the Tianjios from the Eagle Sauce Country, the Empire of the Setting Sun, and Country F on the opposite side of the arc-shaped building, completely indifferent. The remaining personnel from the Ula country were next to the Huaxia country. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. The list of participants from each country is out. Without a doubt, the representative from Huaxia was Yi Chen, and Bai Qianqian was theoretically a substitute. But in her own opinion, she had no need to take the field, because Yi Chen alone could handle everyone. Lin Xiaojiang walked in from outside and handed Yi Chen a list. Eagle Sauce Country, Magma Fruit, Kim's, Empire of the Setting Sun, Ice Fruit, George, Ula Country, Magma Fruit, Halasheo, Country F, Forest Fruit, Alexander, Yi Chen. If there is no buy in the first round, shall we choose Country F? Lin Xiaojiang analyzed. The rules of the Tianjia battle were as follows. Each team sent out a participant, and countries selected opponents they wanted to fight against. The most selected participant could be counter-selected within their country. After forming 2 groups, the remaining participants would have a bye. The countries that won in the first round and those that had a bye could compete for the top 3, while the losers would directly enter the 4-to-5 competition. Therefore, the first round was crucial, and generally, the strongest fighters from each country would participate. Let's just choose the Eagle Sauce Country directly, Yi Chen said calmly. In General Lin's eyes, there was only a brief hint of surprise, while Bai Qianqian felt no sense of surprise at all about Yi Chen's choice. In the Eagle Sauce Country's lounge, James sat in a chair, gazing across, looking at the list in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. Yi Chen? Quake Fruit? Is Huaxia kidding? Are they giving up? Let's pick him anyway. No one wants to face us. We'll definitely have a bye in the first round. It seems like there shouldn't be any problems this time. As long as we defeat Ula Country, we'll be the first. Huaxia had been causing them trouble for a while. In their eyes, the only formidable opponent left was Ula Country, also possessing a magma fruit ability. In the Sunset Empire's lounge, the Quake fruit is out too. Is Huaxia out of players? Forget about them, let's choose him. After seeing the list, they had already considered aiming for the first place, a possibility that was very slim. Both magma fruit abilities had a certain restraining effect on George's ice fruit ability. Huaxia's move undoubtedly secured their third position and even gave them a chance to aim for the second. They were ecstatic. In Ula Country's lounge, Huaxia is so clever, why would they send out a Quake fruit user in the first round? There must be something fishy going on. Then we choose F Country. Ula Country knew Huaxia the best, and they had no idea what Huaxia was up to, but it was strange, as such a situation had never occurred before. They knew that strange occurrences always had a reason. So, they opted for the safe choice of selecting F Country. They knew that other countries would definitely choose Huaxia, and as long as they didn't choose Huaxia, Huaxia wouldn't choose them back. It was the safest option. In F Country's lounge, what a lucky break, even a Quake fruit user can appear in the Tenjia battle. It seems like the younger generation of Huaxia is doomed. Let's pick Huaxia. Hopefully, they'll choose us back. At that moment, the atmosphere in F Country's lounge was buzzing. On the big screen at the venue, the lineups of each country's participants were displayed. The moment it appeared, the discussions among the audience erupted like thunder. This is truly unprecedented. Has there ever been a Quake fruit user in the history of the Tenjia battle? Is Huaxia turning trash into treasure? Huaxia is like a hot potato. I bet all countries are fighting to pick them as opponents, right? Did this guy come to the wrong place? This isn't an entertainment venue. This Tenjia battle was being broadcast globally, and people in Huaxia could watch the live scenes on their televisions. Almost everyone was puzzled, unable to understand why, out of all the young natural abilities from the 3 major training camps, they chose to send out a Quake fruit user. It was completely baffling. The Tenjia participants from the other 4 major countries were all incredibly powerful, renowned worldwide for their natural abilities. Meanwhile, the participant from Huaxia was unheard of. The entire nation of Huaxia was in a state of panic. What was the country up to? While the other countries were filled with mockery, the opponents were chosen by the 5 major countries. Exactly at noon, a passionate voice rang out in the center of the arena. Welcome to the Tenjia battle of the 5 great nations. The battle is about to begin. As per the selections made by each country, please refer to the big screen. 200,000 eyes in the arena were fixed on the big screen. Just a moment later, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd. What? Huaxia's Quake fruit user chose the strongest Eagle Sauce country's magma fruit? Could they have already given up? I've seen shameless acts, but never seen someone so reckless. Is Yi Chen really the shocking fruit? Could it be a lie? Is there a possibility that he has a second fruit? Absolutely impossible. There has never been a person in this world who awakened 2 fruit abilities. All the people present. Some were puzzled, some were incredulous, and some were mocking. No one would have thought that Huaxia would actually choose the strongest Eagle Sauce country. But there were still a few who believed that since other countries would choose Huaxia as their opponent anyway, it didn't really matter which country they chose. After a moment, a passionate voice rang out in the center of the venue again. 3 votes for Huaxia, except for Ula Country. All 3 major countries have chosen Huaxia as their opponent. Now it's Huaxia's turn to choose. Yi Chen had already walked out of the house at this time and arrived on the field. The participants from the other 4 major countries also arrived at the edge of the field at this time. Yi Chen's live image appeared on the big screen. He calmly took the microphone. My Huaxia chooses. Yi Chen paused for a moment. Eagle Sauce Country. Immediately, the 3 words Eagle Sauce Country echoed throughout the entire arena and were broadcast to the world through the microphone. Everyone hesitated for a moment. Then the scene erupted like a pot boiling over, with deafening voices. What? What did he say? He wants to choose Eagle Sauce Country as his opponent? Is this for real? It's not April Fool's Day, right? Steady, steady. We thought our Eagle Sauce Country wouldn't be chosen by this shocking fruit waste. Isn't it already over? How can shocking fruit compete with top-tier natural abilities? Most of the audience believed that Yi Chen was looking for trouble, seeking death. And within Huaxia, there was an uproar of curses. People originally hoped he would choose a weaker country like Country F, but he ended up directly choosing the strongest Eagle Sauce Country participant. Almost everyone was cursing. In the Huaxia preparation room, General Lin and Bai Qianqian were not surprised by his choice. They both knew that Yi Chen was a capable individual, especially Bai Qianqian. There was even a smile on her face, a confident smile. It took a full 10 minutes for the noise in the venue to die down significantly. Then that voice rang out in the air above the field. Heavens! Our Huaxia participant Yi Chen has chosen the Eagle Sauce Country's participant, Kim's. I wonder what kind of sparks these two will ignite. Bula country chose country F. Alexander and Harasheo participants automatically form a team. The empire where the sun never sets automatically advances to the next round. Next, let's welcome our Huaxia participant Yichen, and the Eagle Sauce country participant Kims to the stage. Yichen took a step forward, arriving at the center of the field. There were no barriers around, no stage. The Battle of the Titans had no specific definition of losing. Either surrender, die, or the battle continues. The Eagle Sauce country participant stood in front of Yichen, with black skin, clearly visible muscles on his arms, curly black short hair, and a height of nearly 2 meters. Just in terms of height, he towered over Yichen. "You foolish guy, how dare you choose me?" Kim sneered, with an arrogant attitude, not taking Yichen seriously at all. In response to his provocation, Yichen couldn't even be bothered to smile, his gaze falling absent-mindedly on him. Kim's wondered, is he scared stiff? In the audience stands, as it was the home ground of the Eagle Sauce country, the cheers were exceptionally loud at this moment. "Oh yeah, kill him. Send him to his death. Send him to his death. Don't give him a chance to surrender." At this moment, all the people from the Kingdom of Eagles present had smiles on their faces. Undoubtedly, this was the happiest moment for them today. As the voice announced the official start of the battle, Kims immediately launched an attack. He didn't feel any sympathy for Yichen just because he was a weakling with a shock fruit ability. Kims leaped up and swung a fist towards Yichen from the sky with a red magma arm. However, Yichen stood still in place, as immovable as Mount Tai, standing firmly on the ground. When Kim's fist was about to hit his face, he suddenly raised his hand at lightning speed, almost too fast for anyone to see clearly. Bang! A loud noise. Kims took several steps back, while Yichen remained motionless. The deafening cheers in the arena abruptly fell silent. The scene became extremely quiet. You could even hear the sound of the wind. Kim's eyes showed an expression of incredible surprise. What's going on? He actually managed to touch me? He looked at his right fist in disbelief, shaking it, even feeling the pain in his fist. How could this be happening? He couldn't help but wonder. What's going on? He was completely dumbfounded. In his understanding, nature users were invincible, and he was a top-tier nature user. So he was really stunned, even feeling like he was dreaming. How could someone actually attack a top-tier nature user like him? He had never encountered such a situation in his life. For a moment, his mind went blank, completely stunned. After a while, as he gradually heard the thunderous discussions from the audience stands, he slowly regained his composure. He shifted his gaze from his own body to Yichen. Kims was surprised once again. Why? Why did my magma fist strike not cause him any harm? This is magma. With such high temperatures, it's almost invincible, so why is it ineffective against him? Does he have extremely high defensive capabilities? But isn't this defense too terrifying? Could there really be such a person in the world? It's impossible, right? Meanwhile, the audience in the stands had all their attention focused on Yichen. The stands were filled with overwhelming discussions. He's actually unharmed. Look, there's not a single scratch on his arm. It's not even red, it's flesh-colored. Damn, is he even human? This is too unbelievable, right? Does the shock fruit have such high defensive power? To withstand a blow from the magma fruit? It's impossible. This is too fake, right? Did Kims not exert his full strength? Did he hide his true power? The discussions continued, with most of the audience thinking that Kims was holding back, perhaps wanting to play a little longer. But in reality, only Kims himself knew the true situation. In the Eagles country's resting room, their leader incredulously took off his glasses, wiped the lenses, rubbed his eyes, and put them back on. Really? When Kims threw that punch, this person from Huaxia actually didn't receive any damage? Their leader even wondered if he was seeing things. How could someone take that punch without any injury? Even though he, an ancient species 20 years older than Kims, didn't dare say that he could take a punch like Yichen did without any harm, right? This is simply unbelievable. At this moment, he already felt that something was off. In the Eula country's resting room, Harashao furrowed his brows, leaning closer to the screen in the lounge, staring in astonishment at Yichen on the screen. He actually pushed Kims back with just one punch? How is that possible? And his arm is still flesh-colored, but why is his fist black? Harashao himself was a magma fruit user, well aware of the consequences of such a punch on a normal person. He knew the power behind that punch, even stronger than Kim's. He was known as the strongest prodigy in the Eagle Sauce country, even considered the strongest prodigy worldwide. Yet, he was defeated by Yichen from the Huaxia country with just one punch? And Yichen was still in such perfect condition, unscathed. It was simply unbelievable. In the lounge of the Empire where the sun never sets, George, an ice fruit user, also furrowed his brows, gazing incredulously at Yi Chen on the screen. Wade Far? What's going on? Isn't the quake fruit not that powerful? How did he do it? Two fists clashed, and Kim's was sent flying? He couldn't fathom that a non-natural fruit user could achieve such a feat. His ice fruit ability was top tier among the natural fruits, but catching Kim's punch like that would make him feel at a loss and somewhat timid. Yet, this Huaxia man on his screen, a quake fruit user, managed to do it. And he was so calm and composed, seemingly unaffected by Kim's punch. He couldn't believe that the quake fruit could accomplish this. In the lounge of Country F, the first-round participant Alexander looked at Yi Chen in utter amazement, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible! Impossible! How could this Huaxia man achieve this? He actually defeated Kim's? The smile that was on his face vanished. In his view, a peer with a quake fruit ability wouldn't have much impact. Even if he were 10 years older, he was confident he could defeat him. Now, his confidence wavered. He wasn't sure if his strength surpassed him anymore. In the city of Nanyuan Base, a middle-aged man stared at Yi Chen on the television, his mind frozen. This middle-aged man seemed lifeless before, but after witnessing Yi Chen's scene, he was shocked beyond belief. At the same time, he felt immense shame. So, quake fruit users can be this strong. It's all my fault. I distorted the reputation of the quake fruit. I'm guilty. Despite becoming a friend of women, he didn't feel happy because of it. Instead, over the years, he started feeling somewhat depressed. When he saw Yi Chen, a quake fruit user, restoring glory, he felt excited. So, he cancelled all appointments for the next month. He did this only to rediscover himself in a residence in a certain part of Nanyuan Base City. What's going on? Isn't that Yi Chen? How come he's participating in the prodigy battle? Could it be that the military took him away last time? To have him participate in the prodigy battle? Ling Oshin couldn't believe it. In the prodigy battle, Yi Chen was actually directly representing Huaxia as a main combatant. He was completely stunned as he turned on the television. He couldn't believe that Yi Chen was the one representing Huaxia in the battle. As he focused his gaze, he happened to witness Yi Chen's scene of pushing Kim's back with one punch, leaving him dumbfounded. And did he just directly catch the lava fruit's attack with his bare hands? That's a top-tier natural ability. Compared to the lava fruit strike, his ancient seed was simply not worth mentioning. With this punch, even Ling Oshin might not be able to handle it. Yet Yi Chen acted as if nothing happened? Was his strength really that outrageous, not just because of that baseball bat? He was puzzled. At this moment, all the students of Nanyuan First Middle School were watching this highly anticipated battle of the world's prodigies. When they saw Yi Chen's punch sending Kim's, the owner of the Eagle Sauce Country's lava fruit ability, flying, the entire school went crazy. Cheers echoed throughout the school. A freshman girl stood up directly, gazing infatuatedly at Yi Chen on the TV screen. Senior Yi Chen is really handsome. I like him so much. If only I could be his girlfriend, even in my dreams. In the cafeteria, a group of people crowded around the TV set. Yi Chen's roommate, Wu Juanhao, was dumbfounded after confirming that the person on the TV was indeed his roommate Yi Chen. He felt like this moment was the pinnacle of his life. His roommate Yi Chen was actually participating in the battle of the world's prodigies from the 5 great nations. And he even repelled the top-tier natural ability of the lava fruit. Damn! This is insane! Not to mention fighting against a top-tier natural ability, he rarely even had the chance to encounter a natural ability. He probably stood up high and exclaimed, "Look, this is my roommate. We even went to the toilet together." Don't be fooled by his cool appearance, he actually stinks when he poops. One of the girls immediately stood up and scolded, "Don't defame our god Yi Chen, even if he poops, it must smell good." Then several other girls also stood up and echoed, "That's right. Don't defame our god. He must be here to cause trouble, get him." After that, a group of girls chased after Wu Juanhao. He barely managed to escape from the crowd, but he was already bruised and swollen. He muttered, "Damn, Fan Ji's brainless fans are really awesome." Inside the Falcon Special Training Camp, Instructor Zhang Chunfeng was astonished to see this scene, his eyes wide open in disbelief. How is it possible for someone to take a lava-heavy punch with their fist? And he came out unscathed? This strength is too terrifying, isn't it? Is this a new direction opened by the shockwave ability? That was a top-tier natural ability, which he had encountered before and left him completely defeated. He knew exactly the value of the lava fruit ability. How could someone single-handedly knock down the lava fruit ability? Even if he faced this top-tier natural ability user on the field, he wouldn't have the confidence to do so. This is simply too exaggerated. No wonder Bai Chanxian was so firm in recommending him to participate in the Battle of the Prodigies. Nanyuan Second Middle School. Tianxini sat in front of the TV, quietly watching Yi Chen, without any surprised expression. She had seen too many of these scenes. She was just quietly infatuated. But her roommate sitting beside her was completely crazy. She shook Tianxini, almost screaming, Senni, do you know? This Yi Chen is actually from our GD City First Middle School. He's so handsome. Almost no one in the entire school knew that Tianxini knew Yi Chen, not even her best friend. After all, such high-quality boys are usually kept hidden by most girls. Seeing that Tianxini completely ignored her, her roommate didn't say anything more, just murmured softly, if only I could know him too. In the lounge, Bai Chanxian and General Lin had both witnessed his explosive hammer of the natural system, so such a scene did not shock them greatly. General Lin was only slightly surprised at night, amazed that Yi Chen could withstand such high temperatures of magma. Such ability was not something an ordinary person could possess. Bai Chanxian, on the other hand, was not surprised at all, just a sweet smile playing on her lips as she quietly watched Yi Chen. On the battlefield of the Tianjiao, Kim's gaze swept over Yi Chen. He remained calm, instilling fear in others, his demeanor completely unlike that of someone his age. This surprised him greatly. He couldn't understand why Yi Chen's aura was so different, even more intimidating than that of his mentor. He was already the most formidable 20-year-old in the Eagle Sauce country. He had thought he could easily win the Tianjiao battle this time. But he never expected Yi Chen, whom he initially thought was the weakest, to give him such a big surprise. At this moment, he realized clearly that he had underestimated Yi Chen. He was not as weak as he had imagined. So, he no longer thought he could defeat Yi Chen with just a perfunctory effort. This time, he had to show his true skills. Kim's leaped directly into the air on the battlefield, delivering a series of punches. Countless magma rushed towards Yi Chen, like a group of meteors heading his way. This time, Kim's was confident that he could turn the situation around. Because numerous users of devil fruit abilities had died under this move of his. Countless magma roared towards him. The whole arena gasped in shock. The attack of the magma fruit ability was incredibly magnificent. This time, Yi Chen didn't even raise his hand to defend. The magma almost instantly reached him. Even General Lin on the side was sweating. He had never seen any ability user so arrogant before. To actually face the attack of the magma fruit ability user head-on with his face was extremely rare. At this moment, a smile appeared on Kim's face. The last time someone had been so confident in front of him, the grass on their grave was already a meter high. He absolutely believed that this time he could gain the upper hand. The audience in the arena cheered along, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope for victory. The people of the country watching this scene felt their hearts in their throats. Yi Chen, move away quickly. Danger. This move is fierce. Yi Chen, dodge it quickly. Everyone in the restrooms of the four major countries felt that if Yi Chen didn't dodge this time, he would really be seriously injured. However, in the next moment, he just waved his hand and stood firmly on the battlefield. After a loud bang, countless scattered magma sizzled on the grass. For a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped. Kim's descended from the air, his brow furrowed, unable to believe what had just happened before his eyes. He raised his hand, turned it over, and looked carefully. My ability is the magma devil fruit without a doubt. How could it not have caused him any harm? This scene just now completely shattered his understanding of this world. Even a steel body would have been melted by his blow, let alone a person. Even a user of devil fruit abilities would not be possible. Moreover, he only had an ordinary shaking fruit ability, not even a natural one. How could this be possible? Kim's even thought he was dreaming, and he slapped himself hard. Smack! It sounded crisp. Was this really happening? It was really happening. At this moment, he was deeply doubting himself. The audience in the stands had their eyes wide open, filled with shock, mouths gaping as if they had forgotten to breathe, completely stunned. Not a single person believed what they were witnessing. A black man in the audience slapped the stranger next to him, causing the latter to cry out in pain. Really? Is this actually real? This isn't a dream? Even with the magma fruit ability developed to such an attack, it can't harm this person named Yi Chen from Huaxia? This is just too unreal. On the other side, a white man shook his head in disbelief, refusing to accept what was happening. Please tell me this isn't real, okay? Our Kim's is our pride. How could such an unexpected event occur? Could he be an alien? For him, Kim's was the pride of their country, their glory. The fact that such an attack couldn't harm Yi Chen was incomprehensible to him. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept this fact at all. He was definitely the first to withstand such a fierce attack from someone with the ability of the magma fruit, a blue star person who emerged unscathed. This white man even began to doubt his identity as a blue star person. This was just too outrageous, wasn't it? It was outrageously outrageously so. In the stands, a Huaxia man on the outer edge stood up with clenched fists. A smile spread across his face, shaking his head in disbelief. Yi Chen is awesome. You're the best. Overwhelmed with excitement, he couldn't find the right words at that moment, but a simple awesome perfectly captured his current mood. In the Eagle Sauce Country's lounge, their leader's pupils dilated, eyebrows almost furrowed together. Instantly baffled. This is one of Kim's strongest moves. How could it have no effect on this young man named Yi Chen? Are we sure he really has the shock fruit ability? Or does he have a second fruit ability? Is it a natural type never seen before, even more awesome than the magma fruit? But no one has ever had two fruit abilities before. Then what is that black body of his? The leader of the Eagle Sauce Country couldn't accept this fact, so he could only speculate in this direction. Because if it was just a shock fruit, it was absolutely impossible to withstand Kim's blow. He had personally experienced it, even the move he had to brace himself for. How could it be ineffective against him? Perhaps the second natural type fruit ability was the only explanation. In the Yura Country's lounge, Harashao was completely stunned. Even with Kim's fruit ability developed to this extent, it can't injure Yi Chen? This is too terrifying. This is simply inhuman. Harashao was amazed, but after a moment, he burst out laughing. What a stroke of luck. Not encountering Yi Chen was truly fortunate in the midst of misfortune. It was simply too terrifying. How could anyone defeat him? Even Kim's, also possessing the magma fruit ability, didn't have full confidence in being able to beat him. If he had to face Yi Chen himself, wouldn't that be a complete disaster? So he just laughed like crazy. In the Eagle Sauce Country's lounge, the leader widened his eyes, stood up directly from his seat. He looked at the screen, then walked to the glass window, unable to believe what he was seeing. He stood there, frozen in place, his emotions of disbelief lingering for a long time. Is it really true or false? How did he do it? At this moment, he couldn't say a word, looking as if he had been defeated, silent. Ling Oshin saw this scene and fell directly from the chair, leaning against the wall. You are strong not only with that weapon. Ha ha ha, no wonder even the people from Haiyun society couldn't handle you. I am incompetent. His eyes were lifeless, a strange smile hanging on his lips, trembling uncontrollably after howling to the sky. He leaned on the wall, staggered out of the house, muttering to himself, almost frenzied. Inside the Falcon Special Training Camp, Instructor Zhou Yuqing saw this scene. His face was full of confusion, his mind blank, mouth slightly open. Is this Yi Chen's strength? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? What kind of steel body is this, so resistant? He believed in Yi Chen's strength and absolutely believed that Bai Qianqian recommending Yi Chen was correct. However, he did not expect it to be like this. How could he not know the terror of the top natural element? As a natural element himself, facing Kim's, he probably wouldn't have absolute confidence to win against him. And Yi Chen actually waved his hand to resolve such a terrifying magma attack? It's unbelievable. Nanyuan First High School. Zhang Qian, sitting in the classroom watching the TV drama next to the blackboard, was completely dumbfounded. Yi Chen? Facing the top natural element, and still so relaxed and at ease? He murmured softly. At this moment, the image of him mocking Yi Chen outside the Lingxi secret realm came to his mind. Instantly feeling like a clown, he slapped himself directly. Smack! A crisp sound echoed in the classroom. But no one looked at Zhang Qian. Because everyone was staring at Yi Chen on the TV, all stunned, as if they were frozen in place. At the scene of the Battle of Tianjiao, Kim's was panting, his gaze becoming more and more fierce. He refused to accept it. His family was watching him, the people of the Falcon Nation were also watching him, and the whole world was paying attention to this Battle of Tianjiao. At this moment, he felt like his face was being stepped on by Yi Chen and continuously rubbed on the ground. His anger had reached its peak. He would never admit defeat like this. Suddenly, his arms turned into a magma shape, continuously expanding, even larger than his own body size. Seeing this scene from the audience seats seemed to restore their confidence. Someone shouted loudly, "Look! This is Kim's strongest blow." In an instant, it seemed like everyone held their breath. The huge magma kept rolling, making the surrounding air scorching hot. A gust of wind blew, and the heat wave reached the audience seats. Kim's face was extremely ferocious, he exerted all his strength, and 2 columns of magma rushed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen just took a deep breath, his eyes focused, and he had already pulled out the black baseball bat. It seemed like he just lightly swung the bat from left to right. Then, boom! A loud noise. Magma splattered. Yi-Chen just sank slightly under his feet, still standing in the center of the field. On the other hand, Kim's, who had just launched a fierce attack, was actually rolled out dozens of meters away under the intense impact. The intense pain in his arms made it impossible for him to support himself with his arms. He could only desperately lift his head, looking at Yi-Chen with utter shock. My strongest blow, actually, didn't work on him? His tone mixed with disappointment. He would never have imagined that his strongest blow would not even scratch his opponent. In his understanding, this move was like the existence of instant destruction. Even the Beast Emperor level fierce beasts were no exception, even some natural types would be left searching for their teeth. But today, in this arena, in this highly anticipated battle of the world's prodigies, he was actually sent flying dozens of meters by a Huaxia man named Yi-Chen, using just a seemingly ordinary baseball bat. The first time he felt his touch on his body, he thought it was an accident. But this blow, normally, no one should be able to attack his true form. But after Yi-Chen's swing, he could clearly feel certain parts of his arm going completely numb, completely devoid of sensation. Yet, he could still feel intense pain in most parts. He looked incredulously at Yi-Chen. In the audience stands, almost everyone was frowning, shaking their heads in disbelief. Hiss! They gasped in shock. A young black man slumped in his seat, his head tilted, feeling completely defeated. He stared blankly at Yi-Chen in the center of the arena, the strongest blow. Kim's strongest blow, still unable to do anything to him. No! This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The young black man couldn't accept this fact at all. In his eyes, the magma fruit ability was the strongest. How could someone with a mere quake fruit ability have no effect on him? In another corner, a couple, the boy exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? How could he touch a natural type's body? How could he knock Kim down to the ground, unable to get up?" The people around suddenly realized. Really? Kim is really lying on the ground motionless, his arm is really injured, right? How did the quake fruit attack a natural type ability user's body? Exactly. How could this Huaxia man touch a natural type's body? Everyone was puzzled. The leader of the Eagle Sauce team stood in the lounge watching the scene, fists clenched, slamming the table fiercely, creating a hole instantly. Damn! We've been tricked by the Huaxia people. Fell into their trap. He's not some useless quake fruit user. The leader realized belatedly what was happening. Normally, Huaxia was also a strong country. Even if Eagle Sauce was strong, they wouldn't choose to face Huaxia in the first round. He believed it was all because of Yi-Chen's bait that they fell for it. If they lose the first battle, they would only end up in 4th or 5th place. This ranking did not match their strength at all. In the lounge of the Empire where the sun never sets, George saw the whole process, shaking his head in disbelief. Simply unbelievable. If I were to take this blow head on. As he spoke, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if Kim's fist had struck his arm. Hiss! He didn't dare to think about it. Even as a natural type with the ice fruit ability, he couldn't just face it head on. Shouldn't he at least try to dodge it? Wow, this Huaxia contestant Yi-Chen directly sent Kim flying dozens of meters away with just one swing? What kind of monstrous strength could achieve this? And, just as George was about to say something else, their leader interrupted him, saying in astonishment, Yi-Chen did hit Kim's body, right? He looked at Kim, who hadn't moved for a long time, feeling puzzled. Normally, even if he used this move and didn't win, he wouldn't be lying on the ground unable to get up like he is now. The current situation can only mean one thing: Yi-Chen has severely injured his arms. At the same time, everyone in the lounge showed shocked expressions. In the domestic television audience in Huaxia, cheers erupted. I knew it, Yi-Chen is extraordinary. Why didn't you believe me? Yi-Chen is simply a freak. He's really too strong. Little Eagle Sauce Country, speak up. Why so quiet now? Weren't you just loud a moment ago? On the contrary, in the Eagle Sauce Country, curses filled the air. Is this guy still the strongest genius? He's nothing. Stop embarrassing yourself. He told me he's the strongest natural ability user? Stop boasting. Isn't he supposed to be the world's strongest genius? What's going on? Didn't he land a single strongest blow? Damn it, can't even win this. Just wait to die. Useless. This world is never short of haters, no matter the region or country. On the field, Yi-Chen took another step forward. By now, the audience was completely silent in the stands, their arrogance from before completely shattered by Yi-Chen's strike. The whole crowd tensely and curiously swallowed their saliva, their eyes fixed on Yi-Chen. What is he going to do next? That's what everyone was thinking. Yi-Chen just slightly raised the corners of his mouth, then his deep and powerful voice echoed throughout the venue. Magma sand sculpture, go home and light candles on a cake. Yi-Chen took a step forward, holding a baseball bat, heading towards Kim's. This sentence may not cause much harm, but it is extremely insulting. Magma fruit? Only fit to light candles on a cake? This is a blatant insult to Kim's. The Eagle Sauce Country wanted to retort, but the one lying on the ground now is Kim's. In the Huaxia Country Lounge, Bai Qianxian sat dignified in her chair, and when she saw the familiar look in Yi Chen's eyes, she raised the corners of her mouth. She knew the real show was about to begin. As Yi Chen took a few steps forward, he put away the baseball bat in his hand. Didn't you all say the Quake Fruit ability is weak? Today, I will personally give it a new name. The field fell into complete silence. Yi Chen's deep voice echoed in the venue. People were puzzled. Give the Quake Fruit a new name? Wasn't he using the Quake Fruit ability just now? No one knew the true meaning behind his words. Yi Chen swiftly moved towards Kim's. The audience gasped. Wow! So fast. Is he serious now? Is this his full-speed movement? Everyone saw Yi Chen move so fast that they could barely see his afterimage. And at that moment, Kim's, still lying on the ground, showed a look of fear in his eyes. He completely ignored the pain in his arms, gritted his teeth, and forced his body up. But at that moment, Yi Chen was already in front of him. Kim's instinctively tried to dodge, but Yi Chen predictably anticipated his movement. He directly grabbed Kim's neck with his left hand and lifted him up. In an instant, almost everyone was shocked, because no one had ever directly grabbed the neck of a natural ability user like him, and lifted him up as if he were picking up a dog. His eyes were full of killing intent, a cold breath that could send shivers down one's spine with just one glance. In an instant, the two locked eyes. James was directly frightened by the overwhelmingly dominant aura of Yi Chen, feeling like his whole body was out of control. Boundless fear spread to every corner of his body. He felt like he was going weak, even on the verge of passing out. Yi Chen didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. A downward hook punch directly pounded him fiercely onto the ground. Yi Chen's punch made James spurt blood wildly. This punch caused everyone to involuntarily gasp, because no one had ever been able to ruthlessly slaughter a natural system user like Yi Chen did, as if abusing a dog. Yi Chen condensed the power of the earthquake in his hand. A white halo appeared on his right fist, the icy killing intent already shrouding his whole body. Boom! A loud noise. Yi Chen's right fist heavily struck James's chest, creating a fist-sized gap in the air in front of his fist. Then the sound of breaking glass rang out, countless cracks spreading in all directions. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the audience stands, some people stood up in panic, looking around in confusion. Is this an earthquake? What's going on? Why is there suddenly an earthquake? People around immediately stood up, their eyes full of panic, looking around in shock, afraid of any accidents. In the Sunset Empire's lounge, George stood up excitedly, frowning in shock, pointing at Yi Chen on the screen. It's him! It must be his earthquake fruit ability. Their team leader also stood up hastily, rubbing his eyes, then looked again, his mouth gaping wide open. How is this possible? Did the air really crack open? Are you telling me this is the earthquake fruit ability? They were extremely shocked, finding it hard to believe that such a thing could be done with the earthquake fruit ability. The leader of the Condor Sauce team looked puzzled at the chandelier above his head, noticing it was shaking violently. Is this an earthquake? Just like he said, the earthquake fruit ability? When he shifted his gaze to Yi Chen and the others, his eyes widened instantly. What? The air cracked open? Caused by the earthquake fruit ability? And James actually. No one had ever developed the earthquake fruit ability to this extent, and he could only guess based on his experience about what was happening before him. But he knew, this was definitely an absolute crushing in terms of strength. The leader of the Condor Sauce team showed a shocked expression, quickly shouting to the organizers, "We surrender! We request to surrender!" On the battlefield of the Tianjiao, Yi Chen's punch directly twisted James's body completely. A huge pit was smashed into the ground. A solemn voice sounded above the battlefield, "Condor Sauce surrenders. Cease the attack." But how could Yi Chen stop? In this battle of the Tianjiao, it was a matter of life and death. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Killing a natural system expert could very likely drop an S-level item refresh card. And now, a tempting piece of meat was right in front of him. How could he let go of James? Yi Chen, what? Increase the attack? I'll satisfy you. In an instant, he increased his strength a bit more. The sound of shattering glass became even more piercing. The white halo in his hand seemed to shine brighter. Several shockwaves scattered in all directions from the big pit, crashing into the audience stand, raising dust along the way. Bang! The force of the tremor's pre-dial caused a huge crack to instantly split open the ground, and this crack swiftly headed towards the audience stands. At that moment, everyone panicked. The spectators in the path of the crack ran for their lives. After one person escaped to safety, they looked around at the chaotic scene, feeling extremely anxious. Is Yi Chun from the Huaxia country planning to directly destroy the battlefield of the Heavenly Pride battle? This is too terrifying. I almost met my end here. The Heavenly Prides from various countries and their leaders all rushed out of the rest area and stood on the high platform, their faces filled with astonishment as they scanned their surroundings. The walls shattered, the buildings were tilted from the tremors. Several huge cracks climbed from the ground directly onto the structures. Above the audience stands, spectators scattered in all directions. It was like a large-scale disaster movie. Then, everyone's attention focused on Kim's, who possessed the magma fruit ability. His face was pale, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, his chest sunken, flesh and blood blurred, his internal organs already beyond recognition. How could this still resemble an absolute heavenly pride from the Eagle Sauce country? He had already been punched by Yi Chen to the point of losing all dignity. For him, survival was his only desire at this moment. But unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to survive. The Harris, a participant from the Ula country, took a deep breath, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief. Is this his tremor fruit ability? A single punch actually killed Kim's directly? He was shocked to see Kim's lying in a sorry state in the deep pit. Seeing his body already a mess of blood and flesh, Harris felt fear, a fear that came from deep within. He had never imagined that one day a magma fruit ability user would meet such a fate. Sitting on a chair, General Lin Shao stood up in amazement. Even though he had seen Yi Chen's strength displayed in the military district, he was still incredibly surprised at this moment. This is his tremor fruit ability? He can actually shatter the air? He walked out of the rest area, his gaze scanning over the cracks. Is this the end of the world? He sighed deeply. It was truly unbelievable. How had he developed his tremor fruit ability to this extent? Completely incomprehensible. At this moment, the entire Huaxia country was shocked. Principal He Yunfei of the Falcon Special Training Camp sat in front of the coffee table, completely stunned. This is the tremor fruit ability? He raised a cup of tea, drank it all in one go. Indeed, Bai Qianqian was right. If he fights, Yi Chen will definitely take first place. What shocked him was not that Bai Qianqian's words were proven right, but Yi Chen's display of the tremor fruit ability in the Heavenly Pride battle. He never expected him to develop the tremor fruit ability to such a degree. It truly enlightened him. Having the ability to counter the natural elements was one thing, but to develop the tremor fruit ability to such a strong extent, wasn't that abnormal? At the same time, this was also the first time Yi Chen had shown his tremor fruit ability to the world. From top to bottom, no one could help but be in awe of his super strength. Ding! Killing the magma fruit ability user, dropped an SS grade item refresh card, stored in the storage space. Yi Chen's face showed a cold killing intent, which dissipated somewhat upon hearing the system's voice in his mind. Ha! He actually dropped an item refresh card. And it's an SS grade item refresh card. Phew! Indeed. The stronger the ability user killed, the higher the probability of obtaining a refresh card. The stronger the enemy, the rarer the refresh card. Yi Chen smiled, stepping on Kim's body before leaping back to the ground. Hey, didn't we all agree to surrender? Why are you still going all out? Just as Yi Chen was ecstatic, a rough voice sounded from behind him. Without a doubt, it was directed at him. He turned around to face the person before him. A huge black man, typical of being black and rough, dressed in a navy blue military uniform with a small national flag of the Eagle Sauce country on his chest. Undoubtedly, he was here to avenge Kim. Yi Chen did not feel intimidated by the fact that he was an officer of the Eagle Sauce country. So what? The Battle of the Proud Sons has never been about life or death. Another voice chimed in from the side. Captain Hua, you might be getting a bit too involved. Yi Chen turned to see General Lin approaching. He was clearly there to support Yi Chen, knowing that Captain Hua of the Eagle Sauce country was no match for him, but he still came. It was his duty. I'm talking to you? Captain Hua did not change his mind upon General Lin's arrival, nor did he regard him highly. He always had an air of superiority, especially on the soil of the Eagle Sauce country. Yi Chen chuckled. Is that so? I must have missed that just now. Or, would you like to repeat it? From Yi Chen's words, Captain Hua could tell that Yi Chen did not take him seriously. You! A hint of anger rose in Captain Hua's heart, fists clenched. But he dared not do anything to Yi Chen on the spot. After all, this was a globally broadcast event. His every move was known to all. He could afford to lose face personally, but not the Eagle Sauce country. So he could only silently suppress his anger. Hee hee, I hope you can leave the Eagle Sauce country alive. Captain Hua locked eyes with Yi Chen, a hint of darkness in his gaze. Feel free to try. Faced with his threat, Yi Chen showed no fear. In Captain Hua's eyes, Yi Chen was just a nobody, How could he compare to the might of the Eagle Sauce country behind him? He simply took Yi Chen's words as a joke. So, he didn't say much more, calmly walking away. But as he turned, a barely perceptible look of surprise appeared on his face. Captain Hua's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Yi Chen, well done. General Lin spared no praise. Undoubtedly, Yi Chen's performance exceeded his expectations. With that, he approached the large pit in front of him. Seeing such a scene up close, even General Lin, who had seen many grand scenes, couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. The whole person was completely unrecognizable, covered in blood and flesh. The strong smell of blood filled the air. General Lin had been on countless battlefields and was not bothered by such a smell. But if it were a new recruit, they would likely vomit on the spot. Not everyone could handle such a sight. Let's go, let's rest in the lounge for a bit. General Lin turned and walked away. By now, the entire venue had been almost completely restored. Fortunately, there were users of cement fruit and other abilities specializing in construction in this world, so the repair work was a breeze for them. On the way back, people cast strange looks at Yi Chen, but these gazes were not all hostile, most were curious. They were curious about where Yi Chen had come from, a monster who emerged out of nowhere on the occasion of today's Battle of the Proud Sons, a battle that would undoubtedly make him famous. Back to the lounge of Huaxia. Bai Qianqian had a glass of water ready and handed it to Yi Chen as soon as he walked in the door. I am honored to drink water poured by Qianqian Mimi, Yi Chen joked. He took the water from Bai Qianqian's hand. Lin Xiaolei, would you like a glass too? But when he turned around, the door was already locked. He knew it was definitely intentional on Lin Xiaolei's part. Outside the door, Lin Xiaolei shook his head helplessly. I better disappear for a while. Gurgle gurgle. Yi Chen finished the water in Bai Qianqian's hand in one gulp. What did that person from the Eagle Sauce country say to you just now? Bai Qianqian asked with some concern. He said to be careful. Ha? Is he threatening you? How did you respond? I told him not to worry, my security measures are top-notch. Can you be serious? Stop joking around. Bai Qianqian pouted, her face slightly red with anger. Yi Chen smiled faintly. To strike while the iron is hot, do you think I would be afraid if he threatened me? But we are still in the Eagle Sauce country. So what? As long as he dares to make a move, I dare to send him to meet his ancestors. So, what you mean is, even in the Eagle Sauce country, I will make sure they have no way back. With that, Yi Chen's eyes had turned cold. Bai Qianqian didn't say anything more. She knew that as long as Yi Chen was confident in accomplishing something, there was hardly any problem. On the field, the second battle began. It was the lava fruit user from Ola country, Harrell, against F country's forest fruit ability user, Alexander. In fact, this was a match with almost no suspense. In the end, Harrell from Ula country unsurprisingly won the victory. After a half-hour break, all the team leaders from various countries gathered at the podium. Once again, the solemn voice resounded on the field. The second round is a challenge match. The country that wins the first round or has successfully defended or attacked the challenge twice will be the champion of this Tianjiao battle. Next, please prepare for the challenge between Huaxia country, Ula country, and the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. The successful challenger will become the challenger. At the same time in the lounges of the three major countries, 3 red buttons appeared. These buttons were used to challenge or defend the challenge. Countdown to the challenge, 3, 2, 1, challenge. At the moment the buttons were activated, Yi Chen was the first to press the button. Huaxia country becomes the challenger. Yi Chen was already prepared to fight, walking out of the door and into the center of the field. So, the country challenging us. 3, 2, 1. As the words fell, no country applied for the challenge. What a joke, they had just witnessed Yi Chen completely defeat Kim's. The Tianjios of each country were nurtured as treasures at home. How could the team leaders bear to let them go to their deaths? But in this way, the countries face. Just as the Empire of the Sun Never Sets and Ula country were in a dilemma. A voice rang out above the field. My Huaxia country takes first place, any objections? Yi Chen's gaze sharpened as he scanned the Tianjios of the 4 major countries. Or do you all want to come at me together? Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Insane. He was truly insane. But he had just killed a top-tier natural user, so he indeed had the qualifications. The audience remained silent, quietly watching the situation unfold. Within Huaxia country, the people were boiling with excitement. Damn, he was truly dominating the scene. Although the Huaxia nation's strength is not weak, no one has ever dared to say such words in front of the other 5 major nations. The people of the country are absolutely thrilled. Some have even started preparing to celebrate by streaking in the streets. The feeling of looking down on all other countries is simply fantastic. At this moment, they all imagined themselves as Yi Chen, feeling incredibly excited. On the podium, the leaders of the various countries had dark expressions. Did Yi Chen just directly declare himself as the first place? Isn't this an insult to the other 4 major nations? After all, it is a well-known country on the Blue Star. How can they bear such humiliation? Moments later, the prodigies of the 4 major nations were all standing on the field. Seeing this, Yi Chen leaped to the center of the field. I'll give you 2 choices, either surrender or die. The 4 remained silent, just staring fiercely at Yi Chen. From their actions, Yi Chen knew their answer. Are they all tough nuts to crack? Yi Chen, love dealing with tough nuts. And since they want to offer themselves as refreshment cards, he naturally won't hold back. With a thought, his body shot out like a bullet. Bang! A punch! George, the ice fruit ability user from the Empire of the Setting Sun, flew hundreds of meters away. The audience gasped before they could react. Bang! Another punch! The substitute player from the Eagle Sauce Nation also flew hundreds of meters away. Bang! Another punch! The substitute player from Country F's body was directly pierced through. In the blink of an eye, the Harasu player from the Ula Nation, a magma fruit ability user, knelt on the ground with a thud. He surrendered. A gust of wind from a punch whistled past his face. At this moment, Yi Chen's fist was already at his eyes. Fear! It filled his entire body. He stared fixedly at the fist on his face, trembling all over. Yi Chen stopped instantly. Lowering his raised hand, he then kicked Harasu away fiercely. He rolled several times, flying over 10 meters before coming to a stop. It was only now that everyone fully understood. The player from Huaxia Nation was just showing off his muscles earlier. He was showcasing his fruit ability. He had the complete capability to instantly defeat another prodigy of the natural element. It even made one wonder if his ability to shake fruits might have been slightly revealed. At this moment, Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this really the Eagle Sauce Nation? He scanned the audience, the earlier exclamations. Many were actually cheering for Yi Chen? Weren't they from the Eagle Sauce Nation? Why were the spectators gasping? Did he just conquer the Eagle Sauce Nation? At this point, he had no words to describe Yi Chen, perhaps only the words awesome could best describe Yi Chen's current state. The prodigies of the 4 major nations were being defeated in seconds. It was like he was playing with them, they were no match at all, completely powerless to resist. Inside the Huaxia Military Region Command Headquarters, General Pang Yuanlong sat in the operations room, watching Yi Chen on the screen. This Yi Chen is indeed extraordinary. It seems like I've seen the hope for the future of Huaxia again. He was well aware of the current situation of the Huaxia Nation. Although it was one of the 5 major nations and had decent strength before, the last prodigy battle was a long time ago. The strength of the young people now was gradually diminishing step by step. Among this group of 20-year-olds, there wasn't even a top-tier natural element user. There were even signs of them falling behind the 5 major nations. Perhaps something should be done for him. General Pang stood up, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The scene of the Battle of the Prodigies. The 3 kingdoms' prodigies were knocked out by Yi Chen with a punch. Only the prodigy from the Ula Kingdom, Hara, survived. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the host was stunned. Absolute strength crushing. They thought that with a 4-on-1, they could at least draw. But they didn't expect that the prodigy from the Huaxia Kingdom would knock out one prodigy from the natural element with just one punch. It's unbelievable. After a long time, he came back to his senses. Congratulations to Huaxia for achieving first place, and the ownership of the unowned secret realm belongs to the Huaxia Kingdom. By this moment, Yi Chen had completed his mission. The other 4 countries, except for the Ula Kingdom, suffered significant losses, especially the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. In the end, the Ula Kingdom took second place with absolute advantage, the Empire of the Setting Sun third, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom fourth, and Country of fifth. He didn't linger in this place, leaving the venue under everyone's gaze. Then he went to the residence with Bai Qianqian. Lin Xiaojiang sent someone to handle related matters and personally followed Yi Chen and the others back to the residence. In the lobby of the residence, with a height of more than 10 meters, it was magnificent. This was the most luxurious hotel in the Huaxia Shield owned by the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, and ordinary people couldn't stay here without status. Lin Xiaojiang walked at the forefront, with Yi Chen and Bai Qianqian following behind. He suddenly turned back and said to Bai Qianqian, "I think you should stay in the same suite as Yi Chen tonight? People from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom never play by the rules, who knows what they might do." Lin Xiaojiang had been dealing with people from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom for years, and he knew them best. Cunning and untrustworthy. They said they would ensure the safety of the prodigies from all countries in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, but they hadn't taken any special security measures. And just now, Yi Chen even killed 2 of their prodigies, kidnapping and murder. They could really do it. Yi Chen didn't mind, but Bai Qianqian might not have the same strength. He was afraid they might target Bai Qianqian, so this was the safest thing to do. Anyway, they were staying together in the military area. There was nothing wrong with them staying in the same suite. Bai Qianqian didn't refuse, so Yi Chen was even less likely to. A lonely night, accompanied by a beauty, how joyful is that? The 3 chatted for a while and then went upstairs separately. Yi Chen's suite was on the top floor. After entering the room, he locked the door. Then he lay on the bed, forming a cross. In fact, he hadn't slept well last night, occasionally paying attention to the movements in Bai Qianqian's room. Of course, he didn't catch her while she was showering. So now he was extremely tired and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. When he woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. His stomach growled, waking him up. By now, it was completely dark outside. He sat up and turned on the light. Then he heard the sound of flowing water outside the room. Yi Chen opened the door and went out. Click! The lights went out. Power outage? Or, did someone from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom come? Sensing his surroundings, he knew it was just a normal power outage. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, light footsteps could be heard in the hall. Just then, with a snap, the lights came back on. In the middle of the hall, Yi Chen and Bai Qianqian faced each other. She stood there like a water lily, wrapped gently in a large bath towel. A captivating fragrance filled the air. The lower end of the towel fell near her thighs, her long legs faintly visible, exuding a hint of seductive charm that was captivating. With one hand holding damp clothes and the other tightly gripping the towel against her body. When the power went out just now, she was a bit flustered, thinking something was really going to happen. She got out of the bathtub, dried herself off, and intended to put on her clothes directly. But unexpectedly, her clothes slipped from her hand and fell into the bathtub, completely soaking wet. The 2 of them stared at each other for a full half-minute. It's okay, don't panic, it's just a simple power outage. Oh, she hurried back to her room. After closing the door, leaning against it, her body quickly warmed up. Her small hand covered her slightly flushed cheeks. It seemed like the first time she appeared so seductive in front of Yi Chen, even though she knew she had feelings for him, but she still seemed a bit shy. After a moment, she changed her clothes and walked out of the room. Yi Chen was sitting on the sofa in the hall at this time. What just happened? I thought the Eagle Kingdom had really sent someone, Bai Qianqian said. In fact, she could have directly entered the door space, but for some reason, she wanted to go out and wake Yi Chen up. It's nothing, just a power outage. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Why did you suddenly appear in the hall? It wasn't intentional, was it? I didn't. Do you think I deliberately wanted to peek at you? Isn't that so? Do I need to resort to such means to peek at you? Do you have other means? Don't you believe me? I don't. You're wearing white panties and a black bra right now, aren't you? Bai Qianqian looked at her clothes, blushed in an instant. But she was also puzzled. She wasn't wearing that kind of transparent clothing right now. How did he know? Could it be? She seemed to think of something. Could it be? You can see through things? Bai Qianqian guessed. She thought of Yi Chen having various strange abilities. Could he also have the ability to see through things? The more she thought about it, the more real it seemed, and she instantly covered her chest. What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of creepy person. So, you really can see through things? Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Bai Qianqian looked at Yi Chen in shock, not knowing what to say for a moment. In a military district of the Eagle Kingdom. In a room, a white man with blonde hair sat on the sofa. Commander, today. Team leader Huo returned to the military district, full of self-blame, hesitating to report to his superiors. I saw it all, this Yi Chen is indeed a bit strange. Should we? Team leader Huo put his hand on his neck, making a cracking gesture. The commander sitting on the sofa shook his head. We do need to capture him for further study, but we can't act yet. Commander, what do you mean? Let the people from the Sakura Kingdom handle it, let them send out that elite team. The white commander's face darkened as his gaze shifted to the sword placed on the table beside him. Team leader Hua was surprised. Are we really going to use that team? The night passed without incident. The Eagle Kingdom did not come to cause trouble that evening. The next day, Yi Chen and the others hurried back to their country. After packing their bags, led by General Lin, they walked out of the hotel. The hotel was located in the suburbs, with a wide road in front of it. The side of the road next to the hotel had been cleared by the Eagle Kingdom police and military, but the other side of the road was already crowded with people. As Yi Chen and the others walked out of the hotel gate, the car had not arrived yet, so they waited at the entrance. Soon, they heard someone shouting from the opposite side. It's him! It's him! He killed our two prodigies. Yi Chen almost instantly locked onto his position. Dressed in black clothes and pants, wearing a baseball cap, dark-skinned, with stubble on his face. When Yi Chen looked at him, he averted his gaze, looking down as if searching for something. Incited by him, the crowd became agitated, cursing, and some even wanted to rush over. Standing in front of the hotel, Yi Chen just narrowed his eyes, and the surroundings instantly quieted down. Across the street, people collapsed to the ground. Only a few men in black remained standing in place. They looked around at the fallen bodies, puzzled and bewildered. How did the lively group of people just moments ago all end up on the ground? They exchanged glances and then turned to Yi Chen. A faint smile played on Yi Chen's lips, his eyes icy, sending shivers down their spines. They had intended to cause some chaos, incite the crowd to rush forward, and provoke Yi Chen to injure them. This way, they would have a reason to detain Yi Chen, delaying his return to his country. They might even prevent him from going back altogether. However, upon arriving at the scene, things spiraled out of their control completely. What's going on? Even the military and police guarding the roadside were in a panic. At least 100 people lay on the ground. This was no small matter. In the Eagle Sauce country, it was definitely a significant security issue, especially right in front of a hotel gate in the Huaxia country. They were there to maintain order as instructed, but things had taken an unexpected turn. Several military and police officers looked at the remaining men in black, their attire peculiar, raising suspicions of a major crime. One of them shouted, "Arrest them all." Another immediately pulled out a black walkie-talkie. "HQ, HQ, requesting backup. Requesting backup." Several men in black ran for it. They were not official personnel but rather unregistered individuals, used specifically to handle matters that officials couldn't deal with directly. If caught, they would be in big trouble, requiring higher-ups to put in extra effort to get them out, facing scolding or even being abandoned like pawns. At that moment, cars from the Huaxia country arrived at the hotel entrance from the underground garage. The men quickly got into the cars and left. Inside the car, Bai Qianqian leaned in, a fragrance wafting over. "Was that your doing just now?" Bai Qianqian asked. Seeing the scene, she recalled the sight of countless fierce beasts falling in the dragon blood secret realm. "Yes, they wanted to detain me in the Eagle Sauce country," Yi Chen replied, looking out the window and nodding. "What? You're saying you took down that entire crowd just now?" General Lin was astonished at Yi Chen's words, unable to believe it. Yi Chen had been right beside him the whole time, not moving at all. How could he have brought down all those people? It was beyond his imagination what kind of ability this could be. However, he didn't press for more information, as it could very well be someone else's secret. Will they try to take Yi Chen away directly at the airport? Bai Qianqian worried. No, they won't. We have our people at the airport, and they have no reason to detain Yi Chen. Hearing this, Bai Qianqian felt relieved. The vehicle safely reached the airport without any further incidents. Only Yi Chen knew the danger, as several cars had attempted to ram into them midway but ended up flipping over before they could even act, all thanks to Yi Chen's timely intervention. After Yi Chen and his companions boarded the plane, they waited for half an hour before the control tower cleared them for takeoff. General Lin knew this was a common tactic in the Eagle Sauce country. It was only through strong national negotiations that they were allowed to take off half an hour later. Otherwise, they could have been delayed for a day or even longer. The plane ascended safely, leaving the airspace of the Eagle Sauce country. Bai Qianqian sat by the window, gazing at the white clouds and blue sky outside. There are planes approaching us. Soon, she saw several fighter jets closing in through the window. Don't worry, those are our Huaxia fighter jets, the Xia-20, here to escort us, General Lin reassured. Such a grand gesture, isn't it? Bai Qianqian was surprised. She never expected the country to send fighter jets to escort them personally, and they were the four most advanced jets. This was a treatment reserved for national leaders or very high-ranking officials. She never thought that one day she would bask in Yi Chen's glory and enjoy it in the sky. You don't know, Yi Chen is already a superhero in the country. Is that so? Bai Qianqian looked at Yi Chen and teased, "Superhero, can you give me an autograph?" Yi Chen smiled and took out a pen, reaching towards Bai Qianqian's chest. She quickly covered her chest and said, "What are you doing? You asked me to sign, didn't you?" "I asked you to sign for me, but I didn't say you could sign here," Bai Qianqian said coldly. Lin Xiaolei couldn't contain his smile. You guys talk, just treat me as if I'm not here." "Well, you didn't say, so I can sign wherever it's convenient, right?" "Humph. I don't want it anymore, signing an autograph and still trying to take advantage of me." Yi Chen just smiled and didn't say anything more. After several hours of flight, the plane finally returned to the capital airport of Huaxia. When the cabin door opened, Lin Xiaolei was the first to walk out, and Yi Chen followed slowly. Cheers erupted on the scene. Yi Chen scanned the front. Hundreds of people waved many Huaxia flags and cheered continuously. Below the gangway, a military band had formed a formation. Soldiers stood on both sides of the gangway. Banners were raised in the distance. A warm welcome to Huaxia's superhero Yi Chen's triumphant return. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, it's the highest level of reception. He walked down the gangway to the ground. Salute! Almost everyone raised their right hand in salute at the same time. Then, the military band began to play. The prelude made Yi Chen feel somewhat familiar. Isn't this the superhero from another world? The lyrics were a bit different, but the accompaniment and melody were similar. Yi Chen followed Lin Xiaolei forward. The cheers on the side never stopped. In this scene, Yi Chen and Bai Qianqian boarded a military vehicle. Even when Yi Chen got into the car, the cheers outside continued unabated. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! Huaxia hero! Huaxia hero! Yi Chen, can you say hello to us again? Can you stay a bit longer? Can I take a photo with you? He saw that the people outside were still enthusiastic, so he opened the car window and waved to them. With this wave, the screams of those girls grew louder. As the vehicle slowly drove away, the voices gradually faded. Brother Yi Chen, you're so popular. Bai Qianqian's sweet smile was mixed with a hint of displeasure. Yi Chen turned to look at her expression, chuckled, and saw through her little thoughts. He didn't know when Bai Qianqian's personality had changed. She was no longer as aloof as when they first met, and she could even make such jokes now. Yeah, there was a pretty girl just now. Pretty? Then why don't you go find her now? Bai Qianqian pouted. Seeing Bai Qianqian's angry yet cute expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha, just kidding, you're the most beautiful, alright? Alright? Bai Qianqian's retort made Yi Chen immediately sense something amiss. Those 3 words were a taboo in relationships. You're the most beautiful. Bai Qianqian is the most beautiful girl in the world. That's more like it. Yi Chen sighed. Thankfully he had a way with girls from his past life, but if it were a straight guy, things would have exploded at any moment. The vehicle drove into the military area. When Yi Chen returned to the villa he used to live in, it was already past noon. General Peng said he'll have dinner with you later, must be something good. Rest up and get ready, General Lin said. Yi Chen acknowledged and went into the house. General Peng wants to have dinner with him? He never expected that the highest-ranking military officer in the country would want to dine with him, but he didn't dwell on it and went straight back to his room. Bai Qianqian also returned to her own room. Just as Yi Chen lay down, a notification sound from the system rang in his mind. Ding! Reminder, 60 seconds left until the next system store refresh. Would you like to use the SS Grade Item Refresh card? Reminder, 59 seconds left until the next system store refresh. Would you like to use the SS Grade Item Refresh card? Yi Chen, who was feeling a bit drowsy, immediately woke up. And at this moment, he had a peculiar idea to use his observation Haki to foresee what the system would refresh in a minute. Without hesitation, he acted on it. However, after a moment, he didn't see any system-related images in his mind. Reminder, 20 seconds left until the next system store refresh. Would you like to use the SS Grade Item Refresh card? Time was running out. If he didn't use the SS Grade Item Refresh card now, he would have to wait until next week. Yi Chen silently said in his mind, use it. System store has been refreshed. Phew! Yi Chen let out a long breath. This time's refresh would at least yield an SS Grade item. What would it be? He was very excited. Just like always, he focused his mind and opened the system store. As soon as he entered the page, he was amazed. 1. Shave. Price, 1 yuan. Yi Chen felt delighted. One of the Navy's 6 powers, shave. It allows for rapid movement in an instant, much like teleportation. It was definitely a good item, but not an SS Grade one. He continued scrolling down. 2. Ship cut by Hawkeye. Price, 1 yuan. It could be a collectible, but had no practical use. Yi Chen kept on scrolling. 3. Kaido's beard. Price, 1 yuan. 4. Nami's long hair. Price, 1 yuan. 5. A seagull on the sea. Price, 1 yuan. 6. An unnamed rusty big knife. Price, 1 yuan. Yi Chen looked at the rusty knife, feeling bitter. What would one do with such a thing? Improve the hospital's tetanus shot package sales? He scrolled down further. 7. Den Den Mushi. Price, 1 yuan. 8. Sea stone handcuffs worn by Shanks. Price, 1 yuan. Yi Chen looked at this item with great satisfaction, indeed a good item, but definitely not an SS Grade item. He continued scrolling. 9. Kaido's dragon horn. Price, 1 yuan. Kaido's beard was one thing, but now even his dragon horn? Was this a joke? What would one do with it? Use it as medicine ingredients? Then, Yi-Chen began to take deep breaths continuously, because there was only one item left, and no SS grade item had appeared before. What would it be? He focused his mind and slid the item down. Hiss. He took a long breath. 10. Garo Garo no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. Price, 1 yuan, in the system store, an item emitting a continuously flashing light appeared. Garo Garo no Mi. The devil fruit ability of Enel, the god of Skypea. This was definitely not just an SS grade item, it could even be considered an SSS grade item. This is undoubtedly the top-tier natural system. Yi-Chen couldn't contain his excitement and stood up directly. One-hit kill. Direct one-hit kill. Ding, 1 yuan successful one-hit kill. The thunder fruit has been stored in the system space. After the successful one-hit kill, Yi-Chen lay down. The excitement in his heart slowly subsided. Because at this moment, he was thinking of a question. I have already awakened the shock fruit. If I eat the thunder fruit obtained through the system's one-hit kill, will I explode and die instantly? It seems I need to find a few ability users to try it out. It just so happens that I have previously one-hit killed a few useless devil fruits in the warehouse. He opened the system space again. The sparkling thunder fruit was right there. It wouldn't hurt to wait until he figured it out before merging. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yi-Chen opened the door. It was Bai Qianshan. Let's go, General Lin is here to pick us up. Okay, wait for me to change clothes. Pervert. Hearing Yi-Chen say he was going to change clothes, Bai Qianshan noticed that he was only wearing a t-shirt on top and just underwear below. The long t-shirt covered the underwear perfectly, leaving a gap as if something was missing. She screamed directly. Yi-Chen ignored her and closed the door. After a moment, he walked out wearing a more formal outfit. Why don't you wear pants at home? Bai Qianshan questioned. I am wearing them. You're making excuses, I saw it. What did you see? I am wearing underwear, right? I didn't mean that. Bai Qianshan emphasized with a raised tone. Then what did you see? Your white thighs. Well, that evens things out. Yi-Chen smiled. What evens out? Last time when you came out of the bathroom, Okay. You don't need to say it again, I got it. Bai Qianshan recalled the scene and immediately interrupted Yi-Chen. Then her face started to blush slightly. After Yi-Chen and Bai Qianshan walked out, they found General Lin waiting outside the main gate. When General Lin saw the two coming out, he carefully observed the blush on Bai Qianshan's face and showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. After she got into the car, General Lin pulled Yi-Chen aside and whispered in his ear, "Young man, show some restraint." With that, General Lin smiled and got into the car. Yi-Chen was puzzled. Restraint? What did he do wrong? The vehicle drove on, and after more than half an hour, it finally stopped. General Lin, where are we? After Yi-Chen and the others got off the car, Bai Qianshan asked. Purple Gold Sea. Purple Gold Sea? Yi-Chen looked around. Isn't this where national leaders meet? He glanced around at the magnificent and ancient-style buildings, the clear and rippling lake, and the vast precious gardens. Undoubtedly, Purple Gold Sea was not a place where ordinary people could come. General Lin nodded. Why are we having dinner here? Bai Qianshan asked. I'm just following orders to bring you here. As for why, I'm not sure. After I escort you in, I will leave. Okay. Guided by General Lin, the group climbed a long staircase and arrived at a pavilion. A plaque hung above the pavilion's entrance. Peak of the Forbidden City. Indeed, this place was the highest point of Purple Gold Sea, offering a panoramic view of the surroundings. After General Lin handed Yi-Chen and Bai Qianshan over to the guards downstairs, he left. Led by the guards, the two entered a luxurious room. Inside, there was a large round table with two men in their 40s or 50s already seated at it. Yi-Chen glanced around and recognized the person on the left as General Pang Yuanlong. As for the person on the right, he seemed familiar but Yi-Chen couldn't recall who he was. Yi-Chen, you're here? Come, please have a seat. General Pang Yuanlong unexpectedly stood up to speak. This surprised Bai Qianshan. How could a national leader stand up to talk to them, mere juniors? It was simply unbelievable. After exchanging polite greetings, Yi-Chen sat down. This is General Wu Tianming, one of the top leaders of our Huaxia nation, who came today to meet our returning hero, Pang Yuanlong introduced. Yi-Chen wasn't surprised by his high-ranking status in Huaxia. It seemed natural to him. Hello, General Wu, Yi-Chen greeted modestly. Your praise is too kind. I only did what I should have done. I heard from Major Lin that you have something important to discuss with me. He then turned to General Pang Yuanlong. Yes, considering your outstanding performance, you have brought great benefits to Huaxia, therefore, the country has decided to directly confer upon you the title of Cavalry General. Pang Yuanlong announced solemnly. Bai Qianqian was astonished. Cavalry General? There was no such position in the Huaxia military district. No one had ever received this title before. It was specially conferred by the state. Only one in the whole country. She understood that Yi Chen's performance in the Battle of Tenjiao had truly amazed the world. She had thought the country would value Yi Chen greatly, but she hadn't expected this level of recognition. A title specially created for Yi Chen. Such a situation had never occurred in history. However, Yi Chen showed no interest in any title. There was no joy on his face. I'm sorry, I have no interest in official matters, Yi Chen said calmly. His words surprised both leaders. What kind of person was Yi Chen really? While others were eager to climb the ranks, he said he had no interest? Pang Yuanlong explained, this is just a title, not involving actual duties, and you will still enjoy the treatment and power equivalent to a senior general. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen agreed. Such benefits without much effort would naturally not be refused. General Wu stood up, took out a medal from the side, and pinned it on Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen, this is Huaxia's recognition of you. From now on, you can freely enter any area of Huaxia. Bai Qianqian looked on with envy. In the end, she also obtained the rank of major. After exchanging pleasantries for half an hour, the dinner party finally ended. Yi Chen disliked such occasions the most. He felt uncomfortable. The two returned to the villa, which was now his personal property gifted by the country, with his 70-year lease. Upon entering, Yi Chen lay down on the sofa. Will you accompany me to Nanyuan Base City tomorrow for some business? Yi Chen asked. Return to Nanyuan Base City? Why do you want me to go with you? Bai Qianqian was puzzled as Yi Chen had always come and gone freely, never making such a request before. I need your fruit ability for something, Yi Chen stretched lazily. You need my ability? What for? You'll know when the time comes. After a few more words, Bai Qianqian went back to her room to rest. The next day, the two boarded a car to Nanyuan Base City. As soon as they entered Nanyuan Base City, they saw their own posters on the wall. The news of Yi Chen being appointed as the cavalry general had spread throughout the country. Passing by Nanyuan Base City First High School was even more exaggerated. It was crowded with people coming to take photos. The place where Huaxia's cavalry general goes to school. The alma mater of the war god Yi Chen. Anyway, there were all kinds of gimmicks that attracted people from all over the country. The most exaggerated thing was that, because of Yi Chen's presence, the city of Nanyuan Base instantly rose to become the second largest city in the country. Countless people came here just for the chance to see Yi Chen's revered appearance. The car slowly arrived at its destination. After Bai Qianqian got off, she looked around and pointed to a distant place, asking, You're not thinking of taking out that person, are you? You're not thinking of taking out that person, are you? Bai Qianqian looked at several uninhabited houses in the distance, as well as a luxurious villa. She knew this was the Ling family mansion. The scattered houses around were already uninhabited because of the Ling family. That's right, but before that, I have another use for him. Bai Qianqian's mood was complicated upon hearing this. Although the Ling family had some dealings with her family in recent years, Ling family's domineering and unreasonable behavior always made Bai Qianqian reluctant to associate with them. The current scene spoke volumes. No one wanted to be neighbors with the Ling family. When she thought of what the Ling family had done, her eyes became much more determined. I'll take you in. Yi Chen nodded. Bai Qianqian opened the air door and silently entered the Ling family's residence. Because it was in the suburbs, the Ling family was able to build a very large mansion here, with the courtyard alone covering several acres. However, the interior of the courtyard was not as luxurious as Yi Chen had imagined. Leaves were piled up in the yard, no one had cleaned it, giving it a desolate appearance. In fact, since the battle between Yi Chen and Ling Yuxuan began, the Ling family had started to decline. Ling Outyan, without his son, had no interest in managing the family's affairs, leading to the decline of the family's business. Yi Chen and Bai Qianqian could see Ling Outyan lying in a chair in front of the door, basking in the sun as they approached the house. When Ling Outyan heard the sound, he turned his head and saw the face he would dream of, even ignoring Bai Qianqian standing beside him. Yi Chen. He stood up. Beneath the anger in his eyes, there was also a hint of fear. You've killed my son, what else do you want? Despite being very angry, Ling Outyan did not dare to make a move. He was afraid. Afraid of this young man who was 2 generations younger than himself. Yi Chen chuckled, swiftly grabbed his neck at lightning speed, lifted him up, and said, Do you think I don't know what you've done? Ling Outyan, being choked, could only make incomprehensible sounds. What have I done? Yi Chen didn't answer, but with a thought, he took out something the size of a lychee from the system space and forcibly stuffed it into Ling Outyan's mouth, making him swallow it. Then he threw him to the ground, and after sliding on the ground, he hit the wall heavily. Cough, cough, cough. What did you feed me? Ling Outyin pinched his throat and realized that the unknown object had already gone down. Yi Chen teased, Master Ling, your memory isn't very good, huh? Have you forgotten so soon about your collusion with foreign enemies? At these words, Ling Outyin remembered this incident. Was he being troubled because of this matter? He couldn't help but wonder. Suddenly, Yi Chen sensed footsteps behind him, followed by a roar. Who are you? How dare you intrude into the Ling mansion? Why did you injure my elder brother? This person was a little over 7 feet tall, not particularly tall, but with a fierce appearance. His name was Ling Aofeng, Ling Outyin's younger brother. Seeing his elder brother being knocked down by someone, he was extremely angry and was about to rush forward. But at that moment, Yi Chen suddenly turned around. When Ling Aofeng saw the face in front of him clearly, his originally angry expression turned deathly pale in an instant. Yi Chen. Almost instantly, a look of fear appeared on his face, his pupils constricting, his body even starting to tremble slightly. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Chen was already by his side, swinging his right fist, deforming his head instantly, crashing heavily beside Ling Aotian. Yi Chen. Aren't you afraid of facing the country's sanctions? Can General Biaoqi just kill innocents at will? Fear, shock, astonishment. Ling Aotian completely couldn't understand how Yi Chen had become so much stronger in such a short time. It was on a completely different level from their previous encounter in the arena. Not only physically, but the aura he exuded was also completely different. Yi Chen had no intention of leaving anyone alive, so since Ling Aofeng had come to seek death himself, he might as well grant him that wish, sparing himself the trouble of hunting them down one by one. None of them would leave Ling Mansion alive. Innocent? Ha ha. Yi Chen laughed out loud. When you were killing innocents, did you ever ask yourself that question? Yi Chen had secretly investigated, and the reputation of Ling family in the southern Abyss base city was simply abominable. He found it quite ridiculous that such righteous words would come out of his mouth. It was my younger brother who instructed me to do that. He told me to inform Haiyun society about your weapons. Ling Aotian, questioned by Yi Chen in this manner, panicked, fully aware that he was no match for Yi Chen. Ling Aofeng was already gasping for breath, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his nose bleeding uncontrollably. He felt like he could no longer control his body, just staring wide-eyed. Although he couldn't move, his eyes were fixed firmly on his elder brother, Ling Aotian. He never expected his own elder brother to treat him this way. Yi Chen sneered, naturally not believing Ling Aotian's nonsense. However, that was not his concern at the moment. What he cared about was what would happen after he consumed the insect fruit languishing in the system space. So he didn't make a move. But this made Ling Aotian think that Yi Chen would spare him, believing that his words had convinced Yi Chen. After a long while, Ling Aotian finally asked, Yi Chen, what did you feed me just now? His voice no longer carried the arrogance it had before. Poison, in half an hour, you will explode and die. Yi Chen said coldly. Poison? Upon hearing these words, Ling Aotian suddenly felt something strange in his body, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Suddenly, Yi Chen frowned and said to Ling Aotian, I advise you not to run, otherwise, you won't get the antidote. After speaking, Yi Chen turned to Bai Chanshan and said something, then disappeared from Ling Aotian's sight through the door space. Soon after, several extremely miserable screams tore through the sky, sweeping through Ling Mansion like a raging storm. Ling Aotian leaned his head against the wall with a thud. Utter despair. He knew that today, the Ling family was completely finished. His eyes turned red in an instant, tears flowing like a burst dam. He turned his head, looking around. Ling Aotian knew that if he didn't run now, he would die at the hands of Yi Chen. Although it might be a matter of time, living one more day was still worth it. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but as soon as he took the first step, Yi Chen emerged from the door space. He immediately stopped. Master of Ling family, are you trying to run? Yi Chen questioned. Ling Aoshan, like a happy-go-lucky dog, immediately smiled at Yi Chen and explained, don't misunderstand, my legs are a bit numb, just need to move around. You fed me poison, can I still run? Yi Chen chuckled. You don't really think it's poison, do you? Actually, I can tell you, what you just ate was a devil fruit, which can grant a new fruit ability to the person. Ling Aoshan was completely stunned, unsure if Yi Chen was telling the truth. Devil fruit? Can it add a new fruit ability? Ling Aoshan was curious about where this thing came from and if it was real. Aren't fruit abilities obtained through awakening? Why does Yi Chen have this devil fruit thing? Yi Chen took a step forward, guiding Ling Yuxuan. What you ate was an animal-type insect fruit. Hearing this, Ling Oshan's mind stirred, transforming into a huge green caterpillar, wriggling on the ground, then reverting to human form. He seemed to understand something. No wonder Yi Chen fed him this devil fruit. He was using himself as a test subject. Initially, he was puzzled why Yi Chen would let him consume something so precious. It turned out to be a worthless animal-type insect fruit, caterpillar form. Seeing this result, Yi Chen felt relieved. From consuming the devil fruit to using its ability, everything went smoothly. This indicated that in this world, people could consume devil fruits bought from the system store without any issues. Yi Chen held too many secrets. At this moment, he deeply regretted having Ling Yuxuan as his son. Damn, why provoke Yi Chen out of everyone? It was all because of him that the Ling family had fallen to such a state. He regretted it immensely. But he would never give up without a fight. With a grim expression, he suddenly attacked Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen reached out and lifted him up like a chick, shaking his head playfully. You can go down now and be with your family. Before Ling Oshan could react, there was a loud bang. Yi Chen ruthlessly pressed Ling Oshan to the ground. His whole body contorted, his head bursting open, red liquid splattering everywhere. Ling Oshan lying on the ground was covered in the splatter. At this point, he didn't struggle anymore, closing his eyes and quietly awaiting death. Just as he heard footsteps approaching, his head buzzed, losing consciousness completely and departing from this world. Yi Chen then picked up the devil fruit beside Ling Oshan's body and stored it in the system space. Subsequently, he left the Ling residence with Bai Qianqian through the door space. The two returned to where they were before. Bai Qianqian looked into the distance. The Ling family is finally no more. From her tone, Yi Chen could tell she was pleased. I'm sorry for involving you in such matters, Yi Chen said apologetically. Annihilating a whole family was no small matter. It had to be said, just as she had mentioned before, having Bai Qianqian's help made things much easier. It's a good thing for me too, Bai Qianqian smiled. But what's the deal with that devil fruit you mentioned earlier? Where did it come from? She opened the car door and got in. Yi Chen followed suit. A gift from nature. What about your other things, like your black sword? Are they also gifts from nature? Yi Chen nodded with a smile, knowing what Bai Qianqian was thinking. Yes, they are all gifts from nature. So, if there's another gift like that in the future, say you find another one of those black swords, could you give me one? Yi Chen chuckled. Indeed, Bai Qianqian had quite an obsession with the black blade. If he were to take out the black blade knight and give it to her now, she would probably not hesitate at all and immediately tuck it away, right? Considering that Bai Qianqian had always been supportive of him, he agreed. As for whether he had it or not, that was a matter for later. Boom! Bai Qianqian started the car and turned to ask, where to now? I don't know, anywhere is fine. How about going home? Home? Are we moving this fast? You want to take me to your place even before confirming our relationship? What are you thinking? I meant going to your place. Isn't that the same? Yi Chen teased. Bai Qianqian pouted and glanced at him. However, the smile on Yi Chen's face quickly disappeared. In this world, he was an orphan, with no concept of home left. If you want to go, let's go, Yi Chen said lightly. Then the two drove away. Yi Chen sat by the window, staring blankly at the scenery outside. He didn't have this feeling when he first crossed over, but now that he had gained fame, when Bai Qianqian mentioned home, he suddenly felt that the title of General Pouchy should have been something to share and celebrate with family. No wonder he didn't feel excited when General Pang wanted to confer him as General Pouchy. He thought he was already strong enough and didn't care about such things, but in reality, it was because he had no family to share it with, so he couldn't muster any interest. At that moment, he truly felt the loneliness. After a slow drive of over half an hour, they arrived at the first rundown residential area on the outskirts of the city. When they reached the door, they found the dilapidated house had been completely renovated, and there were a few people standing at the entrance. Are these people here to see your true face? Bai Qianqian joked upon seeing them. Their strength is not weak. Yi Chen stared at the people, his face darkening. Are they here to cause trouble? I'm not sure. Should we observe a bit more before getting off? No need, they can't do anything to me. With that, Yi Chen got out of the car and walked towards the house. But the group of people approached him with grim expressions. Who are you? What do you want? Now that Yi Chen's reputation was known, the people who could find this place were definitely not simple. We are from the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Wind Thunder Pavilion? Yi Chen thought for a moment, wasn't that the assassin organization of the snow woman he had killed? Were they here for revenge? It didn't make sense. Why now? Seeing this, Bai Qianqian hurriedly got out of the car and stood behind Yi Chen. Yes, I am Emojiata, the steward of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, and I came here today to apologize to you. How could he believe that a top Huaxia assassin organization would apologize to someone they had once hunted down? But in fact, when the Wind Thunder Pavilion learned that Yi Chen had returned to the country and been conferred as General Piaoqi, they suddenly remembered that he was a target they had once pursued. And realizing that Yi Chen's strength far exceeded their expectations, they began to worry if he would cause trouble for the Wind Thunder Pavilion in the future. So today, they sent people to apologize in person and even brought a generous gift. Are these people here to apologize? Yi Chen looked at the few people behind Mo Jiada. Sorry, they are always like this, not very friendly. After speaking, Mo Jiada handed over a wooden box. What's this? Yi Chen took the wooden box. A small gift as a token of respect. Mo Jiada helped Yi Chen open the box, revealing a long sword. This is a sword crafted by a top Huaxia blacksmith. Yi Chen drew his sword and handed it to Bai Qianqian. She held the hilt and casually waved it, a cold light flashing across. Great sword. Bai Qianqian couldn't help but praise. Mo Jiada smiled and said, this sword is called Cold Song, specially prepared for you by our sect leader. I wonder if you are satisfied. Why does your sect leader want to give me this sword? Yi Chen asked. Mo Jiada hurriedly explained, our sect leader just wants to express an apology, and then speak plainly, no need to beat around the bush. The sect leader hopes to invite you to join the Wind Thunder sect. Mo Jiada appeared very sincere. Wind Thunder sect? What benefits does it have for me? Yi Chen was not very interested in being an assassin. And just with this broken sword, they wanted him to join the Wind Thunder sect? It's like a dream come true. Well, if you're not willing, it's fine. Mo Jiada understood Yi Chen's meaning and did not pursue further. The main intention of the sect leader was just to apologize. Whether Yi Chen could be invited to join the Wind Thunder sect depended on his willingness. After all, Yi Chen was not a nobody now. What about this sword? This was originally a gift to apologize to you, please accept it? Mo Jiada said. Then I thank the sect leader on my behalf. Yi Chen looked at Bai Qianqian, seeing her fascinated by the sword, he agreed. Then we will take our leave. Mo Jiada bowed and left with a few others. Watching them leave, Yi Chen was about to open the door to enter his home. Just as he was wondering why the whole house looked completely new, a woman in her 40s suddenly appeared beside him. General Yi, hello. I'm from Meijia Welfare Institute. We renovated this house, changed all the furniture inside, how do you like it? She said with a smile to Yi Chen. But seeing no smile on Yi Chen's face, her smile slowly faded. Welfare Institute? In his memory, he had never received any welfare as an orphan. Now that he was famous, they came to flatter him? How much did it cost? I will pay you. Yi Chen said coldly. He didn't want to have any relationship with them. No need, this is what we should do, we just hope that you. Impossible. If you don't want money, then leave. Yi Chen interrupted her, not giving her any hope, and took out the key to enter the house. But as soon as he took out the key, he found that the lock had been changed too. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, the middle-aged woman was quite scared and quickly handed all the keys in the house to Yi Chen before running away in a hurry. She was afraid that if Yi Chen got angry later, it would be over. Inside the house, Yi Chen found the sofa and lay down. The house had been completely renovated, the decoration was luxurious, and the furniture was top-notch. Bai Qianqian sat down next to Yi Chen. Don't be angry, how about practicing with me? Yi Chen nodded. He understood Bai Qianqian, this sword enthusiast, just got such a good sword, she must be itching to try it out. If he didn't agree, she would keep asking until tomorrow. The two went outside, Bai Qianqian took out the Cold Song sword. Yi Chen took out the Black Blade Knight, but then he thought, what if he accidentally cut her Cold Song with his Black Blade Knight? So he took out his baseball bat instead. However, Bai Qianqian didn't mind, as long as someone practiced with her, she didn't care what weapon Yi Chen used. Here I come. Bai Qianqian leaped lightly towards Yi Chen, the sword in her hand shimmering with a cold light. With a swing of her arm, it seemed as if she had merged with the sword, the blade piercing towards Yi Chen like a swift wind. Yi Chen was not skilled in swordsmanship, yet he accurately blocked every one of Bai Qianqian's attacks, as if he had already anticipated her moves. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes as she paused. You said you don't know swordsmanship. Why can you dodge my attacks so precisely every time? Your little tricks, I can see through them, I can even see through your underwear. How could I not know your moves? Yi Chen teased. Unconvinced. Come again. With that, Bai Qianqian rolled her sword and attacked once more. However, the result remained the same. In front of someone who didn't know swordsmanship, she couldn't gain the upper hand at all. She couldn't help but sigh, no wonder the country valued him so much. After a while, Bai Qianqian still showed no intention of stopping. Yi Chen swiftly stepped back. Qianqian, can't I admit defeat? Bai Qianqian panted, hands on her knees. No, I haven't had enough yet. Yi Chen's gaze fell on her, shaking his head helplessly. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked towards a distant hill, as if he had discovered something. On the hill in the distance, 5 people were crouched by a window, monitoring Yi Chen. Why do I suddenly have a strong sense of palpitations? Me too, his gaze is so terrifying. Phew! Suddenly I feel short of breath. They won't notice us, will they? 4 of them exclaimed in surprise. No, they're too far away, they couldn't possibly notice us. The captain furrowed his brow, very certain, even if they did, what could they do? With the strength of the 5 of us, capturing him is a sure thing. That's right, Captain, you are absolutely top tier in the natural element. With our coordination, he won't escape from our grasp. Eagle Sauce Country. Inside a military operations room. A white man with golden hair sat at a table, while another black man with curly hair stood upright beside him. The white man was General Loden, one of the leaders of the Eagle Sauce Country's military district. Commander, the team from Sakura Country has infiltrated Huaxia Country and is currently monitoring the prodigy named Yi Chen, the black man reported. His name was Mumo Jiang, a black brigadier general and one of Loden's trusted subordinates. Loden nodded, picked up the intelligence in his hand, scanned it, his gaze sharpening. The weapon in his hand has a secret that restrains the natural element? Loden's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He had heard of this person, who had slaughtered many in the Battle of the Prodigies, but he had not heard about the weapon in his hand. Yes, this intelligence was reported by Sakura Country's intelligence agency in Huaxia Country. It's absolutely accurate. He alone eliminated nearly half of the personnel of the Haiyun Society Intelligence Agency. Loden frowned, his expression serious. Why was such an important matter only reported now? At this moment, Mumo Jiang was scared to death. Loden was a 5-star general, holding the highest military power in Eagle Sauce Country. He trembled, and the entire army would become tense, especially when he was directly angry in front of Mumo Jiang. Commander, it's my negligence in work. He stood up straight immediately, his gaze sweeping the ground, not daring to meet Loden's eyes directly. This mission, only success is allowed, no failure. I must see either Yi Chen or the weapon in his hand. Loden said sternly. Yes, outside Yi Chen's house. He kept looking in the direction of the hill, sensing that their presence was not weak. However, with his strength, dealing with them was as simple as cutting cabbage. So he felt no fear, even a bit excited. Shall we go back to school? Bai Qianqian suggested. It's not dark yet, and she doesn't want to spend the night in this desolate place. Yi Chen didn't answer, still looking steadily at the position of those 5 people. In fact, those 5 were waiting for the right moment, waiting for a chance for Yi Chen to return to Sakura Country immediately after handling things. Such opportunities are not easy to come by. For example, Yi Chen's current location is remote, indeed a good time to take action, but there is no immediate opportunity to return directly to Sakura Country after taking action. So they could only wait. What do you think? Shall we go back to school? Seeing Yi Chen not answering, Bai Qianqian asked again. Let's go. Yi Chen got up to leave. Since they were not taking action, they might as well go back to find a lucky feng shui spot to eat the thunder fruit. Captain, it looks like they're about to leave, heading towards the city. Slow-acting fruit ability user Men Caballuo loudly reminded. Is there still no news from No? 1? Not yet. Damn it! Captain Jincheng Hangwu angrily pounded the round table. For them, this was a huge missed opportunity. In the city, who knows when another good opportunity will come? With no clear message from No 1 to act, they dared not act rashly. After all, they were 5 people from Sakura Country within the territory of Huaxia. Just as Yi Chen returned to the school gate, he saw the principal and the leading figure of Nanyuan Base City standing at the gate. He asked in confusion, "Did you tell the principal that we were coming back?" Bai Qianqian nodded. In recent days, too many people had contacted Yi Chen. They were distant relatives who had ignored him when he was down and out, but now that Yi Chen was famous, they wanted to reconnect. Naturally, he ignored them and simply turned off his phone. So the principal couldn't reach Yi Chen and had to find him through Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian parked the car. Principal Edward immediately came over, along with the city leaders. General Yi, you're finally back. Edward greeted respectfully. Bai Qianqian showed a hint of surprise on the side. She was so used to being with Yi Chen that she had forgotten his status. When she heard the principal call Yi Chen General Yi, she was stunned for a moment before reacting. Edward's face was beaming with smiles. Never did he expect to bring out such a student in his lifetime. He was practically grinning from ear to ear. In the future, he could walk sideways in the entire education sector. Of course, the city leader on the side felt the same way. This person was named Lan Shichen, the mayor of Nanyuan Base City. He and Edward went up together, offering a bouquet of flowers, with equally beaming smiles on their faces. General Yi, welcome back in triumph. We, Nanyuan Base City, have prepared a great gift for you. Yi Chen heard. A gift? What kind of gift could it be? Immediately, Mayor Lan took out a red certificate from his assistant. This is a villa in the city center. On behalf of Nanyuan Base City, I present this property to you as a token of our gratitude for your contributions to our country. Yi Chen accepted it. There was really no reason not to. Thank you. You're welcome. We hope General Yi can stay in Nanyuan Base City permanently. Mayor Lan smiled. At this moment, Yi Chen also understood why the mayor was giving him a mansion. This was his true intention, to keep Yi Chen in the local area as much as possible, so they could access more resources and support from the country for Nanyuan Base City. By now, more and more people had gathered around. The area had been maintained by the military and police, but now screams were heard continuously. Ah, that's Yi Chen. He's so handsome. Finally, we get to see the true face of the general of the cavalry. I never thought our Nanyuan Base City would see this day. Mayor personally greeted, seems to have even sent something. The news spread like wildfire, blocking the streets in just a few minutes. The campus was no different. Only with the help of military, police, and school personnel clearing the way, Yi Chen and Bai Qianxian were able to return to school. Eventually, the crowd grew so large that the school had to announce a ban on gathering, with severe penalties for violators, before things returned to normal. Once inside the school, the two headed to Bai Qianxian's private residence. After closing the door, Bai Qianxian immediately took the red property deed from Yi Chen's hand. Let me see where General Ye's mansion is located. Bai Qianxian teased. Not expecting much, but was surprised. She looked at it with envy. Yi Chen, do you know where this house is? I don't know. Yi Chen shook his head. Having crossed over, he had no knowledge of the geographical location of the Nanyuan Base City area. That's a prime location in the prime area. The legendary Chaoyang Road, at the center of the three major golden business districts, known as the most expensive mansion in the entire base city. Unmatched. It seems Mayor Lan really spared no expense this time. Bai Qianxian couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Chen remained unfazed by her words. To him, a house was just a place to live, and he didn't have such high demands. Besides, he already had a villa in the military district. Isn't the villa in the military district more impressive than this one? If you like it so much, how about I give it to you? Yi Chen joked. Really? Bai Qianxian was ecstatic in an instant. Such a place couldn't be bought with just money. Even her family could only afford a decent villa just outside the city center. These places were mostly in the hands of high-ranking officials, and very wealthy ones at that. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Are you serious? If you marry me in the future, I might consider adding your name to the property deed. Bai Qianxian knew Yi Chen was joking, so she kept a straight face and said to him, I treat you like a brother, and you want to sleep with me? The two looked at each other and laughed. After a while, Bai Qianxian looked at the message on her phone and said to Yi Chen, you stay here, I have to go home for something. You can stay here if you want. I probably won't be back in the next few days. Yi Chen was delighted, finally a chance to be alone. Go on, go on. Bai Qianxian then left the house. But as she closed the door, she pouted, you really want me to leave that badly? Then she drove away from the garage. Inside the house, Yi Chen could still sense the presence of those 5 people nearby. However, now that he was at school, they wouldn't make any drastic moves. So, he walked into a room and closed the door. Then, he took out the sky blue thunder fruit from the system space. Phew! Yi Chen took a deep breath and swallowed a few bites. In an instant, he felt his entire stomach facing a huge challenge. The taste was simply almost made him throw up. After a while, Yi Chen recovered. Besides being awful, I don't feel anything else. He pursed his lips and spat it out. In this world, he was already invincible. Eating the thunder fruit was just for the sake of experiencing something new. Although he didn't go through the development process of any road, that was the power of thunder, its power was self-evident. Yi Chen felt the changes in his body. After a moment, strands of sky blue electricity attached themselves to his body. The power of thunder was now at his disposal. He tentatively reached out his right hand but quickly pulled it back. I better not try the power of the thunder fruit here. After tearing down Bai Qianxian's house later, that downtown villa will truly be hers. With that, he made his way to the rooftop. There was no one around at this moment. Once again extending his right hand, he pointed it towards the sky, and a burst of thunderous power erupted from his body, striking directly into the sky. Whoosh! Truly worthy of the thunder fruit, such astonishing power. Then he began to try to elementalize his body. In just a breath, he transformed into streaks of lightning, floating in the air. With a single thought, countless bolts of thunder descended from the sky. The scene was terrifying. Several large trees next to Yi-chan were directly split apart, and on the hillside, several high-voltage power transmission towers were struck, causing a blackout in the entire area where he was. In an instant, cries of panic echoed through the city. An old lady shopping at the market suddenly fell to the ground as the lights went out. A teenager addicted to gaming at home, about to clear a level, was enraged when the power went out, punching through the screen. In the underground mall, a blackout led to chaos and a stampede. In the school, everyone was startled, looking up at the sky in shock. A new student sat on the ground, shouting, "So many lightning strikes. Is it the end of the world?" All the students in the class were shocked, looking around in panic, some even crying. Principal Edward happened to be on his way to Bai Chanshan's small house and witnessed the scene. He looked up at the sky in astonishment. This is an omen of heaven and earth? Could it be that someone has awakened the power of the thunder fruit? Is it true? Has someone in our school awakened the power of the thunder fruit? And this direction? Could there be another strong individual? Principal Edward looked up at the blue sky and almost instantly recognized that this phenomenon was the ability of the thunder fruit. He looked towards Bai Chanshan's standalone house, seemingly realizing something, his face darkening, and immediately rushed in that direction. Just now, after the citizens of Nanyuan-based city saw the phenomenon, they were plunged into panic, discussing what was happening. The military went on high alert, even sounding alarms, warning citizens not to go out temporarily. Meanwhile, Yi-chan seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. He couldn't afford to expose the fact that he had the ability of two fruits, one of which was the top-tier natural thunder fruit ability. So he immediately returned indoors. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Yi-chan opened it, and Principal Edward hurriedly entered the room. "Are you okay, Yi-chan?" With no one else present, Principal Edward addressed him by name directly. "I'm fine. What's wrong, Principal?" Yi-chan pretended to look confused. "There might be a top-tier natural thunder fruit ability user nearby," Edward said with great concern. Since it had come to this, he had to play the whole act. "Really?" Yi-chan pretended to be very surprised and walked towards the door. Opening it, he saw a large group of soldiers gathered outside, patrolling the area. He never expected that a small mistake would cause such a commotion. However, they surely wouldn't find him here. Who would believe that there would be a devil fruit user with the power of dual evil demons in this world? It has never happened before. Thunderous devil fruit user? Captain Kaneshiro Yoko of the Eagle Sauce Country 5-person team stood by the window, looking at the distant sky. In a dark room in the South Abyss Base City 1 middle school, the Sakura Country 5-person team moved to this location, continuing to track Yi-chan. "Captain, look, not to mention dark clouds in the sky, there isn't even a single cloud. Where did all this thunder and lightning come from in this blue sky? Have we been discovered? Is this top-tier natural thunderous devil fruit user warning us?" The other two team members expressed concern. Kaneshiro Yoko took a puff of smoke, then flicked the cigarette butt on the ground, stomping on it a few times to extinguish it, his gaze coldly scanning the team members. "What's there to fear? We are the Royal Top Assassination Team. With our abilities, we can still forcibly take him away right under the eyes of the thunderous devil fruit user." Everyone nodded. Kaneshiro Yoko had great confidence in the strength of his team, because many years ago, he led this team to assassinate a head of state in a medium-sized country. Causing chaos directly in that country, they were able to retreat unscathed. And even after a year, no one found out who did it, so it was all left unresolved. In the end, the military sent out several natural strongmen to expand the search near South Abyss 1 middle school, but found nothing unusual. In the end, they could only explain to the public that it was a phenomenon of heaven and earth, so everyone should not be so nervous. It was only after the official announcement that the atmosphere of panic in the city slowly subsided. Bai Chanshan's car slowly entered the yard. This was a luxurious mansion with a garden occupying over 1,000 square meters, with many expensive famous trees inside. After parking her car in the garage, her face looked anxious as she hurriedly entered the house. "Miss, you're back. The master and madam are waiting for you upstairs." As soon as Bai Chanshan entered the door, the butler bowed and greeted her. She nodded and went upstairs. "Mom, I'm back." She pushed open the door abruptly, her face initially somewhat dejected, but it changed when she saw her parents. "Didn't Dad say Mom was seriously ill in bed on the phone? How come she looks so lively and healthy? Dad Bai Wanxian, Mom Lin Inchua, were chatting on the sofa. What's going on?" Bai Chanshan almost questioned in her tone. "Sorry, darling daughter, without this excuse, you probably wouldn't have come home. We have something very important to discuss with you this time. Although many people thought Bai Qianqian lived a happy and fulfilling life in a good family, her father Bai Wenxiang didn't quite see it that way. Ever since Bai Qianqian awakened the door fruit, she rarely came home. After going to the Falcon Special Training Camp, her chances of coming home became even slimmer. This time, if it weren't for her father using this excuse to deceive Bai Qianqian, she wouldn't have come home. She might have gone straight back to the training camp. Although her parents supported her in doing what she liked, the heart of a parent is always worried. Who wouldn't want to see more of their child? Especially after her father's incident last time, this feeling became even stronger. And they had other thoughts. What's the matter? Bai Qianqian asked in confusion. Come, daughter, come sit here. The couple made room for Bai Qianqian in the middle, and her mother Lin Yinxue waved and smiled. Come, daughter. Bai Qianqian hesitantly walked over and sat down. I remember Yi Chen is your classmate, right? No, he's in the next class. No, why are you suddenly asking me this? Bai Qianqian felt that something was off with her parents today. I've noticed that you two have been getting closer. Does he have feelings for you? Dad, you're an adult now, you can look for your other half. I think he's a good choice. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian's face darkened. Dad, when I was getting closer to him in the Lingxi secret realm, you didn't speak of him like this. How can you be so superficial? Do you know that Yichen saved my life when we were kids? She was not happy about Bai Wenxiang trying to match her with Yichen. Although she did have some feelings for Yichen, it was more admiration. Previously, Bai Wenxiang looked down on Yichen because he was just an orphan without any family background. But now, Bai Wenxiang's attitude changed after Yichen was appointed as the general of the cavalry and gained fame. Bai Qianqian couldn't accept it at all. Lin Yinxue frowned as if she was very concerned. Qianqian, your mom and I only want the best for you. For my own good? My affairs are none of your business. I'll handle them my way. With that, Bai Qianqian got up and left. Qianqian. No matter how Bai Wenxiang and Lin Yinxue called out to her, she didn't look back. She drove away from home. She wandered aimlessly in the city, eventually stopping by the river. Opening the car door, she sat on a stone bench by the river, chin resting on her hand, gazing at the shimmering river surface. The wind by the river blew on her pensive face, her eyes wandering. She did have some feelings for Yi Chen, that was true, but she couldn't accept that she liked him because of his social status. It was the same in the past and now. Since she was young, her parents instilled in her the idea of not associating with people without a background. That's why the incident with Ling Yuxuan happened. She was very disgusted, which was why even though she loved this family, she didn't want to return home. After a long time, she drove away. After some thought, she decided not to return to school. After informing Yi Chen, she drove back to the Falcon Special Training Camp. A few days later, Yi Chen used his observation Haki again. He found those 5 people still waiting at the school gate, and now he was almost certain they were there for him. He lay on the sofa, a sly smile playing on his lips. I didn't expect the Eagle Sauce Country to come after me in Huaxia. Perfect. I'll use my thunder fruit to test you all out. You've been waiting for an opportunity, right? I'll give you a chance tomorrow. Ding, reminder, 60 seconds left until the next system store refresh. Reminder, 59 seconds left until the next system store refresh. System store items have been refreshed. Yi Chen felt delighted. Is my cheat coming again? With a thought, Yi Chen opened the system store. A tech-looking screen appeared before his eyes. 1. Hawk raised in secret by the world's greatest swordsman, my hawk. Price, 1 yuan. Wow! A hawk raised by the world's greatest swordsman. I wonder how it tastes roasted. Although curious, Yi Chen continued scrolling down. 2. Admiral Kazara's sunglasses. Price, 1 yuan. Hee. Good stuff. Definitely a cool item to show off. Yi Chen chuckled and scrolled down further. 3. Luffy's original slippers. Price, 1 yuan. Ha! Are they really original? I wonder if Luffy has athlete's foot. Quite curious. If there's nothing good, you can buy it to try it out. 4. Zoro's headscarf. Price, 1 yuan. 5. Revolver used by a marine soldier. Price, 1 yuan. 6. Navy headquarters anti-hair loss shampoo. Price, 1 yuan. Navy product. It must be a fine product. The anti-hair loss effect must be great. If this shampoo could be wholesaled, it would definitely sell out. 7. Nautical map. Price, 1 yuan. 8. Ace's hat. Price, 1 yuan. 9. A dried piece of wood by the seaside. Price, 1 yuan. 10. 6 sea stone handcuffs. Price, 1 yuan. Seeing this, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. This is definitely a good thing. In Yi Chen's mind, this item definitely qualifies as an S-class item, and it even gave 6 at once. It's simply too cool. Instant kill. Direct instant kill. Ding, goods stored in the system space. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Admiral Makamoko Jiang, why did you come in person? In the Sakura country, a Sakura country person dressed in their own military uniform, bowed, standing next to the Eagle Sauce country's Admiral Makamoko Jiang with a flattering look. For such a small matter, why bother you to come to Sakura country in person to guide us? This person is named Su Mingmu, a Sakura country lieutenant general. Black Admiral Makamoko Jiang's face looked very serious. This matter is highly valued by Admiral Loden. We cannot be careless. If there's a real problem, both of us will be done for. Although in terms of rank, Makamoko Jiang's military rank is not higher than Su Mingmu, Eagle Sauce country's position in the world far exceeds that of Sakura country. To put it bluntly, Sakura country is like a little brother to Eagle Sauce country, considered a vassal state. More accurately, Sakura country is like a lapdog to Eagle Sauce country. They look up to Eagle Sauce country, obeying their every command. Lieutenant General Su Mingmu smiled and said, Admiral, please rest assured. Our team is definitely the top assassination team in the country. Not to boast, even if they were to assassinate the heads of the 5 great nations, it would be a piece of cake, let alone a little brat. Su Mingmu was very confident in his team. When will you act? Admiral Loden is getting impatient. If he blames us, I won't cover for you. Understood. Understood. Our people in Huaxia have already infiltrated 1 or 2 entrances at the Nanyuan base city airport. We can act today. Are you sure? Sure. Our people have already reported back. Yi Chen has gone alone to the outskirts. It's the perfect time for us to strike. My people are waiting for my signal. As soon as I give the order, they will act immediately. Makamoko Jiang nodded, looking somewhat satisfied. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Allowed to enter, a lieutenant walked in. Lieutenant Su Mingmu, partial control has been established at the Huaxia airport. We can proceed. Hearing this, Su Mingmu's lips curled into a sly smile. Nanyuan base city. Yi Chen had already driven to the outskirts at this time. Of course, he knew that the 5 people had been following him all along. A large pickup truck was trailing 500 meters behind Yi Chen on the road. Captain, with my driving skills, he definitely won't notice that we're tailing him. The driver, named Kim Wu Tai, had the transparent fruit ability. He made himself and the car transparent, very confident in his ability. He believed that Yi Chen would never notice them. Little did he expect that his opponent would be Yi Chen, who possessed the red-haired observation Haki. He found him almost effortlessly. Captain, number 1 has a message. Complete the operation within today. Dan Carbonro, sitting in the back seat, exclaimed excitedly. The other 3 team members were also thrilled. Great. Finally, we can stretch our muscles. These past few days have been so suffocating. Exactly. I can't hold it in anymore. Captain Jincheng Henwu remained silent, but excitement gleamed in his eyes. Nestled among mountains and waters, Yi Chen drove to a lakeside and stopped. A whole hour had passed. From the plains to the mountains. He scanned the lake, which should have been calm, but suddenly ripples appeared. Bai Qianqian said you like meat, so I've come to feed you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen felt the presence of the 5 approaching. However, when he turned around, he only saw 3. Transparency fruit? Yi Chen sneered, not particularly surprised. He took out the dusty revolver from the system space and fired a shot towards the left side of his body. Bang! The shot hit Dan Carbonro, the transparency fruit ability user, on the shoulder. The 2 were instantly exposed in Yi Chen's sight. Jincheng Hongwu's face showed astonishment. How could he have detected me and Jin Tai, who were already transparent? By chance? Impossible. We were clearly not in the same direction as the 3 exposed to his sight. But how did he do it? And this is their team's ultimate move. To catch people off guard while in stealth mode. Yet he effortlessly neutralized it. On the side, Jin Tai, clutching his shoulder, gritted his teeth as he watched Yi Chen. Impossible. No one has ever been able to detect me in a transparent state. How did he do it? Dan Carbonro widened his eyes, looking bewildered at Jin Tai hit by the revolver. Unbelievable. How could such a coincidental event occur? The captain and Jin Tai have never failed with this move before. Attack! Jincheng Henwu couldn't care less anymore. After receiving the command, Dan Carbonro emitted a slow beam of light that fell on Yi Chen. At the same time, Jincheng Hongwu's mind moved, and several beams of light shot out from his fingertips, directly hitting Yi Chen. At that moment, all 5 faces showed smiles, but they vanished in the next second. Nature type? Aren't you the shock fruit user? How can you transform your body elements? Moreover, it's even the thunderous fruit. Countless electric threads appeared in several holes on Yi Chen's body, then returned to normal. All 5 wore expressions of disbelief. Yi Chen's shock fruit ability had just been displayed in the Battle of Tenjo. How could he be a nature type? And with the thunderous fruit ability? Phew! Everyone took a deep breath. Could it be that thunderous power from that day was really caused by him? Jincheng Hengwu couldn't help but think back to that day's countless thunder, initially thought to be a natural phenomenon, but now it seemed highly likely that it was caused by Yi Chen. Dan Carbonro also suddenly realized, furrowing his brows, showing an expression of disbelief. He had witnessed it with his own eyes that day, so the memory was vivid. That was the thunderous fruit. Awakening the thunderous fruit in this world was already extremely rare. This man before him, named Yi Chen, a Huaxiao person, not only possessed the thunderous fruit ability but also had a dual fruit ability. And the shock fruit ability was so extraordinary. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. There has never been anyone like this in the world. At this moment, Kimishiro Yoko, who possesses the super powerful natural type glint fruit ability, was also in a panic. How the hell do I fight this? Both being natural types, I can't hit him, but he can easily strike at the natural type body. How is this possible? Even the strongest move I thought of was easily neutralized by him. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to their team. But before they could fully process the shock, a scene that left them dumbfounded unfolded before them. Heh, it's actually the glint fruit, sneered Yi Chen as he walked forward. Seeing this, Menkaballo was instantly shocked. Wasn't he supposed to be affected by his slow light? Why is there no effect at all? He knew his ability very well. Being hit by the slow light absolutely couldn't look like this now. The others were equally shocked. They had witnessed the power of the slow fruit before. Every time he used this move on an enemy, they could almost attack the enemy without any defense. But now, Yi Chen was moving freely, seemingly unaffected. How is this possible? After witnessing this scene, Kimishiro Yoko knew exactly what this meant. It meant that Yi Chen had completely neutralized the team's advantage. The seemingly invincible coordination they thought they had. At this moment, it was useless in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. The looks of the 5 people instantly changed from shock to fear. It was a familiar fear, a feeling of déjà vu. Palpitations. Hard to breathe. As if they saw the end of their lives. Kimishiro Yoko could no longer hold on under his gaze. Execute Plan T! He shouted loudly. A team member instantly appeared next to Kimishiro Yoko and the transparent fruit user, holding both of them, then teleported back. By this time, the air door had already opened. The group was about to enter. Trying to run? Yi Chen's mind moved. Buzz! The imposing Haki burst out from his body. Like a gust of wind passing through, all the trees were bent over, leaves flying, and the grass on the ground stuck flat. In an instant, everyone was frozen in place. What's going on? Why can't we move at all? Kimishiro Yoko's pupils shrank, his eyes widened in shock. At this moment, he realized he had underestimated Yi Chen completely. But he still didn't understand why the 5 of them couldn't move at all, and a strong sense of intimidation emanated from Yi Chen's body, making him feel boundless fear. This kind of fear was something he had never experienced before. Even when facing high-ranking officials in the country, he never felt this way. This feeling made him tremble to the extreme. Beside him, Menkaballo was completely stunned, his mouth wide open. What's going on? Does he still have the slow fruit? Has he even awakened it? He was completely immobilized at this moment. He was very clear that this effect was much more powerful than his slow fruit. Under the effect of the slow fruit, at least he could still move. But damn it, he felt completely unable to move. It was unimaginable what kind of terrifying ability this was. The air door fruit user, Yamamura Ino, held the air door with one hand. Although he couldn't move, he could clearly feel his body trembling. Despair filled his eyes. He turned completely away from Yi Chen. In an instant, he felt a chill down his back, with no sense of security whatsoever. At this moment, he felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, with an extreme lack of security. Step, step, step. Yi Chen approached step by step. You are indeed strong, but sorry, you are facing me. It had to be admitted that their 5-person team's combination made it much easier to assassinate someone. With the super powerful glint fruit, the dull fruit that could control opponents, making it easier for teammates to attack. With the transparent fruit that could make teammates invisible, delivering unexpected fatal blows to enemies. With the instant teleportation fruit to instantly chase enemies, moving freely, no one could escape their grasp. And the door fruit for escape, if they really couldn't win, they could just open the air door and escape, impossible to catch them. This combination could be said to be all-powerful, with almost no flaws. That's why they had never failed in countless assassinations before. This was why they were hailed as the Royal Assassination Team by the Sakura country and highly valued. It was just their bad luck today to encounter Yi Chen, who was as twisted as a novel protagonist. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack and would have no way to deal with them. As Yi Chen approached, he recognized them as people from Sakura country from their faces. He had thought about killing all 5 of them directly, but decided against it. He couldn't believe that just the 5 of them dared to intrude into Huaxia alone. There must be someone supporting them from behind. Who knows, they might even find spies lurking in the country. So, after some thought, Yi Chen took out 5 sets of brand new sea tower stone handcuffs from his spatial backpack and tightly shackled their hands. Then, he took out special binding ropes from his spatial ring to securely tie up the 5 people. These ropes were extremely sturdy, capable of lifting tons of weight without breaking easily. So, Yi Chen was very reassured. After tying them to the back of the car, Yi Chen got into the car and made a call. "Hey, find me someone with memory fruit abilities, it's urgent." Boom! As the engine roared to life, the vehicle started moving. Jin Shenghong showed a confident smile behind the car. "You think you can trap me like this? You're underestimating me too much. Quick, open the air door." As he spoke, he had a thought. But just a second later, he found that he couldn't use his fruit abilities at all. What's going on? Why couldn't he use his fruit abilities? The group looked at each other, all confused. Jin Taitai was about to say something. Yi Chen stepped on the gas, and the car rushed out. The 5 people were dragged behind the car like this. At first, they could keep up, but this place was dozens of kilometers away from the city center. After running 5 kilometers, they still had no expression on their faces. After running 10 kilometers, they were all sweating. By the time they reached 20 kilometers, they already felt like their whole bodies were not their own. When they reached 30 kilometers, they all collapsed, feeling like their souls had left their bodies. And they were only halfway there. So, the 5 of them were dragged by Yi Chen in the car towards their destination. On the road, Yi Chen was like a wild boar cutting through power lines, sparks flying everywhere, incredibly awesome. The spectacle was extremely eye-catching, especially when passers-by saw Yi Chen dragging 5 people from Sakura country behind his car. Everyone was excited. Nanyuan Base City Military Region. Yi Chen's car stopped at the military base gate. Seeing the license plate, the soldiers on guard knew it was a military vehicle and just did a brief check. But it turned out that the person in the car was actually Yi Chen, the general who had just been honored as the valiant general by the country. Originally, the 5 people hanging at the back of the car should have been strictly inspected, but the soldiers did not. Upon seeing that it was Yi Chen, they immediately saluted and let him pass without even checking his documents. After returning the salute, Yi Chen drove the vehicle into the military area. In this military area of the Nanyuan base city, the highest rank for officers was only a major general. Upon learning that Yi Chen was coming, the major general immediately arrived at the meeting place. Yi Chen's car came to a slow stop. In front of the house, 3 or 4 officers were standing there waiting. He got out of the car. "General Lin, have you found the people? I caught 5 agents from the Sakura country who were planning to assassinate me." Yi Chen called for help to search for memory fruits from them, hoping to uncover some secrets. It was very likely that they could also find spies within the country. General Lin went around to the back of the car and was completely shocked. General Lin had some impression of these 5 people. A year ago, they had successfully assassinated one of the leaders of Ula country. At that time, they could freely move around Ula country without anyone catching them. He looked down, and the buttocks of the 5 people were completely rotten, covered in blood and flesh. The 5 were taken into a room, and Yi Chen repeatedly instructed not to remove their handcuffs. Although the soldiers did not understand the meaning, as long as they could follow orders, they did not need to worry about it. The imprisoned Jin Cheng Hongwu, even though injured, still maintained a very proud demeanor. "You will never get any information from us, it's impossible. We will never speak." At this moment, they were fully prepared to commit suicide. "Yes, we won't talk, don't waste your effort." Yi Chen sat across from them. So annoying. He stood up, walked over to them, and knocked each one out with a punch. They instantly passed out. "Too much nonsense, I don't need you to tell me anything," Yi Chen said coldly. The nearby soldiers felt their pupils dilate instantly. This was too violent. But it was so satisfying to watch. No one had ever dared to do this before. Although violent interrogation was not standard in Huaxia, this was Yi Chen. And the subjects were agents from the Sakura country. No one would say anything, some would even applaud. After a moment, General Lin entered with a woman in her late 20s. This woman was a memory fruit ability user, specially brought over by General Lin from the neighboring military district to help. "General Yi, I've brought the person for you. Yi Chen looked over. She was a woman with a curvaceous figure, looking stunning, appearing to be around 20 years old. When she saw Yi Chen, she seemed stunned. Woman, I never expected to see General Yi Chen in real life, he's so young and handsome. Hey! Lin Jiasen, General Yi is calling you. Reminded by General Lin, she snapped out of her fangirl state. She awkwardly rubbed her hands. Sorry, got carried away. Yi Chen didn't mind and just pointed to the 5 people lying in the corner. I need all their memories. Lin Jiasen nodded, walked to the corner, and reached into one of their heads, pulling out reel after reel of memory images. Yi Chen looked for a long time. Suddenly, he fiercely pounded the table, startling everyone around. But not a single person dared to speak. They actually tried to assassinate the high-ranking officials of our country. Half an hour later, Lin Jiasen followed General Lin out of the house, and the two drove outside the military area. Second brother, I didn't expect General Yi to be so handsome. She sat in the driver's seat, her expression almost screaming infatuation. General Lin chuckled and shook his head. Do you like him? I like him. Second brother, are you trying to lead me on? Lin Jiasen pouted. I'm not. I think that's what you really feel, right? But if you really like him, you better make your move soon, there are seniors ahead of you. General Lin smirked. Seniors? Are you saying someone is already pursuing her? Who? Falcon Special Training Camp, Bai Chanqian. You mean, Bai Chanqian who went to the Battle of Tianjiao with him? General Lin nodded. Upon hearing this name, Lin Jiasen's earlier confidence took a hit. Inside the Sakura Military District. Lieutenant Colonel, the team has lost contact with us, the captain reported upon entering. Understood, you may leave. Lieutenant Colonel waved the captain out. After the door closed. Did they mess up? Hee, that suits me just fine.